HERZL'S Solitude, Transcendenceless Sovereignty and the Arming of the Gestor, by Frederik Glas. Whoever says humanity, says unredeemed humanity. Karl Barth. I was myself a political Zionist in my youth and was a member of a Zionist student organization. In this capacity, I occasionally met Jabotinsky, the leader of the revisionists. He asked me, "What are you doing?" I said, "Well, we read the Bible, we study Jewish history, and, of course, we keep abreast of developments and so on." He replied, "And rifle practice." And I had to say, "No." Leo Strauss, Why We Remain Jews. On September 9, 2015, Benjamin Netanyahu sent his usual pointed video message to the Western public, particularly in the USA, in which he clearly distanced himself from a cornerstone of the two-state solution. All previous initiatives had been based on the assumption that the establishment of a Palestinian state would have to be preceded by the removal of all settlements or at least the exchange of territories. With his statement that this would amount to ethnic cleansing, which would be absurd to assume would bring peace, Netanyahu not only dismissed the Oslo process, which was already considered a failure in Israel, but also fundamentally called into question the two-state solution in the form most commonly discussed, along the 1949 borders. One day before the publication of the video, which did not fail to make an impact as a clear criticism of the main demands of notorious professional Palestinians, the Palestinian Supreme Court in Ramallah decided to postpone the Palestinian election scheduled for October 8, the first in 10 years. This decision was taken against the background that Abbas and the completely ailing Palestinian Authority, which he leads and which is largely kept alive by Israel, Western states and NGOs, had largely lost control of the areas it governs and that Hamas was expected to win the elections. Until the very end, Abbas was probably still hoping that Israel would provide him with an excuse to cancel the planned election in order to keep him in office as a lesser evil. However, the Israeli government has obviously decided against Abbas and in favor of other political priorities in dealing with the Palestinians. In future, the focus will be on promoting development projects in peaceful areas and cooperating directly with Palestinians on the ground, bypassing the Palestinian Authority, while taking a hard line in areas where terror cells are up to mischief. There are three main reasons why Israel is prepared to drop Abbas. Firstly, his fall is inevitable in the medium term due to his advanced age, his lack of support in his own ranks, and the impossibility of continually postponing elections. Secondly, Israel has long since lost patience with Abbas, whose transparent strategy is to rely on cooperation with anti-Israeli organizations and movements from the UN to BDS instead of de-escalating negotiations with Israel, with the intention that Israel will make further concessions under pressure from the global community of Israel haters. Thirdly, the Israeli right, which has been in charge since the collapse of the Camp David negotiations in 2000 and the subsequent intifada in alternating occupation, has largely abandoned the two-state solution along the 1949 armistice lines, while the political center adheres to it in principle, but currently considers it unrealistic in view of the malicious tactics of the Palestinians. Their refusal to agree to a compromise solution, which corresponds to their inability to establish a reasonably functional and reliable government, means that other solutions are now being openly discussed in Israel. For example, responsibility for Gaza, including supplying the population, is to be transferred completely to Egypt and the Palestinians and, depending on the proposal, large parts of the West Bank, Education Minister Bennett, or the entire West Bank, journalist Caroline Glick, are to be annexed and placed under Israeli law, which would mean that the Palestinians living there would be entitled to Israeli citizenship. Without going into the dispute over the actual population figures, birth rates, immigration and emigration, the willingness to accept at least as many more people into the state, which is largely hostile to them, in addition to the approximately 1.7 million Arabs, who make up around 20% of the Israeli population, demonstrates an optimism that makes even Merkel's temporary welcome euphoria look pale. Nevertheless, this solution would be the only realistic chance of a bearable life, at least for the Palestinians, who are exposed to the terror of the majority of their compatriots and wish to live in peace with Israel, and who would therefore face dark times if a Palestinian state were established. Of course, the Western states and pro-Palestinian NGOs want nothing to do with Israel's new political thrust. Instead, Israel's self-appointed advisors and friends of the Palestinians insist on the two-state solution, or even back a multi-ethnic state including Gaza in the hope that an Arab majority will usher in the end of Israel. The U.S. State Department, for example, hastened to announce through its spokesperson Elizabeth Trudeau that Netanyahu's choice of words was inappropriate and unhelpful, It must be difficult for the Obama administration and the European states to understand why Netanyahu succeeds in doing what they repeatedly fail to do despite numerous efforts, such as the Cairo speech, namely to be taken seriously as a political actor and to achieve considerable success in the diplomatic arena. Netanyahu's most recent speech to the UN, in which he insisted on Israel's interests while reconciling the demands of his coalition partners with the demands of the international community and the offer of dialogue, is an example of how this can be done. Israel's relations with numerous countries in Africa and the Middle East have improved not despite, but because of his clear stance, while the West is increasingly seen as toothless, fickle, and unreliable through its own fault. When Netanyahu speaks in his video message of otherwise enlightened countries that support demands in relation to Israel that they reject elsewhere, he hits the blind spot of these bourgeois societies not only in relation to antisemitism, but also on the issue of universalism. This is precisely the dilemma of liberal Jews in the USA, the majority of whom are politically close to Israel, but also to the Democratic Party. In 8 years under Obama, the climate for Jews in left-wing and liberal movements and parties has deteriorated dramatically. Explicitly or implicitly anti-Israeli groups such as BDS and J Street have seen massive growth. Alan Dershowitz makes this clear for the so-called progressive wing of the Democratic Party, which has gained considerable weight as a result of Bernie Sanders' success in the primaries. There is no room for Jews who do not distance themselves from Israel in anticipatory obedience or who are even agitators on an anti-Israeli mission in Move On, Code Pink, Occupy Wall Street, the LGBTQ community, or Black Lives Matter, which is reflected in particular in resolutions at universities not to allow pro-Israeli speakers. In line with this, Obama emphasized in his farewell speech to the UN that Israel is an occupying power that should not be allowed to permanently oppress the Palestinian population. Whether this would change significantly under a President Clinton remains doubtful due to the numerous anti-Israeli figures in her entourage. This development is reflected in pro-Israeli lobby groups such as AIPAC, which water down their resolutions in such a way that they can also be supported by Democratic senators who are critical of Israel, going so far as to fully recognize the paradigm of the two-state solution and not mention that it is the Palestinians who are currently rejecting any negotiations. One effect of this is that prominent pro-Israel Republican senators such as former presidential candidates Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio refused to sign the recent text calling on the president to veto anti-Israel resolutions, and the Anti-Defamation League, through its new chairman Jonathan Greenblatt, a former Obama staffer, also jumped to the president's side and criticized Netanyahu's video message instead of supporting it. It was no coincidence that the Israeli prime minister appealed for diversity, peace, and human coexistence and formulated a rejection of hatred and bigotry. He is not interested in the Israel question, increasingly becoming the object of partisan political disputes in the USA. Instead, he is trying to ensure bipartisan support for Israel, which is why he concluded a long-term security agreement with Obama that does not fully meet his expectations, despite harsh criticism from some Republican senators, and thanked Obama with kind words for his support for Israel. The fact that the Republicans at their party convention in Cleveland abandoned the two states for two peoples formula in their sensible resolution on the Middle East conflict, reaffirmed Jerusalem as the undivided capital of the Israeli state, described the final peace solution as a result of negotiations between the parties, rejected the misrepresentation of Israel as an occupier and categorized BDS as anti-Semitic, was promptly commented on by CNN as a step to the right. Liberal ideology is increasingly characterized by viewing Western democracy and global capitalism as lucky breaks after which nothing better can come. The more the eternally valid ideal is disgraced by reality, the more irritated the contemporary liberal reacts. Threats lurk everywhere, and where things do not go according to the textbook of economics, he feels compelled to enforce this order. When people like Ulrich Speck, who is not at all critical of Israel, explain the world to you, you don't recognize it. After 1989, in the post-Cold War era, the liberal order that had been established in the West since 1945 became the global norm. Globalization, a term that shaped the 1990s, essentially means nothing other than the expansion of the West's liberal order into the global dimension. End quote. The vision was the expansion of the transnational space through cooperation rather than competition between states, in which people, goods, capital, and information could move freely. Of course, the post-Cold War era was characterized by an expansion of the international movement of goods and capital, but the open borders for goods went hand in hand with sealing off against immigration and refugees. Anyone who tried to emigrate to classically liberal immigration countries such as Australia or Canada in the golden age of globalization quickly discovered that these countries operated, and still operate a strict selection process, which could be summarized in Gunter Beckstein's words as follows. We need fewer foreigners who exploit us and more who benefit us. Speck contrasts his ideal image of liberalism and the generalization of European development to the rest of the world with the offerings of right-wing parties, which he sees primarily as a threat to liberalism. The liberal vision is being attacked not in the name of a different universalism, but in the name of particularism. It is again about nation, state, borders. If the new populists win the competition, then the liberal era will come to an end. Speck continues, states would then become more authoritarian, ruled by populist, anti-establishment politicians who often govern with the help of referendums and regularly scapegoat minorities when problems arise. Borders would massively impede the flow of people, goods, capital, and information, resulting in economic decline. Internal social conflicts would increase considerably in the long multicultural societies of the West, with regular outbreaks of violence and probably also more terrorism. Instead of moving closer to Kant's perpetual peace, we would move closer to Darwin's survival of the fittest or Hobbes' war of all against all. End quote. As a liberal, Speck must split off the constitutive components of the existing order that he dislikes: state, nation, borders, populism, economic decline, conflicts, and violence, and regard them as external, which includes a high degree of suppression of reality, because anyone who is reasonably sane would have to recognize that the world has been pretty far away from perpetual peace even in the last 25 years. Even within the cooperating states of the West, competition continued to be brutal in some cases, with Southern Europe as the loser, which was then subjected to disastrous austerity programs, resulting in further economic decline, the impoverishment of large sections of the population, and the exclusion of young people in particular from the exploitation of their labor. The claim that it is now once again about nation, state, and borders suggests that things have ever been different. The fact that Germany no longer has an external EU border since the eastward expansion apparently obscures the awareness that the opening of the EU to the inside went hand in hand with isolation, that the transfer of central elements of national sovereignty to a higher level does not mean that the power and violence of the state will disappear. Speck's misjudgments and distortions are based on the false juxtaposition of particularism and universalism, whereby he quite immodestly claims universalism for himself and liberalism, while assigning particularism to the right-wing populists. At the same time, the liberal order has carried within it the contradiction of being able to realize the universal claim in a particular way at best, starting with the Declaration of Independence in 1776 and the Declaration of Human Rights in 1789. The emerging populist parties are not the other side of liberalism. They hardly have a single program item that has been missing from the arsenal of the liberal state, or what is considered to be the liberal state, in the last 25 years. Their particularism can be attributed to the fact that they have grasped the falsity of liberal ideology to the extent that the universal promise of a rationally organized society remains and must remain unfulfilled for a significant proportion of the population. If we look at the development of the real incomes of the lower and middle classes in the golden age of globalization, it becomes clear where the anger and fears of decline that left-wing or liberal ideologues are used to dismissing as irrational, if not outright racist, have their origins. However, if one assumes that Western democracy is universal and the best of all worlds, the rise of right-wing populist parties can only be explained with difficulty or immediately as a conspiracy, for example when Richard Herzinger describes Donald Trump as an agent of influence of the Kremlin. And the Axis of Good also finds it difficult to contradict its intimate enemy Annetta Kahane when she proclaims that Western democracy remains the best form of rule. Universality, on the other hand, would mean holding on to the idea of a liberated society under the given circumstances against the existing order, without forgetting which particular measures are necessary to defend the remnants of freedom, at least in parts of the world. The state that is rarely well liked by liberals precisely because it enforces its universal program in a very particular way and, if necessary by means of military force, is called Israel. To make matters worse for many on the left, the political right has now been in power there for 15 years, including politicians such as Bennett or Lieberman, whose statements are at least partly reminiscent of the program of right-wing populists in Europe and the USA. And interestingly enough, it is precisely the right-wing populists in Europe who are trying to make advances to Israel. The fact that there are now pro-Israeli Jews who support Trump or are involved in right-wing populist parties in Europe, such as the Front National, gives pro-Israeli left-wingers and liberals a stomachache. It is no longer just the notorious Clemens Henny who is demanding that Israel solidarity groups and individuals distance themselves from the new right Axis of Good or condemn Netanyahu for the racist tone of his statements. The questions thus raised about what kind of Israel and with which Jews one wants to show solidarity point to the life lie of those who find strict border controls, racial profiling, police shootings of terrorists, i.e. the partial militarization of society, terrible, racist and fascist everywhere except in the case of Israel. The correct approval of Israeli pragmatism does not go so far as to recognize that this so necessary state is neither a paradise nor substantially different from a bourgeois state, but rather must always strive to adapt its policies to the sad reality. The fact that it was Geert Wilders who reached the largest audience in Germany in 2015 with a decidedly pro-Israeli speech would also be likely to cause confusion in a left-liberal pro-Israeli milieu that identifies the growing right-wing populism as the new National Socialism. The willingness to give a positive connotation to the anti-Semitic delusions of a former Maoist like Wolfgang Gedeon or statements by AfD party leader Frank Petry that the term folkish should be used again. The fact that the right-wing populist party is fundamentally different from the insane hatred of Israel expressed by the Mavai Marmara warriors of the Left Party and the unanimous anti-Israeli Bundestag resolution they brought about guarantees its ability to connect with the anti-Israeli mainstream, for which right-wing populism is the ideal opponent as a projection surface. Those who fixate on the right-wing populists as the evil par excellence, such as the Amadeo Antonio Foundation, are promoting the other parties, whether intentionally or not. But these are the very people who support all the messes that lead to the refugee crisis alongside the devastating influence of political Islam and who have relied on the fact that the problems of integration and Islam will solve themselves. They either rely on the immigrants leaving again one day or on the fact that integration will somehow work out if only they do not interfere and unconditionally respect the culture and customs of the immigrants. In other words, the fatal strategies that made the success of right-wing populists on a broad front possible in the first place are being used. This is precisely why it is impossible today to discuss the unquestionable humanitarian necessity of taking in refugees and slogans such as "we can do it" in isolation from this failure. After all the experience of this year alone, taking into account the phrases of the majority of society about burqas and burkinis, the trivialization of the incidents in Cologne, the suppression of the dead and injured by Islamist attacks in Germany and Europe, in view of the courting of Muslim Brotherhood propagandists from Maziek to Ausnahmslos feminists, the conclusion can only be this: we can't do it. Neither can we manage to deal with the blatant problems with Islam, nor can a country like Germany continue to integrate millions of Muslims at will, because there is neither a political concept nor the ability to define what these people should be integrated into in the first place. Rather, the reluctance to establish rules of the game for integration shows that this society, which is characterized by civilization fatigue and self-hatred, is far from representing a model of civilization that can serve as a role model and benchmark for immigrants. The pre-programmed social conflicts are also exacerbated by the fact that control over who enters the country has temporarily been completely suspended, and it can be assumed that a significant number of Islamists have entered the country during this period and will carry out attacks. In times of an increasingly pro-Islamic left, just think of Jeremy Corbyn in Great Britain, the danger of a polarization between right-wing and Islamic parties described by Huelebek is becoming increasingly real. The central moment of any solidarity with Israel would be the recognition that what Israel does and must do to remain a civil state in the face of the deadly threat of Islam will soon no longer distinguish Israel from Western Europe, in which at least the theoretical possibility of rapprochement exists, as Netanyahu emphasizes when he offers Israeli know-how in the fight against terror to the rest of the world. The decisive difference that prevents this, however, is that in Israel people still have an idea of their state, what it stands for and against, i.e. of particularist universalism, while in Europe they conjure up the end of liberal democracy at every little thing and insist on the human right to Islamism. When Jacob Augstein attributes Israel to the political right, he is unintentionally and in a negative sense even right. Anyone who is not on the side of Israel and against political Islam is standing side by side with a global left that always has Israel in its sights as well as its own state. For all their justified dislike of right-wing populists, they sometimes seem to have a more realistic and emphatic view of Israel than the Israel Solidarity left. When Wilders talks about Israel being a beacon of freedom and democracy surrounded by Islamic darkness, for example, he is highlighting the difference between the Western and Islamic way of life, which is all about the whole. Consequently, not so long ago, the consensus of anti-German criticism was to renounce a critique of the state that did not criticize rule as such, but rather criticized its territorial limitations, i.e., that the state is based on exclusion, because this only grants Israel a precarious exceptional position. For example, because the only lesson left to the Jews after the Shoah was, there must be a state whose basic law is that every person of Jewish origin can immigrate at any time. In contrast to avowed enemies of the state, who always strive not to lose touch with the European left in the form of an academy critical of the state, NGOs affirming liberal democracy such as the Amadeo Antonio Foundation and the Red-Green parties. Right-wing populists can certainly think of good reasons beyond the Shoah and anti-Semitism to refer to the Jewish state as a positive example of a bourgeois society that goes beyond border controls and isolation. The right-wing populist enthusiasm for Israel's military and intelligence strength, the loss of which is lamented with a view to one's own country, suppresses the fact that it is by no means positive for Israel to have to be better than its enemies in economic and, above all, military terms. Nevertheless, despite the ugliness of right-wing movements, much of what they have to say about Israeli society and its optimism about the future, inventiveness and its basis in clear values or rules of the game is more in solidarity with Israel than the invectives of critics of the state who remain stuck in false universalism and are struggling to get out of the reformist trap with all kinds of youth movement pseudo-radicalism. Leo Elser writes, "From a universal point of view, and those who do not like to speak of morality here may also call it truth or reason. However, nothing follows from the coincidence of birthplace. No right to decide who may live in a particular place and who may not. Since the world is unreasonably organized into particular states, it is only possible to discuss who is allowed to live in Germany and who is not, as long as the basis of this discussion is suppressed, the power of the states. If reason is universal and something other than the instrumental reason of the particular interest of a citizen, then there is no reasonable reason to refuse entry and residence to even one person. Indeed, there is not even a position that can reasonably be taken from which it could be discussed. The idea of humanity may be rather idealistic, but it is no more idealistic than the we that is claimed everywhere and around whose reception capacities, integration abilities and willingness to help the entire refugee debate revolves." End of quote. Interestingly, Islam only appears in these statements in the form of the Islamist Gaddafi as a barrier to the European Union and as IS supported by Turkey, because the particular interest of the citizen in not wanting to be killed by an Islamic terrorist is not so unreasonable. Israel is not mentioned at all because it does not want to be forced into the discussion of borders, unreasonable states, and the particular interests of citizens. As if the rather desperate attempt to hold on to the rule of law, including its possibilities of repression, in times of Islamization and the threat to civil liberties in order to ward off worse, were not an imperative of reason. Narcissistic terms such as empathy are peddled instead, which already lose everything that could be meant by them in a positive sense. In order to hold the argument together and continue to be seen as an ideological critic of solidarity with Israel, Thomas von der Ostensacken, for example, resorts to absurd constructions such as the claim that the refugee crisis is also a cross-examination of Zionism. It is telling that the metaphor fails just at the point where the argumentation slips completely into ideology. According to common understanding, a crosscheck is the verification of a calculation or voting result by reversal, so in principle one could describe Zionism, symbolically for the surviving Jews, as a crosscheck on the Holocaust. Refugees from Syria or another war zone, however, have nothing to do with Zionism and certainly nothing to do with the Holocaust. No one can know whether Thomas von der Ostensacken at least wanted to suggest something similar here in Broder's sense, because instead of a clear thought, he has produced a pure brain fuzz. However, the analogy between war refugees and Jews persecuted as Jews blurs the difference between war and extermination, which is perfectly compatible with the German certainty that Silesians, Sudeten Germans, Palestinians and Jews are all somehow the same. But someone who wants the Bahamas editorial team to be no different from Pegida, Welt, Faz and Elsasser cannot leave it at that. Thomas von der Ostensacken also has to pull something out of his hair in order to lie away the following simple equation. Islamic immigration plus European non-integration policy plus Islam appeasement equals an increase in terror, Islamization, hostility towards Israel. Thomas von der Ostensacken's entire construction stands or falls with the assertion that jihadists in the Middle East, and especially in Syria, who are limited to anti-Semitism, pose a greater threat to Israel and the Jews than in Europe. In view of the fact that IS would hardly be able to do anything against the IDF and that Jews in Europe are regularly targeted by terrorists, this is more than questionable. The greatest threat to Israel comes from Palestinian terrorists and Hezbollah, but their immigration to Europe is not up for debate. What Thomas von der Ostensacken is calling for would essentially amount to the liquidation of the remnants of civic statehood in Europe, whose primary goal must always be the protection of all its citizens, especially the Jewish ones, who have regularly become targets of jihadism in recent years. But this can by no means be reduced to anti-Semitism as a unifying factor. The Jews stand pars pro toto for the unbelievers who must be converted or at least subjugated, as the attacks in Nice and Orlando have emphatically demonstrated. Christians, Atheists, Yazidis, other non-believers, and women suspected of sin are not only at the top of IS's hit list, but are also regularly harassed in European refugee camps. Recognizing the refugee as an individual would also mean making a clear distinction between the persecuted and the cause of flight and not suddenly remaining silent about Islam when talking about refugees. However, the great danger that the increasing Islamization of Europe poses to Israel is only partly due to terrorism, which has found an ideal breeding ground in the toppling of numerous districts in Belgium, France, and Sweden. Rather, the growing importance of Islamic immigrants and their descendants in European societies and their increasing influence, particularly on left-wing parties, is central, which further promotes the Swedishization of European local and foreign policy and the willingness to take an even more openly anti-Israeli stance. The consequences for Europe and Israel reveal the common ground between those who cite the moral depravity of European sovereignty and publicly celebrate the desire for destruction as justification for the necessity of dismantling it, and those who see Israel and the Jews, of all things, as justification for refraining from defending the remnants of the bourgeois state as a prerequisite for a better world. The fact that Thomas von der Ostensacken, who elsewhere rightly criticizes the disastrous influence of a left that tries to delegitimize the necessary security measures to prevent terrorism and the cooperation with Israel required for this, has produced an air number with his idea of Islamic immigration for Israel is shown not least by the fact that Israel has not the slightest interest in this. Contrary to what state-critical ideologues would like, Israel is primarily interested in economic, political, military, and intelligence cooperation with sovereign, preferably Western states that are concerned with the security of their borders and citizens in their own interests. The then Israeli Defense Minister Moshe Yaalon summed up this attitude in his reaction to European security policy. When it comes to security and human rights, the first choice in Europe is always human rights. But this choice no longer exists. From now on, security must come first in order to defend democracy. Because we are all in the same boat when it comes to protecting Western civilization. End quote. Dan Schueften, director of the Center for National Security Studies at the University of Haifa, believes that European policy is a disaster. Quote, "The Europeans are risking their values with the current policy. Of course it sounds good to say, we are so open and accept everyone who wants to come here, but it's certainly not good for Europe." End quote. For all their differences, Israeli politicians like Yaalon and Netanyahu are clear that Israel only has a chance of survival as part of a Western civilization that knows exactly what the rules of the game are for living together and that knows its limits. Obama's disastrous presidency, from the Cairo speech to the nuclear deal, from the withdrawal from Iraq and Afghanistan to the drawing of red lines that meant nothing after all, has helped to suppress the realization, long taken for granted in Israel, that we are dealing with societies in the Arab world that are structurally incapable of positive development and that cannot be overcome, even within a reasonably manageable framework, by military measures. Because it was also an anti-German fantasy that Dan Schueften describes, the Europeans are unrealistic in their assessment of the situation. Their assessment of the revolution in the Arab world clearly showed this. They thought that after the fall of the totalitarian regimes, wonderful democracies would rise from the ruins. But there were disasters everywhere because the Arab societies are not capable of building a democracy. It was a European fantasy. End quote. Obama and the West have made every effort over the past 8 years to do nothing to counter the misery. But it is surprising how little even ideological critics have been able to understand the conclusions to be drawn from the Arab uprising. Re-education and democratization, integration and resistance to Islamization in Europe are failing not only because of the utter failure of Western policy, but also because of the resistance of the counter-movement, the total penetration of Arab societies and their European enclaves by the ideology and ruling practices of Islam. The analysis or even critique of the constitution of the subject trained on Freud and Adorno, the recourse to authoritarian character formation, for example, no longer occurs at all when Middle East experts assert the Arab majority's desire for freedom. Israeli realism, which has to come to terms with the fact that the Arab world will remain a battleground for the various factions of radical Islam in the long term, does not contradict this, but is the source of the unshakable optimism not only of Netanyahu, but of Israeli society as a whole. The prerequisite for Israel's strength in turbulent circumstances is to know exactly what the threat is, and to be able to sovereignly dispose of and decide on the means and measures necessary to defy it. It should come as no surprise that Israeli politicians and security advisors do not expect Europe to solve the plight of the Middle East, especially not by means of migration policy, but would like to see a Europe that adopts its views and policies. Because here too, if the proportion of the Islamic population, especially among the young male population, continues to rise and the proportion of fundamentalists among them cannot be decisively reduced, the only way out will be sovereign state measures, also in Israel's interests. A left in solidarity with Israel, whose greatest concern is to be able to present itself as a radical critic of the state, is extremely ill-prepared for this and is thus promoting, even if contre cœur, a disastrous policy that not only poses a threat in Europe to the particular remnants of freedom and reason that were defended at great sacrifice during the Second World War, but also has serious consequences for Israel, which rightly sees itself as an integral part of European and Western civilization. Israel needs, at least in this respect, enlightened countries that not only abandon the question of Israel and the idea of an ethnically pure Palestinian state, but also understand the danger of Islamization not only against the background of a threat to the Jews and their state, but also to the West as a whole with its established and at the same time massively questioned rules and values, and counter this threat accordingly. The fact that Israeli strength and superiority are never so great that they can be blindly relied upon, but must be maintained by force time and again and require permanent vigilance, should have been clear to everyone in principle. One of the crucial problems, however, is the trust in the defensive measures against the murderers in Gaza, which prevented a timely disarmament. While at the time of the protests at the border fence there was a great deal of understanding for the supposedly miserable situation of the Palestinians in Gaza and their protest at the border fence, even in circles that support Israel, today there can no longer be any doubt not only about why it has to happen, but also about what the purpose of the demonstrations orchestrated by Hamas has always been: to weaken and delegitimize Israel's border security and to spy on its weak points. These marches must be understood as part of the prehistory of October 7th in that it was the supposedly normal civilians and demonstrators, so desperate by their situation, who, as soon as the border fence was breached, infiltrated Israel en masse to torture, torment and massacre Jews. Fantasies of a peaceful march of tens of thousands of people towards the border fence, as they were conjured up at the time in decidedly pro-Israeli media as supposedly being part of these protests, were not only completely disgraced by the events. By questioning the violent border security against so-called civilians, they fell for the propagandistic preparation of the massacre by Hamas and its international allies. Less relevant, on the other hand, are the questions of the operational failure of the Israeli security forces. As with previous surprise attacks, Pearl Harbor, Operation Barbarossa, Yom Kippur, September 11th, etc., there will have been no lack of clues, but rather a lack of understanding or wanting to understand them. How information about the enemy is interpreted depends on the basic assumptions about him, and even if it is important to find out who already knew what and when, and why the right conclusions were not drawn and no concrete countermeasures taken, it is those false assumptions that lead to the information not being interpreted correctly, but in the sense of confirming what one mistakenly thought one knew. The usual apportionment of blame between intelligence services, the military and politicians is also of little relevance. What is more important is that the attack shows how precarious Israel's situation and existence still is, and that it can afford neither mistakes nor weaknesses. In this respect, the main question is about the deadly illusions that made the worst mass murder of Jews since the end of the Second World War possible and were the prerequisite for the operational mistakes to happen. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, it should be noted that the longing of many Israelis for a life in peace and coexistence with the Palestinians, which is the deeper reason for the strategic errors, is expressly not open to criticism. This longing is that of all civilized people. However, to conclude from this either that the same must be possible with the Palestinians, or to assume, trusting in its own strength, that they could have no interest in an open confrontation, is wishful thinking that Israel cannot afford in view of its enemies' will to destroy. The luxury that most Europeans still take for granted today, not having to arm themselves, not militarizing society, not having to do long service and not having to face an unrestrainedly brutalized enemy eye to eye, is something the Israelis should expressly wish for. The fact that this wish has nothing to do with reality can least of all be held against them. This should be directed solely at the Palestinians and their numerous global supporters, including the EU. The overwhelming majority of Israeli society is in any case able and willing to draw the right conclusions, which unfortunately cannot be said of almost all other countries in the world. Those who have prevented Israel from taking the right countermeasures for years should not have limited themselves to condemning the Hamas massacre, which is not a realization but a matter of course. They should radically change their policy towards Iran, Lebanon, and the Palestinians and stand unequivocally on Israel's side. October 7th not only called various political paradigms into question, it destroyed them. First and foremost, one that not only Europeans such as Angela Merkel, Emmanuel Macron, and Barack Obama believed, but also parts of Israeli society: that the Islamic Republic of Iran and its proxies Hamas, Hezbollah, or Houthi could be contained, appeased, or somehow otherwise appeased, even though they not only proclaim that all Jews should be killed, but also do so wherever they have the opportunity. Contrary to what some would have you believe, Hamas was by no means satisfied with consolidating its own power base in Gaza and enriching itself with money from Qatar, Europe, the USA, and the rest of the world. The fact that, after a prolonged phase of relative restraint, it managed to convince considerable sections of the security forces in Israel that it was not currently intent on confrontation was decisive for the murderous success of the attack. Although nothing has changed among the Palestinians since the pogrom in Hebron in 1929, the savage brutality of the Al-Aqsa Intifada should still be fresh in their minds, and Hamas has never made a secret of its intentions. Goods such as water pipes, concrete, and vehicles were delivered. The population in Gaza was supplied with food, water, and electricity, and thousands even had a work permit in Israel, leaving what was supposedly the largest open-air prison in the world, German media every day to spy on the enemy and prepare for the attack. The Yom Kippur War is so significant for Israel because the enemy succeeded in striking first and surprisingly. Military superiority, as demonstrated in the offensive Six-Day War, would deter them, was the mindset that almost led to the catastrophe. After October 7th, it must be seen as a mistake that many Israelis adapted this fatal view again exactly 50 years later under international pressure. At least in retrospect, it should be clear that purely defensive measures such as a not particularly stable, alarm-protected fence, the Iron Dome missile defense system, the detection of tunnels into Israeli territory, and the occasional return of rocket fire cannot be relied upon when you are dealing with people who want to kill every Jew they can find. No technical defense system and no intelligence service is infallible. There will always be days when the manning at the border is weaker than usual due to vacations, Sabbath, other threat situations, etc. The only way to prevent events like the one on October 7th would have been to have no illusions about Hamas and its goals even during a relative hudna and, for example, to liquidate the fighters who were training to storm a kibbutz on the other side of the border under the eyes of the Israelis using a homemade model during such training sessions or the regular military parades before they could even carry out their murderous work. The very expensive Iron Dome defense system in particular has played an extremely ambivalent role in Israeli military strategy. On the one hand, many lives have been saved and major damage to Israel caused by the constant rocket fire from Gaza has been avoided. However, just a few years after its implementation, comparisons were drawn in the Israeli security debate with the Maginot Line on the Suez Canal, which was useless in the Second World War, and the Bar Mev Line on the Suez Canal, which was more of a burden in the Yom Kippur War. These fortifications not only meant that the means of offensive warfare were neglected, as they placed an extraordinary burden on the military budget. Above all, they created a sense of security that did not correspond to the real situation. The surprise attack through the Ardennes and the extensive bypassing of the fortifications meant that the French army had to capitulate within 46 days in 1940. For former Israeli General Meir Finkel, the question of whether the Iron Dome could be the Israeli Maginot Line arose as early as 2015. Quote, "All the shortcomings of the Maginot Line, astronomical costs at the expense of offensive resources, the creation of false security, and the atrophy of the army's offensive thinking, could also occur within the framework of Iron Dome." End quote. One of the most obvious points to which this applies is Israel's vulnerability to blackmail in terms of supplies and ammunition, which even in the current emergency situation does not allow the country to carry out the necessary military measures without support from the USA. After the Second Gulf War in 1991 at the latest, when Saddam Hussein fired Scud missiles at Israel, against which the Patriot defense missiles supplied only against massive resistance from the German peace movement proved to be useless, it was clear that Israel had to develop its own defense against missiles, especially those with a long range. The Iron Dome system is only one component of Israel's missile defense, which serves to protect against short-range missiles. And as useful, important, and, given the wider threat posed by Iran and Hezbollah, which has by far the largest non-state missile arsenal in the world, a sophisticated missile defense has helped to undermine the core elements of Israel's military strategy. These were based on deterrence, early detection of enemy movements, and a robust approach to victory on the battlefield. Iron Dome in the previous confrontations with Gaza meant that Israel was satisfied with destroying a few rocket positions of Hamas and other groups and reducing the rocket attacks to a tolerable level. In fact, there have been no decisive military actions against Hezbollah since the 2006 war. Both Hamas and Hezbollah have been able to use this time to fill their arsenals, expand their positions, recruit fighters, and consolidate their rule in Gaza and Lebanon. This has created a situation in which life is no longer possible in the parts of Israel that the Iron Dome was supposed to protect. This applies not only to the towns, villages, and kibbutzim in the immediate vicinity of Gaza, but also to the towns in northern Israel in the immediate vicinity of the heavily armed Hezbollah, whose threat to invade the Galilee can no longer be dismissed as mere talk. October 7th rendered these defensive strategies largely obsolete, and a war cabinet had to be convened with the participation of opposition leader and former IDF General Gantz, which, with the approval of the broad majority of Israelis, declared the destruction of Hamas to be the objective of the war, thus correcting the misjudgment of the previous Gaza wars. These had also come about under pressure from the world public, out of diplomatic consideration for European and, above all, informally allied states in the region living in peace with Israel, Egypt, and Jordan, and the countries from Morocco to Bahrain that had joined them as a result of the Abraham Accords. However, mainly due to a lack of backing from the USA under Obama and to pacify the anti-Semites in the UN and worldwide, Israel had concluded ceasefires despite massive rocket attacks, without having even begun to seriously disarm Hamas. Prime Minister Netanyahu bears domestic political responsibility for this, even if opposition members in his own country, but above all the world in its hatred of Israel, have pushed him to do so. However, it is also true that his job is one of the most difficult political posts in the world, and that the attempt to reconcile the often extreme domestic political disputes and the various demands of different coalition partners in a heterogeneous country would have catapulted any other politician out of office after a short time. In addition, Israel is under international scrutiny like no other country and is condemned at the UN for every wrong step taken by a soldier, with practically the entire EU agreeing or abstaining. Israel's prioritization of diplomacy and reconciliation, its restraint in the use of military means, which have been the two main pillars of its security policy towards Gaza since 2005, have objectively failed. Those who suddenly emphasized Israel's right to self-defense after October 7th, before realizing a few days later that Israel should not exaggerate either, should have realized instead that in a small country that, contrary to what anti-Semites believe, is not omnipotent, this must include forward defense, preemptive strikes, targeted elimination of the enemy before it becomes too strong. This is precisely why the considerable potential for destruction that has been amassed in Gaza after almost 20 years of Palestinian self-government, not least thanks to active support from Iran and Qatar, but also from Europe and the USA, must now be smashed. It can be assumed that, at least in Israeli government and security circles, it was known who the Palestinians were and what their goals were. Nevertheless, the primary diplomatic goal was rather to use gestures of goodwill to convince the world public, or at least interlocutors at international conferences, that Israel was not the aggressor, which also made it possible to achieve significant successes such as the Abraham Accords, the viability of which has yet to be proven in the course of the Gaza war. The peace agreements that Israel concluded with the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and later with Sudan and Morocco under the mediation of the Trump administration and with the approval of Saudi Arabia, which supplemented the existing peace agreements in cooperation with Egypt and Jordan, were underestimated in Europe in terms of their significance for the region. Even though Trump and his administration deserve credit for actively promoting the agreements, the rapprochement between Israel and the Saudis took place under the Obama presidency and under pressure from the Iran deal. As the Obama administration had no idea about the Middle East and believed that rapprochement with the enemies of the USA and its most important allies in the region would bring peace, the states threatened by Iran's hegemonic ambitions moved closer together. The nuclear agreement with Iran and the associated easing of sanctions, as well as the release of frozen foreign finances, resulted in billions and billions flowing to the Assad regime, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthi rebels in Yemen, who attacked Saudi Arabia and the regime it supported from there. The prospect of an Iran that de facto controlled Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, and the Palestinian territories was a horror not only for Israelis and Saudis, but also for Egypt, Jordan, Bahrain, and the United Arab Emirates. It was not least this disastrous U.S. policy that led to the bloody Syrian civil war with hundreds of thousands of deaths and over 6 million refugees, because the Arab states also supported the Islamist rebels in Syria in order to weaken the Assad regime, which was allied with Iran. The absence of the USA as a hegemonic power and the promotion of Iran had such catastrophic consequences that it led those Arab states that were primarily interested in maintaining power, stability, and good business to side with the only state that was still resolutely opposed to Iranian expansion. The fact that the Abraham Accords are based on common interests against the Iranian quest for hegemony in the Middle East, and that they are primarily concerned with financial, technological, and economic interests, is by no means a disadvantage. Relations based on an external threat may well prove to be stable. Nevertheless, it must be noted that the Abraham Accords, like the peace with Egypt and above all Jordan, are by no means based on the sympathy of the respective populations with Israel, which is why it was to be expected that Iran would attack precisely this weak point in the Arab-Israeli rapprochement. The regime was probably encouraged by the fact that the anti-Iran Trump administration was followed by one under Biden, which wanted to resume Obama's nuclear deal and showed no interest in extending the Abraham Accords initiated by the hated Trump administration. From the outset, only Hamas came into question for this job, as an attack by the Shia militia Hezbollah, for example, which is ideologically indistinguishable from the Iranian regime and its revolutionary guards, would have been extremely unlikely to arouse sympathy among the Sunni populations of the region, and Hezbollah is much more important to Iran due to its participation in the government in Lebanon and its role in Syria. Moreover, and the immediate deployment of a U.S. aircraft carrier off the Lebanese coast has sent this signal. An attack by Hezbollah could result in U.S. military action in Lebanon and Syria and ultimately against the Iranian regime. Only the military devastation of the Gaza Strip with many deaths was suitable for inciting the Islamic public, which promoted a new edition of the fairy tale of the child murderer Israel in solidarity with Hamas not only among Sunnis worldwide, but also among other enemies of Israel. The Abraham Accords, which at least called into question the long-standing premise of Israeli-Palestinian peace as a condition for Israeli-Arab peace, threatened to make the Palestinian question unimportant in global politics, and only a bloody war could put Hamas back on the agenda. Its leaders knew that the anti-Semitic international community, including the UN and the majority of the EU, would question the Israeli response to a massacre of Jews the second there were more dead Palestinians than Jews. The Iranian regime was obviously prepared to accept the destruction of Hamas for this, as there can be no doubt that Tehran and its ally Qatar, where Ismail Haniyeh, the leader of Hamas, resides in a luxury hotel, were instrumental in the preparations for October 7th, even if the USA does not yet want to admit this publicly. Should Iran and Hezbollah open a second front, or should this have been the original plan, this would, in view of the U.S. aircraft carrier on the ground and the determined action of the IDF in Gaza, currently entail the considerable risk of the war reaching not only Beirut but also Tehran, and despite all the messianic rhetoric, the Iranian regime has always shied away from existential risks for almost 45 years now. The Biden administration, which often appears hesitant and weak and does not do everything it can to support Israel and Ukraine unconditionally, is at least doing enough with this signal of deterrence to Hezbollah and Iran to prevent the total victory of the enemies of the West. This is more than one could have feared in view of an administration that largely corresponds to the two Obama administrations in terms of personnel. That the same people who engineered the fatal Iran deal under Obama are in a position to completely revise this policy and, now that the means of dialogue have so obviously failed once and for all, are finally actively working towards overthrowing the Mullah regime, can be confidently doubted until proven otherwise. However, it is now more true than ever that for there to be a more peaceful and better future in the Middle East, Hamas must be destroyed, Lebanon must be liberated from Hezbollah, and Iran from the Mullah regime. Without Israel's supposed allies, i.e. the Europeans and the USA under Obama and Biden, who not only contributed nothing to this, but also diplomatically upgraded Iran and Qatar and provided them with billions to finance war and terror throughout the Middle East, the massacre of October 7th would not have been possible. In addition to the threat posed by Iran, there is a second reason why many regimes in the Arab world should secretly be hoping for an Israeli victory in the Gaza war. It is the same reason for which they have condemned the Jewish state since the beginning of the military offensive, namely the fact that the majority in most Sunni states, for example the elections in Turkey or those in Egypt after the fall of Mubarak, are behind one or other version of the Muslim Brotherhood and therefore naturally also behind Hamas. The more successful Hamas is, the more impetus it gives to the domestic opponents of the regimes that have openly or de facto concluded a peace treaty with Israel, whereas the total defeat and destruction of Gaza would cause outrage on the streets, but would not fail to have a deterrent effect. Islamists, like other authoritarian characters, always want to be on the side of the victors, which is why October 7th has given them a huge boost, which only a crushing defeat of Hamas could slow down to some extent. The regimes can only prevail if the war devastates Gaza to such an extent that the Muslim Brotherhood's agenda appears dangerous to most Arabs and, at the same time, cooperation with Israel and the USA yields something economically that they could possibly use to score points against the Islamists and perhaps even implement social reforms. However, the approach of merely relying on an economic upswing against Islamic ideology has its limits where there is no military power in sight to suppress the actual and potential jihadists, such as in Gaza, Syria, Yemen, and all other Sunni states without a functional central authority. The idea that Hamas will moderate itself when it has to bear responsibility for around 2 million people, their living conditions and their future, was crazy from the outset. Such a technocratic economist approach, which relies on the fact that people generally respond to financial incentives, that those who work in Israel will not cut off the hand that feeds them, is based on an image of humanity that fails to recognize the degree of barbarization of the Arab world and in particular of the murderous collective in Gaza and the West Bank. And this is not despite, but because everything is so obvious. The permanence with which Abbas denies the Holocaust or engages in anti-Semitic racial studies, the way in which children are indoctrinated to hate Jews and trained to commit mass murder in schools named after particularly successful murderers of Jews, the clarity with which Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran constantly call for the destruction of Israel, are all underestimated precisely because this takes place in public. To deal in detail with these repulsive human stumps, their words and, above all, their deeds such as those committed on October 7th, triggers more disgust than reasonably sensible people can cope with. In phases of relative calm, there is therefore always the temptation to dismiss the hatred as mere talk or to reassure oneself that even the greatest Jew haters could have no interest in their own destruction. This humanization of inhumanity, this trivialization of evil, which constantly echoes from all media as understanding for the supposedly desperate situation in Gaza, of which nothing was to be seen on October 7th, must fail to recognize the sadistic antisemitism of the Palestinian jihadist collective. Anyone who talks about a solution to the conflict or even a two-state solution against this backdrop must be an out-and-out European. Even if they have been marginalized since October 7th, Europeans also exist in Israel and among internationally known Jewish intellectuals, especially those who work at or collaborate with North American universities. The prehistory of the Gaza war also includes the bitter dispute over the judicial reforms sought by the Netanyahu government, which is largely based on right-wing and religious parties. Although the political issue at stake is certainly relevant, it was conducted by both sides in a way that seems strange in retrospect against the backdrop of the massacre. The question of how the powers of Parliament and the Supreme Court are delineated against each other, whether and if so in which legal decisions the highest judges have the final say, is one that could easily be resolved through political compromise and not one that is about preserving democracy or abolishing the rule of law, as claimed by the respective sides. The mass protests, especially in Tel Aviv, in which the Israeli government was portrayed as the main enemy and which even included calls for conscientious objection, are unlikely to have helped Israel to appear united and ready to defend itself in Tehran, Beirut, or Gaza. The reactions of Israeli society after October 7th and the fact that Gantz and Netanyahu were immediately able to form a war cabinet together, incidentally to the exclusion of the right-wing parties in Netanyahu's government, clearly show that the two are much closer on the relevant political issues in which they represent the broad majority of the population than parts of their respective alliance partners in the fight for judicial reform. It is no coincidence that former General Gantz has gained massive popularity through his decision to join the government at the expense of Netanyahu and the outspoken Lapid, who has attracted negative attention in the past as the mouthpiece of liberal America. On August 4, 2023, a short petition entitled "The Elephant in the Room" was published, which was signed by almost 3,000 Jewish academics from all over the world, including notorious anti-Zionists such as Susan Neiman, known in Germany as a supporter of A. Dirk Moses, as well as renowned figures such as Dan Diner, Benny Morris, Saul Friedlander, and Omer Bartov. Using the metaphor common in English and Russian, they criticized the fact that the protests were not talking about the obvious topic, the Israeli occupation. In doing so, they did not hesitate to speak of apartheid and, in reference to the supremacy of the white race, propagated by the Ku Klux Klan and other anti-Semites in the USA, of Jewish supremacy in Israel. However, since the vast majority of supporters of the most important opposition leaders at the time, Gantz and Lapid, did not share the view of the signatories, it was precisely this extensive refraining from mentioning the peace process, the two-state solution, or similar nonsense that was decisive for the success of the protests against the judicial reform. The restraint or suppression of moderate to rabidly anti-Zionist groups was the prerequisite for mobilizing such broad sections of liberal secular Israel, with the Israeli national flag as the most important symbol, beyond the usual suspects such as the Meretz Party or breaking the silence in B'Tselem, for the protests against the Netanyahu government. That this was not just a tactic was shown by the fact that the organizers of the protests stopped them immediately on October 7th and used their infrastructure to support the Israeli government. The last two governments that were formed in Israel before the outbreak of the Gaza war, one including the Arab Arayam Party and the left-wing Meretz, the other including all religious parties and the radical right around Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, proved to be unsuitable to adequately represent Israeli society and Zionism. It should be added that Zionism has always consisted of a national religious and a secular wing, between which, in view of the horrors of Hamas, no piece of paper fits. The fact that Israeli society therefore appeared to be much more divided than it turned out to be after October 7th may also have contributed to the terrorist attack. The political failure that led to October 7th and the imminent end of the Netanyahu era as a result could open up space for political constellations that are better able to represent the majority of Israelis, and that can tackle the tasks that need to be tackled together without providing Israel critics at home and abroad with the beloved enemy image of a right-wing extremist religious government. Smashing Hamas, finally abandoning the idea of a two-state solution and annexing the settlement blocks, cleansing at least southern Lebanon of Hezbollah, weakening the Iranian regime in cooperation with those Arab states that share this interest. To their eternal shame, the authors did not secretly delete their petition after October 7th. Rather, Omer Bartov and Shira Klein followed up with a second one, which was even more perfidious than the first and which was only signed by around a third, i.e. a good 1,000 Jewish academics. While Susan Neiman was of course one of the first signatories, Diner, Morris and Friedlander were absent this time, without it being known that they had withdrawn their signatures from the first petition. The core demands this time were firstly to release the Hamas hostages by exchanging them for murderers in Israeli prisons, secondly to refrain from retaliation in Gaza, as one massacre does not justify a second, thirdly an immediate end to apartheid and the occupation of the West Bank and the siege of the Gaza Strip, and fourthly an appeal to the USA, Israel and the international community to work towards true peace between Israel and the Palestinians. There is no mention of anti-Semitism at American universities, which for the authors of these lines is presumably a legitimate protest against the oppressive Israeli state, or of Israel's right to self-defense, which was rather decidedly denied by equating a war against Hamas with the massacres of October 7th. But even Dan Diner went one better in the FAZ of October 25th and, of all the things that could come to mind 18 days after the most devastating massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, the specific character of which he, unlike Bartov and Klein, explicitly emphasized called for the revival of the two-state solution. For him, the reason for Hamas' success was that the Israeli government found Hamas more convenient than Fatah, which was willing to compromise. It is as if he did not know that Abbas has been acting as a kind of mayor of Ramallah by Israel's grace for years, who practically always spouts anti-Semitic incitement at official events, even in the presence of a silent German chancellor, and who is in the 20th year of his 4-year term of office for good reason, because he could no longer win an election. In fact, contrary to what Diner says, not all attempts to circumvent the Palestinians have vanished into thin air, but the paradigms of the Oslo process and the two-state solution, which were based on the assumption that the Palestinians would give up or reduce their hatred of Israel and the Jews if they were unilaterally accommodated and concessions made. The lasting result of the failed Oslo process was the Second Intifada with its bestial massacres and terrible suicide attacks, the murderous success of which is still presented to Palestinian children as a shining example today and shapes not only the murderers of October 7th, but the Palestinians as a whole. The fact that Ehud Olmert's last offer in 2008 to hand over East Jerusalem and over 90% of the West Bank to the Palestinians was rejected was over 15 years ago. To carry this nonsense, which has been completely obsolete for decades and not just since October 7th, into the anti-Israeli German press or to an academic public is a sad testimony to the extent to which even Jewish academics who have written important works on the Holocaust, genocide research, Arab anti-Semitism, etc., have conformed to an academic establishment, whether out of conviction or, worse still, out of opportunism, the state of which one can get an idea of since October 7th at Harvard, Stanford, Columbia, and elsewhere. It resembles that of German universities in the years before 1933. The liberal illusion of the end of history, of capitalism and Western democracy as the best of all worlds, has been shattered. It has happened and it can happen again. Universities are once again acting as breeding grounds for anti-Semitism. Murderers of Jews are roaming the streets and openly displaying their attitudes, and Jews are being hunted from North America to Dagestan. There is no place for Israel in the world imagined by the representatives of a world interior policy. The genocide researchers, the experts on international law, and other secularists who believe in the Declaration of Human Rights instead of the Ten Commandments. When Jewish academics and left liberal America call for a ceasefire, a two-state solution and the protection of innocent civilians from the Israeli army after just a few weeks of war, it shows where the journey is heading. At the same time, the office of leader of the free world is held by an old man who barely has the strength left to read a speech from a teleprompter and whose mental state is open to considerable doubt. Even if Biden, who was first elected to the Senate when the U.S. president was Richard Nixon, representing the old Democratic Party that stood by Israel, wants to do the right thing in this situation, he can obviously hardly get it through. He has already fallen behind Donald Trump in the polls, and parts of the anti-Semitic left wing of the party are threatening to stay away from the 2024 presidential election. America, represented by a decrepit man, is so war-weary in large parts that today, like a true European, it is only prepared to support the wars of its allies, to which it does not have to send a single soldier, for a few weeks before loudly calling for negotiations and peace. As this attitude is gaining ground in the USA, and politicians and mouthpieces of the right are also massively questioning aid for Israel and Ukraine under the Trump slogan America First, Israel, which can rely on Europe even less than Ukraine, must be prepared to wage the war against its enemies alone and possibly under massive pressure, including from the USA. This bleak but real prospect is currently only mitigated by the fact that President Biden and his administration have clearly positioned themselves in both wars, at least verbally, and therefore their political fate also depends on the success of the two allies on the battlefield. However, it is highly doubtful that the old white man Biden will be able to withstand the pressure from his party even if the war against Gaza and possibly Lebanon enters the decisive phase and the number of casualties increases significantly. On the other hand, the only hope remains in Israel itself, which in its reaction to the massacre on October 7th has shown itself as one would expect from a country that has not the slightest doubt about its purpose, its history, and its mission. The incredible morality of the Israelis is not based on moralism, but on the morality of the State of Israel as the homeland of the Jews. The vast majority of the Israeli population, but also the Jewish diaspora, realize that they can no more give a damn about those who are called liberal, woke, etc. today than they can about Europeans who do not understand what happened before their eyes on October 7th and do not want to see the parallel to their history. The willingness to volunteer for the army and to defy the existential threat to Israel that October 7th poses, especially if the perpetrators and those behind it are not brought to justice and finally eliminated, and a repetition on a larger scale can be expected at any time on the border to Gaza, in northern Israel, or even in Jerusalem, even exceeded the expectations of politicians and the army. Even if Israel is once again quite alone in its ongoing struggle for existence, the country has enormous strength, which is fed by the fact that, unlike Europeans and an increasing number of Americans, it still knows exactly why and for what it is worth fighting. On April 7th, Luciane D. and her daughters were on a family trip to Tiberias on the Sea of Galilee when they were ambushed near the Israeli settlement of Hamra. During the attack in the northern Jordan Valley, Palestinian terrorists shot at her car with a Kalashnikov, causing it to break down on the shoulder of the highway. The terrorists then opened fire again, killing the two sisters, aged 20 and 15, and critically injuring their mother. The father of the family, Rabbi Leo D., was traveling in a separate car with his other children. He turned back after the attack and was there when paramedics arrived to treat his family. "You dreamed of traveling the world. Now you're traveling to heaven," Rabbi D. said at his daughter's funeral. "How am I supposed to explain to Lucy what happened when she wakes up from her coma?" he added. While Lucy D. was still in a critical condition in hospital, he no longer had to explain anything to her. She also died of her serious injuries 3 days after the terrorist attack. The case also attracted at least some international attention because the D family are British-Israeli dual nationals who had only moved from London to Efrat in Judea in 2014. CNN presenter Christiane Amanpour's comment that the 3 Ds were killed in a shootout was prototypical of how the international press deals with violence against Jews. She had to apologize to the family of the victims for this, but Rabbi D rightly rejected this as dishonest due to CNN's overall reporting. The case drastically shows how Jewish victims of devious murder attacks are transformed into combatants, especially when it comes to so-called settlers, whose sinister intentions are always well known in Western newsrooms. The fact that the vast majority of them are normal Israeli families like that of Rabbi Leo D. and his murdered wife Luciane must not even be mentioned for the life of the world. Above all, so-called settlers are thought to know that their mere existence in occupied Judea and Samaria violates international law, in order to portray them as legitimate targets of hostilities even when they are women and children on a family trip to the Galilee. On May 4th, during a raid in Nablus in the Palestinian Autonomous Territories, Israeli security forces killed the 3 members of Harnaz who had planned and committed the assassination. The Qassam Brigades, a Hamas armed group, claimed responsibility for the attack. As of the beginning of October, a total of 34 Israelis had been murdered by terrorists in 2023 alone. On average, there were around 200 terrorist attacks per month in Judea and Samaria alone in the first few months of the year, most of which involved pipe bombs, firebombs, Molotov cocktails, knives, and other small weapons. This violence has been a daily occurrence for years. In addition, drivers are regularly pelted with stones, endangered by boulders rolled onto the road and burning car tires, or attacked by deliberately reckless driving, forced off the road or into oncoming traffic. As nothing has improved since the murder of Luciane D. and her daughters, former soldiers offer driver safety training courses in which survival in the event of a terrorist attack is practiced. The danger is a daily occurrence, and it is to be expected that the 20 or so terrorist organizations operating in the Palestinian-administered territories will continue to operate unchallenged as long as they do not threaten Mahmoud Abbas and his headquarters in Ramallah. Until then, the president of the Palestinian Authority, who at least officially has around 30,000 security forces under his command, refuses to take action against the various armed groups. This also became clear on the open stage when the security plan drawn up by U.S. President Biden at the beginning of the year, which envisaged a special Palestinian unit trained in Jordan to ensure order, particularly in the north of the autonomous territories with the cities of Jenin and Nablus strongholds of terrorism, was completely rejected by Abbas. While the USA and the Europeans cling to the delusional idea of wanting to establish Fatah and the Palestinian Authority as a factor of order and a framework for a future Palestinian state, Abbas makes it clear at every opportunity that he is not only unwilling but also incapable of doing so. It is not only he himself who fuels, finances, and supports hatred of Jews and terror against Israel. His influence on the gangs of murderers in Jenin and Nablus is also, to put it mildly, manageable. Even if he wanted to do what the EU and the US have imagined in their fantasies, he would not be able to do anything against Hamas and other terrorist groups that have the full backing of the population in the West Bank. A survey published on November 14 by the Arab World for Research and Development Institute, which is affiliated with the Palestinian Birzeit University, found that 75% of Palestinians surveyed supported the massacre of October 7, of which almost 60% fully supported it. A further 11% did not want to decide, and only just under 13% were against it. However reliable such figures may be and however precise the surveyors may be with the methods of empirical social research, these results are consistent with the finding that there is nothing in the Palestinian population that is even remotely comparable to the opposition in Iran, for example. Significantly, approval of the massacre in Gaza, where many people had already felt the consequences in mid-November, is lower than in the West Bank, where more than 80% of people approve of the massacre. Various Palestinian organizations are viewed accordingly. While the Qassam Brigades, the Islamic Jihad, the Al-Aqsa Brigades, and Hamas are rated very or mostly positively by the overwhelming majority, in each case more positively by Palestinians in the West Bank than by Palestinians in Gaza, Fatah fails completely with over 70% and the Palestinian Authority even with over 80% negative ratings. What at least remotely resembles statehood in the Palestinian territories, such as a president who regularly talks nonsense in the presence of international dignitaries, corrupt authorities, security officials who could at least theoretically provide a little security and order, is hated by the Palestinians, while the Jew-killing terror gangs can hardly save themselves from approval. It is almost superfluous to mention that all respondents reject Israel. The statements of all representatives and supporters of the Palestinian cause prove anew every day that the conflict has not only been about the settlement and occupation of the entire area, from the river to the sea, since the Hamas attack. It would therefore be an existential threat for Israel to give up control of Judea and Samaria and thus allow terrorists to spread and arm themselves in areas that are in the immediate vicinity not only of a music festival and a number of villages and kibbutzim, but also of Israeli population centers. This circumstance could easily lead to tens or even hundreds of deaths in a terrorist attack along the lines of October 7. There is certainly no shortage of murderousness and sadism, as illustrated by an incident on November 24 in Tulkarm, a town under Palestinian Authority immediate on the border with Israel, which is only about 20 kilometers from the coastal town of Netanya. Unable to apprehend any Jews, members of an armed Palestinian group murdered 2 men accused of collaborating with Israel. Residents of the town beat and trampled on the bodies after the 2 were shot in the street. Videos show hundreds of Palestinians flocking to the scene, gawking and filming with their cell phones as men try to hang the mutilated bodies from an electricity pole. As this apparently proved too difficult, the bodies were thrown over the walls of an LTN school, with their feet tied to a wire mesh fence. If you realize what a barbaric murder collective you are dealing with when talking about Palestinian society in the West Bank, the number of 34 terrorist deaths from January to September 2023 seems almost small. This is solely due to the fact that Israel has never completely withdrawn from the West Bank. The Oslo Accords provided for a division into 3 categories: Areas A, B, and C. The A areas, just under 20% of the territory, are controlled by the Palestinian Authority, at least on paper, and consist of the larger cities where most Palestinians live. The B areas, a good 20% of the territory, consist mainly of rural communities and villages. Here, Palestinians have administrative control and Israelis have security control. The sea area, about 60% of the area, is completely under Israeli rule and consists of sparsely populated rural areas, a few Palestinian villages and all Israeli settlements. As the sea areas include the security-relevant Jordan Valley in particular and separate the Palestinian autonomous areas from one another, terrorists cannot move around undisturbed. Although the smuggling of weapons, such as to gays, cannot be completely prevented, it can at least be made considerably more difficult. In addition, the Israeli army stationed in the sea areas can react quickly and also carry out operations in the A areas, such as the one to eliminate the murderers of Lucy D. and her daughters. What is certain is that it is only thanks to this occupation that a second Gaza Strip has not emerged in the West Bank. The critics of Israel of various stripes differ from the annihilation anti-Semites who shout from the river to the sea, essentially in that they are supporters of the theory that there is such a thing as a moderate Fatah and a peace partner called the Palestinian Authority, with which one must work towards a two-state solution within the 1967 borders, meaning the 1949 armistice lines, where the Arab army's attempt to annihilate the Jews was fortunately halted. Since most of them are not interested in the real Palestinians and the extermination collective they have formed, but willfully ignore it in the name of talk of peace. If they ignore the Palestinians' desire for reconciliation and understanding, they are always forced to blame the Jews for the failure of their wishful thinking. A popular plot is to turn the general and security politician Rabin, who only shook hands with the terrorist Arafat with visible reluctance, into a naive peace politician who also murdered the peace process. The main reason why many Israelis supported the controversial Oslo Accords at the time was that they would have loved to get rid of the Palestinians. If it had been possible to turn the terrorists Arafat and Abbas into military dictators like in Egypt or monarchs like in Jordan, with the result that they would have suppressed the terrorists in their own ranks as brutally as the military does in both countries, then an independent Palestinian state that could exist in this way, at least outwardly in a reasonably peaceful manner, would have been a massive relief for Israel. However, since the Oslo process failed and the Palestinians have no interest in building a state, but only in destroying the state and annihilating the Jews, there is still no sign of a state far and wide. Without Israeli support for the Palestinian Authority, even its pseudo-structures would have been destroyed long ago, as in the Gaza Strip. The two-state solution, which was never a solution, but only a compromise that was always rejected by the Arabs, can no longer play a role because the Palestinians have proven themselves to be completely incapable of nation building over the past 30 years. So even if the land were divided and further sovereignty rights were transferred to the Palestinians, this would not change the fact that there is only one state in the entire area. If we look at the so-called criticism of Israel as it is usually found in Western countries, we can distinguish between two basic lines of attack. One assumes that even Zionism, the idea of a return to Eretz Israel, the flight from anti-Semitism and National Socialism from Europe, as well as the immigration of Holocaust survivors and Arab Jews until the founding of the state, was wrong. For them, the land from the river to the sea belongs to the supposedly autochthonous Arabs who were displaced by vicious Jewish colonists and robbed of their homeland in the course of the Nakba. This current is particularly prevalent at North American universities, where groups such as Black Lives Matter openly show solidarity with Hamas and view their actions as legitimate resistance against the Jewish colonists and oppressors. Their anti-Semitism is fed by anti-Western resentment, especially anti-Americanism. Here, the Jews who set out for the Holy Land are equated very crudely and without any interest in historical particularities with the pioneers of the development of North America, who are seen merely as slave owners and oppressors of blacks and natives. The other school of thought, which uses the jargon of human rights rather than post-colonialism, recognizes the right of the Jews to their own state in principle, but advocates the two-state solution and regards the Jewish presence beyond the 1949 armistice line as illegal, a provocation, and a major, if not the greatest, obstacle to peace. Both of these two, fluidly merging lines of attack can always agree on the enemy image par excellence, which is presented worldwide in the media when it comes to patching up Israeli victims of Palestinian murderers and claiming an equivalence between the State of Israel and anti-Semitic terror gangs just a few days after an unprecedented massacre of Jewish settlers. For this enemy image, it is irrelevant that two completely different population groups should actually be defined as settlers, with the post-colonial current having the more plausible definition. Even if it is true that Jews have always lived in the land and formed the clear majority of Jerusalem's population in 1850, it must be considered indisputable that it was the immigration of Jews, who settled, colonized, and reclaimed the land, that created the basis for the State of Israel. When friends of Israel insist, with good intentions, that Jews have been indigenous to Israel for thousands of years, this misses the point, mainly because it goes far too far towards the post-colonial madness that colonization of a region is a bad thing. The reason why anti-Americanism and anti-Zionism mean the same thing today lies in the similarities to be emphasized between American and Israeli state building, which absolutely includes emphasizing the importance of settlers, colonists, and pioneers for the history of human progress. Propaganda pieces such as the 1619 Project and movements such as Black Lives Matter, whose local Chicago offshoot proudly distributed a paraglider with a Palestinian flag via social networks after October 7th, make the unity of anti-Americanism and anti-Zionism particularly clear. For them, people who, despite all the associated adversities, went to America in order to be able to live there more freely, according to their ideas and their religion, and to this end built new, more democratic, better human communities, from which the United States then emerged, are only relevant because they exploited others, kept slaves, and displaced the indigenous population. Considering the enormous progress that the United States represented, one can only be glad that the pioneers and founding fathers were not progressives in the modern sense, but committed to progress. The fact that the United States and Israel share a special relationship is the reason why anti-Americans in the US celebrate Hamas as a liberation movement. However, this is not due to the geostrategic considerations that are so popular with long-distance fanatics. Rather, Americans quite rightly recognize their own history in the efforts of the first Zionists to return to the Promised Land and create new communities there in which they could live according to their own religious beliefs and from which an independent state emerged in emancipation from the British colonial power. Even if the relationship of the Jews to the land has always existed, and even before the beginning of Zionist immigration there were small Jewish communities and a few somewhat larger ones such as in Jerusalem, this is insignificant compared to the impressive achievement of often bitterly poor Jewish refugees, survivors of the Holocaust or pogroms in Eastern Europe and targeted expulsion from the Arab world, who arrived there with little more than the clothes on their backs. Despite poverty and sometimes miserable, difficult conditions, despite heat, drought, war, and terror, they went to work and created a better life for themselves and their children, grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and a future for the Jews who had almost been wiped out a short time before. It is this achievement, which borders on the miraculous, that impresses an American from the outset, at least if he has not been given the writings of Edward Said, Judith Butler, Frantz Fanon, or similar intellectual murder burners at an elite university in the humanities. The original settlement, the immigration of Jews from all over the world, and the creation of the State of Israel in the sense of the heraldic saying E pluribus unum in the Great Seal of the United States characterize the country today, and not the fact that Jews have always lived in Jerusalem without interruption. The radical enemies of Israel, for whom the injustice already exists in the original settlement, are more honest in that they apply to Israel what is generally considered progressive today. Anti-racism and anti-colonialism are based on the strange idea that there is such a thing as an indigenous population that is always in the right, whereas external forces embody evil, especially when they introduce impositions such as trade, progress, modernity, capitalism, and general social change into previously supposedly harmonious indigenous communities. This assumption is only seemingly in sharp contrast to the cosmopolitanism that is otherwise often preached. For in the case of Israel, this only means what anti-colonial lumpen intellectuals imagine it to mean: a Jew-pure Arab state and a non-Jewish state flooded with Arab refugees, in which women, homosexuals, and free spirits of all kinds would be oppressed and murdered. Cosmopolitanism means that everyone is allowed to live in the West and that the less Western they are, the more they enrich life there. However, every Jew, North American or European who sets foot elsewhere is an occupier and colonizer who maltreats the peaceful, authentic peoples. The less compatible they are with modern civilization and the demands of the global economy, the more their characteristics must be respected and preserved. This is precisely where the cosmopolitans are in complete agreement with the militant Arab anti-Semites, whose hatred of Jews was not an import from Europe, Nazi Germany, etc., but must be understood as a rational resistance to the establishment of something like a modern, civilized, secularized society. Among the claims that are so false that not even the opposite is true is the one that poverty and misery in the Palestinian and Arab world are to blame for anti-Semitism and fuel the conflict. With the beginning of Zionist immigration to Palestine, which was then Turkish and more anachronistically administered than governed, what could be called a Western capitalist mindset took hold there. In this respect, Arab anti-Semitism was not exported from Europe to the Arab world or even to Palestine, but was fed by the inferiority complex resulting from the experience that the Zionists living there at the end of the 19th and beginning of the 20th century became more prosperous due to their education, their culture, their attitude to life, because they were better adapted to the demands of modernity. The driving force behind anti-Semitism has always been envy, which insinuated that the Jews' success was based on unfair means, on their secret domination of institutions, governments, and, of course, money and interest. This was drastically reinforced by the defeat of the Turks in the First World War, during which the Jewish population of the Holy Land was massively harassed and only escaped the fate of the Armenians through fortunate circumstances, and of course by the British occupation that followed Ottoman rule. This period is central to the emergence of the conflict and its insolubility, not least because only the combination of Zionism and a modern British administration made it possible for the country to develop, which had been hampered under the Turks. Jewish immigration increased, people began to build something there in the confidence of a certain legal security, which in turn attracted more people who found work or wanted to do business. Many of those who are often mistakenly regarded today as some kind of Palestinian indigenous people have ancestors who settled in the British Mandate territory at precisely that time. For many Arabs, the British Mandate period and Jewish immigration were associated with considerable advantages. However, the fact that they owed these not to their great master race as the Urvok of the Quran, but to perfidious British and haggling Jews, aroused the resentment that still makes the necessary social modernization impossible today. In this respect, anti-colonialism is merely the contemporary expression of Arab antisemitism. What both have in common is the refusal to grow up and any responsibility for one's own actions, as expressed in the works of the pro-Palestinian street art producer Banksy, for example. These satisfy the need for childhood, for smearing walls, painting banners, leaving traces, and, above all, destroying things that mean something to others. Shifting all the blame onto Israel, the USA, and the West, the indeed bad, hardened, but always merely external conditions, not only empowers bottomless meanness and sadistic violence, but also inaction, passivity, and stagnation, a regression that, to make matters worse, also results in the insistent demand for permanent alimentación. Like a precocious child, they constantly want to tell everyone what a world is like that they neither know nor understand. The deeper reason for the unwavering love of the radial left for Palestinian terrorism and Islam as a whole lies in the resentment against prosperity acquired through work, which is only barely concealed by revolutionary phraseology, and in the will to destroy, if not outright talk of intifada until victory. This was already laid out from the outset in the blind belief that it was the revolutions that would suddenly and miraculously improve life. The left's love for the French and Russian revolutions exists not in spite of, but because they quickly turned into terror and mass murder. The decisive contrast to American and Israeli independence, which are despised as colonial projects, is that they were based on progressive communities that were already under construction and had to be established and defended as states against external powers. The second colonization, which is denounced by those who speak in the jargon of human rights, which can no longer claim universal validity through the affirmation of slogans such as Black Lives Matter, has a different character in this respect and is based on the same defense of the already established state. If only those who live in the territories on the Golan, in East Jerusalem, and in the West Bank that were conquered during the Six-Day War in 1967 are to be considered settlers, then the talk of settler colonialism no longer makes sense. At the time, these territories were larger than Israel in the 1949 borders and had to be controlled simply because the Arab states rejected the land for peace solution proposed by Israel and decided in Khartoum in September 1967 to say no to three things: no to recognition, to peace, and to negotiations with Israel. While the military objective was initially to make possible attacks by Egypt, Jordan, or Syria more difficult by using the Suez Canal, the Golan Heights, and the Jordan Valley as barriers, the strategic objective changed significantly as a result of the peace agreement with Egypt and the return of the Sinai. Giving up land in return for peace was also the idea behind the Oslo process, which at least made the peace treaty between Jordan and Israel possible in 1994. However, the terror of the Al-Aqsa Intifada finally made it clear that the danger no longer came from an Egyptian or Jordanian tank attack, but that it was increasingly asymmetric terrorism that threatened Israel's existence. The construction of the barrier fence and the abandonment of the policy of full sovereignty of the areas, which the Israeli army has repeatedly invaded since the 2000s in order to eliminate terrorists such as the murderers of Lucien D., guaranteed that the regular suicide attacks in Israel's heartland came to an end. The high-tech and party metropolis of Tel Aviv, which has flourished over the last 20 years, is therefore defended not least in the West Bank and by settlers, who are often held in low esteem by liberal Jews and who also serve in the IDF's combat units with an above-average frequency, thus ensuring that the same murder potential does not arise in the West Bank as in Gaza. Israel, which was one of the poorest states in the world when it was founded, is urgently dependent on the protection of its economic centers, and the fact that life in Tel Aviv is now relatively safe again and Ben Gurion Airport is not constantly under rocket fire is crucial for the economic survival of the state. The daily Palestinian terror is primarily directed against the approximately 500,000 Israelis who are now branded as illegal settlers by the international community and therefore open to attack. The overwhelming majority of these Jews have decided to settle in Judea and Samaria out of convenience or for economic reasons. Contrary to what is often claimed in the media, most of them are neither radical nor violent. Their crime is that they believe they have the same right to live in this area as they do in West Jerusalem or Tel Aviv. Like the various Israeli governments since 1967, they contradict the invention of international law, according to which Israel is not allowed to build cities, communities, and homes in Judea and Samaria. Many believe that the disputed territories are the core of the Jewish homeland and have no moral qualms about living on the land that they believe is part of their historic homeland. They do not believe that a Jew should be denied the opportunity to live somewhere just because he is Jewish. Many are convinced that the United Nations Partition Plan of 1947, which envisaged the establishment of an independent Arab state on historic Jewish land, was as much a mistake as the Oslo process, and that the rejection of partition by the Arabs has destroyed their claim to the region. Like many other Israelis, some are nevertheless prepared to give up parts of Judea and Samaria in return for a peace agreement. Contrary to what anti-Zionist propaganda claims, the mere existence of many Israelis, most of whom live in towns and villages in Judea and Samaria that have nothing in common with what is commonly thought of as a settlement, is by no means an obstacle to peace. Rather, the Israeli presence in the territories and their urban sprawl and fragmentation, as Israel haters like to accusingly present it, is a guarantee that no more Jews will be killed. To give the claim even the appearance of plausibility, the simple fact that there are also perpetrators of violence among the 500,000 Jews in Judea and Samaria must be exaggerated to settler violence, and thus used as a reason to discredit an entire population group. What some people perhaps only realized on October 7th, namely that the IDF alone cannot protect the Jews from an extermination collective, had long been clear to many Israelis. When the terrorists attempted to infiltrate the Nir Am kibbutz, the community's security officer, 25-year-old Inbal Rabin Lieberman, had already assessed the situation and distributed weapons to 12 residents. 3 of the terrorists were shot dead, and the others were prevented from entering the kibbutz until the Israeli army arrived hours later. Unlike in almost all other communities in the area, there were no dead Israelis in Nir Am. Since Inbal Rabin Lieberman, who of course acquired her skills in an IDF combat unit and takes part in a program for women in leadership positions, does not live in the West Bank, there were even sympathetic reports in the German press. But if Jews in Judea believe that it is necessary to remain vigilant in the face of potential murderers outside their communities, if they understand gatherings of young men or seemingly aimless roaming Palestinians who are already exploring who lives where as the threat they objectively represent, even before they have to scrape the remains of their children out of the nearest cave or off the street, then they fall under the term settler violence for the international community. Like everywhere else, there are also people among the Israeli residents of the West Bank who are prepared to take the law into their own hands or even commit violent crimes, threaten, attack, or chase away Palestinians. Those who commit such acts are outside the rule of law and will be prosecuted by the state authorities, as Prime Minister Netanyahu has also made clear. However, he did not do so without rejecting the unproven accusations against the settlers as a whole, as they are regularly made. For example, B'Tselem, one of the largest internationally sponsored NGOs, openly proclaims what it is all about: settler violence equals state violence. Since the occupation is already unjust and the root of all evil, every Palestinian who is harmed in the West Bank, whether by the military or a criminal, regardless of whether it can even be proven that Jews were the perpetrators, is a victim of settler violence. This total dissolution of any meaningful differentiation between the defense of a residential area by threatened citizens, military operations such as the one in Nablus against the murderers of Luciane D. and her daughters, and the rare cases of arbitrary violence by Jewish settlers is consequent in that it is only about presenting the world with an equivalent to the uninhibited barbarism of October 7th and Jews who are themselves to blame for their murder. If you read the many headlines about the alleged increase in settler violence, which are parroted by international politicians from Biden to Baerbock, you can get the impression that this is a huge problem. If you take the trouble to read the articles, firstly, they are always based on the same, copied agency reports, and secondly, they practically never contain evidence of a crime, let alone one committed by a settler. They are usually based either on the report of a Palestinian who observed something from afar or who only claims to have heard about it. It is suggested that he was able to observe the events precisely and identify the criminal as a member of a particular community, although everyone knows that such eyewitness reports, and even more so those based on hearsay, are extremely unreliable. Or the reports of acts of violence come, enriched with misleading statistics, from one of the relevant internationally sponsored NGOs. These activists often travel to the occupied territories together with Western journalists, who get terribly excited when they are not allowed to move freely everywhere within a security zone. The likelihood that their representatives will happen to be in the vicinity of a Palestinian being arbitrarily attacked is pretty much zero. Therefore, such incidents must be regularly provoked by groups of international activists and Palestinians approaching military posts or residential settlements and harassing the soldiers and residents until arrests are made or a stone comes flying, which can then be presented as evidence. An example of how successfully propaganda is carried out in this way is a report by the NGO Yesh Din Volunteers for Human Rights. According to this group, its aim is to oppose the ongoing violation of Palestinian human rights in the occupied Palestinian territories, to document and disseminate accurate and up-to-date information on the systematic violation of human rights in the occupied Palestinian territories, to raise public awareness of such violations, and to exert public and legal pressure on government authorities to end them. The specialty of this European-funded organization is known in English as lawfare, from law and warfare. Petitions to the Supreme Court in Israel and submissions to the International Criminal Court regarding alleged Israeli war crimes are the most important fields of activity of an organization that, according to its own statements, sees the law as a tool in the fight against the Israeli occupation. On November 18, the well-connected Washington magazine Politica reported, citing a document from government circles, that the Biden administration is preparing concrete steps such as visa bans and further sanctions against radical settlers. According to Politica, the forces to be sanctioned are broadly defined in the document. They include individuals or organizations that have been directly or indirectly involved in acts or policies that threaten the security or stability of the West Bank, those that commit acts that intimidate civilians in the West Bank with the purpose or effect of forcing displacement actions in the West Bank, or those that commit human rights violations or abuses, as well as acts that significantly obstruct, disrupt, or impede efforts to achieve a two-state solution. This was the U.S. government's response to internal pressure triggered by two reports. The first, by Yesh Din, claims that 197 Palestinians have been killed by settlers or Israeli forces in the West Bank since October 7th. The second, from the United Nations, says that at least 121 Palestinian households, some 1,150 people, including 452 children, have been displaced by settler violence and access restrictions in the same period. Both reports, and the Biden administration addresses this in its memo, make no effort to substantiate actual violence by extremist settlers. Instead, they attempt to list as many cases as possible by presenting the Israeli army's perfectly legitimate actions against terrorists as settler violence. The fact that the army must act in accordance with the considerable threat situation since October 7th, which may of course necessitate orders to leave a certain area, is ignored. The planned sanctions of the Biden administration, which European states such as France and Germany naturally want to join, could include legal parties and Israeli government and opposition politicians who speak out against further negotiations with the Palestinians, against the two-state solution or for the annexation of at least the sea areas in Judea and Samaria. This shows what the myth of settler violence is really about, the undermining of a viable and livable state of Israel, which simply cannot exist in the foreseeable future without control over the terrorists in the so-called Palestinian territories. An internal Israeli army report, which was passed on to the newspaper Yedioth Ahronoth and published on December 5th, paints a completely different picture than the one on the basis of which the Biden government thought it had to act. In fact, there has been no increase at all in so-called settler violence since October 7th. In the first week of October, the military recorded 32 incidents of nationalist crime, including 4 serious attacks and 19 lesser offenses. However, in the week following the Hamas attacks on October 7th, the forces recorded only 24 incidents, 3 of which were classified as serious. Between October 15th and 21st, this number decreased further, with only 10 cases reported. Between October 22nd and 28th, the number jumped to 38, but dropped again in the following weeks. According to the Israeli police, the number of incidents in which Jews turned violent out of nationalist motives fell by 50% compared to the same period last year. In the period from October 7th, the beginning of the war, to November 7th, Police recorded 97 incidents of illegal activity attributed to Jews in the area, compared to 184 crimes in the same period in 2022. Police observed a decrease across the spectrum of crimes from violence to vandalism. The eagerness with which these accusations, which have to be clarified by the Israeli security forces, and the problems with individual extremists who are close to Israel, which exist in Judea-Samaria as in any other country, especially those that are regularly exposed to terrorism, are inflated into the security and peace obstacle par excellence, says something above all about the actors who are defaming Israel. One thing is certain. As Israel is dependent on U.S. support in the Gaza war, the government will have to do everything it can, for as long as it can, to appease the murderers in the autonomous territories who have been incited by the slanderous talk of settler violence. As a consequence, this means dead Israelis, as the murder attack at a bus stop in Jerusalem on November 30, 2023 proves. In recent decades, parts of Israel and many of its global supporters, including the Federal Republic of Germany, despite all the nastiness and especially in view of the open anti-Semitism of numerous governments in Europe, have often limited themselves to justifying the defense of Israel and its right to exist on the basis of the Holocaust. In many countries, for example, institutes have emerged that are dedicated to Jewish history, research into genocide, the Holocaust, and anti-Semitism, but which have no problem presenting the murder collective in Gaza and the West Bank as civilian victims of Israeli aggression, apartheid, or superiority ideology, which is partly a consequence of the fact that research fields defined in identitarian terms always attract people who have little to offer apart from the sought-after identity. Characteristic, origin, gender, sexual orientation, etc. Modern Zionism, be it that of the settlers who tell the story of the return to Eretz Israel, to Judea and Samaria, and possibly even link it to eschatological ideas of redemption, Dan Diner, be it that of Inbal Rabin Lieberman, who demonstrates against the government and organizes the defense of her kibbutz against mortal enemies, has largely detached itself from the Jewish narrative of sacrifice. This Zionism certainly does not want to hear about a Palestinian narrative of victimhood that absolves them from taking responsibility for the formation of their own nation and a society that is even remotely civil. Israel today is a progressive state that believes in its future, not least because it has increasingly detached itself from the negative founding myth of Israel as a consequence of the history of persecution that culminated in the Holocaust. Today, the pioneering achievements of the first kibbutzim, the endeavors of the Yishuv, the victorious wars, and the return of many Jews to the newly established or re-established state of Israel form the basis of a national narrative that does not promote sadness or feelings of guilt for one's own existence, but justified pride in what has been achieved. Based on this, many Israelis rightly claim not only to occupy the territories conquered in the just and completely won war of 1967, but also, after more than 50 years of futile efforts to reach a settlement with Syria and the Palestinians, to exercise full sovereignty over the Golan Heights, Judea, Samaria, and Gaza, and to unilaterally take the steps that will allow Jews to live in a state without fear of anti-Semitic persecution in the future. They should not and cannot rely on an international community firmly on the side of Hamas, which can be sure of the cues of its useful Jewish idiots in NGOs and at international universities. For this community regards Zionists as eternal settlers on stolen land, and not only in Efrat and Hamra, but also in Jerusalem, near Am and Tel Aviv in case of doubt. The victory of the Israeli right in the elections in the fall of 2022 prompted a flurry of reactions in German editorial offices. For example, Die Zeit featured the German-Israeli philosopher Omri Bohm, who diagnosed a Weimar moment in Israel in light of the election victory, and sees the new government as an existential threat to the Jewish constitutional state. Hanno Hauenstein, cultural editor of the Berliner Zeitung, directly echoed Omri and immediately fantasized about planned deportations and annexations. Spiegel, which, like the Berliner Zeitung, is notoriously anti-Israeli, was also concerned about the Jewish state, which is guaranteed not to happen whenever Israel is once again attacked or condemned by the UN or so-called artists incite hatred against the Jewish state at the Castle Documenta. A commentary by editor Julia Amalia Heyer was illustrated with a picture of Netanyahu showing one of his listeners with a pose confusingly similar to the Hitler salute. The schematically depicted arm of the listener was placed in the picture in such a way that, like a deep black shadow, it naturally conjured up a Hitler beard under Netanyahu's nose purely by chance. Richard C. Schneider, who has not left a good hair on Netanyahu's head for years and is probably the reason why he has now been hired by the Hamburg News magazine, immediately announced in the style of an anti-Semite that right-wing Jews would be to blame for anti-Semitism outside Israel in the future if they dared to assume government responsibility in Israel. Quote, "If a radical right-wing government comes to power in Israel, A new wave of anti-Semitism threatens against Jews in Europe and Germany. End quote. It was striking that despite all the admonitions and warnings about the fascist Israeli danger, not a word was said about the total failure and shared responsibility of the left and the Palestinians for the political situation that has arisen in Israel. They implicitly admitted what they usually like to deny with their criticism of Israel. Because if Israel is facing the danger of no longer being a constitutional state or a democracy in the face of the new government, this logically presupposes that the Jewish state is still what it is only too happy to deny, the only democracy in the Middle East. In this way, one convicts oneself of lying for years without even realizing it. While Israel's comparisons with Germany immediately before or during the Nazi era may go down well in this country, it has nothing to do with the criticism many Israelis have of the unacceptable political developments in their country. The dispute over the status of the Supreme Court has much less to do with a threat to the rule of law than is claimed. Rather, it is an expression of a fundamental dispute about the status of the judiciary in a democracy, which is, of course, overshadowed by the fact that proceedings against Benjamin Netanyahu are ongoing and the appointment of Aryeh Deri as Minister of Health and Interior violates applicable law. On December 8, 2022, Israel's expected new government was also the subject of a press conference at the Federal Foreign Office. Its spokesperson Christopher Berger answered questions about some interesting changes to the law, about the responsibilities of an ultra-right finance minister for the civil administration of the occupied West Bank, about the future minister for national security, etc., like an officially appointed guardian. Ultimately, the responsibility for the government's actions as a whole lies with the future Prime Minister Netanyahu, the government spokesperson generously explained. But the appearance of generosity was quickly deceptive, because, Berger continued, Netanyahu will have to be measured against his promise to continue to govern in the interests of all Israeli citizens in the future. The Federal Foreign Office is therefore already applying the yardstick and deciding whether the government in Israel is governing in the interests of all Israeli citizens. A little later, spokesman Berger added that it was Germany that had an obligation to stand up for Israel's security, but that this would be undermined by the expected legalization of illegal settlements and other problematic projects. How it may be received by Israelis when the Foreign Office decides what is good for Israel's security and what is not is of no interest to a German government, especially when it comes to satisfying the ever-urgent need for criticism of Israel in this country and standing together like one man with Germany's quality press. In view of Richard C. Schneider's prediction in the Sturmgeschütz against Israel that a right-wing Israeli government in Germany and Europe would threaten new anti-Semitism, a state-appointed CDU functionary also felt obliged to take action. The Anti-Semitism Commissioner of the state of Baden-Württemberg, Michael Blum, who the Simon Wiesenthal Center attested had apparently forgotten that it is his job to fight anti-Semitism, Wiesenthal.com, saw himself called upon to try his hand not only as a Rhine commissioner but also as a commissioner for criticism of Israel in view of the developments in Israel. In a lecture on German-Israeli relations and the water crisis, he pointed out a dangerous common tradition of anti-Germanism in Germany and Israel. Quote, "History does not repeat itself, but it rhymes." The anti-German, hostile dualism against the state form of a democratic republic of the German people was formed in the 19th century mainly in the extreme right-wing guise, but also by libertarians called anarchists at the time who rejected any statehood, and by left-wing extremists who regarded the republic at best as a precursor to communism. End of quote. In his lecture, Blum traced the arc of anti-German dualism from Ernest Renan to Wilhelm Marr and Mikhail Bakunin. As avowed anti-Semites, Renan and Marr were certainly important spokespersons for anti-Semitism, but were they anti-Germans? Were they agitating against a republic? No republic existed during their lifetimes. And Bakunin? It is Karl Marx, the archenemy of the anti-Semite Bakunin, who never railed against a republic but against German conditions, who is the most important reference for those who see themselves today as anti-Germans in the broadest sense and for whom the fight against anti-Semitism, with reference to Marx's concept of an objective form of thought, is a central concern. As the Federal Agency for Civic Education and the Office for the Protection of the Constitution are aware, the anti-German movement has only existed since 1990. Nevertheless, 19th-century anti-Semites, who have never seen themselves as anti-Germans, take on the important function of conjuring up an anti-German continuity filled with anti-Semitism for Blum's cultivation of an enemy image. This continuity is taken to extremes by the Anti-Semitism Commissioner, who has identified a very special anti-German species in the tradition of Renan, Marr, and Bakunin. Israeli anti-Germans had appeared after 1945 to haunt Konrad Adenauer, who was persecuted by the Nazis, as the target of a bomb attack, and all because they had wrongly perceived, after the crimes against humanity of the Holocaust, the Federal Republic was also only a continuation of fascism and National Socialism. The fact that Adenauer absolutely has to be hailed as a persecutee of the Nazi regime, no problem. In 1932, Adenauer saw the NSDAP as a major political force that absolutely had to be represented as a leader in the government, drew a too low pension after his dismissal, and refused to take part in the attempted insurrection in July 1944. Despite this, he was targeted by the Gestapo, but they were unable to prove anything. Arrested on August 23, 1944, he survived his imprisonment largely unmolested. The 1952 letter bomb attack, which claimed the life of a policeman, was motivated by the desire to torpedo the negotiations on the Luxembourg Agreement between the Federal Republic of Germany and Israel and the Jewish Claims Conference. The assassins perceived this agreement as anything but wrong, not just as reparations but as an attempt by Germany to make amends. The fact that an anti-Semitism commissioner today puts the assassins in the same league as evil anti-Semites of the 19th century and seriously calls it an attempt to make amends. The fact that an anti-Semitism commissioner today puts the assassins in the same league as evil anti-Semites of the 19th century and seriously brands it as a terrible anti-German crime when Jews in 1952 doubted with all the right in the world that after the Holocaust the Federal Republic was really not the continuation of fascism and National Socialism, and thus did nothing else, for which Michael Bloom presumably also celebrates the left of 1968, which is considered to be particularly sensitive to democracy, can hardly be surpassed in its lack of empathy towards Jewish suffering. Once one has become so jaded, the scandalization of how the Jews could ever dare to doubt the always noble character of the Federal Republic is immediately followed by this. Quote, accordingly, there were and still are so-called right-wing, libertarian and left-wing anti-Germans in Germany and Israel who dualistically pit our two republics against each other and ultimately want to overcome them. End of quote. Anti-Semites, anti-Semites, all an anti-German danger that is supposed to unite us. In Bloom's case, the motive for producing this kind of mental garbage, which boils down to the crazy formula that anyone who criticizes Germany is also anti-Israeli, is solely to emphatically demand his human right to honest criticism of Israel in view of the results of the recent Israeli elections. Bloom continues, particularly in view of the shift to the right in the Israeli parliament, we need friendly cooperation at eye level, which also includes the willingness to be honestly critical. End of quote. This friendly relationship must then be seen to be in danger if, instead of being on an equal footing, one unkindly complains from above as a shift to the right that Jews in Israel possibly follow their religion with more zeal than is appropriate for Bloom, who obviously also sees himself as an Orthodox representative. Referring to a recent Bertelsmann study called Germany and Israel Today, Bloom's criticism of the shift to the right is not about a fundamental criticism of anti-secular efforts in Israel, but about a specific right-wing anti-German tendency within Israeli society that threatens Germany. 71% of the Israelis surveyed who classified themselves as secular had a very good or fairly good opinion of today's Germany. Among Jews who see themselves as traditional, the figure is still 58%. But among those who classify themselves as religious, even Haredi/ultra-Orthodox, it is only a minority of 40%, from which Bloom concludes, if we don't become more active in dialogue, we could lose each other. End of quote. One learns that Israeli anti-Germanism must somehow have something to do with an increase in Jewish religion, but certainly nothing to do with Germany's moral world champion dialogical role, which has just helped to start a terrible war against the Ukrainians. The fact that Germany's dwindling reputation could be due to its boundless dialogical activism does not even occur to an anti-Semitism commissioner, despite the proclaimed Zeitenwende. The German need for the dialogical principle, which presupposes the renunciation of self-criticism, automatically calls on those who have always been in particular demand when it comes to criticizing Israel, critical Israelis and the admonishers who support them in this country. This time, for a change, they are calling themselves academics with ties to the State of Israel, and have been mobilized against the new right-wing coalition in Israel by the now notorious Meron Mendel, a critical German Israeli and therefore director of the Anne Frank Educational Institution in Frankfurt. Mendel, who does not want to recognize anti-Semitism in Palestinian activism against Israel, and other academics such as Aleida Assmann, Mika Brumlich and Stephanie Schuler-Springerum, who are known to be very concerned about Israel whenever Israel presumes to decide for itself on the proportionality of its actions despite admonishing voices. They all support Blum and the Foreign Office in their fight against Israeli anti-Germanism and condemn with holy seriousness the attempt to damage the cornerstones of Israeli democracy. If they did not exist, the Israeli right would have had to be invented as a German projection screen. It relieves us of the anti-Nazi duty of self-reflection. This failure to reflect gives birth to the fixed idea of a destructive power that undermines the social health of its own nation. It is the core of the delusional explanation of the world, the object of which is salvation from an inscrutable network of dynamic forces to which the individual sees himself at the mercy of. If the general delusion sees the source of all evil in the Jew, the particular anti-fascist camouflaging sees all evil personified in the right-wing Israeli. In the worldview of those who wish for Zionism under red flags or the modern Israeli state in the dialogical colors of the rainbow, it is only the Zionist, who is explicitly not considered right-wing, who is longed for as an ally in the global fight against racism, borders and the nation-state under the motto against all antisemitism and racism. In the fight against the right, against racism, Islamophobia and transphobia, the right-wing, national or even religious Zionist offers the knights of the intersectional figure an excellent projection surface to present someone to blame for the fact that antisemitism remains the negative guiding idea of modernity. He is, like Henrik Broder, chosen by Mendel and Blum in Germany, an ideal projection surface for the poor knights to avoid the confrontation that would have to be conducted in the face of the impositions that capitalist postmodernism imposes on social subjects. Instead of walking through the icy desert of abstraction to understand the thicket of the subject's imprisonment in the ideology and reproduction of production relations, the unfortunate knights turn to language magic, create safe spaces, seek interreligious exchanges, preach tolerance, diversity, and multiperspectivity, heroically stand up for a colorful republic here and in Israel, and apply for the handouts that the state provides to morally elevate the ideological conditioning and self-optimization of its subjects in the competitive struggle. If, despite this tireless hooliganism, the Palestinian ethnic fighters in alliance with the Muslims are offended by a strip of land the size of Hesse populated by Jews and shout, "From the river to the sea Palestine will be free in this country," and reach for knives, nail bombs, or machine guns in Jerusalem, then it's the fault of the damn right-wing Jews and anti-Germans obsessed with anti-Semitic conspiracy myths. And officially appointed anti-Semitism campaigners and commentators on leading German television are allowed to rant and rave about Jewish right-wingers harming the fight against anti-Semitism. It is unbelievable what damage Jewish right-wingers like Weinthal and Amp. Broder are doing to the fight against anti-Semitism, commented Maron Mendel on a tweet by Michael Blum back in spring 2019, and Jan-Christoph Kitzler was allowed to comment for the Gestor from his Tel Aviv ARD studio at the beginning of January this year that the escalation of violence serves both the Israelis and the Palestinians, meaning that the Jews themselves are not only to blame for antisemitism but actually need it to enforce their reprehensible interests. Although the dominant current of Zionism until the election victory of the Likud under Menachem Begin and its Hak Shamir in 1977 was able to fend off every attack and attempt at annihilation by Arab nationalists and Islamic ideologues, it never found an answer to the question of the Arab problem. The lofty declarations of intent by Theodor Herzl, Arthur Ruppin, Ben-Gurion, and many others, who envisioned coexistence with the Arabs in a prosperous Yishuv, simply lacked a point of contact. The recurring pogroms and attempts to expel the new Jewish arrivals and the long-established Jews from 1921 onwards were based on an amalgam of Christian antisemitism and Islamic contempt for Jews. This ideological brew intensified when the Arabs were confronted with the fact that the Zionist immigrants questioned the dimitude attributed to the Jews. Although many protagonists of Zionism recognized this ideological concoction, they saw the main cause of the conflict between Jewish settlers and long-established Jews on the one hand and the Arabs, who had also immigrated to Palestine in large numbers since the mid-19th century, on the other, in a conflict of interests between opposing national movements. To the extent that this conflict was addressed at all among the Zionists, they saw negotiations, a willingness to compromise and dialogue as adequate instruments for resolving the conflict. This view represented the fundamental contradiction of Zionist policy, which ran from Theodor Herzl's utopian formulation of mutual acceptance to the far-reaching Israeli offers of negotiation during the Camp David II negotiations and the Oslo peace process. The idea that the Arab population could have benefited from Jewish immigration and prosperity in Yishuv was joined by the idea of land for peace. While the latter was also categorically rejected at first, a cold peace with Jordan and Egypt was negotiated on this basis after 1973. The idea of prosperity in the Middle East through trade and scientific exchange with Israel was also instrumental in Israel's successful negotiations with some Arab and African states such as the United Arab Emirates, Oman, Morocco, Sudan, and even Saudi Arabia. The political leadership of the Arab Palestinians rejected both then and now. Even in a newspaper like the FAZ, it is considered sacrilege to name the total Palestinian refusal that has been evident since the 1920s. Thomas Thiel, the editor responsible for the FAZ's research and teaching section, stated quite correctly in an article that the PLO organizations were involved in the Six-Day War and also belonged to the rejectionist front that rejected all negotiation offers made by Israel to the war opponents defeated in 1967. As a result, Thiel was reprimanded internally by the public printing of a correction, in which precisely this and several other statements by the author were described as errors worthy of correction, which those responsible at the FAZ considered to be so serious that Thiel's article was removed from the online offering altogether. The rightward drift of Zionism, the splintering of the revisionists, and the growing importance of the national religious must be seen as a reflex to the unresolved Jewish question. A reflex as a reaction to a world which, under the conditions of the capitalist mode of production, presents itself in a necessarily insane and objective form of thought anti-Semitism, which for Israel today continues above all in the hostility towards Jews among the Arab Palestinians, potentiated by the leadership of the Palestinian Arabs and the Iranian Mullah regime. As divided as the political leaders and factions of the Palestinians are and were among themselves, they are united by their hatred of Jews, and the political will not to recognize Israel. In addressing the conflict, the political leaders of Zionism were under the mistaken assumption that the conflict with the Arabs was based on a misunderstanding with a national movement in which religious fanaticism and reactionary ideologies would play a subordinate role. Against this background, the response of the revisionists among the Zionists was logical both in the 1920s and today. Vladimir Zeev Jabotinsky, the authoritative founder of the revisionist split-off from Zionism, did not avoid the Arab problem. He regarded Arab opposition to Zionism and Jewish immigration as natural and unavoidable. Either the Jews had a right to their state, in which case Arab resistance was immoral, or they had no such right, in which case Zionism lost its foundation, writes Walter Laqueur in his book Der Wegzoom Israel. The History of Zionism. Just as the assimilation and emancipation of the Jews in the 19th century did not save the Jewish population from anti-Semitism and ultimately from annihilation, the recognition of the State of Israel by the UN in 1948 did not prevent Israel from becoming the UN's pariah state par excellence. The failure of Jewish emancipation and assimilation and ultimately the extermination policy of the German Volksgemeinschaft led by National Socialism were the decisive moments in the re-Judaization of the Jews, who were often non-religious and in some cases completely assimilated before the Holocaust. The rejection front in the Middle East and the anti-Semitic resentment in the UN were the decisive moments of Jewish reflection in secular Israel. The international front against the Jewish state and the unyielding hatred of the Palestinian leadership made the Israeli population realize that their hated state was necessarily Jewish and that the conflict with their self-image as a secular constitutional state would be an objective problem in perpetuity. The hatred of Jews and later anti-Semitism in European and Arab societies thus repeatedly threw the Jews back on their Jewishness, while the anti-Semitism of the majority in the UN General Assembly and the actions of the Palestinian organizations threw the state of the Jews back on its Jewishness. Although the aim of Zionism was never to establish a Jewish state, but a state of the Jews, worldwide anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism and hatred of the Jewish state is the decisive element in its becoming the Jew among the states. On January 3, 2023, Itamar Ben-Gvir, the Minister of National Security of the newly elected Israeli government, visited the Temple Mount for a few minutes. On the occasion of this short walk, which according to Gestor passed without further incident, the government spokesman Berger announced the following at a press conference of the Federal Foreign Office on April 1, 2023. The German government rejects unilateral steps that endanger the historical status quo on the Temple Mount, and we have made this clear time and again. Yesterday's visit is a provocation, and we therefore clearly reject this approach. We expect the new Israeli government to put a stop to further deliberate provocations. The most important element of this historical status quo on the Haram al-Sharif Temple Mount is to allow all worshippers and interested parties access to this area, and at the same time to ensure the undisturbed, dignified practice of Muslim ceremonies and prayers in and around the Al-Aqsa Mosque. End quote. Once again, the spokesman for the German government acted as a reminder for peace in the Middle East. The German government is the force that has always warned against steps that endanger peace. The spokesman also made it clear who was responsible for jeopardizing a historic status quo that only peaceful conditions could guarantee. The status quo to be maintained ensures that the Temple Mount is the place where Muslims can perform their ceremonies and prayers with dignity and undisturbed. Undisturbed here means above all that Muslims praying and devoting themselves to the celebrations must not have their dignity violated by the presence of praying Jews. Even though the government spokesperson previously spoke of all believers, a government spokesperson openly acknowledges that it is only about the dignity of Muslims and not about the rights of Jews. The new Israeli government is not even questioning the privileged dignity of praying Muslims at the expense of Jews. Against this background, a press representative asked government spokesperson Berger in what way the minister's visit violated the status quo. After all, even if prayer is forbidden, visits by Israeli citizens of the Jewish faith are permitted on the Temple Mount. Berger's snotty reply, "If you listen carefully, I said that we are talking about unilateral steps that endanger the historical status quo on the Temple Mount, and that includes provocations. That is why we see it as the duty of the Israeli government, and above all Prime Minister Netanyahu, to refrain from such provocations as a whole, but above all, of course, from the cabinet." End of quote. German state television and other broadcasters followed suit. Gestor reported that although the Islamist Palestinian organization Hamas had previously warned against such a visit, the minister had visited the Temple Mount. Nevertheless, the minister was quoted as saying, "The Israeli government, of which I am a member, will not subordinate itself to an organization of shameful murderers. The Temple Mount is open to all, and if Hamas thinks their threats will deter me, then they must understand that times have changed." End quote. The editors of the Gestor could not simply let this statement stand. Instead of arguing themselves, they quoted other voices from Israeli politics such as former Israeli Prime Minister Yair Lapid, U.S. Ambassador to Israel Tom Nides, and the Palestinian Foreign Ministry. The fact that the Palestinians portrayed the visit as a blatant violation of the holy sites of Islam, as an expression of the occupying aggression of the Zionists, or even as a war against Arab identity, these provocations aimed solely at confrontation were not addressed or questioned in this country, if only because they are considered to be legitimate natural reactions of the Palestinians, who are regarded as eternal victims and who could not help themselves if Zionist ministers wanted to erase their identity as the sole rulers of the Temple Mount. The Temple Mount is the site where the most important sacred building of the Jewish kingdom of Israel stood in ancient times. The existence of Jerusalem as the capital of the ancient kingdom of Israel has been documented since the 7th century BC, when it developed into a Jewish state in which the foundations for Judaism as an abstract monotheistic state religion were laid. The city of Jerusalem and the temple built there became the central national religious focal point and place of pilgrimage during this period at the latest. After Jerusalem and the temple were destroyed for the first time by the Babylonians in 586, some Jews returned to Jerusalem from exile in Babylon in 520 BC to rebuild the temple and the city. Conflicts between Jewish ruling dynasties and the dispute between Rome and the Parthians over this geographical area ultimately led to King Herod being established as the ruler of a still existing Jewish community under Roman rule. Herod proved to be one of the greatest builders in the history of Jerusalem. According to Pliny the Elder, his gigantic buildings made it the most famous city in the East, above all thanks to the expanded Second Temple, whose forecourt could accommodate 300,000 people. After the suppression of the Jewish uprising against Roman rule, the temple was completely destroyed in the year 70 and the Jewish population of the city was expelled or enslaved. The Roman rulers renamed the city of Jerusalem Aelia Capitolinus and intended to build a pagan temple on the site of the Jewish temple. After the suppression of the last Jewish revolt against Rome a few years later, the Bar Kokhba revolt, Judea was subsequently called Palestine by Roman cartographers to eradicate any memory of Jews. The Jews were forbidden to stay in the Roman city of Aelia Capitolinus from the year 135. The Jewish community that had existed for around 500 years after their return from exile in Babylon, with the temple in Jerusalem as its sacred center, was destroyed. Nevertheless, the site of the former temple never lost its significance for the Jewish faith, which changed fundamentally during the exile. The retaining wall of the temple still stands today. The southern part of the western wall is known as the Wailing Wall and is considered a holy place by Jews. When Jews pray, they pray towards Jerusalem. When they die, their graves are turned towards Jerusalem. Jerusalem is regarded as the ultimate eschatological longing of all Jews. Next year in Jerusalem is the traditional wish at the end of the ritual Passover meal. For the Jews in the diaspora, Jerusalem played a special role as a symbol in the religiously determined hope for redemption in an unredeemed world. The bitter reality of centuries of persecution in an unredeemed world for Jews is contrasted with the longed-for salvation in the expected return of the Messiah in a new Jerusalem. This is where the significance of Jerusalem differs for the Jews compared to the Christians, for whom Jerusalem is a place of Jesus' work, who brought redemption to the world in their imagination and thus concluded a new covenant between people and God. If one recognizes Zionism quite rightly as the only correct response to antisemitism, then Zionism is the secularized form of the religious idea of redemption in Judaism. Jerusalem as the capital of Israel thus unites both. The city that stands for redemption in faith is the secular answer to anti-Semitism that has become a reality. If you want it, it's not a fairy tale. Herzl still associated this central idea with the name Tel Aviv, but the history of the Jewish community since 1919 was inextricably linked with Jerusalem. The Arabs had nothing to do with Jerusalem. Jerusalem is not mentioned in the Quran. In some surahs of the Quran, however, the Jews are granted a holy land assigned by God, although it is disputed exactly which land is meant by this. This fact indicates that the area of Palestine as a whole was not accorded great importance in Islam. It was not until 200 years after the death of Muhammad that the claim was formulated that Jerusalem was a holy site of Islam. Surah 17 verses 1-2 on the night journey is regarded as the basis. However, this surah only mentions an unspecified place to which Muhammad traveled on a winged horse in order to ascend to heaven. It was only under the Umayyad ruler Abd al-Malik and his successors that the canonization of the Quran and its political orientation began. The legend that Jerusalem was the destination of Muhammad's night journey also dates from this phase. It was indeed for political reasons that Jerusalem temporarily became an important city from an Arab/Islamic perspective. As a result of the unresolved succession of Muhammad, there were bitter disputes between various clans over the rule of the Arab Ummah that had formed under Muhammad. Al-Malik, the victor of these disputes, resided in Damascus, and Jerusalem was chosen as the antithesis to Mecca, where an uprising formed against the Umayyads. The construction of the Dome of the Rock in 691 and the Al-Aqsa Mosque in 717 were a political demonstration of power. The author Sabine Paganini even speaks of a monument to victory and an expression of the political instrumentalization of religion. However, with the accession of the Abbasi dynasty of rulers in 750, Jerusalem lost its significance, a fact that was only interrupted by the brief interlude of the conflict with the Crusaders, when Jerusalem was given central importance and the sanctity of the city suddenly became an important factor. Although there were also Islamic sites of religious scholarship in Jerusalem itself, both Jerusalem and the Ottoman province of Palestine sank into virtual insignificance until the middle of the 19th century. The Jews living in precarious conditions in the Ottoman province of Palestine never posed a threat to Arab or Ottoman rule. In contrast to the Jews scattered in the diaspora, however, they were able to pray at the Temple Wall. Free and unhindered access for Jews to the Wailing Wall only became the subject of fierce disputes under the British Mandate. The erection of chairs and partitions, as well as other minor structural changes, repeatedly became a political issue and were always a cause of outrage for the Muslims, culminating in violent riots in the early 1920s and 1929. After the war of aggression waged by the Arab states against the newly founded Jewish state, the latter was able to defeat the attacking troops and hold on to West Jerusalem, but East Jerusalem and the Temple Mount were occupied by Jordanian troops in 1948. The Jews were expelled from the Jewish quarter of the Old City and lost the access to the Wailing Wall granted by the Islamic side after the victory over the Crusaders. The Jewish quarter of the Old City itself was destroyed. Most recently, the Mufti of Jerusalem issued a fatwa in 2001, which also claimed the Wailing Wall as Islamic property. When it comes to assessing the Islamic role with regard to the Temple Mount, it is easy to see that the construction of the two mosques, the choice of location, and the attribution of significance to Jerusalem as a holy site at the beginning of the 8th century were an expression of an Islamic claim to power, both within Islam and in relation to Judaism and Christianity. Just as little doubt is entertained in this country to this day that the visit to the Temple Mount in 2000 by the then Prime Minister Ariel Sharon triggered the Second Intifada of desperate Palestinians and offended Muslims. Just as little is the question discussed as to why Jews and Christians are not actually allowed to pray on the Temple Mount and why this is even a provocation to all Muslims. It is not the fact that the visit of a prime minister then and a minister now is the reason for the celebrated murder of as many Jews as possible that is considered scandalous in the eyes of the German public. Because of the statement by a right-wing Jew that he would not allow Hamas or other jihadists to dictate where he would appear, an Israeli minister became an arsonist for the ARD news program. In any case, the construction of a new temple has never been an option, neither for the Zionists nor the revisionists, and certainly not for Orthodox Judaism. Nor did they ever seek to destroy the mosques on the Temple Mount. The ban on Jews going to the Temple Mount to pray and having them pray at the foot of the monument instead is more than just a symbolic expression of Islamic arrogance. Despite the great significance of the Wailing Wall for Jews, and although it is considered sacrilege in Orthodoxy to pray on the Temple Mount, the fact that Muslims have to pray at the top and Jews at the bottom corresponds exactly to the Muslim-limited understanding that Jews are only second-class believers. The right to this conceit is enshrined in the status quo, which is literally especially sacred to those Germans who otherwise discover discrimination and unequal treatment in every corner of society. Anti-Semitism commissioners, academics, or spokespersons for the Federal Foreign Office, who are particularly attached to the State of Israel because they wish the German dialogical principle down its throat, may overlook the Islamic claim to subjugation in the name of tolerance and diversity and dismiss it as a negligible whim of Islamist zealots. However, if one only considers the iconographic significance that Al-Quds, Jerusalem, Al-Haram Ash-Sharer, Temple Mount, and the Al-Aqsa Mosque have for the various Palestinian organizations as well as for many Muslims worldwide, then for once not only right-wing Jews with and without ministerial office could come up with the idea that the unjustifiable Muslim claim to rule over the Temple Mount, which the status quo enshrines, is a major obstacle to peace in the region. On a colossal banner carried through the streets of Tel Aviv by numerous participants during the protest demonstration against the new Israeli government on February 25, 2023, you can see the faces of Khomeini, Erdogan, Netanyahu, Putin, and Orban in this order from left to right, lined up cheek by jowl, so to speak, emerging head-on from the dark background. Netanyahu is thus not only equated with Khomeini, but his likeness stands in the center as that of the Supreme Prince of Darkness. Compared to this message of the picture, which would have had a very good chance of being exhibited at Documenta 15, the text of the banner seems almost harmless. From startup nation to shutdown nation. But this harmlessness trivializes above all the Ayatollah and his successors who declared Israel a mortal enemy in 1979. And why is Xi Jinping missing? Because then Netanyahu would have had to share the center of the picture with Putin. Or even because the Chinese Communist Party is the better or most harmless, left-wing alternative to the abolition of the separation of powers in Israel. As serious as the issue of judicial reform really is, the delusion of these demonstrators about the foreign policy constellations that Israel has to live with seems unreal and grotesque. This became immediately apparent a little later when reservists threatened not to show up for duty to demonstrate their oppositional stance. 37 of the 40 active reservist pilots of the 69th Elite Squadron of the Israeli Air Force announced that they would not take part in a planned exercise of the F-15I jets in protest against the judicial reform and other government measures. These are aircraft that are particularly important for missions beyond Israel's borders. It is about a balance in the separation of powers in which both sides, in this specific case the government or parliament and the Supreme Court, restrict each other but each from a different point of view. Although in countries such as the UK there is a similar relationship between Parliament and the Supreme Court to that currently provided for by the judicial reform in Israel, some critics of this reform in Israel see good reasons to believe that it risks reducing too much the counterbalance that the Supreme Court and independent judiciary have to maintain vis-a-vis the government. Given Likud current coalition partners, the good reasons relate primarily to women's and LGBTQ rights. However, the extent to which such a restriction is also necessary for this court, which these critics like to ignore, is particularly evident when, as in Israel, there is no more comprehensively developed constitution on the basis of which, for example, legal standing must be granted, which presupposes a direct and personal interest in the outcome of the dispute. In Israel, since the judicial revolution, Aaron Barak, anyone can file a lawsuit on any issue, so to speak, which means that matters of an immediate political nature, such as the appointment of a minister when forming a government, and even operational decisions by the Ministry of Defense and the IDF, can be made the subject of the Supreme Court. Instead of deciding to which set of laws a case should be subsumed according to the basic laws, political greater than appropriateness less than e.g. of a person for an office became the criterion. Not only because the court is mainly approached by NGOs, which in a way have taken over the vacant role of a strong opposition party such as MAPM, but also because of the rather closed left-liberal orientation of the Supreme judges, it itself now appears like a party or a super NGO. This alignment has been reinforced by the fact that the majority of votes in the Judicial Election Committee can be formed by the representatives of the court itself and the Bar Association. See Michael B. Mukasey. Netanyahu's judicial reform doesn't go far enough. Israel should establish rules of standing and recognize the distinction between policy and law. Wall Street Journal, February 26, 2023. Those who criticize this naivety must take a closer look at the constellations that the protesters are trying to ignore in order to equate Netanyahu with Putin and Khomeini, and ask themselves, for example, whether the defense capacities in Israel will not be more diminished in the longer term by the effects of the war of aggression that Russia has been waging against Ukraine for a year now than by reserve pilots who refuse to take part in an exercise. The editor-in-chief of the Jewish News Syndicate, JNS, Jonathan S. Tobin, published an article at the beginning of 2023 in which he warned that the war in Ukraine was beginning to jeopardize Israel's security. This was prompted by the news first published by the New York Times that the USA, in order to continue supporting Ukraine, had now begun to draw on the strategic reserves of weapons and ammunition that it stores in Israel for emergencies in the Middle East, not unlike in some other regions, but in this case the Jewish state would also have access in the event of an attack. For the time being, there is talk of 300,000 artillery shells. According to a congressional report from last year, Israel drew on ammunition from the stockpile during the 2006 Lebanon war against Hezbollah and in the fight against terrorists in the Gaza Strip in 2014. According to the report, the U.S. stockpiles in Israel date back to the 1973 Yom Kippur War. Since then, U.S. tanks and armored personnel carriers have been stored in the Negev Desert in case the American armed forces in the Middle East needed them. Later, in the 2000s, ammunition for several branches of the U.S. military was stored in Israel in various locations accessible to U.S. personnel. In 2022, unofficial discussions began under the Biden administration to supply Ukraine from these stockpiles. According to an Israeli official, the U.S. Secretary of Defense informed then-Israeli Defense Minister Benny Gantz that the U.S. wanted to draw on the stockpiles. Gantz discussed the request with the cabinet, which in turn asked security officials for their opinion. The result was that the plan was accepted in order to avoid friction with Washington. The USA and Israel had agreed to deliver around 300,000 artillery shells to Ukraine, and the USA had committed to replenishing its stocks in Israel and to deliver ammunition immediately in an emergency. Tobin, who makes as little mention of this promise in his article as he does of the agreement and coordination with Israel, sees the detour of weapons as a worrying fact with regard to the near future. If, for example, in a strategic nightmare scenario, a conflict breaks out with Hamas in the Gaza Strip and at the same time with Hezbollah in Lebanon at the behest of Iran, a lack of such reserves could have serious consequences for the Israeli Defense Forces. In addition, Biden is also depriving the American military of weapons and ammunition supplies in order to meet the needs of the Ukrainian military. As a result, the U.S. armed forces are already in a dangerously low state of readiness, which also reduces the ability to come to Taiwan's aid should it be invaded by China, the power that poses the greatest threat to American security and global influence in the longer term. According to Tobin, sacrificing the ability to respond immediately to military aggression against American allies in the Middle East in order to support Ukraine would be too high a price to pay, higher than the benefit of sending the message that the West will not tolerate wars of aggression in the future. At the same time, however, Tobin sets out his assessment of the Ukraine war as an endless and unwinnable war and speaks of exaggerated U.S. fears of Russia. He accuses the Biden administration and the Ukrainian government of making no effort to bring about a negotiated solution. Apart from this, he insists on the irritating and basically scandalous fact that Ukraine has notoriously voted against Israel's interests in the UN for some time, and also that Ukrainian President Zelensky seems to be blind to the special situation in which Israel finds itself, as even his remarks about the Holocaust testify, for the purpose of pushing all the more unscrupulously to obtain weapons systems from Israel. Tobin rightly criticizes this harshly, but in his argumentation he encourages Putin's demonization of today's Ukraine as a Nazi state, insofar as he ascribes a leading role to the Ukrainians during the Second World War, which they in fact shared with other peoples who aided the extermination. Quote, during his address, he falsely claimed that Ukrainians had stood in solidarity with Jews during the genocide, when, in fact, they were the most enthusiastic of Nazi collaborators. End quote. In an article published a few weeks later, Tobin once again poses the question more emphatically as to whether the foreign and security policy priority given by the Biden administration to supporting Ukraine, The territorial integrity of this country really corresponds to the interests of the USA and can be seen as the only way to prevent further acts of Russian aggression and make a decisive contribution to deterring China. Above all, it is unclear how recourse to armaments from the U.S. armed forces in order to satisfy Kiev's need for supplies for the further fight against Russia will be possible in the long term without serious efforts being made to increase military spending or to start a new American arms buildup. Assuming it is true that under Biden, in order to meet the needs of the Ukrainian military, the U.S. military is now being deprived of weapons and ammunition supplies to an extent that weakens the U.S. armed forces as a whole and puts them in a dangerously low state of readiness, which also reduces the possibilities of coming to Taiwan's aid. And assuming that the U.S. weapons and ammunition stockpiles in Israel are not replenished as soon as possible as promised, but are emptied even further, then one would indeed have to speak of an overextension of the hegemon. A few weeks after Tobin's article, however, the USA decided to supply Taiwan with weapons worth $619 million to deter China and to send more soldiers than it had for a long time. Even before Tobin's second article on this topic appeared, however, the major military exercise Juniper Oak revealed completely new dimensions of military cooperation between the USA and Israel, as was also reported on Jewish News Syndicate. The exercise saw unprecedented levels of cooperation between the U.S. military's Central Command, CENTCOM, which is responsible for the Middle East, and the Israel Defense Forces. Juniper Oak tested Israeli-American readiness and boosted the operational connection between the two militaries to enable them to deal with regional threats, according to the IDF spokesperson's unit, but the intended target audience for this message seems to have been Iran. Some 6,500 U.S. commanders and soldiers took part, as did missile ships and fighter jets from both militaries, which fired on simulated naval threats. The two air forces also practiced a range of scenarios, including the use of transport and mid-air refueling aircraft, unmanned aerial vehicles, search and rescue helicopters, and B-52 bombers, which dropped munitions on targets in southern Israel. Yaakov Lapin, Israel, U.S. signal unprecedented cooperation in military preparations against Iran. In Jewish News Syndicate, February 16, 2023. And it would be due to the fact that the U.S. is ultimately not willing or able to expand its capacities to such an extent as to supply Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan at the same time. And certainly not, if it were to intervene immediately in the Ukraine war, to think of waging war on several fronts at the same time, as it did in the Second World War. In such a situation, a government like the Biden administration, which can no longer easily back out of its continued support for Ukraine without losing face, as they say so well in the language of character masks, would certainly weaken Israel, while the reasonable Republicans, under the same conditions, if they think of presidential candidate Nikki Haley, took up the better part of Trump's policy, Abraham Accords, withdrawal from the JCPOA, could do more than the Democrats to ensure that Israel in particular continues to receive reliable support. In this case, but only in this case, what Tobin paints on the wall as a portent would apply. The Ukraine war would harm Taiwan and Israel in the long term, and the situation would be incomparably more dangerous for Israel, as Iran would be strengthened by the increasingly close cooperation with Russia and China in the course of the Ukraine war. Just as a stronger Iran was ultimately an unintended consequence of the American invasion of Iraq, something similar could now threaten if the defensive war that Ukraine is waging against Russia continues to be a top priority for the USA. For the reverse scenario, in which Iran loses some of its power due to its closer relations with Russia, presupposes, as Tobin rightly points out, the conviction that the West's engagement in Ukraine will lead to Russia's complete defeat and collapse and could only strike a blow against China's growing influence. It should be added here that, on the contrary, the Iraq War could also have led to better control of the Islamic Republic of Iran at close quarters, so to speak, and to curb its devastating influence on the Iraqi Shiites and conditions in the neighboring country, provided that the occupation of the country was not ended so soon and longer-term measures of re-education and an economic strategy similar to the Marshall Plan were introduced. This conviction appears all the less trustworthy as some senior officials in Washington are apparently still unwilling to take the threat from Tehran seriously, let alone join the Israelis and vote in favor of preparing the U.S. armed forces themselves for military strikes in Iran. So if the U.S. population is prepared to bear the burden of the war effort, which could take on even greater dimensions in the longer term, or if Democrats, and as it currently looks, Republicans in particular, do too little to do so, and this possibility is unfortunately obvious in the case of a long war of attrition in Ukraine, we can speak of an excess of hegemonic functions. It should be noted that such a failure is not so much due to immediate economic factors, i.e. a given level of production capacities, but rather to whether a mood of appeasement sabotages the multiplication of these capacities, which is in itself quite possible for the USA in a state of war. However, what appears as a dangerous overextension of hegemony in one scenario appears as its necessary expansion in the other, which Tobin does not take into consideration. Israel, in the shadow of this war as it is currently being waged, and in the face of the never-ending protest movement in Iran, would be less than ever prevented and more urgently compelled than ever to carry out those military strikes on the most dangerous production sites and bases in the Islamic Republic, and could, possibly even thereby persuade the U.S. to expand its capacities even further than planned after all. The new Israeli government has repeatedly stated that it is now considering supplying defensive weapons to Ukraine after all. This was often interpreted as a delaying tactic in the face of demands from the Biden administration. At some point, however, and perhaps even soon, it may in fact no longer be so important and urgent for Israel to show consideration for Moscow because of its previously tolerated strategy of flying attacks on Iranian facilities in Syria, at a time when attacks on the missile and nuclear program facilities in Iran have become most important and urgent. For someone like the author of these comments, who merely follows the media coverage, all of this may be reminiscent of reading Coffee Brew, and yet however great one's own powerlessness is, which would like to make one stupid, it is about nothing less than sounding out the possibility of the worst and assessing the consequences for necessary countermeasures. The title of another article by Jonathan S. Tobin is therefore apt. What's worse? Threats by Smotrich or Amnesty International. In Jewish News Syndicat, July 3, 2023. All the more important the awareness that such sounding out and judging expressed in the terms of classical German Enlightenment philosophy cannot be an activity of the determining, but only of the reflective power of judgment. The latter starts from the particular and seeks to find a general, while the latter subsumes the particular to the general. However, such a distinction is made impossible by a concept of universalism that does not want to know anything about its own presuppositions and demonstrates this most fatally in the political, that is, after the Shoah, in the object of Israel. To choose the particularity of this sovereign, in contrast to all other states, all of which have their own particular history and present, which cannot be detached from the particular individuals subsumed as citizens or subjects, as the starting point for any reflective power of judgment in the political sphere, on the other hand, is more or less consciously aimed at the determining power of judgment of the anti-Semites, who, as is well known, want the death of the Jew, Sartre, turned into universal delusion. The totalitarian nature of their hatred lies precisely in the fact that they subsume the misunderstood general to a fantasized particular, the one as a closed system, the other imagining itself as Judaism. Disarming them is the goal that the reflective power of judgment sets itself here. But, and this is the reflective aspect, in the awareness that it cannot be achieved through the generality of laws alone. In his essay on perpetual peace, as already in the political section of the methodology of the critique of judgment in paragraph 83, Kant, from whom these terms originate, tacitly replaces the reflective power of judgment with the determining power of judgment in order to stipulate, at least for the political, what his critique of judgment has shown to be impossible for the whole of nature, to determine the particular, so to speak, without gaps, from general laws. In his assessment of the current situation, Jonathan S. Tobin fails to make clear the necessarily speculative nature of his considerations, to supplement them with further scenarios of possible development and to place them in relation to these. However, unlike the demonstrators with their banner lining up the princes of darkness, their starting point is of course correctly chosen. It is always initially about the special existence of the Jewish sovereign, from which a guideline in the form of general guidelines is then to be found for the respective situation in the midst of the state of nature, Hobbes, that prevails between states. In politics and the public sphere in the West, on the other hand, the assumption that democracy and international law or socialist welfare states are created as the universal par excellence, that Auschwitz will not be repeated, nothing similar will happen, Adorno, is usually presented as a certainty. The historical experience of the concrete way in which the National Socialist movement asserted itself hardly plays a role here. Grotesquely enough, it is erased by constantly outdoing political and cultural activities in remembrance of the victims of National Socialism. Criticism, on the other hand, has to demonstrate that everything that is or can be brought about by democracy, prosperity, and international law is not a law that can be counted on as a scientifically provable causality, i.e. one that can be considered in isolation and repeated in experiments. A more recent example from Germany. The German government is currently considering deleting the term race from the Basic Law or replacing it with racist and anti-Semitic ascription. Joseph Schuster from the Central Council of Jews, on the other hand, has pointed out that the genesis of the constitutional text must also be clearly emphasized. Quote, "The term race in our basic law reminds us of history. It reminds us of the persecution and murder of millions of people, primarily Jews, of the horrors of the Shoah. If we delete this memory from our Constitution, we will also delete it from our memory at some point." End of quote. The term race would therefore be seen in Schuster's necessarily benevolent formulation as an attempt, however necessarily failed, to work out a guideline for a general constitutional text based on the uniqueness of the Shoah. Incidentally, the same applies to the term genocide or ethnocide in the corresponding United Nations Convention. The proposed alternative racist and anti-Semitic attribution does not offer a solution either, insofar as it would have to be clarified what constitutes racism and what constitutes anti-Semitism in this context. However, this can only ever be found from the particulars of history, in the knowledge that no constitutional generality can be found for it that really contains it, so that from it the particular could be subsumed by the constitutional judges other than in the role of the sovereign. Thus, a legal text can only recall something by subsuming it like the determining power of judgment. And that is why Adorno speaks of Auschwitz and of the like in contrast to this, in order to avoid any allusion to universals, as they celebrate happy holidays in the jargon of democracy. Instead of the laws of the state and the values of the West, he speaks of the state of unfreedom, under whose conditions people must nolens volens organize their actions and thoughts in accordance with the imperative. What is meant by this state, however, is not the state of immediate domination, which those general laws or Western values can rightly claim to mitigate or even abolish in the name of progress and civilization, but on the contrary, the natural laws of society, seen as functions of mediation in the abstract capital relationship, the only guaranteed but untrue universal, from which the jurisdiction of the codes of law and catalogues of values, including the rules of psychoanalytical therapy, for all types of immediate domination arises in the first place. Thus, the forms of mediated domination are the conditions under which a repetition of Auschwitz is possible and must be reckoned with, and under which it must nevertheless be prevented. The social laws of nature to which Marx and Freud paved the way, starting from the specifics of crises and neuroses, ideologies and projections, do indeed apply to them, but the power of judgment that pointed them in this direction may also prevent them from deducing the extermination mania immediately from what has become universal capital relations and compulsive neurosis, as if it were a scientific law, as if, in the state of unfreedom, there were no longer anything special at all that could not be subsumed, and therefore no freedom. In a society that cannot renounce violence in principle, true generality is not possible. But the limited, formal, and negative generality of the law in liberalism not only enables capitalist predictability, but also guarantees a minimum of freedom, since formal freedom is two-sided and thus at least grants legal opportunities to the weak, Franz Neumann. As clear as the partisanship for Ukraine must be towards Putin's regime, if the minimum of freedom is to retain the full meaning for which Franz Neumann coined the phrase, this war too cannot be judged independently of a practical imperative after Auschwitz, an imperative that, unlike the categorical but inseparable from it, has to do with the relationship between means and ends or ends in themselves, enforcement and defense of the forms of mediation, as they always take into account the capital relationship, basic civil rights, rule of law, separation of powers, should never be understood only as an end that prevents the worst of barbaric, pre-capitalist coercion, but at the same time as a means to fight the anti-Semites, the enemies of Israel, at all times. The Jewish sovereign as the individual, empirically given, is of categorical importance compared to general political forms such as democracy and international law, which, understood as today's universals of the political, want to claim the highest validity. For these forms, in which capital reproduces itself in the most diverse states and for which state institutions ideally only create the conditions for its circulation, including access to the world market, i.e. do not replace circulation with their own hierarchical bureaucratic or racket-like command structures as in states without elections, separation of powers and an independent central bank, can for their part neither logically, i.e. in itself, nor historically, i.e. after Auschwitz, b. subsume or replace the particular that must be assumed in the sense of the categorical imperative after Auschwitz. For this is the point of departure in order to find a guideline in the first place and to link this particular with the general of lawfulness. The imperative thus challenges the reflective power of judgment, while Kant's concept of duty, viewed in such a context, seems almost to have been invented to cover up or suppress this challenge in detail, as if the imperative itself could already suffice and each individual did not have to consider, for the sake of his or her maturity, how the relationship between means and ends should be understood in the respective situation on the basis of the imperative. Thus, soon after the founding of Israel, the law of return was found, while a complete written constitution was dispensed with in favor of a few gradually created basic laws, not least in view of the special problems of this state, which was threatened from the outset. The correspondent of the Frankfurter Allgemeine only knows how to repeat that Israel has no real constitution, and of course does not mention that Great Britain does not have one either, albeit for completely different historical reasons, as if to insinuate that it is not a real state either. In a word, what is special about the Jewish state is that it exists, not that it is the only existing democracy in the Middle East. As uncertain as it is whether it could have prevented Auschwitz if it had been realized in time, it is certain that now, based on it, founded as a state of survivors, the power of judgment has to find out the synthetic general, namely the means for the purpose that Auschwitz is not repeated, and under given circumstances, which must be named, certain forms of democracy and the separation of powers can be of essential importance, and possibly even international law can provide useful instruments here. However, this does not change the fact that such general forms cannot be used to conclude that a Jewish state is necessary or even superfluous, but that the general forms must always be discussed from the perspective of the Jewish state in order to find compromises that ultimately serve the unity of this state and prevent its disintegration. The current Israeli government is mantra-like described as the most right-wing government Israel has ever had. On MENA Watch, Thomas M. Eppinger wrote about this kind of reporting that he has the impression that it is precisely those who are most concerned about Israel's democracy who have always considered the country to be an outpost of U.S. imperialism or an apartheid state or both, before adding, whatever the case, right-wing extremists are unacceptable in a government, no matter where. End quote. However, it is not irrelevant where right-wing extremists are in a government, because the content of what is called right-wing extremist cannot be judged independently of the respective state and its history. In this specific case, it would have to be taken into account that a halakhic theocracy based on the biblical model, as the so-called right-wing extremists in Israel may have in mind, cannot have a general form in the sense explained here, because society cannot reproduce itself through it under world market conditions. Unlike the Islamic theocracies, which not only have access to reserves of raw materials and can thus afford a certain degree of self-sufficiency, but also to a religion, or rather a universal obsessive-compulsive neurosis, which has learned to pull out all the stops over the centuries in the fight against these general forms ideologically and in the possession of political means of violence. After all, the invocation of Israel as a startup nation on the side of the opponents of judicial reform points to this, just as the real danger of those right-wing extremists lies in no longer taking this into consideration and thus driving forward the sheer disintegration. Therefore, a banner that could be used to demonstrate against the judicial reform in a credible way, without demonstrating against Israel at the same time, would best depict the spectrum of Zionism, whose faces are not lined up next to each other, but arguing with each other, particularly emphasized in the current context. Jabotinsky with Netanyahu. The ideal politician in a bourgeois republic, whether a simple parliamentarian or a state-directing chancellor or president, is basically a pale and non-charismatic administrative bureaucrat. That, at any rate, would be a piece of realized utopia. For unhappy is the country that needs heroes, says Brecht's Galileo, and yet the statesman, and with him the people, longs for a state of emergency. The greatness of a historical figure, and who would not want to go down in history, is ultimately determined by the gravity of the consequences of their decisions. The more human lives depend on them, the more intoxicating they are. This is why Hollywood disaster films, whose directors are probably not coincidentally German, Emmerich, Peterson, are not exactly unpopular worldwide. Sooner or later, a charismatic president comes into the picture to ask himself, for example, whether it is right to napalm the population of a medium-sized town afflicted by a deadly virus in order to save at least the rest of humanity. A question that the sovereign always answers in the affirmative, of course, only after sleepless nights, which are of course visible to him, whereupon the appropriate instructions are issued to the rank and file, contrite but determined. Although things usually turn out well in the end, much to the relief of everyone, especially the audience. For example, because another hero was able to concoct an antidote at the last second. This does not change the fact that everyone would have supported the fictional president's decision if a miracle had not occurred. And so, even in reality, the public is always happy to discuss, full of fear, whether and at what point a civilian plane hijacked by terrorists and hurtling towards a skyscraper, for example, can be shot out of the sky. Assuming that it is technically possible to precisely determine the point of no return of an airplane, i.e. the limit beyond which the plane can no longer avoid the high-rise building, then the occupants would be dead from that moment on anyway. Getting the plane out of the sky, even if there are 150 passengers against just one person in the high-rise building, is therefore not a complicated question that requires agonizing deliberation. It would be equally self-evident that the occupants of the aircraft should not be touched before this limit is exceeded. On the other hand, those who endlessly toss such scenarios and planning games back and forth do not do so because of the supposed moral complexity of the matter, but because they enjoy playing mental games with human lives. In this respect, the people and politicians of Israel are certainly to be envied. After all, no other state's existence and population has been permanently threatened by war and terrorism since its foundation. In no other bourgeois democracy are normal and exceptional states so difficult to distinguish. Nowhere else are democratic leaders regularly required to make major decisions. Most recently, Benjamin Netanyahu has once again had to make such a decision. In order to free the then 19-year-old soldier Gilad Shalit, who was kidnapped by a Hamas commando in June 2006, Israel will release 1,029 imprisoned Palestinians, including numerous extremists, from prisons and deport them. Similar exchanges already took place in 1985, 3 Israeli soldiers for 1,150 terrorist Palestinians, and 2004, the businessman Tenenbaum and the bodies of 3 Israeli soldiers for 435 terrorist Palestinians. The German reactions to these decisions, which are controversial in Israel, but have majority support in parliament and among the population, range in the serious press from strangely calm and factual, to Gestor FAZ, to expressively critical of Israel. For example, when Peter Munch asks himself for the Süddeutsche newspaper why the historic victory of Hamas could not be a victory after all, but rather could pose a threat to both sides. Quote, "The blockade remains in place, and after Gilad Shalit returns home, Israel could even tighten the screws again." In the small print, this deal also shows how the government in Jerusalem sees the Gaza Strip as a black hole in which explosive substances can be dumped. There is no other explanation for the fact that a considerable number of those released are not allowed to return to their homes in the West Bank due to the danger they pose, but are instead deported to Gaza. Israeli security circles say that a few hundred more extremists hardly stand out among the many thousands there. However, this will further promote the radicalization of the Gaza Strip. The next armed conflict seems to be only a matter of time anyway. The triumphal procession could very soon be followed by funeral marches. End of quote. However, you don't have to be as critical of Israel and gloating as Peter Munch to eloquently conceal the crucial aspect of the ransom of a hostage, which has been trivialized everywhere as a prisoner exchange, which is why it was initially only cautiously heard on internet forums. The humane greatness and moral grandeur of the Israelis, for whom no price seems to be too high for the rescue of one of their own, whether dead or alive. Richard Herzinger's commentary for Die Welt, October 15, 2011, is therefore, as so often, a laudable exception. Quote, "Is agreeing to such a deal, which seems to reward criminal acts, therefore a sign of Israel's weakness? Not if one considers the moral dimension of this exchange. The fate of the young soldier who fell into the clutches of Hamas at the age of 19 has deeply touched the soul of Israeli society. The tent that his parents had erected near the Israeli Prime Minister's residence in Jerusalem as a reminder of their son's fate had for 2 years become something of a moral center, a thorn in the nation's conscience. It was a reminder of a commandment deeply rooted in the religious and cultural tradition of Judaism. Pikwach nefesh, the obligation to save lives, is one of the highest principles of Jewish ethics, which stands above all religious laws and regulations." End of quote. Herzinger can also be agreed with when he writes, "The civilizational, humane standard of a society can be measured not least by how highly it values individual human life. Seen in this light, the agreement on exchange is a lesson." End quote. But then he makes it a little too easy for himself. The lesson merely shows the fundamental difference between an open, democratic society and a cynical collectivist system of oppression. What a contrast such a value system offers to the maxims of an culture that propagates martyrdom as the highest ideal, especially for young men, and is not afraid to abuse them as suicide bombers in the name of a religion. End quote. After all, the appreciation of individual human life would also be the yardstick for distinguishing between open, democratic societies. It is not the obvious contrast to the unculture of insane and anti-Semitic murder collectives that allows us to fully appreciate the civilizational, humane standard of Israeli society as such. Even democratic Germany, albeit post-fascist, but no less so, reacted completely differently to a similar albeit comparatively harmless political situation than Israel in the 1970s. Only the Benjamin Netanyahu-Helmut Schmidt comparison would therefore provide a true political lesson, namely about two opposing models of interpreting civic state sovereignty, whereby it is probably no coincidence that in one case it is the state of the Holocaust survivors and in the other the legal successor to the Third Reich. The fact that the Germans played an important role as mediators in the rescue of Gilad Shalit certainly honors them, but is no guarantee that they would act like the Israelis from now on. In his Jungle blog, October 18, Thomas V. D. Ostensacken refers to the necessity of such a comparison, but does not make it himself. However, this comparison is systematically avoided in the German reception of the rescue of Shalit, because this would result in the denunciation of the tacit agreement with recent German history. Just as Munch merely by way of example claims to criticize the results of the negotiations as a at least short-term historic victory for Hamas, although he and his ilk otherwise always accuse the Israelis of not talking enough to their anti-Semitic mortal enemies. The Germans remember their state's persistence in the face of terrorist blackmail attempts as a historic victory over the RAF. In reality, however, the RAF succeeded in teasing the fascist essence out of the state. Not, as the RAF, the left and other defenders of the rule of law believe in the state's measures against the terrorists, for as long as the exceptional situation remains the exception, it not only confirms the rule, but constitutes the normal case, i.e. also the rule of law, but in the refusal, committed in the name of the state or collective, to save human lives in dealing with terrorists. Herzinger also avoids breaking with this national history. What's more, consciously or unconsciously, he resolutely reserves the defense of the German solution. Quote, "The case of Gilad Shalit does not in fact offer a universally valid model for dealing with terrorist blackmail. Liberal societies will not be spared the specific, agonizing consideration of whether saving one life could endanger too many others in the future." End of quote. There it is again, the agonizing consideration, which can sometimes lead to this result, Netanyahu, sometimes to that, Schmidt. Every journalist, politician, and TV viewer has this formula down pat. Hardly anyone asks what is so agonizing about accepting the merely future and abstract endangerment of many, once the saving of a present and concretely threatened individual life has been elevated to a generally and universally valid, and not just a particular Jewish imperative. As if it could no longer be faced when the time comes, i.e. as soon as the initially speculative threat has become present and concrete. Even if, as Caroline Glick, for example, points out in an article for the Jerusalem Post on October 14, 2011, all statistics indicate that released terrorists will become active again, this remains an abstract threat. Certainly, not every released terrorist will change his mind, suffer a heart attack, or fall victim to a targeted liquidation by the Israelis. We know that Israelis could become victims of terrorist attacks again in the future. We don't know how many and who exactly, nor do we know how many of these attacks we will be able to prevent. However, we have a different moral responsibility towards these abstract variables in the present than towards the concrete lives that are threatened, which we are very personally guilty of not saving even though we could. Once again, the only thing we don't know about these future victims is their names, Glick's article says. But because Gilad's names are known, what Glick writes about the nameless was all the more true for him. But we know what will become of them as surely as we know that night follows day. End of quote. For Helmut Schmidt, however, this agonizing consideration was never more than the humanizing disguise of his willingness to make human sacrifices to the state, which was seen as an end in itself, and thus an adequate expression of the Post-Fascist Protection and Defense Association, in which, as Johannes Agnoli writes, the formal exchange of blows between the individual groups is merely the expression of an honest struggle, i.e. a general interest directed towards the people as a whole. Every state, as its critics have known since Hobbes, is a monster. This also applies to the tamed bourgeois Leviathan, especially in its post-fascist form. Helmut Schmidt is its prototypical face, the character mask par excellence. The interview he gave to Giovanni Di Lorenzo of Die Zeit, together with his wife Loki, on the occasion of 30 years of the German Autumn, leaves no questions unanswered with desirable clarity. The RAF terror reached its peak 30 years ago with the kidnapping of Hans Martin Schleyer, the president of the Employers Association. The state refused to be blackmailed. A conversation with the then Chancellor Helmut Schmidt about the borderline experiences of his life. The term post-fascism refers to the continuation of fascism, not against them, but in democracy, and Helmut Schmidt is the ideal medium for this continuation precisely because he is not a Nazi, but as a social democrat former soldier in the Wehrmacht, he is even a Nazi critic and almost an ordinary German. Quote, God knows I have to defend myself because of the Kiesinger government. It was full of former Nazis. Kiesinger was a Nazi, Lubka was at least a follower, Schiller was also a follower. Under Adenauer, the entire federal chancellery was full of Nazis. That's how it was. I was never in danger of becoming a Nazi because of my Jewish grandfather. This coincidence or genealogy, possibly just coincidence, saved me from that. Otherwise, the majority of those who populated the German state offices after 1949 were Nazi fellow travelers, and some were terrible Nazis. The worst of these Nazi fellow travelers were in the administration of justice, both as judges and as public prosecutors. End quote. The usual post-fascist traits in Schmidt are also coupled with an unbelievable mendacity, which he rarely keeps up because his obsessive, partly Hollywood-inspired self-stylization as the great and tough statesman man of big and difficult decisions, along with the degree of contempt for humanity that goes with it, constantly gets in the way. He begins the conversation or chat with the assertion that it is by no means difficult for him to talk about the fateful days of the German autumn. He just has no desire to do so because there is a climate in the media that deals too much with the terrorists and too little with the victims. While in the further course of the conversation it emerges that he enjoys talking about the borderline experiences of his life, just as much as these borderline experiences themselves, and considers his own hardening against the suffering of the victims to be his great achievement as a statesman. Thus the admission of complicity in Schleier's death, for example, is part of the statesmanlike staging of the person who has to bear the consequences of his difficult decisions, admittedly after agonizing considerations, as a weight and great burden for all eternity. It is irrelevant for an analysis of Schmidt's attitude that the victim Schleier, as an old SS man, is not worthy of solidarity and that most of the victims of the Landshut kidnapping were later freed unharmed. Quote, Schmidt says, yes, of course it was always clear to me that I was not only complicit in the death of Hans Martin Schleier in the eyes of Mrs. Schleier or their son Hans Eberhard Schleier, but also in my own eyes, speaks very quietly. That was always clear to me. It was also clear to me during the weeks we spent looking for him. If you don't succeed, you yourself are partly to blame. Zeit says, it's a terrible thing to live with. Schmidt says, it's certainly not easy. End quote. On the other hand, Helmut Schmidt is of course anything but an emotional wimp. Confronted with the victims begging for their lives, a tape recording of Schleier's voice, I have always recognized the decision of the federal government, as I have expressly communicated in writing. But what has been going on for days is human torture without meaning. End quote. And the desperate radio message from Gabi Dillman, stewardess of the hijacked Landshut, to the German ambassador via the airport tower in Mogadishu. Quote, I didn't know that there were people in the German government who were partly responsible. I hope you can live with this guilt on your conscience. End quote. Schmidt initially said, she spoke the same way as Schleier. That was a matter of course. That's life. End quote. Whereupon he talks himself into a storm of steel that Ernst Junger and Martin Heidegger couldn't have managed any better. Quote, Zeit says, but when you feel the distress and fear of these people, how can you stick to your position so unwaveringly? Schmidt says, we were grown men and not teenagers. We all had the shit of war behind us. Strauss had the war behind him, Zimmermann had the war behind him, Wisniewski had the war behind him. We all had enough shit behind us and were hardened. And we had a considerable degree of composure while at the same time straining our nerves and our minds to the limit. The war was a lot of shit, but not losing your mind in the face of danger was something you learned back then. Zeit says, when you say that the experience of war united you in the crisis team, do you mean the experience of death? Schmidt says, for example, the experience of death, the experience of mortal danger. Zeit says, is it also the experience of being killed? Schmidt says, speaks very quietly and cautiously. That's the same thing. Zeit says, so after that you were all grown up, hardened? Schmidt says, yes. Zeit says, also brutalized? Schmidt says, every war brings brutalization with it on all sides. End quote. Of course, Schmidt doesn't want to know anything about the specifics of the National Socialist War, the war of extermination in the East and the Holocaust. He is as post-fascist here as the preamble to the Basic Law. But being able to endure shit hardened, steeled, and grown up with a considerable degree of composure is only one thing. A greatness that the hostages of the hijacked plane, unlike Schmidt, could not muster. His cynical, steel thunderstorm fecal language poisons even the slightest hint of empathy with the victims. Quote, "The poor people standing in the Lufthansa plane at Mogadishu airport, threatened with death. The loose of the plane long since shat on, all wired up and prepared to be blown up. Then alcohol was poured over their heads and clothes to make them burn. Of course, they condemned the German government, appealed to it, expected everything possible from it, and thought we were their murderers or at least the cause of the distress they were in." End quote. The other is the decision to take the position of hardship itself, which is what caused the shit, in this case, the complicity in the first place. According to Schmidt, this can be explained by the following history. In 1972, a German plane was hijacked to free the imprisoned hostage-takers of the Israeli Olympic team. The Brandt government went along with the deal. In 1975, the Berlin CDU politician Peter Lorenz was kidnapped and exchanged for 6 captured terrorists. Even before Lorenz was actually released, Schmidt claims to have decided, quote, "You'll never do that again. In fact, the people released in Berlin continued to commit terrorist acts. So that was the second successful blackmail. I suspected that there was now a chain of kidnappings and blackmail attempts." End of quote. When Schleyer was kidnapped in September 1977, Schmidt made a 5-minute statement 4 hours later, which had been recorded shortly beforehand in the ARD studio in Bonn and, as Di Lorenzo says, came up with a sentence for the history books. Quote, "The state must respond to this with all necessary severity." End of quote. However, this necessary severity was not primarily directed against the terrorists. On the contrary, many a proposal was and still is rejected as a breach of the rule of law, even as fascist. And not only the ideas circulated by, for example, Federal Prosecutor General Kurt Rebman, to amend the Basic Law so that it would be possible to shoot people who were to be ransomed by terrorists, or Franz Josef Strauss, to kill 1 RAF prisoner for every hostage shot, or the proposal of a BND agent for a covert operation against international terrorism with the aim of liquidating the European leadership cadres. In other words, a strategy of toughness, which the Israelis, for example, certainly use, is, as Di Lorenzo and Schmidt agree, at least hair-raising and inappropriate for a democratic state. On the other hand, it seems appropriate if the necessary severity is directed against the hostages, i.e. if the state, in order to demonstrate that it will not be blackmailed or that such blackmail is not worthwhile in the long term, instead of covertly and systematically liquidating terrorists, simply does not give in to their short-term demands. Quote, Zeit says, "So the historian's account is correct, that you were determined from the first day of the Schleyer kidnapping not to give in to the terrorists." Schmidt says, "The portrayal is wrong because I had already been determined to do so since the Lorenz kidnapping. I didn't give in afterwards in Stockholm either. And I didn't want to do that in a 3rd or 4th case either." Zeit says, "At least you told Sandra Maischberger. I found the enormous responsibility for the lives of others existentially oppressive." Schmidt ponders for a long time, says, "You can also say in Hamburgian, that's a bit lean." End quote. However, the enormous responsibility for the lives of others, which Schmidt also proudly displays at another point in the interview, is only the civilizing disguise of the barbaric, which is already expressed in the fall into the provincial, in this case Hamburg, and is then also clearly formulated by Loki Schmidt. But the state was also threatened, and that was just as clear to us and to my husband even more so, of course. End of quote. For the Schmidts, the concrete other people can therefore so quickly become something abstract and inhuman like the state, because they simply do not recognize any difference, which in a way proves them to be connoisseurs of their basic law. Even Article 1:1 speaks of the dignity of man instead of human beings. The latter alone would mean all human beings, i.e. the empirical individuals, as they walk and stand. Man in and of himself, on the other hand, is a real abstraction that is objectified in the sovereign. This is the general man who subsumes the particular men by subordinating the provisions of repressive generality to the concrete individuals as a juridical fiction, Marx, ISF. The subject form is the epitome of all economically set and politically explicated requirements that the particular individuals have to meet, and therefore the truth of Article 1:1 is, as Johannes Agnoli critically noted, the dignity of the state is inviolable. Conversely, this makes the dignity of specific individuals inviolable for the purposes of the state. And as an old soldier, Schmidt knows that Article 2, everyone has the right to life and physical integrity, is not far off the mark either. For the life generously granted by the state, in this case everyone instead of the individual, immediately implies the duty to sacrifice for the Volksgemeinschaft, as the Basic Law already stipulates in the provisions on the abuse of fundamental rights to fight against the free democratic basic order, Article 18, and as Section 5 of the Criminal Code states under the heading Crimes against National Defense. Whoever incapacitates himself or another with his consent by mutilation or in any other way for the fulfillment of compulsory military service, or causes him to be incapacitated, shall be punished with imprisonment from 3 months to 5 years, Section 109 StGB, and therefore this, after all, the jurist knows, even if he knows nothing else. There is no right of disposal of the individual over his own life. The Schmidt couple's thoughts and actions are such that the provisions of sovereignty as defined by Hegel should be read as an immediate instruction manual and put into practice. On Hegel's philosophy of law, Joachim Brun writes, "The state, says Hegel, must not only be regarded as a bourgeois society, Grundlinien section 324 edition, but as the nation in its limit, which implies the surrender of personal reality to the absolute final end, to the sovereignty of the state, section 328. It is the soldier who reconciles in himself the contradictory determinations of the bourgeois and the citizen in extreme negativity, i.e., the concrete egoism with the abstract altruism of the individual constituted in the form of the subject. He embodies the readiness to sacrifice himself in the service of the state, section 327. Which means, the being that Hegel wanted to establish as an affirmative being reveals itself as an unbeing, which the Schmidts have taken upon themselves to embody with all the consequences of body and soul in agonizing consideration. It is therefore no coincidence that their harshness towards the abductees threatened with death goes hand in hand with their resolute willingness to sacrifice themselves for the monster state." Quote, Loki Schmidt says, "After the attack on the embassy in Stockholm, Helmut and I walked through the park in the dark. After talking about it, we made the decision. We'll go to the head of the chancellery tomorrow and put it in writing that one of us shouldn't do anything special to save the other." Schmidt says, "If you're going to talk about it, then you have to say it exactly. This note must still be in the chancellery files today. It states, if Mrs. Schmidt or Mr. Schmidt should be kidnapped, the state should not replace them." Zeit says, "Sorry, but that sounds terrible. You have to try everything to save a loved one." Schmidt says, "Yes, but we were different because I was responsible for other people." Loki Schmidt says, "You've never been in that situation." Schmidt says, "That's also just an answer to your question about whether we felt threatened. Of course we were threatened, and we did feel threatened." Loki Schmidt says, "But the state was also threatened, and that was just as clear to us, and to my husband even more so, of course." End quote. The Schmidts, of course, credit each other with human greatness and try to convince Di Lorenzo and the readers of Die Zeit that, if they were prepared to sacrifice others for the state, they were at least consequent enough not to exempt themselves. However, this German consistency, he who says a must also say be, reveals neither humanity nor empathy, on the contrary. It is only in this that post-fascist state fetishism reaches its culmination, especially when the willingness to sacrifice oneself for a state that exists for its own sake, in the self-stylization of the state-supporting couple is also supposed to serve as a cathartic reconciliation with the relatives of the actual victims. Quote, Schmidt says, "The constitutional state does not have to win, nor does it have to lose, but it has to exist." Zeit says, "And what did you leave behind?" Schmidt says, "I would repeat what I said in the speech you quoted 30 years ago in the Bundestag. I am entangled in guilt towards Schleyer and towards Mrs. Schleyer and towards the 2 officials in Stockholm, the military attaché Andreas Baron von Mirbach and the economic attaché Heinz Hillegart, who were killed." Loki Schmidt says, "I only remember that shortly after Stockholm, the wife of the German ambassador was in Bonn and almost insulted me. I told her about our walk at night and what we had agreed in writing. She gave me a big look and suddenly threw her arms around my neck. And she understood that everything looks a bit different when you're in the middle of it. She didn't say anything bad anymore." End quote. In his essay Education After Auschwitz, Adorno even sees the cult of harshness in traditional education as a prefiguration of National Socialist violence, which should therefore be resolutely countered. The educational image of harshness, which many may believe in without thinking about it, is wrong through and through. The vaunted toughness that is supposed to be taught means indifference to pain per se. There is no clear distinction between one's own pain and that of others. Those who are hard on themselves by themselves the right to be hard on others and take revenge for the pain that they were not allowed to show, that they had to repress. This mechanism must be made conscious, as must an education that does not, as in the past, place premiums on pain and the ability to endure pain. End of quote. So the entanglement in guilt is not just a good thing to live with. Schmidt knows how to enjoy it. The tragic greatness of a historical statesman would not be possible without such entanglement anyway. He knows he is connected to the victims through the certainty that he would have sacrificed himself, and he tells his critics how, as a completely solitary wolf, he had to calmly weigh up a difficult decision for which there would have been no moral compass to guide him, and how he nevertheless managed to find a solution that was completely without alternative. Quote, "Listen to the questions of whether Lorenz should be bought out by letting terrorists go free, whether ambassadors and embassy staff should be bought out by letting criminals go free, whether Schleyer should be bought out by letting criminals go free, or whether people on an airplane should be bought out by letting criminals go free who then commit new crimes. There is no answer to any of these questions in the basic law, nor in the Bible, nor in the Quran, nor in the Torah." End of quote. Every sentence a lie. Schmidt's decision to take tough action against the hostages was anything but exemplary. As shown, he acted in accordance with the basic law and practically reduced Hegel's philosophy of the state to mere affirmation. And any state morality based on the Quran would also prove Schmidt right. On the other side of the lie, Israel, Netanyahu, his predecessors and the population prove that one could have acted differently, can and must act differently. The moral compass for this can very well be found, but not only, in the religious tradition of Judaism, and indeed not only, in the Pikuach Nefesh mentioned by Herzinger. Schmidt could also have known from Christianity that God no longer takes pleasure in sacrifices after Jesus' self-sacrifice. Last but not least, the categorical imperative of the citizen and Enlightenment philosopher Kant could also have been consulted. Act in such a way that you need humanity both in your person and in the person of everyone else at all times as an end, never merely as a means. Even if the secular reconciliation between the particular and the universal conceived here goes back to the famous sentence from the Talmud, which has now degenerated into standard Hollywood kitsch. That is why Adam was created as an individual, to teach you, whoever destroys a single man, according to the scriptures, has destroyed the whole world. Whoever preserves a single man alive has preserved a whole world. Mishnah, Sanhedrin, 4:5. But someone like Schmidt, and so many Germans with him, did not wade through the shit of war to make a humane, sensible, and anti-tragic decision like Netanyahu's.
In The Jewish State, Theodor Herzl spoke of a quite peculiar new formation on as yet undefined territory when it came to how the society of Jews could anticipate the sovereign. As a trained lawyer, a special borrowing from Roman law, the negatiarum gestio, was available to him to explain such peculiarities. If the property of a disabled person is in danger, anyone can step in and save it. This is the gestor, the leader of other people's business. He has no mission, that is, no human mission. His mission is given to him by a higher necessity. End quote. The gestio is directed towards the good of the dominus, the people, to whom the gestor himself also belongs. The gestor therefore administers a good of which he is co-owner. However, he can at best only assume the consent of the countless co-owners. In retrospect, it can be determined in proceedings whether and to what extent their interests have actually been met. This legal institution was suitable for presenting the question of a sovereign to be created precisely because it did not itself have sovereignty in the modern sense as a condition. Rather, like all Roman law, it arose from the balance of different, coexisting spheres of power. The negatiarum gestio presupposes, so to speak, that there is no sovereign as a ubiquitous and superior authority that could take the affairs of the prevented owner into its own hands or issue an order to do so. In principle, no one is prevented from seizing them, and only post festum, when the owner reports back, is the balance of interests to be determined. For Herzl, the starting point was the situation of the Jews in the worldwide diaspora, which is given the meaning of the territory on which Roman law had applied. It is thus a transfer in which the content changes completely at the same time, for the good at stake for the Zionist gestor is the life of the Jews, their self-preservation. It is in danger because the Jews have no state and are therefore prevented from looking after themselves. The Jewish people are currently prevented by the diaspora from conducting their own political affairs. In doing so, it is in severe or slight distress at various points. Above all, it needs a gestor. End quote. The gestor can only assume the consent of the countless co-owners hereto, but in view of the pogroms and the increasingly dangerous anti-Semitism, he has the best reasons to do so. If Herzl, like many Zionists after him, thought that the founding of the state would ultimately also mean the end of the diaspora, his definition of the gestor also teaches that the state, once founded, must retain something of the significance of a gestor in relation to the diaspora as long as it exists. Quasi ex contracto is how Herzl justifies his actions, thus naming something like the Zionist adaptation of the imaginary contract between citizens that Hobbes used to explain the emergence of Leviathan. The intervention of an individual as a gestor thus happens, so to speak, at random. He can neither justify his particular suitability nor the exact point in time with certainty. According to Gerhard Biller, referring to Carl Schmitt's political theology, the fact that Herzl himself pulls all the strings and acts shows him to be a decisionist of the first order. It was to his credit that he recognized the state of emergency in which the Jews found themselves and that this state of emergency required a sovereign decision to end it, which, due to the complexity of the situation, did not need to be justified to third parties. The standards for action now lay with Herzl himself, who also realized that the current Jewish situation required swift action. His goal was primarily political, but the legal claim was morally and historically based. End quote. In contrast to political theology, as Schmitt was to formulate it, Zionism was to create the state in the first place, from which the state of emergency in which the Jews lived could be defined as such. Only the goal of the Jewish state provides the true concept of the plight of the Jews that prevails in the states. It makes clear what the proclamation of human rights does not change. This is precisely the solitude of Theodor Herzl that Joachim Brun speaks of in order to emphasize the proximity to Machiavelli under this title. It is, so to speak, the political truth of the story of Baron Munchausen, who had to pull himself out of the swamp by his own bootstraps. How can the national unity of a bourgeois republican statehood be established if its prospective citizens are not yet able to enter into contractual relationships with each other that emancipate them from immediate constraints? The recourse to the Roman legal figure of the gestor is intended to combine both Machiavelli and Hobbes' anticipation of the imaginary contract, with which the recognition of a monopoly on the use of force is declared post festum, i.e. the power that alone guarantees compliance with real contracts. In one of his last speeches, not coincidentally delivered in a crisis situation, after Herzl had been sharply attacked from within his own ranks for even considering the British offer to accept Uganda instead of Palestine as territory, the extent to which this can only be a quasi ex contracto becomes particularly clear. It is not a question of the majority of the Jewish population concluding a contract in the form of Zionism, to which the elected representative must adhere, but the gestor can and must also be able to act against the majority, which can only be guessed at anyway, in order to take over their interests and establish their unity in the first place. First of all, Herzl describes only the subjective prerequisites that are required. In Vienna, he had one day broken away from his whole circle of life, from all his acquaintances and friends, and had stood up as a solitude for what I considered necessary. I don't have a need for majority, I don't need a majority. But then he emphasizes more clearly than almost anywhere else the need for this gestor, a proxy sovereign, to exist, that unity in a particular situation should be entrusted to the hands of an individual, according to whatever democratic rules he was determined to follow, because the form of organization alone would not bring it about. Even if we had as many hundreds of thousands of followers as we now have tens of thousands, even then the organization would be an insignificant factor in achieving the goal. It may be able to provide the means, but the organization as such is absolutely incapable of achieving the goal without the factors involved. This function can only be performed by the leadership. End quote. It depends solely on perseverance in adhering to the goal, but if the organization had no leadership that embodies this perseverance and is able at any moment to intervene in the general situation, today in France, tomorrow in Italy, the day after tomorrow in England, then the Zionist movement would only be a game with words. Only a movement of people who are already satisfied if they have positions of honor in it. End quote. The great power to achieve the goal would not be found in an association of conventicles. To justify this, Herzl could refer directly to the Hobbesian view that the external unity of the state is what makes survival in the state of nature between states possible, but he is more inclined to quote Count Bülow from a speech in the German Reichstag, who rejected the completely incorrect and unjustified assertion that a party can determine foreign policy. I pursue the foreign policy which, according to my knowledge of the international situation, best corresponds to the interests of the German nation." End quote. In his last Zionist text, Herz placed great emphasis on securing the most urgent requirement of our movement, the unity of our organization, a prerequisite for the monopoly of power over a territory from which the others, the enemies, were excluded. In this sense, Zionism was a peacemaker, but it was of course like peacemakers usually. It has to struggle the most. All the more so when these enemies are one enemy, the eternal anti-Semite. Unlike Machiavelli, Herzl could not turn to a prince, but had to go in search of the appropriate hegemonic power. Just as the Gestor in the Roman Empire may have invoked the Dominus, but had to take into account the current constellation of the various social forces, which was not covered and fixed by any real monopoly on the use of force, the Zionist Gestor, who invoked the self-preservation of the Jewish people, had to carefully consider with which states and against which he could carry out the takeover. He must therefore pay attention to the respective constellation of powers and determine which hegemon or which hegemonic alliance is appropriate to his interests. For Herzl, there was a clear preference for Great Britain in terms of financial accumulation, but as far as territory was concerned, he initially pinned his hopes on the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire and the German Kaiser. Shortly after the publication of the Jewish state, he even dared to claim that the Jews have no more magnanimous friend than His Majesty the now ruling Sultan. End quote. He counted on a certain rationality on the part of the Ottoman Empire's interest politics. The Sultan knew that he could achieve help for his finances, the only effective help, only through an understanding with Jews, namely with Jews who pursue Jewish politics and not cabinet politics in any order. Herzl envisaged that the Colonial Bank in London could provide financial services for the Turkish government insofar and as long as there is a counter-value in the form of sufficient legal concessions for the settlers. In order to secure this deal in terms of world politics, so to speak, Herzl also met with the German Emperor in Constantinople in 1899 and shortly afterwards addressed him in Jerusalem, in which he asked His Majesty for your high help in realizing the Zionist plans. An emperor of peace is moving powerfully into the eternal city. We Jews greet your Majesty at this high moment and wish from the bottom of our hearts that an age of peace and justice may dawn for all people. There is some evidence that Herzl saw the German emperor as the embodiment of the Council of Civilized Nations, which could grant recognition under international law to the Jewish state. In reality, however, Herzl could only count on Germany, as an increasingly powerful hegemon in this region, being able to exert pressure on the Sultan. However, the German emperor's negative reaction immediately proved him wrong. And this was soon followed by disappointment with the Sultan, who agreed to open up his empire to the Jews and promised them Turkish citizenship, but at least ruled out settlement in Palestine for the time being and did not concede to provide a closed territory in his empire for the Zionist movement. The illusions originally associated with the Ottoman Empire were still unmistakably reflected in Herzl's novel Altneuland, which was published in 1902. The Utopia, set in 1923, denies the insights of the Jewish state and suggests that the Jews can gain and keep a country for themselves without needing their own sovereign in the classical sense. In the novel, their community is under the protection of the Ottoman Empire. Later anti-Zionists and post-Zionists believe they can find a comprehensive arsenal for their purposes here by presenting the fairy tale, which Herzl, as he himself says, only tells around the campfires to keep my poor people in good spirits on their wanderings, as Herzl's new theory of rule and power, which elevates him far above most 19th-century nationalists. Altneuland is not a nation-state, but a new society outside and above the usual European nationalism. Yet Herzl's Utopia is clearly enough recognizable as a fantastic novel in which time seems to stand still, entirely in accordance with the will of the Ottoman Empire. The Sultan gives the Jews the land and thus spares them the task of becoming a state. The new society for the colonization of Palestine, as the novel imagines it, regulates what a state would otherwise regulate, namely infrastructure and internal security, but remains a purely private enterprise in that it does not have its own army to assert its sovereignty to the outside world. In his political activity as Gestor of the Jews, however, Herzl continued to follow the insights of the Jewish state and quickly abandoned the illusions that had attached themselves to the Sultan and the German Kaiser. He turned his attention to the West and the English government. His later speeches mainly concerned the proposals made by the latter as a replacement for Palestine, one of which was the Sinai and the other Uganda. The fact that Herzl agreed to them, even though he emphasized that of course the Jewish people can have no other final destination than Palestine, has to do on the one hand with the emergency situation of the Jewish population, which was coming to a head in Russia, as the Kishinev pogrom demonstrated, and any temporary solution was better than nothing. On the other hand, Herzl knew that he had to signal a certain concession to the English hegemon. In his last Zionist text, on the occasion of the Uganda offer, he once again explains the importance of the question of which hegemonic power to turn to. There is no more complicated political question than ours. We have certainly not received charity, and our policy is not a begging policy. We have entered into negotiations with the British government as a nation and are continuing these negotiations as a nation. In the East African question, the fact that the Congress is officially recognized by the territorially greatest power in the world as the representative of the British people is of great importance, power of the world as the representative of the Jewish people. Our history knows of no other similar example. This reorientation towards the hegemon of the West foreshadowed the further development of Zionism. In the First World War, with the German Kaiser, whom Herzl had once wanted to see as the Emperor of Peace, beginning to execute Germany's policy of catastrophe, Vladimir Zeev Jabotinsky and Joseph Trumpeldor founded the Jewish Legion, a military force for the purpose of fighting on the side of the British Army in Palestine. As little support as this idea initially found in Zionist circles, it was nevertheless realized, even before Chaim Weizmann succeeded in persuading the British government to sign the Balfour Declaration. Like Herzl, Jabotinsky saw himself as a leader of foreign business, had no immediate mandate, could only assume the consent of those who were prevented from acting and hoped that the protection of their interests would become apparent in retrospect. With this in mind, he finally wrote in retrospect, "If one considers only the war period, then 50% of the credit for the Balfour Declaration belongs to the Legion. Because the world is not a free good, you don't give a Balfour Declaration to individuals, you give it to a movement, namely one that takes up arms." It was only with the taking up of arms that the borrowing from the Roman legal figure of the Gestor was to be realized, so that Zionism could no longer be prevented from taking up the legacy of Machiavelli and Bodin, Hobbes, and Spinoza. In his memoirs of this legion, Jabotinsky also wrote that for him, even before the First World War, the Ottoman Empire was no longer a country, but only a sad misunderstanding, in contrast to his later counterpart on the Zionist left, David Ben-Gurion, who still recommended that the Jews in Palestine fight on the side of this empire. Turning to the right hegemon remained the most difficult foreign policy question for Zionism. As clear as it was to Jabotinsky during the First World War that a Palestine ruled by the British was better for the Zionists, the disappointments that had to be accepted here were just as unmistakable as soon as it came to immediate defense against attacks by the Arabs. This began at the latest with the demobilization of the Jewish Legion pursued by the British, which Jabotinsky nevertheless wanted to see as the beginning of military protection for the Jews in Palestine, as well as the reaction to the Arab uprising of 1920 or the resistance from the Jewish side. While Jabotinsky took command of the First Haganah, the defense force organized by the Yishuv, the Jewish community in Palestine, which now included many former members of the Legion, the British military administration acknowledged this deployment to protect Jewish settlements from the Arab pogrom rackets, which were already being incited by the later Grand Mufti al-Husseini, by arresting several of its members. Whereupon Jabotinsky turned himself in. Sentenced to 15 years of forced labor and sent to the fortress of Acre, he was soon released under the civilian administration that had been established in the meantime, but a year later the next riots, in which 46 Jews had already fallen victim, confirmed all his fears. For Jabotinsky, this proved how right he had been to insist on a post-war role for the now fully disbanded Legion. As long as there were 5,000 Jewish soldiers in Palestine, there were no anti-Jewish disturbances there, he wrote Winston Churchill, then serving as Secretary of State for Colonies. When their number dropped to 400, in 1920, 6 Jews were killed in Jerusalem. Now that they have been demobilized entirely, over 30 Jews have been killed in Jaffa alone. Unless the Legion was revived, he warned, the Yishuv would have to train and maintain a paramilitary force of its own. But Jabotinsky always saw the problem in the context of the situation in the diaspora, and the pogrom of Kishinev, which had once turned him into a Zionist sans phrase, had long since been eclipsed. In the crisis years between 1917 and 1921, at least 75,000 Jews were killed in a large number of massacres. The fiercest controversies that Jabotinsky led as a member of the Zionist executive under Weizmann from 1921 onwards were not only about the status of the Haganah and its position in relation to the British Mandate, but also about how and with which alliances a Jewish self-defense force should be established in Ukraine, for example, in order to prevent further pogroms. Disagreeing with the political line of the executive on these issues, he finally resigned from the committee in 1992 and shortly afterwards became involved on his own initiative in various places, especially in the Baltic states and Poland, to set up paramilitary youth groups, which were finally united in 1927 under the name Bitar, which was also intended to commemorate Trumpeldor, who had died in the meantime defending the Yishuv. He himself had to repeatedly accept accusations of militarism for this. Even if I am told that to shoot is militarism particularly in the present world, which hates militarism and strives for peace, I would also not disagree very much, although I am not so certain that the world has truly such peaceful aspirations. I would even concede that it is very sad for us Jews at a time like this to be forced to learn to shoot. But we are forced to it, and it is futile to argue against the compulsion of a historical reality. The force of historical reality teaches us a very simple lesson. If we should all be educated people and learn to plow the land and to build houses and all be able to speak Hebrew and know our whole national literature from the songs of Devorah until Avigdor Hamiri and Shlonsky, and yet not know how to shoot, then there is no hope. If, however, you will be able to shoot, then there is still some hope. That is the lesson of the historical reality of our day and of the days of our children, the experiences of the past 15 years and the prospects for the next 15 to 20 years. More unmistakably than for most other Zionists of his time, many of whom still thought, like Herzl in Alt-Neuland, that the national homeland did not necessarily need a sovereign, Jabotinsky saw such experiences as giving priority to the establishment of a Jewish state, leaving no doubt that this state must be based on the recognized monopoly of power. Even if the unity of the Zionist organization cannot be consistently maintained in its preparation as soon as the sheer survival of those for whom the state is to be founded is at stake. To paraphrase Max Horkheimer, the rackets that he helped to create in the form of Bitar and later Irgun should from the outset aim to shed their character as rackets and be absorbed into that monopoly. The integration of the Irgun fighters into the Israeli armed forces then took place very quickly, years after Jabotinsky's death. The fact that the organization itself was not dissolved without violence once again points to the difficult conditions under which the Gestor was armed, which called unity into question. In the course of the 1920s, Jabotinsky apparently came more and more to the conclusion that in order to continue to make the question of violence the crux of the matter, independent organizations and an opposition within Zionism were needed, at least for the time being. In addition to Bitar, this led to the founding of a separate political association that called itself Revisionist, which was not least intended to signal a return to Herzl's Jewish state. It initially worked within the unity of the Zionist organization and took part in its elections as a party, before finally leaving it and seeking to influence it from outside or take its place. If Jabotinsky saw this strategy as the only way to clarify the requirements and means of protecting mass immigration and founding the state, it was because he had fallen on deaf ears with Weizmann and the Jewish Agency. 26 In 1928 he came to the conclusion, under its present leadership, the Zionist movement is also being conducted in a manner contrary to the interests of the ultimate aim of Zionism. In recent years, official Zionist leaders have given up the idea of a Jewish state in Palestine. They are busily whitewashing and justifying the British anti-Zionist regime. Even if the ranks of the Zionist left, which eventually won a majority in the Zionist organization, were not to be taken seriously, Zionist organization shared Weizmann's illusions, there was also a tendency to suppress the question of organized violence. Jabotinsky pointed out this danger more persistently than anyone else. For him, however, the problem was closely linked to the relationship with liberalism. Following Herzl's views, he understood the importance of forms of mediation, which were rejected in the left-wing Zionist movement, as they had been by Moses Hess. As the quintessentially bourgeois, Jabotinsky always argued, as far as society and production relations were concerned, for the sphere of circulation, for the enforcement of abstract law, i.e. for the capital relation. However, his borrowings from the social reformer Joseph Poperlinkius show that, as far as the future was concerned, he did not necessarily want to commit himself to whether these forms of mediation were the only true ones. For him, however, it was clear that there would only be a sovereign under their conditions. In immediate political terms, he could rely on the wave of immigration after 1924, whose representatives and advocates he saw himself as to a certain extent. These were primarily members of the middle class from Poland, for whom North America was ruled out as an immigration destination due to the immigration laws that had been enacted there in the meantime. With them behind him, Jabotinsky resolutely opposed the anti-capitalist tendencies of the previous Aliyah, which also included Gershom Scholem, by idealizing the middle class to a certain extent. In his speech at the Third Revisionist World Conference, he complained that Zionism was too much guided by the idea of regroupment, by the desire to create a people consisting of farmers and workers and without merchants. End quote. An essay from 1927 states, "We are not only descended from a people of legislators, prophets and conquerors, but in the last 2,000 years also from a people of merchants and hucksters." This also determined his relationship to Marx, as expressed in an article on the tradition of the Jubilee year, i.e. the sabbatical year. The word bourgeois was regarded as despicable. The bourgeoisie beg forgiveness for their actual existence, as they feed on the fat of the land. In spite of this, I tend to think that even should a new Marx arrive on the scene and write 3 volumes on its ideal, it is well possible that it would not be Das Kapital but Jubilee. End quote. It was precisely in the socialist orientation that Jabotinsky increasingly saw the reason why Zionism was in danger of losing the primacy of the state to be founded over socio-political and cultural Zionist considerations, just as conversely, in his own understanding, this goal could only be realized at all through the recognition and defense of the mediating forms of bourgeois society. This is why the demand to build a liberal society went hand in hand with the demand to arm its Gestor, which at the same time gave rise to the sharpest aporias. On the one hand, Jabotinsky approvingly quotes Joseph Trumpeter's anti-individualist credo, "But among us must arise a generation which has neither interests nor habits. A piece of iron without crystallized form. Iron from which everything that the national machine requires should be made. Does it require a wheel? Here I am. A nail, a screw, a girder. Here I am. Police? Doctors? Actors? Lawyers? Teachers? Water carriers? Here I am. I have no features, no feelings, no psychology, no name of my own. Am a servant of Zion, prepared for everything, bound to nothing, having one imperative, build." "There are no such people," I said. "There are. I was mistaken. The first of them was sitting before me. He was himself a lawyer, a soldier, a farmer. He went to Tel Hai to seek work with the plow, found his death with a rifle, said ein davar, never mind, and died immortal." End quote. Secondly, he sings the praises of the liberal 19th century. Are you interested in the revival of liberalism, the old-fashioned creed of the 19th century? I feel its time is coming. I think in about 5 years it will have enthusiastic crowds of youth to back it, and its catchwords will be repeated all the world over with the same hysteria as those of communism used to be 5 years ago, those of fascism today. Only the effect will be deeper, as liberalism has roots in human nature which all baroque-room religions lack. End quote. But such praise could not change Jabotinsky's realization that in the states in which such a liberal society exists, hatred of Jews has not disappeared and will not disappear any more than in the states in which it never existed and perhaps will not continue to exist. He thus focused his thinking on the arming of the Gestor, through which the unity of the diversity developed in the diaspora could be secured, and to which, in turn, the question of how society in this state created by Zionist organizations would then relate to the liberalism of the 19th century must appear secondary, although Jabotinsky excluded fascism from the outset. This time only one philosophical flight. I believe in the existence of a type of Zionist who does not care about the social color of the state. I am such a Zionist. If I were to believe that the only way to attain statehood was socialism, or that it would have its establishment by only one generation, I am prepared to agree. I will go even further. I shall even acquiesce to an orthodox state which will force me to eat gefilte fish from dawn to dusk, if there is no other way. Even worse, a Yiddish-speaking state which would be for me the end of spell. If there is no other way, I shall agree. Nevertheless, I will leave a will to my children to cause a revolution. However, on the outer flap of the envelope I shall inscribe, to be opened 5 years after the establishment of the Jewish state. I have searched within my soul several times to ascertain whether these are my true feelings. And I believe they are. End quote. On the other hand, it appears to be a kind of inner armor when Jabotinsky, in his essay of the same title written 40 years after Herzl's Jewish State, does not see the root cause of the Jewish tragedy in the fact that other peoples behave badly towards us and that this is not the root cause of Zionism. The essence of the matter is rather based on the fact that the Jewish people, consciously, subconsciously, and unconsciously, always strived for its social independence, and therefore it was never able to adapt to the foreign social structure. It will not rest until it has created its own statehood. This is why Mika Brumlik, with reference to the historian Michael Stanislavski, quite rightly describes Jabotinsky as a cosmopolitan ultranationalist and at the same time attests to his extreme clairvoyance when it comes to the relationship with the Arabs. It is no longer the specific prejudices that are deeply rooted in the minds of the others that are seen as the real reason to strive for state independence, but rather the general fact that there are ethnic communities in the VEM that are endowed with a completely peculiar psychological apparatus, whereby Jabotinsky emphasizes as a fact that the Jewish community is one of the most peculiar in this respect. He breaks off the argumentation right here. He is not interested in explaining this peculiarity in more detail, just as Herzl was not interested in explaining anti-Semitism. At the same time, Jabotinsky emphasizes that the negative driving forces behind the Zionist movement should by no means be forgotten: anti-Semitism, pogroms, economic pressure. He had already written in 1919, "Zionism is the answer to the massacre of Jews. It is neither a moral consolation nor an intellectual exercise." And despite this inner armoring by ethnic categories, he is ultimately able to look deeply into the driving forces of anti-Semitism, as soon as he takes a closer look at the political actions of the enemy. Thus he perceives the pathological aspect of Jew hatred precisely in the fact that individuals existentially need and must not lose the object of their hatred, which they want to expel and destroy. It therefore seemed absurd to Jabotinsky if the Zionist side were to negotiate with the National Socialists in any way. It was precisely those who no longer wanted the Jews in their countries and cities who had nothing but inability to appreciate the Zionist or other similar aspirations. And from this he derived the National Socialist Palestine policy, which ultimately prevailed. Logically, the Nazis ought to be inclined to encourage any movement tending towards the evacuation of the Jews of Germany. In practice they have done more than any other government to stir up anti-Jewish trouble in Palestine, though it could only hamper the exodus. Should Uganda and Angola or Mindanao be declared a national home for the Jews instead of Palestine, the Nazi attitude would evidently be the same. Sadism does not wish to lose its victim. The biblical story of the Exodus was the first recorded instance of this curious interplay of two opposite passions, one longing to exterminate the hated breed and one determined to prevent their departure. But Jabotinsky also expresses something important with the term ethnic community, something that Herzl, the unarmed Gestor, had not yet paid attention to, in that he emphasizes in this way that the sovereignty that Judaism needs is and must remain a question of majority relations internally in order to be able to protect the Jews externally. He wrote about the Jewish state as early as 1923. Its significance lay in a Jewish majority protected by it. This is how Zionism began, and it will continue to work with this principle until it is realized, or it will be doomed to failure. This is what Jabotinsky's famous concept of the iron wall stands for. The only way to unity is an iron wall, that is to say strengthening of a power in Eretz Israel unapproachable to Arab influence, and that is just what the Arabs are fighting against. End quote. With such arguments, the revisionist movement advocated a state on both sides of the Jordan, a strong army and rapid mass Jewish immigration. If the goal of Zionism is the Jewish state, then revisionism understands it, as Richard Lichthium, one of its most important proponents alongside Jabotinsky, writes, as a Jewish community on both sides of the Jordan, which rests firmly on the Jewish majority in the country. We reject any objective that strives for something else. We need Palestine for our homeless people. The Arabs have huge, completely undeveloped areas around the centers of their former culture. We are capable of transforming Palestine on both sides of the Jordan into a modern cultural land inhabited by several million Jews and perhaps a million Arabs. In this respect, according to Jabotinsky himself, it was a process of colonization, and it was inevitable and self-evident that this process would appear unacceptable to the Palestinian Arabs, all of which was in the nature of things, and it is impossible to change the nature of things. According to Michael Brenner, Jabotinsky knew that the Jewish state could not be established without military intervention. In contrast to Herzl and the binationalists of Brit Shalom, he was well aware of the resistance from the Arab side. For him, who had already initiated a Jewish legion within the British Army during the First World War, the necessity of a Jewish army was beyond question. It was not simply a matter of colonization, but of a colonization that would lead to a Jewish state through political guarantees. Like Herzl, Jabotinsky opposed the view that it could be supported by merely private initiatives rather than by a national fund and a political gesture. This is why Jabotinsky also explained that the books by Pinsker and Herzl were ultimately more important than the Biluim settlements. Mass immigration is a question of governmental policy, and to carry it into effect the systematic and positive assistance of the government is required. End quote. Unlike Herzl, however, he was already confronted with the political realities on the ground and concluded from this the extent to which the political process depended on the organization of political violence. Even the immigration of Jews had to be enforced against the will of the Arab population. which is why paramilitary organizations were needed that could protect the Jews and must necessarily represent a provocation for the hegemonic power. On the other hand, Jabotinsky's demand for equal religious and cultural rights for the minority of Arabs living in the future state corresponds to this clear stance towards the Arab population in Palestine on territorial and military issues, but always on the condition that it must remain a minority. He had already dealt with concepts of autonomy for national minorities in his dissertation based on the situation in the Habsburg Empire. As an accompanying measure, as he finally explained in his last work The Jewish War Front from 1940, the future Israeli Jewish president should always be accompanied by an Arab deputy prime minister. According to this, Jews and Arabs should share the offices in the country in proportion to their population size. Both Hebrew and Arabic should be recognized as languages in offices and schools. Jewish and Arab communities would operate as autonomous bodies before the law. These would elect their own Chamber of Deputies, which would have the right to enact laws and collect taxes within the framework of the autonomy provisions, as well as appoint a respective executive, which would be accountable to the Chamber of Deputies. It should be emphasized that for Jabotinsky, democracy itself, as he sees it in this late writing, and in contrast to earlier statements that leave this question open, is not based on the rights of minorities, but on those of the individual, which can only be properly understood and applied if they take precedence. Jabotinsky wrote about the path to such a state in 1926. Everything begins with a political struggle around the Mount of Olives. This is the key to Zionism. The Mount of Olives in Jerusalem was the seat of the British Mandate, meaning that the struggle for the state had to be waged with and against the local hegemon. And that is why the writing on the Jewish War Front is still directed at the hegemonic power, which in the meantime began to take on the new form of the Western Allies. Its purpose, according to Jabotinsky, was to incorporate the Jewish problem into the Allies' war aims. However, this far-sighted orientation was also linked to his short-sighted opposition to the transfer agreement signed with Nazi Germany in 1933, the Ha'avara Agreement, which was led by Chaim Arlasarov of Ben-Gurion's Mapai Labor Party and enabled many Jews to leave Nazi Germany. Supporters of Jabotinsky were even accused of murdering Arlasarov. From the very beginning, he saw Nazi Germany as the greatest danger to Jewry, which made it unthinkable for him to cooperate with this state in any way, even temporarily. The revisionists feared that this agreement would torpedo the boycott movement against Germany and demanded that the Zionist movement take the lead in the worldwide struggle against Germany. End quote. At the same time, Jabotinsky was able to demonstrate with this attitude where he saw certain groups on the fringes of the revisionist movement going astray, because in their hatred of the left and Bolshevism they belittled the National Socialists and sympathized with the fascist movements in the rest of Europe, so that they even found much about Hitler, apart from anti-Semitism, to be good. He himself, who was urged by his followers to take on the role of a leader, which he could hardly assume because he was no longer in Palestine at the time, also rejected Italian-style fascism insofar as he recognized a fundamentally anti-Western, anti-liberal orientation in it. But, as long as Mussolini was not yet allied with Hitler, he did not shy away from suggesting to the British that, under certain circumstances, they would be prepared to see Italy rather than England in the role of mandate power in the Middle East and would act accordingly in the League of Nations. The approaching catastrophe for Jewry in Germany and Europe brought about by National Socialism forced us to see the situation in Palestine and the political struggle there in the most immediate context of the situation in the diaspora and the international conflicts. Therefore, for Jabotinsky, the maximum demands from the Zionist side were necessary solely in order to bring the situation in Nazi Germany to the attention of the world public and the Western hegemon, and it was precisely in this that he criticized the cautious and compromise-oriented policy of the Zionist organization in the 1930s most harshly. All the international conferences convened after Evian will remember that resolution of the Zionist Congress in Zurich. And they will remember something else too. At a time when Roosevelt called for a world conference and was certain that a mighty and united outcry would be heard from world Jewry, "Give us Eretz Israel," it became abundantly clear that the Jewish and Zionist representatives in fact do not want all of Eretz Israel, do not demand all of Eretz Israel. That was interpreted as a sign that matters are not so bad, and that was why Roosevelt concluded that the tragedy was not so great. End quote. If this insistence on maximum demands could not be better justified, Jabotinsky was wrong in his fight against Arlasarov's transfer agreement. If, on the one hand, there was the possibility of saving a certain number of those under immediate threat in the present and, on the other, the need to prevent the future annihilation that threatened all Jews at the hands of Germany, it is also true that what can happen in the present does not completely determine the conditions for action in the future. Since these conditions remain dependent on the behavior of other actors who cannot be foreseen, who are not determined in the sense in which the extermination of the Jews actually determined National Socialist rule. The impression arises as if Jabotinsky, with his strict rejection of that agreement, was already anticipating the actual hopelessness of the Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, as the last verse of the Bitar hymn he wrote reads, "To die or to conquer the hill, /Yodfet, Masada, Bitar." Deterministic thinking is reflected in reverse in the meaning Jabotinsky apparently wanted to give to the necessity of a fixed constitution. As a constitution, the concept he ultimately projected must automatically disregard the significance of the external enemy in the form of the surrounding Arab states for the unity of the new Jewish state and, in this case, the relationship of the Arab population within the Jewish state to its enemy. Analogous to the anti- or post-Zionist instrumentalization of HERZL'S SOLITUde, it is therefore possible that the Jabotinsky of the Jewish war front will one day be played off against that of the Iron Wall and his constitutional model of 1940 used as a polemic against Israeli policy after the Six-Day War. In a certain sense, and in contrast to his otherwise so clear view of the relations of force, Jabotinsky is caught up here by that aporia, or rather, by what is not antinomic about it, what is conceived on both sides without internal contradiction. On the one hand, in the sense of the Trumpeter quote, to see the behavior of citizens as determined by their function in the state; on the other hand, in the sense of 19th-century liberalism, to see the minimum of freedom that can be achieved by the state as being determined by its function. On the other hand, in the sense of 19th-century liberalism, the minimum of freedom that civil society can provide should already be regarded as a guarantee for peaceful coexistence. Here the views that Hillel Halkin describes in his excellent biography of the young Jabotinsky as those of a Hobbesian Democrat return, whereby this democratization of the Hobbesian Leviathan is expressed precisely in certain illusions that Jabotinsky shares with the international law theories of the 19th century. Despite homo homini lupus pessimism, he did not take an overly dim view of humanity. If nations, like individuals, were cruel and exploitative, this was because men were, not naturally evil, but naturally selfish in the promotion of their interests, and while human nature could not be changed, human interests could be. Within the framework of the state, this was achievable by the rule of law and a political system of checks and balances, between states, by an international order of free and dependent peoples, each serving as a brake on the others. The wolf in man could be ashed by other men, the wolf in nations, by other nations. In adding one more state to the constellation of states, therefore, Zionism would not just be solving the Jewish problem. It would also be contributing to a multiplicity that, like the multiplicity of institutions in a society, prevented the overconcentration and abuse of power. Whichever came first, the individual, the nation, or humanity, all three needed each other. Quote, and the real constitution of the future state, on the other hand, could not be created independently of what Leo Strauss called the primacy of foreign policy in his reading of Hobbes at around the same time. In certain respects, this primacy is incomparably more dramatic for Israel than for all other countries, as it has always been and continues to be fought against as the Jew among the states. Finally, it was also taken into account by the fact that a written constitution was dispensed with, just as, conversely, the national rights and duties of the Arabs were and are to be restricted where the essence of foreign policy is concerned, when it comes to joining the army. It is well known that Arab Israelis are not obliged to serve in the army, but can apply to do so. However, it is part of the dialectic of Zionism that Jabotinsky was able to distance himself from such illusions precisely when he referred either to the immediate experiences of Jewish history or to the religion that had emerged from such experiences. In 1931, he wrote that no Jew could imagine that salvation could consist of creating a paradise for a minority in Palestine, while in Europe, for example, the masses continued to starve and languish. It is unacceptable to the Jewish mind, which is very programmatic and practical, exactly in the way that we cannot accept the Christian concept of the Messiah, as if it were possible for a Messiah to arrive and bring redemption after which the world would resume to fight and hunger for another 1900 years and more. The Jewish perception of the Messiah is entirely different. He is in no hurry to come, and when he does, it will be over a period of time, much more difficult than beforehand. There will be messianic agony, but upon his departure after finishing his work, there will be no more distress on earth. This is the only way that a Jew understands redemption. End quote. The Irgun organization was founded in 1937. A predecessor organization had already existed since 1931 as a split-off from the Haganah, in order to use armed force to counter the threat in Palestine, which had grown disproportionately with the new Arab uprising and which the British power no longer seemed able to control. The Haganah, which had been in existence since the 1920s, appeared to the revisionists to be too committed to their own socialist concepts and at the same time to the foreign mandate power in the use of military force. In 1936, 80 Jews had already fallen victim to the first wave of attacks, but after Arab groups had begun attacking the Jewish population throughout the country again a year later in a second major wave, the Irgun was prepared to respond with terrorist actions. The Irgun launched a campaign of fighting terror with terror, responding to the murder of innocent Jews with the murder of innocent Arabs. In the summer of 1938, when its offensive peaked, its bombs and bullets in Arab streets and marketplaces took nearly 100 lives. Jabotinsky himself, although nominally commander of the Irgun, was only able to exert little influence on this organization, however, as the British mandate had denied him entry to Palestine since 1930. Officially justified by the fact that his last speech in Tel Aviv had been incendiary, the decree of the High Commissioner of Palestine at the time demonstrates how the British authorities judged Jabotinsky's presence in Palestine in order to camouflage their own failures. The 1930 trial was also preceded by Arab riots in which 133 Jews were murdered and 339 injured, for which he, the Jerusalem newspaper Daily Mail, Duar Hawai which he ran, and the Bitar organization were held responsible, because they protested against the disturbance of Jews praying at the Wailing Wall. They had caused the Arab riot. Having lived in Europe for years, Jabotinsky knew little more about the actual planning and execution of the Irgun attacks and initially reacted negatively or at least with unease. I see nothing heroic about shooting an Arab peasant in the back for bringing vegetables on his donkey to Tel Aviv. But finally, after a Jewish youth was sentenced to death and executed for shooting at an Arab bus without injuring anyone, he justified it, even though or because he knew, the whole atmosphere is madness. In an article for the Warsaw newspaper Hebrew Weekly, he compared the killing of innocent Arabs with the killing of innocent Germans in bombing raids in a war that had not yet begun, but which he foresaw, as well as the fact that it would be the Germans who would start it and fly the first air raids on London and Paris, and, in front of a Polish Jewish audience, followed the report that the Jews could no longer show themselves in the streets of Palestine without having to reckon with the worst. Why, under such circumstances, should the Arabs stop what they're doing? Who doesn't understand that the greatest enemy of equality for Jews is he who says that the means used by the Arabs in their war against us must not be used by us against them? Hillel Halkin writes about this twist in Jabotinsky's thinking, but Jabotinsky's questions were legitimate, too. If anti-terror terror had a deterrent value that could save even a single Jewish life, was it not defensible from a Jewish point of view? The moral calculus has yet to be invented that can deal with such equations. All that can be said is that, in the madness of the times, the commander-in-chief of the Irgun had chosen to ignore what the author of the Five had insisted on, that the moral equilibrium of humanity rests on age-old inhibitions that, though they may retain their power when breached in practice, crumble to dust when challenged in theory. Kill an innocent peddler and you have but killed an innocent peddler. Ask, but why should killing an innocent peddler be forbidden? And nothing is forbidden anymore. It is as if Jabotinsky's biographer were taking up the distinction in Benjamin's dictum. The killing of the criminal can be moral, never its legitimization. In this case, it should probably read, the killing of the innocent may or may not be justified, never its legitimization. To describe something as justified in this sense, the justice of mere counter-violence, i.e. revenge, is therefore not legitimization, because at the same time the madness of the situation is admitted, from which there is no escape for the individual. Legitimization, however, would already be a denial of the delusional, which leaves only revenge as the only general principle of justice and equality for Jews, says Jabotinsky, and thus the maxim of a categorical imperative, which has never really differentiated between the individual and the tribe. The only way for Jabotinsky, not unlike the Polish citizen Aeschylus in his conception of the Orestia, to break out of this closed cycle was to found a state. Unlike Aeschylus, he had to take into account, as can be seen from the first conception of the Iron Wall to the Jewish war front, a special kind of hostility towards the Jews. Just how desperate the situation in Palestine had become and how clearly he saw the need to open up the country to the large masses of persecuted Jews in Europe who were threatened with annihilation is shown by the fact that at this time, shortly before the start of the Second World War, he and the Irgun organization were planning to found a state on their own initiative and in a coup d'état, so to speak. Brought secretly to Palestine by Irgun people, he was to lead a coup in which Irgun would occupy the British government buildings and the Jewish state would be proclaimed. However, he was to return to Europe and form a government in exile in the event that the uprising was crushed. From the outset, however, he fought against a tendency within the Irgun. As central as the arming of the Gestor was for him, the arming itself was not allowed to take the place of the Gestor. There was a danger that the question of which hegemonic power to turn to and how to balance the friend-foe relationship with one power against that with the other, here the British Mandate regime, their National Socialism and its allies, would only be considered and decided in military terms. Abraham Stern stood for this tendency. He and his associates defiantly disparaged the value of any Zionist ideology, of political thought and action. A nation and a homeland cannot be redeemed through writing books and articles, holding speeches, or evolving political schemes, they argued. Action direct, a gun and a bomb, is the sole efficient instrument of a nation's struggle for liberation. This military Zionism was developing into a determined opposition not only to the cultural Zionism of Akkad Ham and the minimalistic Zionism of Weizmann, but also to the political Greater Zionism of Jabotinsky. Jabotinsky was also opposed to the Irgun's exclusive reliance on armed force. At a private gathering in Warsaw, he once heatedly said, "In fact, their Irgun's philosophy is Weizmannism in reverse." Weizmann and his followers believe, but in practical constructive work, one more dunam, one more cow, one more house. To them, only thus can Zionism be fulfilled. The Irgun leaders, too, have made only thus their motto, substituting a rifle for the dunam cowhouse package. Both approaches are narrow-minded and wrong, because both are apolitical. End quote. It was inevitable that this conflict within the Irgun would come to a head with the start of the Second World War. Like Ben-Gurion and Weizmann, Jabotinsky immediately declared his loyalty to England for the duration of the war. What he wrote to Ari Altman, head of the new Zionist organization in Palestine, a few days before his death makes it clear once again that he was not prepared to view the situation in Palestine in isolation. In contrast to Stern, he now regarded the victory over Nazi Germany as the decisive prerequisite for the creation of the Jewish state. I dare say you must have many moments of bitter doubt, for the old ingrained peculiarities of the colonial office do not seem to have disappeared. I need not tell you to disregard them as long as humanly possible. When this crisis is over, happily and successfully over, I hope, all the atmosphere around us will be so different, all the contents of such terms as the League of Nations, Mandate, etc., will have so radically changed their implications, that hardly anything said or written during the crisis will have decisive value for the realities of the future. Other factors will decide this and other issues. It therefore seems to me that your best course is to help the British in the fight and to attach no undue importance to symbols or inferences. End quote. Even before the start of the war, there had been a rapprochement with Ben-Gurion, who for his part had nolens volens adopted Jabotinsky's positions. He had reached the conclusion that Jabotinsky had reached long before. Socialism could wait. A Jewish state able to save as many Jews as possible was the immediate priority, and it would have to be won by force of arms, no matter how great the odds against this were. The commanders of the Haganah were told to prepare for such an eventuality while stepping up the smuggling of Jewish immigrants into the country. End quote. However, an alliance between the Irgun and the Haganah for a common front at the end of 1938 apparently failed because Ben-Gurion demanded the return of the revisionists, the dissolution of their organization, as a precondition. Jabotinsky, however, was not prepared to give up this independence as long as the new state had not been created, because he assumed that it would give him greater influence to advance the founding of the state. Like few others, he understood the full extent of the immediate danger that the start of the war meant for the Jews in the East, whose voice he had seen himself as, not least since he criticized the left-wing Zionists. However, his despair did not prevent him from starting all over again and, as in the First World War, campaigning for the formation of a Jewish army among the Allies, apparently hoping that this would lead to state unity beyond the old, seemingly insurmountable rifts within the Zionists. As if to fight directly against the fact that this state unity would only be possible after the extermination of millions of Jews had become a fact. The Jewish question is a national question, recognized Theodor Herzl. The knowledge of what the Jews had to expect in the various nations, especially in Germany and German Austria, left only one way out: a separate nation, a separate state for all those persecuted by anti-Semitism. We have honestly tried everywhere to sink into the Volksgemeinschaft surrounding us and to preserve only the faith of our fathers. It is not allowed. In vain are we loyal and in some places even exuberant patriots, in vain do we make the same sacrifices of property and blood as our fellow citizens. Quote, and a lawyer by training, Herzl thought nothing of relying on the law, which had recently been granted in full to the Jews, and whose ideologization was to be completed a little later in Hans Kelson's Pure Theory of Law. The founder of political Zionism was, of necessity, a theorist of the state of emergency. In the present state of the world, and probably in the unforeseeable future, might takes precedence over right. So we are good patriots everywhere in vain, like the Huguenots who were forced to migrate. If we were left alone. But I don't think they will leave us alone. End quote. The decision in favor of the state solution to the anti-Semitic question is reflected not least in the fact that Herzl abandons any further search for the causes and conditions of anti-Semitism, instead accepting it as a given and seemingly unalterable fact, which is just as deeply rooted in the popular mind as it is in the power that governs the people, in order to draw the practical consequences. The practical consequences in turn have ideological consequences. Zionism develops as the necessarily false consciousness of the Jews who have acquired the correct consciousness of their persecution. The compulsion to build their own state must be formulated as a positive ideology, but since the state is already completely determined by its function as a refuge for the persecuted, this ideology also remains peculiarly transparent to the context from which it springs. In this, the Zionist project differs from its bourgeois model and its socialist competitor from the very beginning, as it itself was projected and finally realized as a reaction to the fact that both failed catastrophically. The concept of humanity of the bourgeois revolutions turned out to be ambiguous, as it made it possible to exclude the Jews when it came to the whole. Hearst observed this in the Dreyfus Affair in the land of the Great Revolution, and the fatherland of all working people. Later rose to become a world power without saving Jews from the worst, as post festum even the Soviet foreign minister had to formally admit in his 1947 speech to the United Nations General Assembly. The Zionist state is a practical critique of the failure of emancipation in bourgeois society and in the socialist state, which is why it was hated from the outset by those who wanted to gloss over this failure. Unlike the modern founders and theorists of the state, Herzl could not base the legal basis of his actions on an already existing sovereign, the prince or the nation, which merely needed to be brought into its actual or original form. For his actions must create him in the first place. The legal figure of the negotiorum gestio from Roman law, the so-called management without mandate, which, as Joachim Brun points out, is brought into play by Herzl at the decisive point in state theory, can therefore be understood as an inversion of Carl Schmitt's political theology. The Jewish people, which could already be thought of as a nation in anticipation, was currently prevented by the diaspora from conducting its own political affairs. Internal disputes would render it defenseless against the external emergency to which it is exposed. Since not all heads can be brought under one hat, the Gestor simply puts on his hat and leads the way, Herzl. The mission was given to him by a single necessity, to end the Jewish emergency. According to Gerhard Biller, the fact that Herzl himself pulled all the strings and acted showed him to be a decisionist of the first order. It was to his credit that he recognized the state of emergency in which the Jews found themselves and that this state of emergency required a sovereign decision to end it, which, due to the complexity of the situation, did not need to be justified to third parties. The standards for action now lay with Herzl himself, who also realized that the current Jewish situation required swift action. His goal was primarily political, but the legal claim was based on moral and historical grounds. Herzl's conception is a reversal of political theology in that, on the one hand, it does not give up this legal claim, and on the other hand, it itself aims at a constitutional state, i.e., a future community to which it is already accountable, and yet remains aware of the absolute necessity of acting autonomously as a sovereign. If Herzl was a decisionist, then at least in a sense contrary to Carl Schmitt, sovereignty for Zionism is not a decision created out of nothing, but solely and exclusively out of Jewish necessity. This motive is absolute. It cannot be replaced by any other, no readiness for nothing, which is death, but unconditional readiness to escape violent death. Vladimir Jabotinsky's work of the same title, written 40 years after Herzl's Jewish State and published in Vienna in 1938, i.e. at the last minute, impressively confirms the continued effect of this transparency under the most adverse circumstances. In a state of extreme distress, the coercion is substantiated, clearly forced upon Herzl. The root cause of the Jewish tragedy is not based on the fact that other peoples behave badly towards us, and this is not the root cause of Zionism. The essence of the matter rests on the fact that the Jewish people, consciously, subconsciously, and unconsciously, always strove for its social independence, and therefore it would never be able to adapt itself to the foreign social structure. It will not rest until it has created its own statehood. Jabotinsky. It is no longer the concrete prejudices that are deeply rooted in the popular mind of others that appear as the primary motivation for this statehood, but the general circumstance that there are ethnic communities in the world that are endowed with a completely peculiar psychic apparatus, and in this context the fact that the Jewish community is one of the most peculiar in this respect. Understood as self-knowledge. But this substantialization of coercion does not conceal the coercion itself. Jabotinsky emphasizes that he is not forgetting the negative driving forces of the Zionist movement: anti-Semitism, pogroms, economic pressure. I recognize their full significance. I concede that the intensity of the hunger for emigration among the Jewish masses also depends on the fluctuations of their forces. This hunger for emigration is obviously an important, convincing and vivid argument in favor of the Jewish state. Quote, in fact, this Zionist paradox is such that substantialization also sharpens the view. Jabotinsky and the so-called revisionist movement are characterized by a clear, illusion-free view of the situation in Palestine. The goal of Zionism is the Jewish state. By this we mean a Jewish community on both sides of the Jordan, firmly founded on the Jewish majority in the country. We reject any objective that strives for something else. We need Palestine for our homeless people. The Arabs have huge, completely undeveloped areas around the centers of their former culture. We are in a position to accomplish the transformation of Palestine on both sides of the Jordan into a modern cultural land inhabited by several million Jews and perhaps a million Arabs. Lithium. In this sense, it was a process of colonization, and it was inevitable and natural that this process would appear unacceptable to the Palestinian Arabs. All this is in the nature of things, and it is impossible to change the nature of things. Jabotinsky. Hannah Arendt took a firm stand against this view of the nature of things. On the one hand, in her articles from the early 1940s, she justified the right to a state of their own through work, speaking of the Jewish right to Palestine, acquired and founded on Jewish work, as if in direct opposition to Hitler, who denied that the Jews could ever have a real state, as they completely lacked the correct understanding of the concept of work due to their race. Arendt even bases her hope for a peaceful coexistence of Jews and Arabs, for example within a federation, on the recognition of this right by the Arab neighbor. Indeed, she assumes that the founding of a state without expulsion would be possible, must be possible. After all, one would not be safe from anti-Semitism in a state of one's own, but only on the moon. On the other hand, however, she recognizes in the new mass phenomenon of refugees and stateless people how difficult it is to enforce this right to a state acquired through work. This problem shows more clearly than anything else the crisis of the nation-state. However, she sees the solution to the crisis, and thus also the abolishment of the contradiction, in a new world order that goes beyond the age of imperialism, made possible by the superpower USA, which emerged from the Second World War and in whose current policies she believes she can recognize something like a world sovereign. What is decisive is that it seems to be in the interest of American foreign policy to initiate a new way of resolving conflicts between nations, which would amount to preparing the ground for smaller nations with the help of their own power, from which they can continue to make policy on their own initiative in relative independence. This real and power politics differs from imperialist power politics in that it is not aimed at accumulating unlimited more and more power on the basis of existing power. The solution of the Palestinian conflict apparently proposed by Roosevelt seeks precisely to lift it out of the tragic hell of insolubility, which is the consequence of even the most moderate imperialism, into the sphere of that humanity in which sometimes better and sometimes worse and usually compromised solutions are found. End of quote. Hannah Arendt polemicizes precisely against those Zionist positions that speak of the nature of things and a tragic conflict between Jews and Arabs in view of the worsening situation in Palestine. She refuses to acknowledge that every foundation of a state per se involves expulsion and exclusion, insists on a contradictio in adjecto, a state for all people. Without wanting to, because it is concerned with the foundation of a real state, it formulates a utopia in the original sense of the word and imagines a state without a place. Hannah Arendt did not abandon this hope for a turnaround that would ultimately be made possible by the USA, even if she hardly articulated it as openly and directly. It is just as present in her political theory on the elements and origins of total rule as it is in the philosophical concept of vita activa. However, the skepticism grows considerably. The theory of totalitarianism is a warning that total rule could prevail everywhere, and in vita activa Arendt ultimately sees political action as fundamentally endangered by the workhorse, animal labyrinths, into which man transforms himself. Those who had already spoken of a nature of things and a tragic conflict before the founding of the State of Israel were right. The tragic is an aesthetic and moral expression of the fact that people on all sides of the conflict fall victim to the state. To speak of nature implies an absolute necessity for this sacrifice. Hannah Arendt's early political essays, however, keep alive the awareness that this nature must not have the last word, that the tragic should only be spoken of in order to overcome it. They basically update the Kantian perspective of eternal peace, the hope for a general world citizen state in which the opposites between the states are balanced out in a great body of states and where it should apply that no one has more right to be in one place on earth than another. Similarly, Robespierre spoke of humanity as the sovereign of the earth. Just as little as Kant or Robespierre, however, Hannah Arendt asks herself whether such a world citizen state and such a great state body does not necessarily require the abolition of the state. The problem with Hannah Arendt's criticism of Zionism, however, lies in the fact that this utopian moment does not include the real meaning of the Jewish state. In the effort to turn Israel into a state like any other in the sense of the utopia of humanity, the way in which it must differ, from the others is ignored, and thus the concept of national identity, i.e. the apology of the victim for the state, can be applied without interruption to the state of the victims. In 1944, Arendt sees it as good news with regard to the new state that in the terrible murder that the Nazis have wrought, the survivors will be among the best. For certain death awaited those who resisted and complied. This is perhaps a motive for Arendt's later remarks on the Jewish councils in Eichmann in Jerusalem, remarks that many of those persecuted by the Nazi regime found intolerable. The now famous book on the Eichmann trial fails to recognize the real situation in which the Judenräte found themselves, for example with the assertion that the Nazis had placed enormous power in the hands of the Judenräte and that they had, as their manifestos testified, enjoyed their new power. In the English first edition, Arendt even goes so far as to call Leo Beck the Jewish Führer. Again and again in Eichmann in Jerusalem, the dividing line between persecutors and victims, which those articles from the early 1940s had still drawn sharply, is blurred. The role of the Kapo system in the camps and the function of the Jewish Sonderkommandos are viewed in isolation in order to morally condemn their representatives. Arendt even attributes a grain of truth to the actual defendant himself when, in his testimony, he also seeks to portray the teamwork cultivated within the SS as one between perpetrators and victims in order to exonerate himself. If the person concerned does not like to do it, then the entire work suffers as a result. In this context, Arendt does not pose the question of the conditions under which someone likes to do something, of the scope for decision-making with which the Jewish councils assumed power over life and death. As in her book on totalitarianism, she seems to be at pains to retract her recognition of the unique situation of the Jews in the face of National Socialism, which she had understood and vigorously emphasized in many works and thoughts. It is a strange attempt at assimilation in theory that takes place here under the title of total domination or the banality of evil, the wrong alternative to the delusional message that the best survive the Holocaust in order to build Israel. The right one is in the Law of Return of 1950, which grants every Jew the right to come to Israel. Only in this way can the consequences of the mass murder of the European Jews be drawn without giving it meaning after the fact. Quote, "It is not enough for a man to labor for the maintenance of his life, but also to fight, if need be, for the securing of his labor. They must either do as the Jews did after their return from captivity, in re-edifying the temple, build with one hand, and hold the sword in the other, or else they must hire others to fight for them." Thomas Hobbes, Leviathan. Hardly anyone considers the coincidence worth mentioning that Moses Hess was one of the very few to appreciate Marx's 1859 publication on the Critique of Political Economy as a breakthrough, despite the strained personal relationship between the two, and that he became aware of the need for a new Jewish state shortly afterwards. Ernst Theodor Moll has at least suggested that, with the exception of Friedrich Engels, none of the other contemporaries at the time were apparently in a position to reproduce Marx's theory of value and money in such concise sentences as Moses Hesse, although even this reproduction still had its limits in comparison to the questions raised by Marx. With his knowledge of Spinoza, Moses Hess, for whom the philosophical significance of the concept of substance had been clear from an early stage, had the best prerequisites for comprehending Marx's new critique, even though he had distanced himself from his friend after their joint work on German ideology in politics. His projection for a review of that work shows what immediately appealed to him, that Marx had now completely returned to the speculative method of German philosophy, the only difference being that Marx's work today is based on a rich material of positive knowledge, with Hess referring to many years of studies on political economy that preceded them. Marx therefore calls money a mystification, but this mystification is a real one. At the beginning of his description of money, he almost ironically emphasizes his own proximity to Marx's thoughts, dating back several years. According to Marx, as according to Hess, the absolute externalization of social labor is objectified in money. What is called absolute externalization in the philosophical language of the Hegelians is, in profane language, the general externalization of products, which gives them their exchange value and makes them marketable commodities. The exchange value of the products is determined by the qualitatively indiscriminate labor time spent on their production. But only on the market is the contradiction between the qualitatively different, specific, individual and social labor, the contradiction between use value and exchange value, resolved. Only here does individual labor attain its social value. This value, which arises from the fact that every use value seeks an equivalent in every other, is crystallized in an exclusive commodity which, through its divisibility and other properties, qualities, is best suited to adequately represent the qualitatively indiscriminate and only quantitatively different labor time. The alienated labor time, as the exclusive commodity, the embodied exchange value, is money. Like Marx, Hess also knows that this contradiction remains unresolved in truth, in other words, that money, to the realization of which the concept of substance is necessary and has also led, cannot be the substance itself in the positive sense of Spinoza, because the qualitatively different, specific, individual labors cannot belong to social labor as the modes belong to substance in Spinoza. In his early essay on money, to which he himself refers in his review, he had already written in a similar way to the young Marx in the economic philosophical manuscripts of 1844 that under the conditions of existing society, generic life does not operate within the individual, it is placed outside the individual and degraded to the status of a means of the individual. By understanding this process, like money itself, as universal, Hess resolutely refrains from blaming the rich or the capitalist class for this misery. And we are all these miserable people. No matter how much we emancipate ourselves theoretically from the inverted world consciousness, as long as we are not also practically out of the inverted world, we must, as the saying goes, howl with the wolves. Yes, we must continually sell our being, our life, our own free life activity in order to be able to eke out our miserable existence. We are constantly buying our individual existence with the loss of our freedom. And it's not just us proletarians, we capitalists are also these miserable people who suck their own blood, who consume themselves. We all cannot live our lives freely, cannot create or work for each other, we all can only consume our lives, can only devour each other, if we don't want to starve otherwise. We are all, we must not hide this fact, cannibals, predators, bloodsuckers. As a positive substance, Hess, standing in the tradition of the German Enlightenment of the 18th century, seems to see a humanity that, in the sense of Hegel's philosophy of history, would have freed itself from this contradiction, which has crystallized in money and made it a depraved humanity, in a new unity with nature. However, he does not see individuals as its modes, as Lessing did, for example, but rather an organic community in general, which no longer needs the means of transportation that the isolated needed in order to live. We needed them because we were not yet united, but the union or interaction of our forces is our life. In the later work Rome and Jerusalem, written not long after the discussion of Marx's critique of political economy, it is precisely those nations that, like the French or Italians, unlike the Germans, have succeeded in abolishing the racial antagonism in the political sphere, in throwing off the racial character both internally and externally, in that instead of races that have to fight each other, there are now nations facing each other that prove to be equally civilized. He therefore sees the Paris of the Revolution and the Rome of the new Italian nation as the political model for the Jews, who will in turn create their own state. The civilized peoples are preparing themselves for the common exploitation of nature, by means of work based on the achievements of science, which will no longer need mediating parasites and will therefore no longer allow them to arise. They are preparing for this new era, not to be confused with the Prussian era, by the conquest of a free national soil, by the destruction of all race and class from without and from within, by a free association of all productive forces, in which the hostile opposition of capitalist speculation and productive labor will disappear simultaneously with that of philosophical speculation and scientific labor. The reflection on subject and object, through which the relationship between human beings always also refers to the relationship with nature, becomes obsolete here in the tradition of Spinoza insofar as humanity is actually already identical with nature in the sign of substance, and the relationship to nature cannot appear problematic in this way. If civilized nations, as Hess hopes for the future, dedicate themselves jointly to the exploitation of nature, this is conceived as their own mode. The unity of the human race would then take place according to a plan according to which the phenomena of social life, which are so diverse, are designed from the outset to ultimately work together just as harmoniously as the non-diverse phenomena of organic and cosmic life. This unified, divine plan in history, with which Hess combines Spinoza's and Hegel's philosophy, is already evident today in the final stage of historical development. The free association of the productive forces that Hess envisages obviously no longer requires any mediation, just as it simply dispenses with the individuals themselves in favor of their labor power. Hess also assumed that the Jews in civilized nations were primarily located in the spheres of such mediation. He even uses the term parasite for this sphere. All the more reason, however, for Hess to see a great danger for them if the development, which he regarded as entirely positive, progressed and the forms of mediation were abolished. Perhaps it would be better to say that this development was only positive for him if the Jews were given their own national ground at the same time. A gloomy tone can clearly be heard here in his writing, which is so dedicated to optimism about progress, those intermediate beings standing between revolution and reaction, who are destined to bring up modern society and, after it has grown stronger, to be devoured by it like a mother scorpion by her young, those nurses of progress who preach wisdom, moderation, and thrift to the Creator himself, so that he may not overreach himself in his creations, those bearers of culture, those saviors of society and administrators of the savings banks, the speculators in politics, in religion, in philosophy, and industry. They will not survive the final storm. With the other nurses of progress, our Jewish reformers will also end their ephemeral existence. End quote. Hess does not forget to point out the particular threat that Germany, which he obviously does not want to count among the civilized peoples politically or not yet, could pose to the Jews, for if Germany turned against France and the West, they would face far worse things than after the German War of Liberation. Similarly, Moses Hess' false conclusion from the critique of political economy, because it is directed against mediation per se, is ultimately thwarted by his view of the law, which he owes to specifically Jewish traditions of thought. The historical experience of the children of a tribe that, like no people in world history, has steadfastly endured 2,000 years of martyrdom compels him to take this view. Hess only mentions the persecution of the Jews in a few other places in his writing, and yet their experience is decisive for his realization of the necessity of a Jewish state of their own. For the tribe was only able to maintain itself in the most adverse circumstances imaginable because it always held high and sacred the banner of its nationality, the scroll of law for whose sake it was persecuted. The entire unmasking of anti-Semitism is hinted at in this subordinate clause. The Jews were persecuted precisely for the sake of the laws with which they alienated themselves from the victim. And that is why Moses Hess can only see the society of the new state coming to life in one way, as soon as a pious Jewish patriot has proposed it, not only as cultivation of the Holy Land by Jewish workers under the protection of the Western cultured peoples, but in such a way that prosperity arises under the protection of the law and on the basis of labor. Which also corrects the view of the free association of productive forces to the effect that there can only be a free association of individuals after all. In Hess' train of thought, the idea of the law and the importance it plays for the self-preservation of the Jews saves the individual as an end in itself and prevents it from perishing in the collectivist concept of the productive power of labor. When he turned his attention back to the labor movement in Europe, the same contradiction appeared in a slightly different form. On the one hand, in his 1863 pamphlet Rights of Labor, Hess called for a people's state that would make direct circulation among the people possible through the granting of credit, thereby throwing everything he had already gained in terms of insight overboard. Jenny Marx called him not only Moses of Paris in a letter from 1865, but an honest Confucianarius, to distinguish him from Lassalle, the master of social rags. On the other hand, Hess emphasized that such loans could only be given on the basis of a falling interest rate and further capital accumulation. For the better business goes at all, the easier and cheaper the state could procure credit for the propertyless working classes, without changing the mode of production. However, excessive taxation of capital would only paralyze industry, drive capital away from the domestic market, increase the interest rate, reduce labor and wages and, instead of moving us forward, set us back. All this probably also applies to the hope for Jewish state, which Hess does not mention in this writing. When Theodor Herzl read Rome and Jerusalem in 1901, he noted in his diary, "What a high noble spirit. Everything we tried to do is already with him. Only the Hegelian terminology is annoying. Wonderful the Spinozistic Jewish and national. Since Spinoza, Judaism has produced no greater spirit than this forgotten, faded Moses Hess." And yet Herzl had conceived a complete antithesis to Rome and Jerusalem in his work Der Judenstaat, the Jewish state, on the same basis that he shared with Hess. His entire concept is geared towards the very mediation that Moses Hess considered superfluous and to be abolished. This is precisely the basis of his view that the Jewish state could provide the outpost service of culture against barbarism for Europe. The very first sentence of the introduction to the Jewish state seems to be directed immediately against the view that Hess expressed with the questionable description of the mediating parasite. Herzl relies precisely on these middlemen who are destined to raise modern society, those bearers of culture, those saviors of society and administrators of the savings banks, in particular. The speculators in politics and industry, they are indispensable for him to raise the Jewish state as well. Incidentally, Moses Hess himself had made attempts in Paris in the years following the writing of Rome and Jerusalem that pointed in Herzl's direction. He made contact with the banker Levi Bing, for example, who supported the idea of Jewish settlement in Palestine. He discussed this with the director of the Amsterdam Rabbinical Seminary, to whom he reported contacts with high-ranking persons who were even in close contact with the court of Napoleon III. Sie Volkerweis, Moses Hess. Rhenish revolutionary, early Zionist. As early as 1860, the cosmopolitan character of his activities became apparent, although they were decidedly focused on the territory in Palestine and, unlike Herzl's, attached great importance to the Hebrew language. He stated at the time that, after a visit to Jerusalem, he wanted to begin his mission in America and educate himself in Hebrew. The economic insight of men who are in the midst of practical life is often astonishingly poor. This is the only way to explain the fact that Jews also believe the anti-Semite slogan, "We live off the host peoples, and if we had no host people around us, we would have to starve." This is one of the ways in which our self-confidence is weakened by unjust accusations. End quote. This is either a childish error or the old physiocratic narrowness. In truth, all material welfare has been realized by entrepreneurs. One is almost ashamed to write down such a banality. So even if we were exclusively entrepreneurs, as the foolish exaggeration claims, we would not need a host people. We are not dependent on a circulation of always the same goods, because we produce new goods. Herzl was alluding to the teachings of the physiocrats, according to which, as Marx had already criticized, capitalists are only consumers of what landowners produce, because value and wealth are to be found in nature alone. In certain respects, Moses Hess had reverted to this physiocratic narrowness. On the basis of Spinoza's positive concept of substance, he had equated humanity and nature on the one hand and, on the other, resurrected in the peoples exploiting their own land the physiocratic figure of the landowner as a national collective that wrested its wealth from nature. He thus became a physiocrat out of Zionist motives. The most important thing for him was that the Jews should have their land, and so he projected this absolute necessity of a state of their own onto the forms in which wealth is produced. However, Herzl had no interest in further criticizing the physiocratic doctrine, for example in order to make the potential of anti-Semitic ideas visible. As he says, he does not want to undertake a defense of the Jews. It would be useless. Everything sensible and even everything sentimental has already been said about this subject. If he starts from the simple thesis that the eternal anti-Semite is to be reckoned with, he also formulates the counter-thesis that it is in principle quite possible to combat the old, deep-seated prejudice through education. But this education, which was necessary for anti-Semitism to disappear, would in the best case require such enormous periods of time that we have long since helped ourselves in other ways. Herzl saw the end of anti-Semitism approaching with the gradual emigration from the various countries towards Jerusalem. However, his focus on entrepreneurship in no way obscured his view that the Jewish state itself could not be founded like a company and that emigration to Palestine, which had already been organized by private supporters for decades, could therefore not represent a real solution. The Jewish question should rather be seen as a national question. No one is strong and rich enough to move a people from one place of residence to another. Only an idea can do that. The idea of the state probably has such a form. The Jews have not stopped dreaming this royal dream throughout the night of their history, over the year in Jerusalem. Is our old saying. Now it is a matter of showing that the dream can become a thought as bright as day. The idea is as bright as day insofar as Herzl understands from the outset how to separate the entrepreneurial side, i.e. the so-called primitive accumulation, insofar as it can actually only be accumulation at first, as long as there is no land, from the state side, i.e. that of the actual sovereign, in order to ultimately understand them as a unit. For the guarantees that were necessary, a moral person had to appear on the one side, in the form of a society of Jews, which was the subject of rights outside the sphere of private property, On the other, however, was the legal person of the Jewish company, which was responsible for the business. A short time later, a bank was to be founded in London for the financial tasks of the movement. He described it as a colonial bank, but conceived it as a future central bank, as a prerequisite for regulating the granting of loans and, in this respect, for acting autonomously. The political leaders of the movement should merely supervise the bank. The incompatibility of the political with the business is a matter of honor. The voluntary officials of the political movement, however, have to take care of procuring the legal securities, and in this task, which belongs to a sovereign, the Zionist movement also differs from all other private efforts to emigrate to Palestine, which can only do good to a few families with patronage, which are barely limited to the heads of the accidental beneficiaries and already leave their relatives and neighbors in unchanged need. The movement towards this unity, which internally recognized the separation of business and political matters, could be initiated by completely legal means and could only be carried out with the friendly cooperation of the governments involved, which would benefit from it. Like Moses Hess, Herzl also relied on the civilized nations, whom he trusted only to the extent that he assumed that, as civilized as they were, they would see the departure of the Jews as an advantage. In any case, the Jewish question was to be settled as a political world question in the Council of Civilized Nations, and the Jewish society was to be guaranteed a country under international law. How little Herzl understood this Council of Civilized Peoples and the assurance under international law, not in the sense of a world sovereign who would grant the Jews the grace of a country of their own, but rather from the point of view of given power constellations between states based on force, is shown by the fact that, in his view, the Jewish company, through which the capital necessary for its foundation was to be accumulated, was to be founded according to the laws and under the protection of England and with its headquarters in London. On the one hand, this hegemon ensures the rationality of business activities internally; on the other hand, it has the power to protect the rights of the owners active in it externally. As far as the sovereign to be founded itself is concerned, Herzl has no illusions about what all civilized peoples have in common and what the future Jewish state must also be based on. General fraternization is not even a beautiful dream. The enemy is necessary for the highest efforts of personality. And this is where the dark perspective embodied by the Hobbesian Leviathan is added to the daylight thought. It is no coincidence that Herzl says that in the state there is a mixture of the human and the superhuman. In his later speech in the Austrian Israelite Union, he will not refer to common descent and blood ties as a sufficient definition for the nation, as Hobbes did, but will instead state the existence of a historical group of people, who recognizably belong together, who have a common enemy. With regard to the latter, Herzl emphasized in the Jewish state the special predestination of the Jews for the emergence of a new sovereignty. We are a people, the enemy makes us one without our will, as has always been the case in history. At the same time, Herzl is aware that modern anti-Semitism is quite different from all forms of hatred of the Jews that we have known in history, and that it must be different because it appears behind a complete emancipation. Herzl knows only too well what this complete emancipation of the Jews as citizens is based on, and in this very speech he emphasizes the role played by the enforcement of the capital relationship in the emergence of modern society. At the time of the persecution of the Jews on the Rhine, bills of exchange began to be issued in northern Italy, which greatly facilitated the coinage business and balanced out the differentia loci. The share, which also emerged in the cities of northern Italy in the 14th century, was still very rudimentary. But all these elements have since become important parts of our lives and our culture. Everything else, wars, peace treaties, princely marriages, and everything else we are bothered with in the history books is indifferent to these great watersheds of history. Like the young Marx, Herzl recognized that this last great watershed brought about the political emancipation of the Jews as citizens. But his entire concept is based on the fact that this political emancipation merely gave rise to new forms of Jew hatred. He concludes from this that the Jews can only ever lose the battle against anti-Semitism at the level at which they are on an equal footing with non-Jews as citizens. As much as, in his view, equality, and thus the forms of mediation of the capital relationship should be defended on the one hand, Herzl also understood how to make it clear that anti-Semitism could only be fought on the basis of a separate state for the Jews. The Jews, according to Herzl, have honestly tried everywhere to perish in the Volksgemeinschaft surrounding them and merely preserve the faith of their fathers. They will not allow it. In vain are we loyal and in some places even exuberant patriots, in vain do we make the same sacrifices of property and blood as our fellow citizens. End quote. He is not interested in the reasons for this, only one thing. In the current state of the world and probably for the foreseeable future, might takes precedence over right. So we are good patriots everywhere in vain, like the Huguenots who were forced to migrate. If we were left alone. But I don't think they will leave us alone. Herzl's decision in favor of a state solution to the anti-Semitic question is thus evident not least in the fact that he abandons any further search for the causes and conditions of anti-Semitism, instead accepting it as a given and apparently unalterable fact, which is just as deeply rooted in the popular mind as it is in the power that governs the people, in order to draw the practical consequences. Today's post-Zionists regard revising it as their most noble task. Time and again, you come across people who speak out passionately against anti-Semitism and are equally passionate about the idea that one can be anti-Zionist. That is not exactly our view, but we believe that anti-Semitism must and will necessarily and always present itself as anti-Zionism. In this context, I will explain this at the end. It is of course relevant to examine the role played by the so-called post-Zionists, i.e. a certain faction of critics of Israeli and Jewish nationalism. Some names are certainly familiar: Moshe Zuckerman, Moshe Zimmerman, Felicia Langer, Yuri Avnery, Tom Segev and a few others. They are certainly very different and have very different arguments. Felicia Langer is certainly more of a classic anti-Zionist. She was also once on the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Israel before she became a human rights propagandist, while others like Tom Segev naturally fall more into the postmodern camp. But the question would be to investigate why these authors attract so much interest in Germany, and not just the authors I've already mentioned, but also people like Noam Chomsky or Norman Finkelstein, who go in the same direction. Where does it actually come from that the criticism of Jewish nationalism within Germany is received so positively as an anti-Zionist strategy to deny the existence of Israel in general? And where does the good conscience of these authors, including leftists, to serve any right-wing radicalism here in Germany come from? Like Norman Finkelstein a year ago, when his latest book, The Conflict Between Israelis and Palestinians, was published, and he said in the FAZ that if the Israelis don't want to be accused of being Nazis, then they have to stop acting like Nazis. Of course, you would immediately see through what the Munster Parachutist 3 is talking about. With Norman Finkelstein it seems to be more difficult, because the source of this argument is of course quite different. Or when you see a certain Shraga Elam, a well-known anti-Zionist activist of Jewish origin who lives in Zurich, who also often attests to Malemann's good reputation, when this Shraga Elam sells such fabric stickers, which are modeled on the classic German Jewish star, and underneath it says, Warsaw Ghetto, today in Palestine, and so there are a whole range of things. For example, when Yuri Avnery gives an interview to the magazine Junge Freiheit every 3 months, nobody cares, he somehow has a kind of hunting license for his stupidities. And finally, there is a certain Israel Shahak, a former professor of biochemistry in Jerusalem, who has an impressive biography. He is a survivor and now works as chairman of the League for Human Rights. This Israel Shahak says in an interview, this time with the Frankfurter Rundschau of April 29, 1998, Zionism would have had to be criticized even if a Jewish state had been founded on a deserted island without hurting anyone. End quote. So it is said that Zionism is already wrong in itself, wrong as an idea, and that what is then added later in real history is a pure ingredient, a pure accident, which cannot influence the essential judgment. Etc., etc. And in the following I would like to provide some arguments for not being impressed by such arguments, even if they come from Israel, or if German leftists believe, as the Concrete editorial team did recently, that they have to open a small political general store with them. The Concrete editorial team recently interviewed Moshe Zuckerman extensively, which resulted in a whole book, and this book is called Zweierlei Israel. Just as Moshe Zuckerman can only think in terms of the other side of the coin, for him, everything always has two sides, you can already see that he cannot be a great dialectician if things always fall apart into two sides. A few years ago, he wrote another book about the so-called Holocaust reception in Germany and Israel, as if the Holocaust was something that could be received in the same way as a theory, a poem, or something similar could be received, and he gave this book about reception the title Zweierlei Holocaust. And you can already see that these people, even where they are on the left, do not achieve a certain degree of dialectics, especially, as will be shown and as I would like to show, in questions of state theory. Since the works of Moishi Post 1 at the latest, there has been a consensus among the left on what is reasonably understood by anti-Semitism, which I will only invoke here in the abstract and not expand on any further, and there is also a consensus that the traditional anti-Semitism theory of social democracy or the Comintern should be abandoned. There is also a consensus that anti-Semitism has so many facets that it will never be possible to research it. And so, year after year, books such as Thomas Horry's or Klaus Hohl's are published by Riemsma Verlag, which devote 500 pages to the question of how one can gain a new aspect from anti-Semitism. I will perhaps say something later to remind you of what Post 1 has explained, but only insofar as it serves my specific purpose, to show that anti-Semitism is only actually covered by Post's critique insofar as it is an economic phenomenon, but that insofar as it is essentially also a political phenomenon, it cannot possibly be covered by it. And that rather Post's underlying economic or even economistic reduction of Marx's concept of value leads to a general exclusion of the question of statehood. Another question that I also completely exclude, and unfortunately this is certainly the most important, is that it is clear to everyone that anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are not simply a system of theoretical dogmas that could be refuted individually. This has happened often enough and has had more or less no result, but that, above all, they rest on a powerful instinctual basis. That anti-Semitism is also a sexual pathological phenomenon, and that there is no anti-Semite who is not also an anti-Zionist, who would not at the same time denounce the Jew and the Jews as sexual pathological scum. We have seen this not only with the classics, with Arthur Gobineau or Adolf Hitler, but also with a certain Henry Ford, who is much celebrated these days as the originator of the assembly line production of the car. This Henry Ford was, but more on that later, also an anti-Semite of the highest degree, who bathed himself in the sexual pathology that was being secreted into the Jews, and I'll read briefly from a thick book of his from 1921, where he writes, "The insipid, the slimy, the machismo, the debauched sensuality, it is this of Jewish origin, monkey chatter, jungle grunts and squeals. Sounds of animal rutting are clothed with a few excited notes and thus penetrate homes from which they would previously have been rejected in disgust. It's about senselessness and slipperiness with the Jews. If you ask yourself how you can illustrate the sliminess, the machismo, the debauched sensuality in the present, then you only need to look at last Thursday's Stern, which had a focus on Michel Friedman. Then you will see that this stereotype has by no means lost its potency and arises from the very sexual pathology into which the individual is forced when he is beaten into becoming a bourgeois subject and contractually capable. So I can't deal with that in detail now either, I just want to address it as the essentials, and the essentials of the essentials are, as always, to be excluded. In any case, this is probably the reason why these people, these anti-Zionists, especially the left-wing anti-Zionists, are unresponsive, that they are full to the brim with rationalizations with which they try to press their prejudice into a system, to make it reasonable, to prove themselves to be a commandment of reason. If you want to clarify the political aspect of anti-Semitism, then perhaps you need to take a look at the political metaphors and iconography with which the Jew-haters illustrate and depict their desire for extermination. And in my search for the most emblematic image possible, I came across one. This picture here shows two vultures, and in the middle an eagle owl, sitting on a skyscraper. The skyscraper says bank in large letters, and these animals, these two vultures and the eagle owl, are now looking at the world from up there and looking around for any exploitable objects. The picture is the cover of a Nazi fascist magazine from Italy, from 1943, with the beautiful Nietzschean title Il Traverso dell'idee, in other words, the revaluation of all values, and the little line at the bottom reads, "And if millions die in their blood, what does it matter to us as long as we profit?" It's like a kind of fascist programming from 1943 to September 11, 2001, The Skyscraper, New York, the connection between Americanism, plutocracy, democracy, all of this symbolized, and these animals each wear different emblems on their chests. The right vulture wears an American star banner, the left vulture wears a golden dollar sign. The whole thing is colored in the original. And in the middle, the eagle owl wears the Star of David on its chest. In a way, the connection that has caused so much concern in the last year or two, that anti-Americanism is a new manifestation of anti-Semitism, has been formally illustrated in this thing. But what's interesting is what's in the middle. Vultures are known to be stupid and gluttonous or gluttonous but stupid, but they are not actually to blame for causing so much mischief. The dollar is not really to blame, money is not really to blame. The state, symbolized by America, is not actually to blame. The blame lies with that perfidious little animal in the middle, the eagle owl, and this eagle owl has classically been an animal of wisdom, an animal of philosophy, the animal of thought, ever since the owl of Minerva, and this animal of thought bears the Star of David on its chest, and is thus identified as the wise man of Zion. And this thing with the wise men of Zion is a very old topos that persists to this day and which, in my opinion, can be assumed to be directly behind the hatred of Zion and anti-Zionism. This will be explained in more detail below. It is interesting, from a purely historical point of view, that at the same time as the Jewish national movement is publicly setting out its program for the first time at the Basel Zionist Congress in 1897 and everyone is able to examine this program, The anti-Zionists and anti-Semites are simultaneously leaking the existence of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion as the secret record of these very public negotiations. So, no sooner is the goal of Jewish statehood publicly declared than something is projected into this declared program, a document is created, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which in the following century always served as a kind of proof of authenticity that this goal of establishing a state, of establishing a really good state, can obviously only be hypocritical when Jews declare it. For the Jews are not only, that would be Moishe Postone's theme, regarded as a grasping people who cannot create, they are also regarded as a people who are not capable of organically building a state, as we Germans can, but only, as Hitler said when he commented on the Balfour Declaration in 1922, who only want to achieve an international headquarters for their world bureaucracy. So from the very beginning, there was a projection into this statehood endeavor in which the economic theme, but also the sexual theme, healthy German reproductive sex versus pathological sex for pure pleasure without any reproduction, these are always the dualisms that are opened up and in which Germans can endlessly wallow. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion were used from the very beginning to argue the issue of statehood. And I would now like to present and criticize these protocols in a more systematic direction on the one hand, and briefly characterize them in a more historical direction on the other. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion and the history of their origin have been the subject of endless literature. The first time it was proven by an English journalist in 1921 that they were nothing more than a forgery. However, it was a forgery that had a concrete and precise model, namely a radical democratic anti-authoritarian work by a French journalist from 1862, whose name was Maurice Joly. As the dictatorship of Napoleon Bonaparte was ruling France at the time, he was living in exile in Belgium and wrote an anti-Bonapartist pamphlet entitled, A Quarrel in Hell. A conversation between Machiavelli and Montesquieu on power and law. This book, which therefore has not the slightest anti-Semitic echo, but is a pure criticism of this dictatorship and the machinations it uses, became the template for the Protocols of the Elders of Zion by a coincidence of history, because a Russian secret agent, an agent of the Tsarist Okhrana, was commissioned to create something like this and found this writing in the archives in Paris around 1890-92. It seemed to him to be suitable material for him to virtually overwrite with his anti-Semitic pamphlet. And now we need to briefly consider the two figures who play an important role in this conversation with Joly. One is Montesquieu. Charles II, Baron de Montesquieu, whose book The Spirit of the Laws of 1748 is part of the fundamental tradition of the European rule of law. He is the inventor of the separation of powers, the inventor of the independent judiciary, the inventor of an independent expression of the will of the people in a system of political tripartition of power. And this book is generally regarded as the origin of European thinking on the rule of law. And the other, Machiavelli, is regarded as the exact opposite. Machiavellianism has become so proverbial, right up to the present day, that the end justifies all means, and that Machiavelli is almost a prince of darkness, but he is also always greatly envied because he knows just what tricks you have to use to get something done. And that's why there are still masses of literature available today that you can buy in any station bookshop. Machiavelli for Women, for example, is a popular title, or The Little Machiavelli. How do I get to the top as a manager? Wherever elbows are used, Machiavelli immediately comes to mind. He is regarded as the master of all dark tricks and cunning. So here we have Montesquieu, the shining light of European law, and in Machiavelli this prince of darkness who introduces us to the abysses of politics. And what does this unknown Tsarist Secret Service agent do? He pretty much reduces the part where it is about law, and wherever it is about power, the acquisition and maintenance of power, he attributes this to the Jews. Where Machiavelli speaks of the prince, specifically the Medici prince in Florence around 1500, he always adds the Jew. In other words, it's very simple student work, you simply overwrite something. And in this form, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion have now become a huge success, such a huge success that there are translations to this day, even in Japanese with millions in circulation, that Arab anti-Semitism in particular is very happy to take note of this brochure. There are 35 different editions in Arabic alone. You can download it on the internet via Radio Islam. This is now regarded as the text in which the actual intentions of the Basel Zionist Congress and thus also of Theodor Herzl are revealed. From a historical point of view, this ideology is as tenacious as the attempts to refute it are legion, and I will perhaps only shirk my responsibility by referring to this wonderful book by Hadassah Benito, The Protocols of the Elders of Zion. Anatomy of a Forgery. As the former Attorney General of Israel, she was informed that in 1934 a lawsuit was brought in Geneva against the dissemination of the protocols on the grounds of incitement to hatred, including by the Swiss Jewish community. A trial that was so badly lost by the Nazis in Switzerland, the NSDAP/AO, not the Nazi organization, but the foreign organization, that even Nazi experts who had traveled from Germany had to leave Switzerland head over heels for fear of being prosecuted for libel. And in this trial, the story of the protocols of the Elders of Zion was meticulously reconstructed, because many exiled Russians, refugees from the Bolsheviks, also lived in Switzerland and testified on this very point. You can read about it in detail in a quasi-novel-like narrative and also reconstruct why it is all a big lie. But the question is, firstly, why is the lie believed, and secondly, why do the left believe it? And thirdly, where does it come from that this lie always finds 1,000 channels and 1,000 ways to spread? I will quote a little from it later. I have just tried to show the source to which the book refers, Conversations in the Underworld by Montesquieu and Machiavelli. Montesquieu, the legal figure, Machiavelli, the Prince of Darkness. That is the basic scheme, and the Prince of Darkness, who is historically the Medici prince, is now projected onto the aspirations of world Jewry. It is said that 24 rabbis are consulting here, and they are thinking about how we can achieve world domination. And then all the tricks that Machiavelli gives the prince for his specific rule in Italy around 1500 are attributed to the Jews as techniques of power. Of course, a lot is made up about it. For example, that the Jews are responsible for the fact that there is a subway in Paris at all, because a subway is a good way to poison a city of millions in one fell swoop. These are fantasies that became practical a few years ago in Japan with this Aum sect, so the whole thing is monstrous. Anyone who can think halfway intelligently will notice any number of contradictions, and these contradictions have long since been refuted in a wealth of works. The only question is, why is this so popular? How is it linked to the basic ideology and everyday religion of a bourgeois capitalist society? And the first hint I gave, but I will elaborate on it later, is that this theme of right versus might is in some way connected to the theme that Moishe Post-1 developed in his critique of anti-Semitism as the opposition between creative and grabbing capital. Or to put it another way, anyone who splits the unified process of the accumulation of capital and the self-valorization of value into these two elements, who makes this division in the economy, must also make the division in politics between a healthy and organic constitutional state and a purely amoral state. The one division entails the other, and they imply each other. It is interesting, as I will come to later, that in the text of the protocols the political theme is at least equally important as the economic theme. And that leads back to one thing that I can perhaps say in advance. When people in Germany talk about anti-Zionism, they actually always make the mistake of essentially assigning it to the left and saying that it is essentially a legacy of Marxism-Leninism, for example, and an import via the old K groups, and so on and so forth. But the invention of anti-Zionism in Germany is essentially an immediate invention of the Nazis. The Nazis, as anti-Semites, were anti-Zionists. And in his first speech, which was extensively recorded and stenographed, which he gave in August 1920 in the Hofbrauhaus in Munich, the title of the speech, Why Are We Anti-Semites? This famous speech, in which he also repeats the sentence over and over again that we Germans and we Nazis are not emotional anti-Semites, but scientific anti-Semites of reason. About half of it is devoted to the economic topic, the Jews as parasites of the national economy, and the other half to the political topic, the Jews as destroyers of the organic people's state. These two themes are completely equivalent and must logically be equivalent, and that the Jews are the destroyers of the organic people's state, he now says, is nowhere clearer than in their own attempt at statehood, which they have been undertaking in Palestine since the Balfour Declaration. The Jews are not at all capable of statehood, not at all called to it, and if they are now trying to establish a state, they are actually pursuing essentially different goals, and that is why we, in alliance with the Arabs, are anti-Zionists and will not allow it. This is the historical anti-Zionism in Germany, as emblematically summarized in Hitler's speech of 1920, and this anti-Zionism is not just a side effect existing alongside anti-Semitism. It is quite substantial, namely just as substantial as Germany is trying to make a grab for world power, and here one must necessarily confront oneself with the British Empire, which, however indirectly, but nevertheless in the Balfour Declaration, acted as patron of this attempt to found a state. That is why leading Nazi figures such as the ill-famed Alfred Rosenberg, the author of the work Der Mythos des 20. Jahrhunderts, the myth of the 20th century, constantly commented on the creation of the State of Israel in the Völkischer Beobachter in the 1920s and 30s. Hardly a week goes by without him writing a commentary, and these commentaries were also published in large editions by the central publishing house of the NSDAP. Of course, Rosenberg also devoted himself to the protocols, In 1923, he wrote a book entitled The Protocols of the Elders of Zion and Jewish World Politics, starting from Israel or Jewish Palestine, what they then called Weltbegonerei, and so it went on and on until 1938, when Alfred Rosenberg wrote a brochure entitled Der Staatsfeindliche Zionismus. It makes you scratch your head, the word anti-state Zionism. How can you describe a state-founding movement like Zionism as anti-state? But in Nazi ideology, which is based immediately on the ideologies of capital valorization, this is a completely obvious matter. And that is a matter that justifies a policy, but I can't go into that now. Matthias Kunzel has done that in his book Jihad und Judenhass. The result is the historic alliance of the Palestinian national movement with Nazi fascism, against Israel and against the British Empire. That is, so to speak, the foreign policy significance of this anti-Zionism, which is not simply a criticism of the Jewish state or something like that, but a declaration of war. It was the declaration of war that the commander Rommel carried to the gates of El Alamein, and the destruction of the Yishuv was within immediate reach. And at the same time the conquest of the Suez Canal, and thus the way to India, and thus the way to similar figures such as the famous Mufti of Jerusalem, who were already waiting in Palestine for Hitler's armies. This is something that has not really been properly portrayed or dealt with to this day, that there were also figures in India like this Mufti of Jerusalem, including the leader of a communist party, Subhash Chandra Bose, who later met with the Mufti of Jerusalem in exile in Berlin and from there made fiery appeals to the Chechen people, among others, to liberate the Caucasus. All of this has already happened, and all of it is preparing to happen again, because alliance policies always automatically find their way back into these well-rehearsed tracks. But let's put this real history aside for a moment. The thesis that I would like to remind you of is, firstly, that there is no anti-Semitism without anti-Zionism, because a false criticism of capital must necessarily be followed by a false criticism of the state, and secondly, that the main instrument of this propaganda was precisely the protocols of the elders of Zion. And here I would like to make a small digression to a very sad chapter in the history of left-wing theory. I briefly mentioned Henry Ford earlier. This automobile mogul who ushered in the age of mass consumption and mass labor with his assembly line production. And articles celebrating this Henry Ford have appeared everywhere these days. There was even one in Die Zeit last week. Nowhere is it mentioned that this Henry Ford was a Jew hater of the highest order. In 1920, for example, Henry Ford was the first person responsible for translating the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which were only available in Russian at the time, into American English, first print run, 300,000 copies. And this Henry Ford also commented on certain passages from the Protocols week after week in his own weekly newspaper. The book is called The International Jew. I have here a copy of the 33rd edition, 118,000, Leipzig 1937, so it was also printed and reprinted many times in German. Hitler refers to Henry Ford several times in Mein Kampf, and the reason why I mention this is that Henry Ford involuntarily became the originator of a very famous left-wing theory, namely the theory of so-called Fordism. In the last 20 years, there has hardly been an attempt in the left-wing theory debate, starting with people like Joachim Hirsch in Frankfurt am Main or Elmar Altvater in Berlin, to understand the present without working with the concepts of Fordism, Taylorism, mass production, and mass consumption. And in all these reconstructions, in all these references to Ford, Antonio Gramsci, the co-founder of the Italian Communist Party, who in 1922 was the first to recognize Fordism as a modern phenomenon of social history, always plays a major role in his essay Americanism and Fordism. What does he say there? Just very briefly, to get back on track, he says that on the basis of modern mass production, capital encroaches on the individual reproduction of the worker. In other words, how a worker maintains and regulates his labor power and creates it anew is no longer his private affair, but necessarily comes under the control of the capitalist. And this encroachment of capital into the private sphere of proletarian reproduction, says Gramsci, can now be observed very precisely in Detroit. There are factory housing estates. Only very loyal and diligent workers are allowed to move into the factory housing estates. Prohibition prevailed in these factory housing estates even before 1924, and there is a strict sexual regiment in these factory housing estates, which is so elaborate that Ford commissioned its own factory inspectors who have the right to enter the proletarian housing at any time and check whether everything is going according to plan. In other words, total control. And all this with wages that were historically higher than they had ever been paid by the capitalist. One man, $1, one day was the motto, and we can now say that in this perspective, as Ford makes very clear, the opposition between capital and labor must be abolished in the interest of the common battle of production. The common production battle means that we produce even more Fords so that everyone can claim the democratic right to buy one. And in this production battle, capital and labor are only equal functionaries of the production process. A dissolution of class antagonism, so to speak, in the perspective of this mass production. Now, of course, Henry Ford sees himself as a creative capitalist. There is a tremendous rage against the sphere of circulation and against interest. After all, as a factory owner, he sees how the banks everywhere are trying to overreach their function, so to speak, in order to cut off and take away part of his profit, and this sphere is now of course represented by the international world and financial jury. So Ford is an anti-Semite, so to speak, for reasons of his productivism. He himself takes the side of creative capital in the division between grabbing capital and creative capital. And now it is surprising that in all the modern references to Fordism, not a single author, not even Enzo Traverso, who became so popular last year in Jungle World in his thick book Marxists and the Jewish Question, has even noted that Antonio Gramsci does not mention Ford's anti-Semitism at all in this work. The left creates the theory of an entire economic epoch, Taylorism, Fordism, and that which is supposed to fuse capital and labor across classes, namely productivism on the one hand and anti-Semitism on the other, is not mentioned at all in any of these studies. So you can see that even such seemingly harmless left-wing social science theorems, put forward by friendly professors like Hirsch and Altvater, have a fade-out at their foundation. That something is not perceived that anyone who consults a catalog can perceive. Henry Ford was a very productive writer. There are 6 to 9 of his books in German with titles such as Philosophy of Work, The Great Today and The Greater Tomorrow and similar titles. And there are also masses of them in libraries, and you immediately come across all this anti-Semitic literature, while authors like Joachim Hirsch and others, who otherwise always list everything where nothing is missing, obviously overlook this, they hide it. So you can see how the left is working towards the whole phenomenon in question here in a very indirect, social scientific, academic way, and advocating the mechanism of suppression. After all, it is clear that when Henry Ford makes the following statement in his book on the international Jews, the Jewish philosophy of value is not to create value, but to make money, the entire topic is set like a shorthand. And further, the idea of grasping, of ruthless gain, whereas in Germany it is precisely ruthless gain, is in itself antisocial and destructive. All of this is in there, and that gives us a key, and if we now relate this economic issue to the political issue again, then I think we will slowly find what we are looking for and can demonstrate how closely this economic issue is connected to the political issue. And now I would like to return briefly to these figures, which are presented as the conversations between Machiavelli and Montesquieu in Maurice Joly's book The Conversations in the Underworld, which was stolen by the anti-Semites. You all know that in Marx's critique of political economy there is a fundamental antinomy of knowledge in the theory of value. On the one hand, the bourgeois economists say that value is essentially a subjective phenomenon. Something is worth as much as I value it, i.e. what I am prepared to spend on it in hard cash. And the others say, no, that's completely wrong, we have an objective theory of value. Something is worth as much as objective working time is spent on a product in the form of hours. These are the two historically opposing ways of thinking value, the subjective theory of value and the objective theory of value. Marx is, of course, clever enough not to take either side, especially not the side of the objective theory of value, but rather shows that value is a thing that is forced to present itself in the antinomy of subjective and objective theories of value. Hans-Georg Backhaus, also an author of our publishing house, has now expressed the thesis that all authors who advocate the subjective theory of value in economics are obviously supporters of pluralism and democracy in politics, as the subjective theory of value of the state. Democracy, as the summed will of all individuals, is what supposedly, according to the doctrines of democracy, gives the sovereign the content of his will, subjective value theory in politics. And now there is also the objective doctrine of values in politics, which argues that the state has a task that goes beyond anything that the respective generation that makes up the current electorate can even comprehend. The state is, as the ecologists say, the agent of the alliance between the generations. We have inherited the earth from our children. Of course, if we have only inherited the earth from our children, this means that the living generation will be incapacitated by the state at the expense of the next generation. This means that democracy should be restricted, because democracy can only be the democracy of those who are currently present on a state territory and exercise their will there. These are now very schematically and very roughly the two doctrines, and one can say that the contrast between Montesquieu and Machiavelli can be mapped onto precisely this contrast in a first approach. According to this, Montesquieu, as an advocate of the rule of law, has a subjective concept of the state, while Machiavelli, as a supporter of sovereignty, has an objective approach to the state in the disposition of the monopoly of power. However, this also means that if Machiavellianism is unilaterally removed from the concept of the bourgeois state, a split is made that does not lie in the essence of the thing itself, but in the essence of how this thing is objectively ideologically represented to the observer. I may have made a small mistake in that I did not include the promised material, the short quote from the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, but I wanted to show again how this polemic against the subjective concept of the state in politics works there, in order to then explain in the next sentence what Machiavelli actually did historically. Whether he was actually absorbed in all these interpretations that are projected onto him. Let me read a passage from the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, originally quoted under the heading Statecraft and Moral Law. Statecraft has not the slightest thing to do with moral law. A ruler who wants to rule by the moral law understands nothing at all about statesmanship and is therefore not safe on his throne for a moment. Whoever wants to rule must work with cunning, trickery, malice, and dissimulation. High moral qualities, openness, honesty, sincerity are pitfalls for statesmanship, for they topple the best from the throne when the enemy uses truly effective means. These qualities may be the characteristics and principles of the non-Jewish empires. We must never and in no way work with such perverse means. This is followed by endless polemics against freedom and equality, as inventions of the French Revolution, with which the Jewish world conspiracy undermined old Europe. If you now compare exactly from which passages of this writing by Maurice Joly, Conversations in Hell, these things are copied, then you can show, firstly, that the Jewish motif has been added here, and secondly, that Maurice Joly himself has already made relatively generous use of Machiavelli's writings. That Maurice Joly picked out the passages from Machiavelli's book The Prince from 1515 or 1520 where the substance of the Machiavellian view is lost, which I would now like to briefly characterize in order to justify in the next step why the lecture is called The Solitude of Theodor Herzl et al. Machiavelli poses himself the problem of how to install a unified sovereignty, a bourgeois state, a centrality of decision in a feudal, pre-civil society, in relation to Italy as a nascent nation. In this respect, Machiavelli is absolutely a republican as far as the final form of rule is concerned. Among other things, he was also a delegate of the Florentine Republic and looked at preliminary forms of corporative democracy at the time, and in his writings he writes enthusiastically about the right to have a say and therefore asks himself, how does one come to constitute something? When constituting something, you have to presuppose something that is not yet there. You have to anticipate the future and assert this anticipation as a given, current reality. So, like Munchausen, you have to pull yourself out of the mire by your own bootstraps. This is the epitome of sovereignty, as it was already common in Europe before Machiavelli, for example with Bodin, who said that the sovereign is the one who cannot possibly contradict himself. In other words, the one who stands above the already described antinomies of subjective and objective, of democracy and dictatorship, for whom these are simply equal expressions of being, which may then appear in the ideological consciousness as antinomic, as a logical contradiction. So what is to be done to initiate this movement, to initiate this Munchausen effect, to make a state out of nothing? And to create a state that actually consists of nothing, but is centralized, consolidated, creates a monopoly on the use of force, a national will? And here is Machiavelli's answer. As a political advisor, you have to start with an existing prince and explain to this prince that the condition of his own development of power is that he transcends his power as a princely power and creates a republican national power. This is the content of Machiavelli's book The Prince. It is therefore nothing other than an attempt at a theory of republican constitutional power. The state is not eternal, the state must be created, it must be founded, it must be constituted, and this process is the process of a republican constitutional power, and Theodor Herzl's solitude is no other solitude than that of Machiavelli's solitude. Who wants to stage a complete statehood on his own and has nothing to do so except the determined will to understand all conditions of action as opportunities for action. In other words, to undertake a simple, ingenious reinterpretation, a reinterpretation that is at least as ingenious as that undertaken by Robespierre in revolutionary France or, in his own way, by Lenin in revolutionary Russia. So the next thesis, the splitting off of the moment of violence, the demonization of Machiavelli, the overriding of Machiavellian theory as a Semitic world conspiracy only serves to split off what is violent about the constitution of the state, and to make it catchy to the Germans in particular that their state is based on consensus, on law, on agreement, and that all the bloody atrocities of its foundation did not actually happen at all, and where they have been, are to be understood as the work of this anti-reason and this counter-race. In the title The Solitude of Machiavelli, I refer to one of the few essays worth reading by Louis Althusser, the French structuralist who killed himself a few years ago, and I think that if you are a structuralist, you should kill yourself too. That's all right, that's the way it should be. He wrote one good book, that's the biography of how he went mad, so you can read that, but this other essay is about Machiavelli's Solitude, in which he interprets Machiavelli's writing in the way I've just tried to make it clear. Where he also quotes sentences such as the prince must be a lion, but at the same time he must be perceived by the people as a sheep. All these tricks and ploys, which are generally regarded as an expression of bad morals, are political practices that lead to the establishment of a state in which decisions can be made between right and wrong. Just as a capital relationship must first exist in order to be able to distinguish between subjective and objective value theory. The process of installing the capital relation, however, is called primitive accumulation by Marx, and the process of establishing a sovereign is called primitive political centralization. This is often not talked about so much because Marx only mentioned it in passing, but it is a point that speaks to the simultaneity of the political and economic context of violence and exploitation. Well, now it is already 9:15 p.m. The next step would be to show that this title, The Solitude of Theodor Herzl, is also fully justified in relation to his main work, The Jewish State of 1896. The book is usually quoted, especially by anti-Zionists, in leaflets, writings, and small essays. We want to be a bulwark of the West against barbaric Asia. Herzl is clearly in alliance with the imperialists. But in Herzl's own writings, this is actually only a marginal accessory. In reality, it is not a book about the Jewish state, but a book about the Jewish state. How do the Jews come to have a state, and what does it mean for him and also for the Jews to found a state out of nothing? And that is first and foremost a problem of state philosophy. How can you say that people, the Jewish agency, are empowering themselves to represent the will of Jewish society as a whole, even though this Jewish society has no means whatsoever of actually asserting its will in practice, for example in the form of elections, with this Jewish agency? For purely practical reasons, not because the Jews of Poland, the Jews of Galicia, the Jews of Russia are of course far removed from any right to vote and any freedom to travel, quite the opposite. So how can you found a state, says Herzl, which on the one hand sets out to look after the interests of people who cannot even say whether they want to have them looked after, and at the same time does so in a way that is essentially non-authoritarian, non-dictatorial, and does not act in a way that ignores the objective interests of the people? This is the problem that Herzl poses in his book Der Judenstaat, The Jewish State, where he discusses the various possibilities that could exist at the height of state philosophy around 1900. He says that on the one hand, as Democrats, we have the theory of the contract. States are created by treaties in which individuals decide in a treaty that it is better to have a state than not to have a state. And that is one theory. The other theory is that states are created authoritatively, objective theory of values, by great men, by dictators, monarchs, Caesars, Napoleonic figures, and the like. That can't be the case, so he says, let's take the wonderful legal figure of the Gestor, which the ancient Romans created, according to which the Gestor is someone who takes care of business for someone who is prevented from doing so at the moment. But then, when he is no longer prevented, has to justify himself to him. And that, he says, is the Jewish agency. The Jewish agency embodies in itself, as a kind of sovereign, these two mutually exclusive provisions of democratic determination of the will of the state and authoritarian establishment of the act of state. And that, in my opinion, is what brings us one step closer to a concept of Israel's statehood, that of course the artificiality of this attempt to create a state out of nothing, in which all the conditions that prevent it are seen as an opportunity to do so, has nowhere else but in the case of Israel this consummate artificiality. And thus also that which only capitalist sovereignty has, namely a pure sociality that is reified and practical. All other European states, all other democracies and republics in Europe were able to build on the centralization of political power that had long since been achieved through absolutism. In a historical process of centralization of power, the absolute monarchs had dispossessed all the small potentates of their power, let their robber baron castles fall into disrepair and forced them to enjoy themselves in Versailles. And similarly with primitive accumulation, that was a process that took place over hundreds of years and is now part of the quasi-natural prehistory of every capitalist economy, about which no one can make a big fuss anymore. But if you compare it with this, and this is a thesis that we have elaborated on in this red book, terrible anti-Semites, respectable anti-Zionists, what is happening in Palestine in the 1920s, which is also just a conflict between two modes of production, like in England in the 16th and 17th centuries. In this England, farmers were driven off their land en masse, their houses were demolished, I almost said the olive trees, the gardens were flattened so that the capitalists could breed their sheep there, a conflict between two modes of production. And no one, and certainly not Marx, would have thought of saying that this is a special and quasi-Zionist act of violence that English capital carried out against English agricultural workers. But when Jewish capital carries out such an objective socio-economic process on Palestinian agricultural workers, then it is nothing other than bad faith and an expression of the real intentions of Zionism. To come slowly to an end, there is one more important point I would like to make. So for me there is a line. In the attempt to found a state out of nothing, which belongs to capital, there is always this attempt at self-justification. In Marx, there is the problem of the self-valorization of value, which is also a structure of self-justification. You can tell the process that led to this, but you cannot say and indicate the exact point where this linearity necessarily turns into self-justification. And it is exactly the same in political relations. You cannot say exactly where the self-reproductive aspect of sovereignty begins, but you can show the things with which it must be connected in any case. I mentioned this figure of the Gestor as the perception of the right of the absent or of those who cannot express themselves. The Gestor, who later has to justify himself to those who can speak out. This is a structure that we encounter everywhere in Europe where a bourgeois revolution has taken place, i.e. everywhere but in Germany. We encounter it everywhere where, for example, as in France, Robespierre created a welfare committee. Herzl is actually a man of the mold of Montesquieu, Robespierre, Lenin, they all go in the same direction, they are all thinkers of pulling themselves out of the mire. And when Rousseau talks about the compulsion to be free, which must be exercised because no human being can really and seriously want to be a slave. No matter how often he may say I want to be a slave, this is a sentence of an individual that contradicts the concept of man and therefore a force of emancipation is exercised in order to abolish this slavery. The exercise of this power of emancipation, which can be found in Marx's and Lenin's conception of the dictatorship of the proletariat, when Marx says, "It is not a question of what this or that worker thinks individually, but of what the whole class is forced to do." So there is always a division between one in itself and one for itself, between the subjective and the objective. This is certainly not communism that is being installed here, it is a bourgeois democratic, Jacobin, Bolshevik revolutionary movement, and as such it is all the more surprising that Zionism is being split off so baselessly, and, as will be shown at the end, especially by these post-Zionists, who are nothing other than representatives of a subjective theory of values of the state, a theory of democracy of the state, and who obviously have no concept of anything else. People like Hanno Lowy, who is after all the director of the very deserving Fritz Bauer Institute in Frankfurt, have complained that he would like to give back his right to citizenship to Israel, but they won't let him give it back. The right to become an Israeli citizen is an innate right for every Jew in the eyes of Israel, just as the human rights of bourgeois revolutionaries are innate. These are rights that are not so much a separate legal title that they are innate. And this is the way the state of Israel relates to the diaspora and to the potentially threatened, by making them all virtual citizens of Israel. The whole thing also has a direct formal and legal expression in Israeli statehood, namely the right of return, which the Knesset passed in 1950 or 1952 and which stipulates that anyone who sets foot on Israeli soil already has the right of citizenship, without any further bureaucratic procedure, without any application or authorization. And it is not surprising that it is precisely this right of return, which is always denounced as racist, that is the thorn in the side not only of Arab anti-Semites, but also of these Israeli postmodernists or post-Zionists. Because, what do they want? They say we must democratize Israel, we must initiate a radical de-Zionization, as Yuri Avnery likes to say, so that Israel can finally become the state of all its citizens. So the state of all its citizens sounds suspiciously like a civics textbook, the state of all its citizens, a people's state, like the rest of us, and in this we lose sight of the fact that the state of Israel can never derive its raison d'etre solely from the fact that it is the state of all its citizens, but in its ongoing capacity as a gestor in Herzl's sense is also the representative, organ, and agent of all those who are absent, and that this brings a double element into its character as a state. It is democratic, but it is not so democratic that it does not know how to distinguish between the titular nation of the state and those who also live there, and it is universal in that it incorporates in its statehood, in the form of this law, the right of all others to citizenship. And that, I think, to come to the end, is the expression of the fact that this gesture function that Herzl spoke of has not yet been extinguished. It cannot have been extinguished at all, because the threat situation has by no means ceased, and that is why the Israeli state is not just a normal bourgeois capitalist state, but is, so to speak, a revolutionary emancipatory dictatorship in perpetuity. The State of Israel as the organized emancipatory power of the Jews is a kind of Robespierre's welfare committee, a kind of Leninist Soviet, a kind of Machiavellian estates committee, meeting in permanence. And the State of Israel cannot get rid of this character either, as I said, as long as the threat continues. So the conclusion is this: anyone who cannot see that anti-Semitism always goes hand in hand and organically parallel with anti-Zionism, i.e. who systematically fails to recognize the state aspect of Jew hatred, the political side, anyone who separates the organic people's state from democracy and splits it up will and must, even if they are as well-intentioned as these post-Zionists, to a certain extent depotentiate the character of Israel, and is thus forced to listen to a German public that is waiting for nothing more than to hear sentences from Yuri Avnery such as the one he recently gave to Junge Freiheit. Israel is a state just like all the others, and therefore everyone, including Germans, has a right to criticize it. Israel is not a normal state. Israel is a revolutionary organized emancipatory power of the Jews in Israel and in the diaspora, and as such it is of course a bourgeois revolutionary state far above the level of such externally forced parliamentarized people's community states as Germany in particular is. On March 18, 2008, the then German Chancellor Angela Merkel gave a speech to the Knesset in Jerusalem on the occasion of the 60th anniversary of the founding of the Israeli state, in which she found words for Germany's historical responsibility towards Israel that have since been considered emblematic of the Federal Republic's supposedly particularly enlightened political self-image. This responsibility resulting from the Holocaust, Merkel said, was part of my country's reason of state. This reason of state, which had previously applied to every federal government, was, just like the security of Israel, never negotiable for me as German Chancellor. What is remarkable about this, because it has hardly been noticed, is the use of the first-person form, which is highly unsuitable for the purpose of proclaiming a raison d'etat, turning what by definition claims to be valid in principle and without exception into a subjective commitment, despite the reference to previous federal governments, whose relationship with Israel has changed more than Merkel claims. If a new categorical imperative can be derived from the unprecedented nature of the Holocaust, as has been repeatedly declared since the formulation of that imperative in Theodore W. Adorno's negative dialectic, usually with abusive recourse to Adorno, then this imperative cannot only be binding for individual states, let alone for my country. Rather, it would apply universally and transnationally, and any bourgeois state that took its own concept seriously would have to vouch for the realization and safeguarding of this validity. Such an imperative would also never be part of any reason of state, but would co-constitute it in all its parts. It would be binding for every citizen of every state, not just for its government personnel, and regardless of how any German chancellor feels about it. Merkel, however, does not refer to such universality, but to her subjective understanding of her political function, and does not speak of the state, but of my country, although countries, unlike states, know no reasoning. The subjectivization and moralization of the categorical imperative formulated by Adorno, precisely because it is independent of whether those who practice it have ever read Adorno, can be considered a particularly fatal example of the transformation of truth into lies, of enlightenment into propaganda, since the constitution of the new Federal Republic. Although no one needs to have read negative dialectics in order to lie with the truth in this way, lying is easier if one has learned to instrumentalize it with understanding, which is why anti-nationals and imaginary critical theorists are more adept at lying and have an even better conscience than the Chancellor. The abusive recourse to Adorno's categorical imperative also suits them because their own redundantly invoked solidarity with Israel is more indebted to Germany and Merkel than to Israel, at least in that they are firmly convinced that Israel would be lost without their personal support. Israel needs Germany as an idealistic vanguard to preserve its own territorial integrity, just as the Jews absolutely needed German academics' critical faculties in order to effectively defend themselves against all anti-Semitism. Only Germany can draw the morally correct lessons from the Holocaust, because Germany perpetrated it, and the justified indignation at the anti-Zionism of left-wing, and sometimes right-wing, Israelis seems even more justified when it is expressed by Germans who show solidarity with Israel. What we think of Israel is more important than what Israelis think of Israel. Everyone has their own opinion, but only we have the truth. If there is a valid answer to the critically intended question of what is German, this maxim is absolutely part of it. The fact that Israel may take Germany less seriously than Germany takes itself goes beyond the German horizon. In the minoritarian, responsive part of the German left, such political self-referentiality has taken various forms, three of which are particularly worth mentioning. The first attempts to maintain unbroken an understanding of communist criticism of the state that has become irreversibly historical through the Holocaust, but to amalgamate it with a commitment to the Israeli state. The second instrumentalizes Israel as a proxy state for a principle of Western statehood that represents bourgeois civilization as a whole, without taking account of the fact that Israel also embodies the aporias of that statehood more harshly than other states and thus unruly. Recalls the necessarily violent character of any bourgeois statehood. The third takes the peculiarity of Israeli statehood in comparison with other bourgeois states seriously, but nolens volens fixes the conviction of the irregularity and the resulting solitude of Israel, the Jew among the states, which can only be overcome by showing solidarity whenever it seems appropriate. As a German who is enlightened about himself and therefore also massively lonely. All three variants, the communist, the bourgeois liberal, and the anti-German heroic, overplay, deny, or rationalize the fact that the relationship between the bourgeois state and reason is always a precarious one. That no bourgeois state ever embodies reason, which can at best be fragmentarily preserved in it, unbroken and pure, not even Israel. The vulgar communist phrase that Israel, because it is ultimately just a state, will be abolished with communism, makes the criticism of the bourgeois state's monopoly on violence absolute and demands that the Jewish state, as the incarnation of the false whole, namely that monopolized violence, must also disappear at some point, but, as if to satirize Kafka, not as the last, but as the very last. Those who take Israel into service as a proxy state of the West and the promise of freedom of capitalism and liberalism, on the contrary, glorify those aspects of the Israeli state that are a thorn in the side of communists in solidarity with Israel, the military, the legal system, the startups, the defensive individualism, Tel Aviv under subtraction from Jerusalem, so to speak, and, not unlike their communist counterparts, wish for an end to the contradictions that Israel as a bourgeois state necessarily presents. Finally, the third faction takes the aporia that Israel stands for as its starting point, recognizes in it a non-identity, an incommensurable that anti-Semitism wants to liquidate worldwide, and pleads for unconditional solidarity with such incommensurability. But it rarely asks, and increasingly rarely in the present day, to what extent this incommensurability does not at the same time denote the normal case of bourgeois statehood, and the hatred of it is a hatred of bourgeoisie in general. In fact, hatred of Israel is one with the resentment against the awareness of the necessity of state-monopolized violence as a constituent of freedom and equality that is preserved in the bourgeois state. German friends of peace agree with the religion of peace that Israel, as the harshest incarnation of such antagonism, stands in the way of global peace and must disappear in the name of peace. For it reminds us that realized peace, which is not a threat but still a promise, cannot be achieved without mediated violence, because even monopolized, institutionally mediated violence is still violence and manifests itself as such in a state of emergency. No bourgeois army is ever a peace army and no bourgeois democracy is ever a peace power. Contrary to what the German pacifist delusional fantasy would like it to be, just as little as a bourgeois state that makes use of its monopoly on violence is exercising tyranny for that reason alone. The prehistory and the real history of the Israeli state are just as little identical with the history of Zionism or simply a part of it as the history of Zionism would be simply the history of real events. It also has an imaginary history that belongs to it and contradicts it at the same time. This can be seen in Kafka's note about the Messiah, who will only come after his arrival, only when he is no longer necessary, and in Kafka's distinction between the last day and the very last day. Kafka, remaining true to Jewish messianism and emphasizing the paradox expressed in it, transfers the messianic utopia entirely into the mundane world. The Messiah will only come when he has already arrived. Redemption and reconciliation will only be real when they have become reality through the actions of people. People have nothing to expect from the Messiah, but everything he promises, they have to expect from themselves and from each other. Only when the human condition in all its ramifications has fulfilled the messianic promise in the here and now, which they should be working towards in a hopeful and friendly manner, only when people no longer need the Messiah, and because they no longer need him, because need still means lack of freedom, only then will he reveal himself to them. Like Karl Kraus, whom he was more like than either of them would have liked, Kafka articulated in everything he wrote both lamentation and joy in the face of the experience that every person has to do everything themselves at all times, that no one can ever take anything off their hands, least of all the Messiah. No writer who takes himself seriously allows others to write his books for him. No one who cares about himself and his fellow human beings allows others to live his life for him. People are solely dependent on themselves and each other to realize their happiness. The fact that there will nevertheless be a very last day after the last day, basically a superfluous day, on which what people have already realized simply takes place and which, within the linear time order of empirical reality, signifies its sublation in a redeemed reality, is the theological remainder in Kafka's parable of profanation. The world is enclosed in every speck of dust, eternity is present in the transient, and that which is to be preserved is in the waste. However, this can only be recognized from a point outside, which may seem subjectively void, but which must nevertheless exist because it establishes the possibility of distinguishing between truth and lies, between good and evil. This is what Adorno is aiming at when, at the end of Minima Moralia, he defines the task of thinking in the sense of Kafka as to view all things as they appear from the standpoint of redemption. The perspective that makes knowledge of truth possible, and it is a perspective, is not a merely subjective one, but that of the light that shines on the world from redemption. Perspectives would have to be created in which the world is similarly displaced, alienated, its cracks and fissures revealed, as it will one day lie there as needy and distorted in the messianic light. To create such perspectives without arbitrariness and violence, entirely out of contact with the objects, that is what thinking is all about. For this, according to Adorno, a position must not be fictitious, but must be assumed as unconditional, which is removed from the spell of existence, even by a tiny amount, and from which perfected negativity, once fully grasped, shoots together to form the mirror image of its opposite. This location, which is necessarily unknown and yet must be accepted, as reality, is the very last day in Kafka's work, in the light of which all days, including the last, appear. It is remarkable that in this short passage Adorno makes emphatic use of the concept of perspective several times and even of the location, which was not only discredited by Hegel. Figures of thought that are nowadays usually reviled by defenders of universalism as relativistic and constructivist. However, the perspective at issue here is not set subjectively, but is gained entirely out of contact with the objects, and for this very reason allows the perfect negativity to shoot together to form the mirror image of its opposite. Any other perspective than such, according to Adorno, exhausts itself in post-construction and remains a piece of technique, a subjectivism fictitious as objective, while the only illuminating perspective has gone through the experience of the object it wants to recognize. Nevertheless, it remains a perspective, subjectively refracted, and precisely in this refraction it is able to reveal the cracks and chasms of the world that a narrow-minded realism must miss. Kafka introduces such an impossible and yet necessary point with the very last day, which does not devalue the other days or even the last day, but rather puts them in the only right light. By shifting the coming of the Messiah from the last to the very last day, Kafka emphasizes the contradictory relationship between messianic hope and the respective reality in which alone it is alive by contradicting it. Such an aphoretic relationship between messianism and realism, utopia, and reality also characterized the work of Theodor Herzl, the founder of political Zionism, which is often called questionable enough. Born in 1860 in Pest in what was then the Kingdom of Hungary to an assimilated Jewish family who did not deny their links to Judaism and also kept them alive in education, the young Herzl was sympathetic to Reform Judaism and was in favor of the idea of the civic integration of Jews through military and civil service and the German language. He also saw religious conversion, which in his view did not insurmountably contradict Jewish affiliation, as an option for assimilation. In 1893 he was still considering plans for a mass conversion of Jews to Catholicism, which he saw as not only an ideal but also a real-life place of exile in view of the omnipresent hostility towards Jews. In Vienna, where Herzl's family had moved in 1878, he studied law and became a member of the academic fraternity Albia. After reading Eugen Düring's anti-Semitic diatribe Die Judenfrage als Racen Sitten und die Kulturfrage in 1882 and subsequently studying Heinrich von Treitschke's positions in the Berlin anti-Semitism controversy that had been raging in the German Empire since 1879, he increasingly doubted that the promises of Jewish assimilation could be kept in real historical terms and gradually came to the conclusion that Jewish equality could not be realized, within the existing imperial structures or the emerging European nation-states, but only in the form of a sovereign Jewish state, for which a suitable territory now urgently needed to be found. He formulated his thoughts in the book Der Judenstaat. Versuch einer modernen Lösung der Judenfrage, which was published in Leipzig and Vienna in 1896 and served as Herzl's founding manifesto for the First Zionist World Congress, which he organized in Basel in 1897 together with the writer Max Nordau, the architect Oskar Marmarek and the lawyer David Farbstein. Like Herzl, Marmarek, Nordau, and Farbstein could no more be categorized simply as socialists or bourgeois. Farbstein subsequently joined the Swiss Social Democrats. Nordau euphorically embraced the racial ideologies of Arthur de Gobineau in his books, and Herzl expressed his enthusiasm for the German Empire in 1898 in view of Kaiser Wilhelm II's trip to Palestine, which he at times imagined as the colonial protective power of a prospective Jewish state. Here, as throughout the Zionist prehistory of Jewish nation-statehood, historical experiences and biographical hopes, political diagnoses, and fantasies were inextricably intertwined. An expression of this entanglement in Herzl's work is the alternation between discursive and poetic writing, between literature and politics, which manifests itself in the fluid transition between talk of the Jewish state and talk of the land of the Jews. The question of the relationship between state and land had already characterized the First Zionist World Congress, which was essentially about the search for a suitable land for the desired state, which could only be made into a state, so to speak, either in Palestine, which at the time belonged to the Ottoman Empire, or, as repeatedly promised by Great Britain, in Uganda. This was never, as the defamation of Israel as a colonial state today again particularly aggressively suggests, a Western colonialist expansion project or a subaltern authoritarian desire to profit from the protective power of the existing colonial states. Rather, land and state in Herzl's conception of the Jewish state were not only spatially dissociated from each other and yet related to each other, which brought the contradiction of any bourgeois nation-statehood to light on the basis of the specific case of Jewish nation-state formation. Just as the longing for a Jewish state resonated with or revived all the disappointed hopes in bourgeois nation-statehood as the institutional form of emancipation among many of its pioneers, so all the anti-bourgeois resentments that were directed at the promise of freedom and equality of the bourgeois nation-state were already summarized in the hatred of the idea of the Jewish state at that time. With the difference that Herzl's Jewish state itself was still a fantasy, a plan, and a longing without a territory. Although every state territory is, as enemies of the West never tire of emphasizing, an artificial structure of order, it is not arbitrary or capricious which country becomes which state territory under which conditions. And it was precisely this problem that Herzl tried to do justice to in his utopian novel Altnulland, which was published in 1902 as a poetic supplement to the Jewish State. This book, in which the oft-quoted formula, if you will, "it is not a fairy tale" appears, ends with a complimentary afterword by the author, which states, "But if you will not, it is and remains a fairy tale, what I have told you." Dream is not as different from deed as some believe. All human action was a dream before and becomes a dream later. The place of the dream here is the land, which is to be partly elevated, partly profaned, and in any case transformed into a state through people's deeds, and the mediation between dream and deed is captured in the literary genre of the utopian travel novel. Its main character, a Jewish lawyer, gains insights into the economic and political structure of the state under construction in the then-future year 1923 through contact with members of a new society for the colonization of Palestine, from which the book distills a social utopia that amalgamates elements of socialist, liberal capitalist and communitarian ideas of the state. Private property and a capitalist economy exist in Altnulland, but on a cooperative basis, and mechanization and modern infrastructure are the foundations of social development. However, as in all utopian and dystopian literature, the use of the poetic rather than the discursive register of language indicates a hiatus between fantasized and empirical reality, between dream and deed, which the literary form can at best bridge, but not resolve. In her foreword to the new edition of Altnulland, Andrea Livnat pointed out that this unresolved contradiction was characteristic of the Zionist literature of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, in which there are only a few strictly speaking state theoretical or political philosophical texts, but many, now mostly forgotten, utopian novels, from Theodor Herzl's 1890 book Freeland. Ein soziales Zukunftsbild. Herzl was a national economist who dabbled as a novelist, to Max Brod's Das Großwagnis, 1918. One of the most important and latest testimonies to the primacy of imagination and poetic fantasy, which are evoked and refracted in these texts, is Else Lasker-Schüller's prose poem Das Heberland, published in Zurich in 1937. Also significant because, unlike Herzl and Herzl, Lasker-Schüller was a decidedly anti-academic author who, in line with contemporary perceptions, was not even claiming to bring together discursive and poetic language, political and messianic utopia. Instead, the author, who had lived in Berlin for almost 40 years since 1894, did not speak Hebrew and, as the daughter of an assimilated Jewish family, drew her knowledge of Judaism largely from the remnants of everyday customs and Christian school lessons, expressed the blatant dissonance in Hebrew land, which existed between the Jewish-Arabic Imperial German fantasy Judaism that had been sketched out in her books since the 1910s, situated in an imaginary, overformed Wuppertal and Berlin, her birthplace and chosen home, and the reality with which she had been confronted on her first trip to Palestine in the spring of 1934. Moreover, this journey itself had already been undertaken in a situation of life-historical hardship. A few months after the transfer of power to the NSDAP, Lasker-Schuler had fled from Berlin to Switzerland at the age of 64, frightened and in a hurry after an attack on her by young National Socialists, from where she set off on her first trip to Palestine in 1934 and her second in 1937. The fact that she was unable to return to Zurich after her third trip in 1939 because the Swiss authorities refused her entry meant that, contrary to her intentions, Jerusalem remained her place of exile, instead of Zurich until her death on January 22, 1945. Lasker-Schuler had never lived in Jerusalem, however, but had only ever wanted to dream of Jerusalem. In terms of her life story, Hebrew land not only marked the moment of her disenchanting encounter with Palestine, which brutally contradicted her poetic imagination, but also the time of her exile and the erasure of her writings from German literature, as well as her double isolation, first in Zurich and then in Jerusalem, which turned the imaginatively charged land of the Jews into a place of unwanted, forced permanent residence. The Hebrew land reflects the caesura of life and contemporary history by showing the form of the utopian travel novel in its collapse. Following its own logic, the genre is dismantled and dissociated, becoming a novel of disillusionment. The absence of reflection on state theory in the narrower sense is characteristic not only of the Zionist literature of the period between the turn of the century and the early 1920s, but also of the writings of the Jewish renewal movement, with whose protagonists, such as Gustav Landauer and Martin Buber, Lasker-Schuler maintained lively contact at times. In the late 19th and early 20th century, anarchism in particular is likely to have attracted many authors of Jewish affiliation, including Erich Muzzum alongside Landauer, Buber, and Lasker-Schuler, because it allowed them to combine sharp criticism of the existing bourgeois state with a strange indifference to the specific constitutional form of this state. It was a characteristic of anarchism at the time, both in its socialist and liberal manifestations, that, unlike communist and bourgeois social concepts, it was unable to form a concept of what it was criticizing: bourgeois state, monopolized power, state institutions, and did not even strive to do so. The crude fantasies of rural communes and barter rings that Landauer developed in his misleadingly titled Call to Socialism pamphlet of 1911, among others, in reference to the rabid anti-Semites Pierre-Joseph Proudhon and Silvio Gesell, contain hardly any thoughts on the form of the organization of work, not unlike some writings of the anti-authoritarian pedagogy of the 1960s. The establishment of necessary institutions of administration and circulation, infrastructure, and communication, which would have to exist in the anarcho-communitarian society envisioned by Landauer in order to prevent it from disintegrating in the process of its construction. According to this anarchism, everything that goes in the direction of organization, institutionalization, administration, or territorialization is already a preform of statehood and therefore to be rejected. Due to the resentment-based state indifference, such anarchism tended to turn into nihilism and asociality, despite all the free-religiously exaggerated communal pathos. Even Martin Buber's cultural Zionism, which was far less associative in its combination of then-current forms of anarchist, socialist and libertarian criticism of the state than Landauer's new mythology, and which at times strongly influenced Lasker-Schuler, fetishized the idea of a nation, culture, state, languages, and worldviews, which was to harmonize the contradiction between diaspora, assimilation, and Zionist hope and fulfill the promise held out in the Jewish state not state-like but stateless, cosmopolitan, transnational, and humanistic. A holistic and humanistic ideal, which Buber, the more obviously it was refuted by real history, asserted all the more pathetically throughout his life in the invocation of various dialogues: the German-Jewish, the Jewish-Arabic, the Jewish-Jewish dialogue. If left-wing and right-wing enthusiasts of so-called grassroots democracy, self-organization, and communitarian communities still harbor sympathies for life in the kibbutz, at least from afar, while at the same time not finding much fault with its brutal liquidation by the avant-gardes of world Islam, this is encouraged by the fact that even today, as the concessionless defense of the territorial, political and state sovereignty of Israel is still being defended, political and state sovereignty of Israel must take precedence over any cultural Zionist sympathy for communitarian popular life, the hopes and fantasies that were alive among the Jewish settlers in the decades before the founding of Israel, who were actually and not just ideologically organized on the basis of pre-state social forms, still shape, if not replace, the perception of Israel among both its enemies and its friends. The settler is not only an exclusive hate figure of post-colonial anti-Semites, but as a hate figure he is all the more useful, the more powerful the image of the nonviolent, earth, and land-working, but eternally stateless settler remains in the underground of resentment. Those who love the settler as a nomad incite all the more mercilessly against the settler as an agent of the emergence of bourgeois statehood. In this respect, the love, be it socialist or libertarian, of anarchic roaming, wandering, and nomadizing already contains an anti-Semitic impulse in itself, which is currently resounding among left-wing Jew haters who accuse Israel of its settlers as the vanguard of its colonial imperialist land grab and whose lifelong grievance is that today's Israel is actually, and fortunately, a defensive nation-state that takes consequent action against its enemies and is not an association of anarchist nomads. Today's discussions about Zionism or anti-Zionism by canonized Jewish authors are therefore often enough basically self-reflections, in which the discussants project their own relationship to today's Israeli state back onto historical constellations that cannot correspond to this understanding from the outset. The Hannah Arendt biography by Thomas Meyer, for example, which uses new sources to reconstruct Arendt's support for the Zionist Children's and Youth Aliyah, which began in 1933 and campaigned for the transfer of as many Jewish children and adolescents as possible from Germany to Palestine in the face of the Nazi threat, sparked a controversy about Arendt's hidden Zionism. While Arendt had previously been affirmatively perceived as an anti-Zionist or at least as a Western-approved critic of Israel due to her criticism of Israeli justice and the historical perception of the Judenreich in the 1961 book Eichmann in Jerusalem, especially by postmodern supporters who attempted to link her concept of the political public sphere with a culturally relativistic notion of global recognition, she has since been discovered and glorified as a valiant Zionist of the first hour. The case of Arendt shows how the life and work biography of an author who experienced the prehistory of Israel's emergence as well as the real history of the Israeli state can be used retrospectively to legitimize anti-Zionism directed against Israel as well as anti-German Zionism, without either contributing anything substantial to the understanding of Arendt's work. Arendt's support of Zionist organizations during the prehistory of Jewish nation-statehood in the Nazi era does not make her a Zionist in the contemporary historical sense, a defender of Israel today, nor do the anti-Israeli positions she took in the 1960s make her an anti-Zionist in the spirit of Judith Butler. From today's perspective, one can condemn her anti-Zionism at the time, just as one can use her earlier Zionism, which, however, did not refer to an existing Jewish state but to the defense of a Jewish state yet to be created, as an argument against her anti-Zionist apologists today. But none of this changes the essential point. When Arendt advocated the settlement of Jewish children and young people on the territory of a Jewish state yet to be created in Palestine in the 1930s, she was agitating against National Socialism and, as a result, for a Jewish state that is not identical to the Israel that was actually founded afterwards. When she then criticized the actually existing Israeli state in the 1960s, often unfairly and distorting its meaning, this criticism was again only understandable in contrast to the ideals of Jewish statehood that guided her actions at the time when Arendt was actually acting as a Zionist. What has become of the diffuse and heterogeneous idea of a Jewish state in Palestine since 1948 has not simply realized the wishes, fantasies, and longings that went into it, nor has what preceded the founding of Israel simply become obsolete since its founding. The Zionist ideal can no more be played off against the reality of Israeli statehood than the reality of the state can be used as an argument for the obsolescence of the ideals, fantasies, and utopias that preceded its founding. To this day, however, well-meaning anti-Zionism feeds on such sophistical exercises, which can retreat at any time behind the bogus argument that it only has something against Israel and nothing against the idea of the Jewish state, which has been betrayed by Israel. Contrary to what the enmity between Arendt and the protagonists of critical theory suggests, whom Arendt accused of returning to Germany and betraying the messianic origins of their own thinking embodied for them in Walter Benjamin, Max Horkheimer, and Theodor W. Adorno's relationship to Israel was characterized by similar, albeit not identical, contradictions to Arendt's. That Horkheimer and Adorno, in 1948, when they were preparing the reinstallation of the Institute for Social Research in Frankfurt am Main, would have perceived the founding of the Israeli state as a significant fact in terms of world politics, is not evident either from their writings or from their letters. If they later defended Israel in protest against the anti-Zionism of the West German student movement, then this defense never took on such a programmatic character as the reception of critical theory by the anti-German solidarity with Israel might suggest in retrospect. In fact, both Horkheimer and Adorno harbored reservations about Israel as a nation-state, which from today's perspective could appear to be a symptom of a blanket anti-nationalism. Nevertheless, the consequences that the anti-Germans drew from critical theory for unconditional solidarity with Israel in the face of Islamic anti-Semitism are already contained in critical theory. They bring moments of Horkheimer and Adorno's thinking, which had previously remained subcutaneous, to themselves in the face of the new situation of danger. The fact that it is only rarely admitted that not only the concept of the bourgeois state, but also the examination of the specifics of the Israeli state were a blind spot of critical theory, testifies to the fact that the history of the emergence of the anti-Germans was also a history of forgetting. All of this also has a truth content, the insight that the messianic horizon of expectation, which had fueled the Zionist movement in the prehistory of the founding of the Jewish state, has shrunk in the present to the awareness of the necessity of maintaining the status quo of bourgeois statehood. In other words, to the defense of a transcendenceless state sovereignty, which forms the prerequisite for everything that was decided in the Zionist utopia. If today, under the motto never again is now, set pieces from Adorno's reflections on the categorical imperative after Auschwitz, which were originally formulated at least as a response to the anti-Semitic mass murder of October 7, can be put to use for a general popular mobilization against hatred and agitation and against the right. This is a result of such forgetting. In fact, the instrumentalization of criticism of the authoritarian character, of considerations on education after Auschwitz, of the idea that all culture after Auschwitz is garbage, has been so shamelessly made part of critical affirmative German identity that money and applause can be collected from every civil society propaganda agency by regurgitating the corresponding phrases, combined with the worst post-colonial anti-Semitic delusional fantasies. Precisely for this reason, and in absolute opposition to Adorno's intention, reading negative dialectics is not an obstacle today, but an additional qualification for successfully completing a course of study with a transition into state-subsidized professional life, as a result of which there are now a lot of critical theoretical parrots sitting in authorities, offices, cultural institutions, and academic foundations. All this only proves that education, literacy, and academic degrees alone do not make anyone better, but under poor conditions they make almost everyone worse. Those who want to spread filth adoringly spread even worse filth, and the dangerous only becomes meanly dangerous when it is formulated in the jargon of dialectics. What is forgotten, denied, and exorcised is precisely the impulse that Adorno called the addition to morality in negative dialectics, the spiritual as well as physical experience that the relapse into barbarism is not something that can be avoided for reasons of logically gained insight, but something that is always and constitutively forbidden. Even if Adorno's categorical imperative can be formulated discursively and put into words in accordance with communicative rationality, it will only be understood by those who recognize in it the impulse that not only justifies and explains, but also commands. What is added to the moral and constitutes it as something that is added in the first place is not the justification, but the immanent command, that so itness that can be deduced, but is not exhausted in the deduction. This addition is embodied far more in all pensioners, farmers, cashiers and adolescents who simply knew on October 7 that what had happened should never have happened and must never happen again than in arrogantly reflective academics who compile anthologies on genocidal massacres. This is precisely what Adorno's concept of stepping in means. Reflecting, pondering, and searching for words and concepts may help to understand the unspeakable to which one wants to respond. But it only helps if you already know what it is supposed to help. The bluntly aggressive never again is now cries that orchestrate the new German mass rallies against the right destroy the impulse that they presumptuously simulate and relegate anyone who sees it differently to isolation, to the sidelines, which will probably be the only place for lively criticism in future. According to the Freiburg-based Initiative Sozialistisches Forum, ISF, the philosophy of history of Zionism constructs history not as the coming to itself of the being, but as the historical context of catastrophes and as a defense against the coming ones. The Zionists act as if they had dedicated themselves to the truth of the historical philosophical theses of Walter Benjamin. In this negative philosophy of history, materialism is related to Zionism, even if it counterfactually refuses to adopt the latter's thesis of eternal anti-Semitism. The tension exists for Zionism itself, namely in relation to messianic hope, the utopian moment that defines Jewish tradition. That it could continue to exist in the face of Zionist secularization was denied in Judaism for a long time. Franz Rosenzweig, who wrote a dissertation on Hegel and the state and discovered the oldest system program of German idealism, still sees Judaism in the Star of Redemption as a kind of incarnation of precisely this anti-state program. We must therefore go beyond the state. With the positive reference to existence in the diaspora, he obviously wants to take back the hypostasis of the state that Hegel once allowed to follow the anti-state system program. Judaism must not recognize the solution of the contradictions in the present, because it would thereby become unfaithful to the hope of the finite solution of the contradictions. It must forbid itself the satisfaction that the peoples of the world continue to receive in the state. End quote. The state, however, is nothing but this solving of the contradiction which is undertaken every moment. Thus war and revolution are the only realities known to the state, and at a moment when neither the one nor the other would take place, even if it were only in the form of a thought of war or revolution, it would no longer be a state. It cannot lay down the sword for a moment, for it must swing it again every moment in order to cut the Gordian knot of the people's life, the contradiction between past and future, which the people do not solve in their natural life, but only push further. But by cutting it, he removes the contradiction from the world at every moment, and of course only for that single moment. End of quote. Even if Rosenzweig loses all definitions of bourgeois society, as given by Hegel and Marx, to the image of the Gordian knot of popular life, if he dissolves all contradictions developed in objective idealism and in the critique of political economy in the ontologizing contradiction between past and future, he nevertheless destroys the absolute nature of the state by openly taking the side of Judaism. The arm of violence may force the newest together with the last into a very newest eternity. But this is not the reconciliation of the latest grandchild with the oldest ancestor. And this true eternity of life, this conversion of the heart of the fathers to the children, is again and again brought before the eyes of the peoples of the world by our existence, so that they may mutely give the lie to the worldly, all too worldly illusory eternity of their world historical moments, which have become states. As long as the kingdom of God is yet to come, the course of world history only ever reconciles creation within itself, only ever reconciles its next moment with the previous one. Creation itself as a whole, however, is held together with redemption for all time, as long as redemption is still to come, only by the eternal people that has been set apart from all world history. End of quote. The state is understood as a mere means on the way to redemption. If it occurs, it must cease, but a means that is only there for non-Jews, forever closed to Judaism as the existing archetype of redemption. Standing outside of Zionism, Rosenzweig once again, for the last time, makes the offer of cooperation between Enlightenment and redemptive thinking, liberal optimism about progress and utopian apocalypticism. Germans and Jews find themselves in a system of metaphysical division of labor. The one, as Christians and by means of the state, is well on the way to the redemption that has always been embodied by the other as Jews, i.e. without a state. In order to bring about peaceful coexistence in this system, however, Rosenzweig had to refrain from posing the question that clarifies the Christians' hatred of the Jews, the question of sacrifice. Under the impression of the growing anti-Semitism of those whom Rosenzweig wanted to see so surely on the path to redemption, however, the Zionist engagement then also wiped this offer off the table and took the contradiction that he wanted to divide between Christianity and Judaism into Judaism itself. What Jewish thinkers such as Rosenzweig or Hermann Cohen feared, that Judaism, by wanting a state with certainty and actually obtaining it, would simply abandon the messianic content of its tradition, did not happen. It was Gershom Scholem who repeatedly raised this contradiction, which now exists within Judaism itself. It is no wonder that the readiness for irrevocable commitment to the concrete, which no longer wants to be put off, a readiness born of horror and doom, which Jewish history only found in our generation when it embarked on the utopian retreat to Zion, is accompanied by overtones of messianism, without yet being able sworn to history itself and not to a meta-history to commit itself to it. Whether it can withstand this commitment without perishing in the crisis of the messianic claim that it at least virtually evokes, that is the question that the Jew of this time has for his present and his future, based on the great and dangerous past. Quote, and the Zionist movement must not fully commit itself to messianism, otherwise it will miss the point. Its overtones nevertheless belong to it irrevocably, even if it inevitably tries to coexist with the catastrophe. In whatever Zionism can and must be successful, the thought of the Messiah keeps alive the awareness that it is not the whole, that through the commitment to the concrete, what Messianism promises for the general is not yet redeemed, as there is no such thing as a truly concrete in this sense of the whole that could be accomplished by unredeemed beings. The Jewish so-called existence has the tense, never truly discharged, the not burnt out in itself, which, where it discharges itself in our history, is then, with a foolish word, denounced as pseudo-messianism, or should one say, unmasked. End of quote. But therein lies the peculiarity of this messianism, which both accompanies and contradicts the Zionist movement, to recognize as limited and restricted what this movement is aiming at in the concrete and in what it necessarily realizes itself, but at the same time to adhere unconditionally to the idea that there can only be redemption in the concrete. And here messianism agrees with the materialist attempt. It is a completely different concept of salvation that determines the attitude towards messianism in Judaism and Christianity, and precisely what appears to the one as the title of glory of its understanding, as a positive achievement of its message, is most decisively devalued and denied by the other. Judaism, in all its forms and manifestations, has always insisted on a concept of salvation that conceives of it as a process that takes place in public, on the stage of history and in the medium of the community, in short, that takes place decisively in the world of the visible and cannot be conceived without such an appearance in the visible. In Christianity, on the other hand, there is a view that sees redemption as a process in the spiritual realm and in the invisible, which takes place in the soul, in the world of each individual, and which brings about a secret transformation to which nothing external in the world must correspond. End of quote. Perhaps it is the central tenet of the New Testament, "My kingdom is not of this world," John 18 verse 36. The decisive factor is who utters it and in what situation. Jesus under interrogation by Pilate, "My kingdom is not of this world. If it were of this world, my people would fight so that I would not be handed over to the Jews. But my kingship is not from here." End quote. This reveals the contrast, for the Jews were expecting a David, a descendant from the lineage of King David, with his own armed troops, who would overthrow the conditions in this world. A Messiah who surrendered to Pilate could not be one. And so his execution, which had to discredit him once and for all in the eyes of the Jews, became the true, only possible proof of this principle of faith for Christians. For only those who sacrifice their lives fully realize the statement, "My kingdom is not of this world." But the kingdom of Judaism is of this world. The alienation from the sacrifice vouches for it. Accusing the Jews of having sacrificed Jesus and performing this sacrifice again and again in the ritual murder of Christian children therefore constitutes the particular perfidy of Christianity, which presumably results from the guilty conscience of adapting to the pagan cult. Although later, Pharisaic and rabbinical Judaism also had concepts of the afterlife, ideas of resurrection and life after death, here, remarkably, they did not devalue this world and the present. They arose precisely from the hope of the Messiah, who would bring liberation. They are therefore still unknown to the Torah, the 5 books of Moses. Christianity, especially in its apocalyptic traits shaped by Gnosticism, brings about the break precisely here, in that it wants the redemption of this hope to be recognized precisely in the fact that Christ sacrificed himself. Its deification thus proves to be the extreme opposite of Jewish messianism. It is based on the reintroduction of sacrifice in a new form. The essence of Christianity is to introduce self-sacrifice as the only true sacrifice. According to Freud, religion can generally be understood as a universal compulsive neurosis. But it only became truly universal with Christianity. At least this much can be said about the original function of human and animal sacrifice in the consciousness of the sacrificers, that it was practiced, in whatever form, as a collective forced act to ensure the unity of a society that was in danger of disintegrating through the production of wealth and the mediations of domination it created. Wealth was destroyed or offered to the gods in a representative form, in the form of a human being or a valuable animal, but it itself could usually be claimed by a priestly class. Renunciation of it was thus practiced, as was the feeling of guilt at not wanting to renounce it after all, which was answered with penance. In this form of coercive action, which demonstrated something by example, the sacrifice was necessarily limited. Mediation was only temporarily and on a single, selected object suspended in annihilation, unity forcibly asserted in a ritually limited way. The regression carried out by Christianity now consists of making the victim the subject of redemption. As a self-sacrifice, it receives its own reality, the redeemed state. By simultaneously appearing as a unique event of God's incarnation, for this he did once for all when he offered himself, Heb 7:27, it is only understood in the continuous identification with the Redeemer. In other words, the common, often already depleted practice of the cult of sacrifice is suspended. As our Passover lamb, Christ was sacrificed, 1 Cor 5:7. But through this total identification, everything and everyone can now potentially be viewed from the perspective of self-sacrifice. While Christianity forms itself in this way as a community around the one already redeemed by the sacrifice within an unredeemed world, the Jewish community insists on the unredeemed of the whole. The Messiah will come when the world has become completely guilty, says the Talmudic Council Sanhedrin. In doing so, it inflicted the first serious offense on the Christians. It refused to belong to the new covenant, from whose higher perspective, gained in the identification with Jesus and his self-sacrifice, the world can be presented as already redeemed. The Jewish sentiment, says Hegel, not without a certain admiration despite all the alienation, rather insists on reality and demands reconciliation in it. From the restlessness of infinite pain, in which the two sides of the opposition relate to each other, emerges the unity of God and reality set as negative, i.e. subjectivity separated from him. Quotation, end. This subjectivity is thus constituted differently than would be conducive to Christian sentiment. It knows itself to be all the more connected to reality the more firmly it holds the opposition to God, while that sentiment must always bring itself into opposition to reality in order to become one with God. While the Church thus relies on its concept of redemption to overcome an external concept of the world that is bound to the material, to nature, and precisely in this suggests a higher dignity, the Jewish community asserts itself by simply denying this dignity of the higher that is obtained through sacrifice. The reinterpretation of the prophetic promises of the Bible to a realm of inwardness always appears to the religious thinkers of Judaism as an illegitimate anticipation of something that could at best appear as the inner side of a process that takes place decisively on the outside, but never without this process itself. What appeared to the Christian as a deeper conception of something external, appeared to the Jew as its liquidation and as an escape that sought to evade proving the messianic claim within its most real categories by striving for a non-existent pure inwardness. Quote, end. It is precisely this refusal to internalize redemption that in more recent times also characterizes the secularized apocalypticism or catastrophe theory of the revolution, which in this remains connected to the Jewish theological impulse from which it came. The restoration of all things to their rightful place, which is redemption, restores the whole, which knows nothing of such a separation of interiority and exteriority. The utopian element in Messianism, which so largely dominates Jewish tradition, concerned this whole, and only this whole. Quote, but this whole is no longer reflected in the state. While the Jews originally expected a Davidic ruler as the new Messiah, their existence in the diaspora, the special conditions of living as a community in the midst of foreign religious communities, subject to the laws of a non-Jewish authority and at the mercy of the ideology of their nations, evidently contributed significantly to the fact that they could not simply imagine this overthrow of their circumstances as the restoration of their own state. Instead, the idea of the Messiah became the crystallization point of a comprehensive concept of redemption, which, while absolutely adhering to this world, did not want to reduce redemption to a political solution or equate it with the establishment of a Jewish state. A permanently peaceful coexistence of people of different origins emerged, but also a different relationship to nature. The most astonishing thing is that the universalization inherent in these messianic ideas also allowed the individual to come to the fore in a new way. The vision of the end of times was a response not only to the national hope of redemption, but also to the suffering of individuals. The highest expression of this expectation was the belief in the resurrection from the dead, Ben Sasson. However, it was precisely this belief that was deprived of its utopian dimension in Christianity, insofar as redemption had already taken place in the Savior's self-sacrifice. Forced as a community to live without a state of its own, hopes for a liberated life, one without any state, are awakened under the continuing conditions of persecution, in persistent abandonment and increasing isolation. Hopes that make possible in the traditions of Judaism the significant tension of which Moishe Post 1 speaks suggestively but emphatically. A complicated tension of particularity and generality, doubled as an external one in the relationship of the Jews to their Christian environment. The Jews were never fully part of the larger societies in which they lived, nor were they ever completely outside them. This often had devastating effects for the Jews, but sometimes also very fruitful ones. This tension became sedimented in most Jewish individuals in the course of emancipation. The eventual resolution of this tension between the particular and the general is, in Jewish tradition, a function of time, of history, the coming of the Messiah, end quote. Immanuel Kant perceived something of this tension in his intensive exchange with Jewish thinkers and friends, and it enabled him, for his part, to open up the critique of reason within Christianity and at the same time at a distance from it. His Christ, whom he barely mentions by name, bears Jewish traits. As Mika Brumlik writes, his teaching cannot have consisted in a knowingly and deliberately planned sacrificial death for the sake of the redemption of sins, nor in irritating the Jewish people with his rebuke. To achieve the good by unjust means, by self-harm, would be a contradiction in terms. The Kantian Christ perished because of his daring. Quote, and what appears here to be merely a reinterpretation of Christianity, however, has serious consequences in philosophy, insofar as it understands the risk that must not be a sacrifice. This is what the ban on images stands for. Adorno speaks of the glaring deficiency of Kant's doctrine. the eluding, abstract nature of the intelligible character, which is its effect on the good. It has something of the truth of the ban on images, which post-Kantian philosophy, Marx included, extended to all concepts of the positive. As a possibility of the subject, the intelligible character, like freedom, is a becoming, not a being. It would be betrayed as soon as it was incorporated into the existing through description, even the most cautious description. In the right state everything would be, as in the Jewish theologumenon, only a little different from what it is, but not the slightest thing can be imagined as it would be. End of quote. Immediately following the ban on images in the Hebrew Bible, the Critique of Judgment states, "This pure, soul-uplifting, merely negative representation of morality brings no danger of rapture, which is a delusion of wanting to see something beyond all limits of sensuality, i.e. to dream, to race with reason, according to principles, precisely because the representation in that is merely negative. For the inscrutability of the idea of freedom completely cuts off all positive representation." End of quote. Kant thus rescues the idea of freedom from bourgeois reality. By conceiving it as one of the things of the intelligible, as Fabian Kettner writes, he rescues it in the same course of his critique of pure reason with which he forbade speaking of them as being real. With this reference to the finiteness of the human mind and to its possible certain objects of knowledge, they were henceforth finished. This was not Kant's intention. Quote, and the ideals of pure reason, even if one does not wish to grant them objective reality, existence, are not to be regarded as figments of the imagination for this reason, but provide an indispensable measure of reason, which requires the concept of what is complete in its own way in order to estimate and measure the degree and deficiencies of the incomplete. End quote. The ideal cannot be expressed in an example, such as the wise man in a novel, because it concerns the whole. This self-negation of the finite spirit, in which it transcends itself, goes to another and becomes aware of its lack, which is the lack of the failing world surrounding it, enables Kant to criticize the existing state, without noticing how far he is already going beyond the state itself, to insist that it is due to all men to offer themselves to society, by virtue of the right of common possession of the surface of the earth, so that no one has more right to be in one place on earth than another, to demand for individuals what is only pretended to them by constitutional constitutions. In the progress for the better of the human race, as Kant claims it, lies, for better or for worse, the attempt to bourgeoisify the messianic impulse. It conceals the nature of the state, as the forced subordination of the individual to the general, and yet preserves the conditions of the possibility of its critique in the antinomic thinking of the general and the individual. Just as the practical imperative, act in such a way that you need humanity both in your person and in the person of every other person at all times as an end and never merely as a means, openly expresses the opposition of exchange value and use value and yet believes that it can be overcome within the moral. However, Kant's concretizations of morality almost always have repressive traits, as Adorno has pointed out, in terms such as duty, coercion, respect, which are supposed to bridge the gap between the imperative and human beings. They violate the inscrutability of the idea of freedom pronounced by Kant himself, which cuts off any positive representation. Kant's anti-Semitic statements, with which he clearly sought to distance himself from his Jewish friends, especially in later times, should also be seen in this context. Hegel's resentment was similarly situated, who thought those concretizations in the all-round mediation by the sovereign through to the end, that the narrow-minded Jewish national God can tolerate no other gods beside himself, not even the mortal God, Jesus' political image, unity of institution and idea, which is to be worshipped like an earthly divine. That reconciliation in reality is to be conceived without the state, that the calculation is to be made without the host. Hegel himself had to conclude from the mere continued existence of Judaism. But relying on the state, he expected their legal equality to ultimately equalize such ways of thinking and attitudes. In Marx, on the other hand, the field of tension of Jewish tradition is so individually sedimented that this late descendant of several generations of rabbis does not even have the idea that his critique of the fetish character of commodities and capital has anything to do with it. But he can only develop it and replace earlier metaphors with Christian connotations such as Hagler and egoism, because he quite naturally takes into account those commandments of the Jewish religion with which abstractness is created and secured, be it directly expressed, "Thou shalt not make an image for thyself," or indirectly demanded, "Thou shalt not sacrifice thyself." No matter how little he may have been aware of their origin or how unpleasant it may have been for him, Marx started from such premises in order to completely reinterpret them. Thou shalt make no image of the capital relation, and there shall be no more such relation in which man is forced to be the sacrifice of surplus work. These are the central commandments of his critique. But what there should be, in turn, falls under the ban on images. With him, Jewish messianism gains a foothold in German philosophy and English economics. A remark that Benjamin once made in conversation with Brecht is aimed precisely at this. There have always been movements, formerly predominantly religious, which, like Marx, aimed at the radical destruction of the world of images, and therefore two research methods should always be considered for criticism. 1. Theology. 2. Materialist dialectics. However, insofar as Marx continues to simply illustrate the abstraction of value, following his essay on the Jewish question, without reflection with the images of Judaism that haunt the anti-Semite's mind, the capitalist knows that all commodities are inwardly circumcised Jews. It says in capital, he is of course violating his own commandment, but insofar as he cites religious, especially Christian, but also pagan magical forms in order to make consciousness recognizable as false, he is doing nothing other than suing for the commandment itself. Capital is full of examples of this. But to criticize this false consciousness as necessarily false goes beyond the limits of any religion. It means reopening the development of German idealism beyond all commandments. Its necessity can only arise if Hegel's all-individual integrating and interrelated totality, and not Fichte's all-excluding and eradicating identity, is asserted. In order to unite this idealism and this commandment in criticism, however, the positive, teleological tip of Hegel's dialectic first had to be broken off. And indeed, the image that Hegel makes of totality and in which he simultaneously allows the transcendental subject, modeled on the Jewish God, to come to earth, to become the objective spirit, is the state. The breakthrough to the critique of political economy logically took place in the critique of Hegel's constitutional law. The messianic impulse, which Marx continued to follow, made it impossible for him to secularize the Hegelian spirit beyond the state and to affirm it as capital, in a word, to become an ordinary liberal. Together with secularization, Marx rather wanted to go beyond the secularized. However, the impulse could not prevent the critic of political economy from beginning to hope in the working class as the savior, and therefore perhaps especially admired the Paris Communards' capacity for sacrifice, against the better knowledge that they were only to remain in the image, Son of God, is the variable part of capital. Thus radical criticism found itself a little later, when an altar of sacrifice had long since been erected in the name of the supposed savior. Socialism in a country, i.e. socialism as a state, in the role of jury after the birth of Christ, it had to hold on to the fact that the Messiah had not come. Where Franz Rosenzweig, immediately after the First World War, still saw the way to redemption for all those who did not belong to Judaism, in the state, the theses that Walter Benjamin formulated in 1940 on the concept of history now only see a single catastrophe that grips every individual, wherever they stand, and while the star of redemption reserved the messianic hope, apart from that path. For Judaism alone, Benjamin holds it for all the oppressed in a certain image of history itself. As the famous interpretation of Paul Klee's Angelus Novus reveals, an angel is depicted on it, looking as if he is about to move away from something he is staring at. His eyes are open, his mouth is open and his wings are spread. The angel of history must look like this. He has turned his face towards the past. Where a chain of events appears before us, he sees a single catastrophe that incessantly piles rubble upon rubble and hurls it at his feet. He would like to linger, wake the dead and piece together what has been shattered. But a storm blows from paradise, which has caught in his wings and is so strong that the angel can no longer close them. This storm drives him inexorably into the future, to which he turns his back, while the pile of ruins before him grows towards the sky. What we call progress is this storm. End quote. Scholem is of the opinion that Benjamin has divided the function of the Messiah crystallized in the Jewish religious view of history into that of the angel, who must fail in his task, and that of the Messiah, who can fulfill it. The image of the stormy wind blowing from paradise would therefore stand for the Messiah. The reality that the angel fails to fulfill is to be blown open by the history and its dynamics determined by utopia and not by the means of production. But there is nothing in the interpretation of the image to suggest that the stormy wind could blow up reality and end the catastrophes. What it expresses is a dilemma in the emphatic sense. Those who understand progress as something that cannot happen historically, but only beyond history, will no longer be able to intervene, to end the catastrophe, to awaken the dead, to put together what has been shattered. However, the angel differs from the believers in progress, who want to see in the catastrophe a chain of events that leads straight to paradise, if only one makes oneself a link in the chain without hesitation, by the distance that the stormy wind imposes on him. It makes it possible to understand the events as a senseless catastrophe instead of affirming them as meaningful sacrifices. How strained the whole allegory, how strangely coded the construction, just to resist the belief in progress that approves of sacrifice. From the unique constellations of Judaism follows again and again the negation of sacrificing anything, anyone, or oneself in order to bring about the immediate redeemed state, be it redemption in the midst of an unredeemed world or the redemption of the world as such. Even Benjamin's critique of the concept of progress falters in this, perhaps most strongly in the 12th thesis. The subject of historical knowledge is the struggling, oppressed class itself. In Marx, it appears as the last enslaved class, as the avenging class that completes the work of liberation in the name of generations of the beaten. This consciousness, which came to the fore once again for a short time in Spartacus, has always been offensive to social democracy. It liked to play the role of redeemer of future generations for the working class. In doing so, it cut the sinew of its best strength. In this school the class lost both its hatred and its will to sacrifice. For both are nourished by the image of the enslaved ancestors, not by the ideal of the liberated grandchildren. Quote, and insofar as these thoughts adhere to the workers' movement as a subject, they also adopt the Christian understanding of redemption and speak of the will to sacrifice. Insofar as they understand history as a context of catastrophes, which destroys the old concept of progress, they justify a hatred that is also a willingness to act, but stands for a different understanding of redemption, freed from sacrifice, because it owes itself solely to the remembrance of the unreconciled state. Nevertheless, Benjamin also raises the unresolved question of resistance, and Judaism insists on this unresolution, while Christianity represents the wrong solution. Even the liberating act that is not carried out with the awareness of sacrifice inevitably appears as a sacrifice as soon as those who carry it out fail and possibly perish as a result. This is the problem, the paradox of any historiography of resistance, as long as liberation does not really succeed in its own sense. As if to cover it up, the German language erases the difference between involuntary and voluntary death in the concept of sacrifice, whereas in English and French, the distinction between victim and sacrifice makes it possible to capture the senselessness of annihilation. In the attempt to reconcile Christianity and Judaism in the spirit of utopia, to bring the apparent metaphysical anti-Semitism of Gnosticism closer to messianic spirituality, to discover the other Paul, who is neither suitable for building up the church nor for anti-Jewish excess, Ernst Bloch, too, must ultimately return to the Jewish argument against Jesus after having gone through world history. The distant Messiah has not yet come. Thus Jesus, like Hillel, begins to be revered and recognized as a rabbi, as a prophet, greater, even lesser than Moses, as a sign of love and inwardness on the way, which indeed, a tremendous and truly influential act of the prophet, forced the Lord to become the Father in the Son, but which also, since Jesus was only a helper, not a redeemer, since the other tremendous and other truly influential act of the Messiah, the enchanting pipe dream, the old Titanic sacrilege, to appoint himself Messiah, could not succeed, since the last, unknown, truly bursting essence of world redemption was missing, everything in us humans that crucifies and bespeaks the cross, and everything in God that let crucify and in the end demanded the sacrificial death or at least did not refuse it, made it glow even stronger, more original sinful, or at least left it in the old lowliness and essential distance of God from himself, from his third stage as the Holy Spirit. End of quote. It is an age of perfect sinfulness, as George Lukács describes it in the theory of the novel. In contrast to Fichte, however, from whom this phrase actually comes, both authors, who come from Judaism, know themselves to be at a critical distance from original sin, with which that Christian German idealist justifies the state, and from the sacrificial death with which he wants to end it. Only this distance made it possible to accept Marx's critique. In History and Class Consciousness, the age of completed sinfulness is suddenly understood as the totality that lies in the commodity structure. The socialism in one country, on the other hand, to which Lukács and Bloch finally turned, was supposed to be suitable as a representative of that savior, to take back the salvific disappointment and ostensibly establish not only the possibility of coexistence in the age of consummate sinfulness. The distant Messiah has appeared after all, redemption in a land, an end of the tunnel is in sight, certainly not from Palestine, but from Moscow, Ubi Lenin, Ibi Jerusalem. Quote, and the last, unknown, truly explosive essence of world redemption is no longer missing, it just has to be brought to the people in the appropriate dilution, in other words, popular front politics. The principle of hope finally ratifies the willingness to sacrifice of the revolutionary workers' movement demanded by Benjamin and solves, beyond the enslaved ancestors, in the eye of the liberated grandchildren, the problem held open therein, which the late Lukács no longer even knows, in appearance, the Red Hero. By confessing the cause for which he lived until his murder, he clearly, coldly, consciously enters the nothingness in which he was taught to believe as a free spirit. His sacrificial death is therefore also different from that of the earlier blood witnesses, for they died, almost without exception, with a prayer on their lips and believed that they had acquired heaven. The spiritual intoxication not only left the fear of death behind, in several cases, the singing of the Anabaptists at the stake, it even conferred insensitivity to pain. The communist hero, on the other hand, under the Tsar, under Hitler, and even beyond, sacrifices himself without hope of resurrection. His Good Friday is not mitigated, let alone cancelled, by an Easter Sunday on which he is personally resurrected. Heaven, to which the martyrs stretched out their arms in flame and smoke, is not there for any red materialist, yet he dies, as a confessor, superior as only ever an original Christian or Baptist. Quote, and this is not too far removed from Heidegger's freedom of sacrifice. For Wehrmacht soldiers, too, there is no heaven other than nation and race. The heavenly state that Bloch is referring to deviates from this as long as it clings to the concept of class, but at the expense of the ego. The red materialist had already stopped taking his ego so seriously, he had class consciousness. Quote, and under this heaven, however, Israel has no right to exist. Bloch decrees that the state of Israel, peopled by the flight from fascism, has itself become a fascist one. And at this bitter end, which even Herzl had not yet sung in the cradle, Israel even became the, not even well-kept, mud of American imperialism in the Near East. Quote, and it was only after he himself had left the Soviet Union's sphere of influence that Bloch was able to concede Israel's right to exist again and performed a complete about-turn. In his reaction to the Six-Day War, his own position, formulated in the principle of hope, was virtually erased. The Arabs have been issuing deadly threats since 1948. The ultimate goal is clear and unambiguous: Israel is to be destroyed. Final solution this time not gas, but literally, drown like rats. Quote, and in the dialectic of enlightenment, the early spirit of utopia has been preserved in a much more concentrated form than in the principle of hope. However, it is not mentioned positively by name, it is expressed solely in the radicalism of the criticism. Bloch's book was already regarded by the young Adorno as a single revolt against failure. The radical break with the social democratic and Soviet communist concept of progress, which made this concentration on the possibility of a different life as well as the insistence on the negative totality of the commodity form possible, can be traced back immediately to the effect of Benjamin's late notes on the concept of history, which Bloch actually always eluded. Now, however, in the dialectic of enlightenment, all the motifs of critique are related to each other, as they have been effective since Marx and yet have been suppressed again. Adorno and Horkheimer understand the exchange of commodities as a secularization of the victim, whereby its essence was not really abolished, but only expanded into an all-encompassing mediation. In this category of mediated totality or universal mediation, which they gained from Hegel via Lukács' history and class consciousness, there is a clearly recognizable distance to Messianism, to a dialectic in which mediation recedes completely in favor of envelopment. Adorno logically criticized Benjamin's Baudelaire work of 1938 for its lack of mediation through the social process as a whole. Nevertheless, Horkheimer and Adorno in particular still incorporated this mediationless thinking, this dialectic at a standstill, into their own thinking, even gaining from this opposition, which they do not resolve, the power, the weak messianic power of which Benjamin himself speaks, to understand universal mediation as a fundamental compulsion. If Jewish messianism can still be spoken of here, it is one that only comes to consciousness in contradiction to the Hegelian world spirit, seen through by Marx as the specter of capital. The difference is immediately reflected in the idea of the unimaginable, in the concept of redemption. Benjamin seems to take Judaism at its word here, as many passages from his early writings to his late work testify: the dead will rise when the Messiah comes. This idea is alien to Horkheimer. The statement of incompleteness is idealistic if the incompleteness is not included in it. The past injustice is done and finished. The slain are really slain, he replies to Benjamin. In the end, his statement is theological: if one takes incompleteness very seriously, one must believe in the Last Judgment. But my thinking is too materialistically contaminated for that. Quote, but Horkheimer also hints at a realization in this logical content, that happiness and suffering actually differ in their relationship to time. While happiness is truly self-contained and transient, the bad that has happened, the horror, the pain, the suffering, appears necessarily irreparable and therefore incomplete, not transient. In this, too, Adorno stands peculiarly between theological and atheistic conceptions. From his early correspondence with Horkheimer to negative dialectics, death is conceived as something that can be undone, as if the desire to awaken the dead must be maintained. However, as energetically as Horkheimer and Adorno place the connection between sacrifice and the exchange of commodities, the annihilation of the individual and universal mediation at the center of their critique, the dialectic of enlightenment also seems to run the risk of giving in to the willingness to sacrifice at a certain point. It resolutely stated, "The history of civilization is the history of the introversion of sacrifice, recognizing therein a scheme according to which the subjugated do the injustice done to themselves again in order to be able to bear it. All demythologization therefore has the form of the inexorable experience of the futility and superfluousness of sacrifice." Although the critique thus unmasks the counter-reason, the objective untruth of the sacrifice, it nevertheless assumes the possibility of a revolutionary sacrifice in the interpretation of Homer's Odysseus, the counter-reason of totalitarian capitalism, whose technique of satisfying needs, in its objectified form determined by domination, makes the satisfaction of needs impossible and drives people to extinction. This counter-reason is prototypically formed in the hero, who withdraws from the sacrifice by sacrificing himself. All the superfluous sacrifices are needed. Against the sacrifice, Odysseus is one too, the self that constantly conquers itself and thus misses out on the life it saves and remembers only as an odyssey. Nevertheless, he is also a victim for the abolition of sacrifice. His reigning renunciation as a struggle with the myth is representative of a society that no longer needs renunciation and domination, that becomes powerful in itself, not in order to do violence to itself and others, but for reconciliation. End of quote. The ban on images is ignored here, the compulsion to assimilate to the victim is yielded to, and it is pretended that a corporeal representative is conceivable for a liberated society. In other words, Ulysses is interpreted in a Christian way, imagined as a Christ figure. And Dasada's fantastic cruelty, which is exposed in the second digression of the dialectic of enlightenment, appears as a kind of factory of martyrs who involuntarily emulate Jesus. As horror, imagination seeks to withstand horror. Happy existence in the world of horror is refuted as nefarious by its very existence. Quote, and it is also a violation of the ban on images to place Kant's formalism and Nietzsche's Übermensch on the same level. The dialectic of enlightenment, however, states that the higher self that Nietzsche postulates proves to be the renewal of Kant's enterprise of transforming divine law into autonomy in order to save European civilization, which gave up the ghost in English skepticism. Kant's principle of doing everything from the maxim of his will as such, which at the same time could have itself as its object as generally law-giving, is also the secret of the Superman. His will is no less despotic than the categorical imperative. Quote, and what is not perceived is that the Superman certainly signifies a despotism of a different kind, just as he himself could only be understood as a reaction to the failure of the categorical imperative, as a conscious negation of the autonomy made possible by the law. On the one hand, Nietzsche and Sade appear as intransigent critics of the Enlightenment and in this like the Son of God who reviled Pharisaic Judaism, on the other, as identical with it. What remains is the chimera of a true, yet to be discovered Christianity and superhumanity that is exempt from criticism. Adorno's Kierkegaard critique of 1933 could have already envisioned a return to a Christianity purged of all Western evils. At first glance, the Christian archetype is restored here as a perspective of redemption. From Kierkegaard's point of view, it is precisely the detachment of the sacrifice from the name and performance of Jesus, the fetish-like independence of the sacrifice as such that is rejected. In fact, his philosophy develops the cult of sacrifice so persistently that it turns into a gnosis, which the Protestant Kierkegaard otherwise passionately opposes. In late idealism, gnosis breaks out where mythical thinking gains power over Christian thinking through spiritualism and, despite all talk of grace, draws Christianity into the merciless unity of the course of nature. Quote, and the actual Christian thinking, which Kierkegaard opposes, knows neither original sin nor the sacrifice that is supposed to eradicate it. At this point, it would merely be a cover image for Judaism, which Adorno shies away from naming, if Jesus, like Odysseus later on, did not stand for a final sacrifice, the sacrifice for the abolition of the sacrifice. It is as if the philosopher reflecting on Kierkegaard here is involuntarily transported back to the past, to the situation when Jesus appeared, or rather, as if he were asking, what could have happened if Jesus had been the Messiah? Christianity differs from mere natural religion in the name of reconciliation and not in the nameless execution of the paradox. In the latter, Adorno sees the Kierkegaardian spiritualization of sacrifice. Through sacrifice, however, man remains the ruler of the sinful creation. Through sacrifice he asserts his dominion. Kierkegaard is only a true Christian in Adorno's sense, where he himself moves onto victimless reconciliation, where in his narrative the dialectical transition from passion to reconciliation is understood, if not as fulfilled, then at least as victimless, where the silence of the victim is broken. The organon of reconciliation is only the word, in contrast to the archaic silence of immediate natural existence, as well as the dialectical silence of a remorse that remains in itself and sacrificially destroys itself without finding the reconciling word. However, this early work by Adorno is already oriented towards reconciliation without sacrifice, and in it something is added that Adorno obviously cannot find in the Jewish tradition and projects onto Jesus, or rather, onto what Jesus should have been and what could ultimately only be realized in the aesthetic, in art, literature and music, reconciliation with nature. The enigmatic step that leads out of mere nature by remaining in its life, the reconciling replacement of the sacrifice. End quote. The dialectic of enlightenment is already projected here, but where nature, without renunciation, endures as a desiring instinctual power and as a speaking consciousness, it is able to endure, while sacrificially succumbing to itself, nature, which truly cannot be driven out with a fork and returns until genius reconciles itself with it. Quote, and so is it a different, reconciling concept of nature that attracts Adorno and Horkheimer to Christianity? Christianity, however, has propagated love, the pure worship of Jesus. It sought to elevate the blind sexual instinct through the sanctification of marriage, just as it sought to bring the crystal law closer to the earth through heavenly grace. The reconciliation of civilization with nature, which it wanted to buy prematurely through the doctrine of the crucified God, remained as alien to Judaism as it was to the rigorism of the Enlightenment. End quote. If one follows Emmanuel Levinas, this perspective of reconciliation with nature does not actually exist in Jewish tradition. O tamarisk that Abraham planted in Beer-sheva. One of the few individual trees of the Bible that emerges in its freshness and in its color to enchant the imagination in the midst of so many wanderings through so many deserts. But beware! The Talmud perhaps fears that we might be caught up in its song in the south wind and seek therein the meaning of being. It tears us from our dreams. Tamarisk is a sigil. The 3 letters needed to write its name in Hebrew are the first letters of the words for food, drink, and shelter, 3 things that man needs and that man offers to man. That is what the earth is for. Man is its master in order to serve man. Let us remain masters of the mystery that it breathes. This is perhaps the point where Judaism differs most from Christianity. The Catholicity of Christianity integrates the touching little household gods into the cult of the saints, into the local cults. By sublimating them, Christianity retains the rooted piety that is nourished by the landscapes and memories of families, tribal groups, and nations. That is why it conquered humanity. Judaism did not sublimate idols, it demanded their destruction. Like technology, it demystified the universe. It demystified nature. Through its abstract universality, it violated fantasies and passions. But it has discovered man in the nakedness of his face. Quote, but Levinas writes these lines against Heidegger, against Christianity, and against German ideology, which only ever reconcile nature and society in the wrong way, in being toward death, in spiritualized self-sacrifice, in sacrificial death for the state. He contrasts this with Judaism as pure morality. The messianic idea is dissolved in it, being implanted in a landscape, being connected to the place without which the universe would be meaningless and hardly exist. This is precisely the division of humanity into native and foreign. And in this perspective, technology is less dangerous than the spirits of place. Technology removes the privilege of this rootedness and the exile that invokes it. It frees us from this alternative. It is not a question of returning to nomadism, which is just as incapable as sedentary life of escaping a landscape and a climate. Technology liberates us from this Heideggerian world and the superstition of place. From now on, an opportunity presents itself, to perceive people outside the situation in which they temporarily reside, to allow the human face to shine in its nakedness. Socrates preferred the city to the landscape and the trees, where one encounters people. Judaism is a brother of the Socratic message. Quote, Levinas thinks Judaism as if he were translating Hannah Arendt's philosophy into theological terms. He defines Judaism by distancing himself from German existential philosophy, substituting its being to death with being for the other. Quite independently of the most famous of France's existentialists, Levinas nevertheless moves in the same direction, and it is no coincidence that the old Sartre attempts to complement the revolution with Judaism, so to speak, and says that Jewish reality must give the revolution the power of morality. This Jewish existentialism thinks of man without nature. Levinas found the mythical image for this in Gagarin, the first man in space. For an hour, a man existed outside any horizon, everything around him was sky, or more precisely, everything was geometric space. A man existed in the absolute of homogeneous space. Quote, and the dialectic of enlightenment rejects such an existentialist turn in Jewish messianism, as Levinas or, in a more trivial form, Martin Buber did. Horkheimer and Adorno are neither prepared to abstract from nature in the hope of redemption, nor to deny objectivity to redemption itself and reinterpret it as a purely subjective, interhuman event that takes place, as it were, on a daily basis. They see man as being rooted in blood and soil rather than floating in empty space. But the more distance the dialectic of the Enlightenment gains from Christianity, the more clearly it comes into contact with Levinas at one point, and here the common legacy, Rosenzweig's legacy, can be felt, which Benjamin's Angel of History also preserves. The oldest claim of Judaism is that of existing apart from the political history of the world. It is the claim to judge history, that is, to remain free in the face of events, whatever inner logic may connect them. It is the claim to be an eternal people. This eternity of Israel is not the inexplicable miracle of survival. It is not because it has miraculously survived that it claims freedom from history. But because it knew from the outset how to reject the jurisdiction of events, it was able to preserve itself as a unity of consciousness throughout history. The eternity of the Jewish people is not the arrogance of a nationalism overwrought by persecution. Independence in the face of history affirms the right of human consciousness to judge a world ripe for judgment at any moment, even before the end of history and independently of that end. Quote, and by refusing the false reconciliation, Judaism keeps open the possibility for the true one, directed against the course of the world. This is where Adorno and Horkheimer recognize the difference between this religion and all others. It tolerates no word that granted consolation to the despair of all mortals. It ties hope solely to the prohibition of invoking the false as God, the finite as the infinite, the lie as truth. The pledge of salvation lies in the rejection of all faith that is subordinated to it, knowledge in the denunciation of madness. The denial is, of course, not abstract. The indiscriminate denial of every positive, the stereotypical formula of nothingness, as applied by Buddhism, defies the ban on naming the absolute just as much as its opposite, pantheism, or its grimace, bourgeois skepticism. The explanations of the world as nothingness or the universe are mythologies, and the guaranteed paths to salvation are sublimated magical practices. The complacency of anticipatory knowledge and the glorification of negativity as salvation are untrue forms of resistance to deception. Quote, and in contrast to Levinas' existentialist messianism, however, Horkheimer and Adorno also open up a different relationship to nature in the denunciation of madness, in determinate negation, that is, in the full awareness of the unredeemed. In the pure duties of ritual, the Jews preserved nature's reconciling memory without falling back into mythology through symbol. However, this approach to Judaism, which takes place in contradiction to social totality and in the hope of reconciliation with nature, only becomes fully conscious to the dialectic of enlightenment in the elements of anti-Semitism, its final part. In August 1940, Adorno had written to Horkheimer that he could no longer detach himself from the thought of the fate of the Jews, and he asked whether what we were used to seeing in terms of the proletariat had now been transferred to the Jews in a terrible concentration, whether we should not say the things that we actually want to say in connection with the Jews, who represent the counterpoint to the concentration of power. But the changed object also changes the observer. If what was once seen in terms of the proletariat is transferred to the Jews, the condition of the possibility of critique, which seemed to be given by the subject of the working class, unexpectedly turns out to be an affinity to Judaism, which includes a critique of Christianity, and in any case must go beyond Feuerbach's critique of religion. Varying one of Ranke's famous sentences, religions are not equal to God in an immediate way. In a letter from Herbert Marcuse to Max Horkheimer from July 1943, it says, here, we should resume the task of elucidating the true connection between anti-Semitism and Christianity. What is happening is not only a belated protest against Christianity but also a consummation of Christianity, or at least of all the sinister traits of Christianity. The Jew is of this world, and this world is the one which fascism has to subject to the totalitarian terror. Quote, and in view of the real victims of a Christian society that leads to National Socialism, the dialectic of enlightenment contradicts the Christianization of redemption. But by virtue of the same moments through which Christianity removes the spell of natural religion, it brings forth idolatry once again, as spiritualized. As much as the absolute is brought closer to the finite is made absolute. Christ, the incarnate Spirit, is the deified magician. Human self-reflection in the absolute, the humanization of God through Christ, is the proton pseudos. Progress over Judaism is bought with the assertion that the man Jesus was God. Quote, and Christians can never forgive the Jews for claiming that he was not, because it implies a different relationship to the world, a victimless one that they are not up to. The nuisance for the Christian enemies of the Jews is the truth that resists disaster without rationalizing it, and holds the idea of undeserved blessedness against the course of the world and the order of salvation which they are supposed to bring about. Quote, and the disaster of Christianity lies in the meaning of sacrifice that has been enthroned in the deification of Jesus, deserved bliss. With it, people attune themselves to bourgeois society, but it required violence just as much as anti-Semitism. As true as the teachings of the gospel may be in themselves, they are perverted by their transformation into religion. The devil may have many psychological sources, but the lie from which he draws his eternal life force is the idolatry of the Son of Man himself. It has taken place in the train of domination, direct and indirect. The hatred of God is secondary, the real hatred lies in the deification. The cross, which is worshipped rather than abhorred, is already the infamous pledge of the torture machines that European history has faithfully honored. Since the cross became sacred, all wood seems by nature to be destined for the gallows and the stake. Quote, and very similar to these notes on the dialectic of enlightenment by Horkheimer, Herbert Marcuse states in a late text, since the crucified God, the worship of death, the consent to death, has held society in thrall, death as a reward, as a gateway to life, as a precondition for happiness and redemption. Quote, and in a projection for negative dialectics, Adorno writes, the entire Western culture, right up to its highest products, is based on the untrue, the Christian dogma of the divinity of a human being. Nothing has flourished in this culture that is not tainted by such untruth. This is why Judaism cannot thrive in this culture. In Germany, the devil bore Jewish traits and the Jews bore the shame that was intended for love, the logos, the truth. The freedom of the victim, Heidegger, and the affirmation of domination form a unity. Critical theory only recognizes this when it sees through anti-Semitism, as in the last part of the Dialectic of Enlightenment, written in 1944, which finally corrects Horkheimer's essay The Jews and Europe. And it can only be expressed in its full significance in an open confrontation with German ideology, as Adorno's late confrontation with Heidegger shows, although this is already laid out in the early Kierkegaard book. For the Danish Protestant, the place of the mythical sacrifice was still the objectless inwardness. For the German thinker, however, this place is the objectless society, the people, the Volksgemeinschaft. In the jargon of actuality, Adorno avoided continually calling it by its name. The subtitle suffices, so to speak, on German ideology, and yet he speaks of nothing other than the German form of crisis management, because actuality is death, and the agreement with the existing, which motivates its rapture into being, lives from complicity with death. In its metaphysics, all the calamity to which bourgeois society physically condemns itself by virtue of its own process of movement is brewing. Quote, and nowhere else did Adorno criticize Germany as consequent as in his confrontation with Heidegger. Indeed, he sometimes evaded criticism of Germany in other areas, such as the question of anti-Semitism, and subsumed the German particularity into general sociological and ideology-critical categories such as that of the administered society or the context of delusion. However, it is part of the logic of this confrontation with German ideology, carried out in the jargon of actuality and in negative dialectics, that everything ultimately boils down to a critique of the victim, which brings the paradox of the early Kierkegaard critique to an end. Identification with the inevitable is, as a victim, the whole consolation of consolatory philosophy, the ultimate identity. The tattered principle of the self-setting of the ego, which proudly holds out by preserving its life at the expense of others, is revalued by death, which extinguishes it. Quote, and Heidegger thinks of man as always already destined to be a victim, in a certain sense, as already sacrificed. That is why, as Gunther Anders says, he ignores the Leib, the inner nature and the relationship to the animal. Adorno's counterimage, however, is not the true Jesus. There is no image at all that could be set against the whole as the untrue, emphatically affirmed by Heidegger's ontologization of death. Even if Adorno does mention Tolstoyan, anachronistic, primitive Christianity at one point, which would perhaps cope with the antinomy of today's theological consciousness, but as a following of Christ now and here without any reflection, with closed eyes. What remains to be appreciated in Christian dogmatics, which Adorno still does not say, is owed to Judaism, insofar as it conceived of the awakening of souls together with the resurrection of the flesh. But for negative dialectics, there is no longer the sacrifice to abolish the sacrifice, only the word that cannot be personified. It is the materialist interpretation of Jewish messianism, which at the same time preserves the reconciliation with nature that Adorno once supposes for true Christianity in the imageless form of possibility. Utopia would be the victimless non-identity of the subject. For her, the vanishing point of historical materialism is nothing other than its own abolition, the liberation of the spirit from the primacy of material needs in the state of their fulfillment. Only when the bodily urge is satisfied is the spirit reconciled and becomes what it only promises as long as it refuses to satisfy material needs under the spell of material conditions. End of quote. This can be seen with new clarity in the negative dialectic with its twist on materialist thought, even if it is not made explicit. Without the impulse of Jewish messianism, there is no critique, and every attempt, whether by Jürgen Habermas, Stefan Breuer, or Rudolf Berger, to transform critical theory into an uncritical one is intuitively aimed first and foremost at eliminating it. It is no coincidence that messianic has become a dirty word among philosophers. This impulse, which became effective in an unprecedented way in Marx's critique of political economy, means something quite abstract in itself, that another life is possible, but that the willingness to do so excludes sacrifice. Whoever loses it in the necessary commitment to the concrete, whoever suppresses or fights it, will ultimately make himself useful only for unconscious sacrifice, the return of the same thing over and over again, the exploitation of man by man. However, those who do this in and for Germany or German Europe will ultimately find themselves in the circle of those who still consciously affirm the worst as a sacrifice and help to bring it about, only to remain faithful to the ever-same through the crisis, and to fight those who once developed their thoughts, the young Bloch like the young Lukács, Benjamin like Skolem, Horkheimer like Adorno. The fact that the victimless non-identity of the subject means the abolition of the state is something that Adorno, the enemy of the state in the chair, Wolfgang Port, avoided saying openly wherever possible. And this is probably also the motive for limiting the confrontation with German ideology to Heidegger and the jargon of actuality. This is the point at which his philosophy appears too little radical, or more precisely, at which radicalism sought to protect itself with a pseudonym, for good reasons. This philosophical incognito was used in various ways by both Horkheimer, who was ultimately more friendly towards the West but more understanding towards Christianity, and Marcuse, who appeared to be the more radical and came into conflict with Adorno and Horkheimer in his criticism of the USA. Conversely, critical theory, for all its continuously maintained and occasionally demonstrated solidarity with Israel, was therefore also unable to fully grasp the significance of Zionism. Either way, in the critique of the state as well as in solidarity with Israel, it is about the awareness of what the state is. The meaning given in Jewish tradition to the catastrophes of history that one experiences on one's own life is not that of the victim. Rather, through the catastrophe something is to be learned about Judaism in its position in relation to God, about the behavior of the Jews as God's community. This God does not demand non-binding faith, but the respect of a contract, because the contract has taken the place of the sacrifice, sealed in the circumcision of the male offspring. If the Jewish people are punished by God, they must have behaved wrongly, broken the contract, the covenant, in some way. This is the only meaning that is attributed to the utterly senseless. Even the sacrificial customs of the Jewish temple were not geared towards the redemption of the whole, in contrast to the Hellenistic mystery religions, which can be regarded as the forerunners of Christianity. If Moses himself was described as the Redeemer, then this redemption had taken place a long time ago and was nothing other than the establishment of the covenant, the conclusion of the contract. All Jews have lived as members of the covenant ever since, and what they must strive for is to fulfill its conditions. If the Jewish religion demands that Jews renounce certain things or even lay down their lives in a certain situation, this cannot be a sacrifice that would bring about redemption. It is the demand to keep the law, as its unconditional membership of the community is generally recognized and represented. Christianity has therefore always polemicized against the law. Therefore we hold that a man is justified without the works of the law, through faith alone, Romans 3 verse 28. But Christ has redeemed us from the curse of the law, Galatians 3 verse 13. Law without sacrifice, however, stands for existence in a community without a state. For thousands of years, the Jews have held together in persecution for the sake of righteousness. Their rites, marriage and circumcision, dietary laws and festivals were moments of cohesion, of continuity. Judaism was not a power state, but the hope of justice at the end of the world. They were one people and the opposite, the reproach of all peoples. Quote, and the Hebrew Bible testifies to the fact that sacrifice must once have been of central importance in the oldest Judaism. There are even references to human sacrifice. And the establishment of the monotheistic deity itself does not coincide immediately with the abstraction from the cult of sacrifice. Sacrifice was still practiced when every other deity had long since disappeared from the religion. But even the biblical custom of animal sacrifice can be understood as an eradication of the originally magical qualities of sacrifice, as Chaim Maccabee suggests, substitution of the idea of magically effective sacrificial rites by a system of mere prescribed custom. This means that from now on, the sacrifices are merely an accompaniment to the moral process of repentance, reparation, and punishment. The story of Abraham and Isaac is the paradigm. God renounces the sacrifice at the last moment. If Abraham is also absolutely prepared to offer his own child, as God initially demanded of him, he ultimately only sacrifices an animal, but of his own accord and solely in gratitude for the fact that he no longer feels compelled to give up his own son. The compulsive neurosis of the sacrificial cult is broken, even if the break is attributed to God himself, who renounces the pagan custom. The belief that the cultic act itself could have an immediate effect was magical. Christianity was to totalize this magic by making salvation dependent on it. Judaism, however, limited it early on and reinterpreted the sacrifice as a testimony of belonging and a ceremonial of thanksgiving. The demands of the prophets from Israel's last period of prosperity and the beginning of the crisis then go further. I want love, not sacrifice/knowledge of God instead of burnt offerings. Hosea 6 verse 6. I hate your feasts, I detest them and cannot smell your celebrations. When you offer me burnt offerings, I have no pleasure in your offerings, and I will not see your fat sacrifices, but righteousness will flow like waters, righteousness like a never-failing stream. Have you brought me sacrifices and offerings during the 40 years in the wilderness, you of the house of Israel? Amos 5, 21-25. It was ultimately the experience of the diaspora, of being forced to live in a foreign country without a state of their own, that led to a lasting alienation from the sacrificial cult, so that the temple in Jerusalem, to which the sacrificial cult had already been restricted after the exile, lost its significance as a place of worship in many cases even before its second destruction in 70 AD. Many sacrifices are offered by those who keep the law. Sacrifices are offered by those who keep the commandments. Grain offerings are offered by those who show love. Peace offerings are offered by those who give alms. Isaiah 43, 21-24. The whole tendency of the Jewish system, according to Maccabee, was to diminish the importance of sacrifice, but in Christianity this centuries-old Jewish process of sublimation disappears as if in a sudden psychotic attack. Reversal of the story of Abraham and Isaac. No God intervenes when the cruel ritual is to be carried out. God himself is the father who sacrifices his son in this crazy construction. In Judaism, however, with the withdrawal of the sacrifice, the reading of the accompanying texts and the use of symbols gained fundamental importance. The prayers and the scriptures became the central form of worshiping God. The synagogues took the place of worship as pure houses of prayer. The Word is not as in Christianity, and the Word became flesh and dwelt among us, and we saw his glory, the glory as of the Son born of the Father, full of grace and truth. John 1 verse 14. The transcendence of the abstract is preserved. Into the created world, however, God does not pass as into his reality, but, by contrast, remains withdrawn into himself. This constitutes the sublimity on the part of God. End of quote. To communicate with him in sacrifice, therefore, means the absolute humiliation of God. Only the interpretation of Scripture allows an approach that does not touch his sublimity. Forced to live without its own state, the Jewish community was able to detach itself from sacrifice, thus proving ex negativo in the long term that inner affiliation to a state arises from a willingness to sacrifice. This is presumably why the Oedipal constellation is expressed with particular clarity in their religion and is more clearly visible to the individual. This is why the narcissistic regression that would like to take back the conflict inherent in such a constellation and deny physicality and sexual drive in return is most definitely warded off. However, the God who appears in the biblical narrative background is himself a powerful father figure, a strict but protective father, like the Oedipal superego. This God is also a liberator, lawgiver, head of war, judge, and educator, all paternal functions in the service of everyday life. But the ideal image, and therein lies the essential difference between Judaism and the other religions, is massively and exhaustively projected onto an abstraction from the very beginning. The tetragram YHWH recorded in the Bible is held to be inexpressible. It eludes any figurative representation, consequently any idolatry. But it gathers the totality of all narcissistic preoccupations onto itself. It is the completely other that cannot be conceptualized, not even as existence in the usual sense of the term. The essence of this conception of God for Judaism lies in the fact that any identification or fusion with him is impossible. No one can participate in the Godhead, no one may oppress another by invoking God, a fortiori by self-proclamation as God. In Judaism there is no God-man and there never will be, since the expected Messiah is not a deity. Conversely, every member of the Jewish community benefits from belonging to it, since the protection of the deity has been rightfully acquired. The Havdalah, which encompasses all measures to prevent the mutual infiltration of the sacred and the profane by excluding all ritual attempts to merge with the deity, forbids idolatry, which threatens to turn into collective orgies, fertility rites, sacred prostitution, ritual sacrifices that degenerate into sadomasochistic acts, rites of self-flagellation, and so on. End quote. In Judaism, the entire narcissistic occupation is reserved for God, but any identification with him is forbidden. Held fast as the abstract, the completely other, the unrepresentable, to which the Jewish community must nevertheless constantly refer for the sake of its unity, but with which no one can merge in sacrifice, not even in the Kabbalah, for this Jewish mysticism is itself mediated via scripture and name, with whose letters it drives combinations and permutations. God strengthens the individual. He gains the strength to acknowledge the real Father in the face of the abstract God as well as to relativize him. This means at the same time, to affirm one's own corporeality together with its drive manifestations and to establish a synthesis between them and the narcissistic libido. Perhaps this is also the psychological meaning of ritual circumcision, which took the place of sacrifice. Freud suspected that circumcision was originally intended to be a mitigating substitute, a replacement, for castration. In any case, it can hardly be considered a coincidence that no Christian discovered the Oedipus complex. The prerequisite for this was that specific balance of narcissism and drives that is alien to Christianity. And it was probably this peculiar constellation that enabled Weininger to almost see through anti-Semitism by turning it narcissistically against itself. For the Jewish community, the Messianic utopia also opens up the prospect of viewing every actually existing state as a kind of auxiliary construction, a necessary or superfluous evil for which it would be absurd to sacrifice oneself. Jews are not ascetic like the first Christians. They did not glorify suffering, they did not worship it, they did not seek it or praise it, they merely experienced it. But for them, more than for others, it is linked to the memory of their own dead. According to Jewish law, people cannot become saints through suffering as in Christianity. Suffering only gives the thought of the dead the infinite tenderness that does not depend on the consolation of eternal life. End quote. Jewish martyrdom, Kiddush Hashem, sanctification of the divine name, is therefore virtually the opposite of Christian and Islamic martyrdom. Islam also ultimately differs from Judaism at this point, in the desire to reactivate the cult of sacrifice in a different form. If Christianity reintroduces the sacrifice in the form of the Son of God, which Christian martyrs and ascetics then emulate because it does not stand up to the abstraction set in Judaism, it returns in Islam, which does not recognize the status of Jesus as the Son of God, but does recognize his virginal immaculate conception by Mary, under a different name, not as an act of the prophet but as the task of his followers, as the martyrdom of jihad, which means the redemption of the person making the sacrifice. As such, redemption presupposes the devaluation of earthly life. Life is nothing more than a deceptive device. Surah 2, 182, El-Quran 1995, 85. And those who surrender to it, who indulge and enjoy as cattle enjoy, Surah 47, 13, El-Quran 1995, 576, await the fire. Just like the Christian, the Muslim has not realized his detachment from God. In identifying with him, he identifies with his own narcissism, the sacred, and tends to exclude the material world, that is, to project the instinctual element onto the other, who thus becomes the enemy, Grunberger/Desuant. The sacrifice is no longer a passive suffering, but a joyful achievement of the goal. The ascension apparently follows immediately, i.e., without delaying the last judgment. And do not think that those who have been killed for the path of God are dead. No, they are alive, they will be provided for by their Lord. They rejoice in what God has given them of his abundance, they rejoice in those who have not yet reached them of those who follow them. Let them not fear, let them not be troubled. They rejoice in the grace of God and his abundance, and that God does not neglect the reward of the believers. Surah 2, 163-165, El-Quran 1995, 81f. Resurrection after the deed appears here as a synonym for deification. Those who lay down their lives in jihad are the only ones among all believers to whom the Quran promises immediate entry into paradise. According to Muslim law, they are buried without the otherwise indispensable ablutions and the prescribed change of clothes, because the self-sacrifice has already purified the corpse. In contrast to Christianity, the abstraction of the monotheistic deity is retained, but the world is not really separated from it as in Judaism. Rather, through jihad, the world itself threatens to merge into abstraction. The Kaaba, the large black cube in Mecca with the black stone, the focal point of prayer and pilgrimage for all Muslims, which is supposed to be located exactly below their model in heaven, still appears to be a harmless symbol. For it is the martyr who realizes the abstraction quite unsymbolically in his own life. His death is the sign of equality between Allah and the void world, which must be said anew again and again. The strict rejection of suicide in Islam is in no way contradictory to this. What the religion abhors in suicide is precisely the right of the individual over his life realized in it, the utmost affirmation of the individual. Only if the individual sacrifices himself in the name of the collective, which conquers the world, is he allowed to seek death and immediately enters paradise. Seen in this light, the Muslim Brotherhood of the 20th century has realized nothing of Islam. God is our aspiration, the Prophet is ours, the Quran is our constitution, jihad is our path, and dying for God is our highest goal. At the rabbinical meeting in Lud, Lydda, in the 2nd century AD, however, it was stipulated that the sacrifice of one's own life is only required if the compulsion to transgress important commandments, idolatry, murder, and forbidden sexual intercourse, i.e. rape, cannot be avoided under certain circumstances. In order to escape persecution, however, it is permitted to pretend to be a non-Jew. As always in Judaism, the restrictions, which are intended to correspond to the individual situation of the individual, are of central importance. At this point, precisely by addressing the situation of the individual, they indicate the negativity of the commandment. In other words, they prevent the compulsion to sacrifice one's life for the sake of religion from taking on a life of its own and becoming a cult of self-sacrifice and human sacrifice, turning martyrdom into something positive in order to systematically produce martyrs. Taking one's own life can only ever be a response to coercion exerted from outside, and does nothing other than prevent one from giving in to this coercion. The person who feels compelled to sacrifice his life only wants to act in accordance with the commandments and laws. He is not seeking immediate redemption. He is indifferent to the impression he makes on non-Jews. He has no interest in proselytizing by means of death. In this respect, the laws represent a real rationalization of sacrifice under the conditions of persecution and coercion, which at the same time preserves the idea of redemption. Redemption without sacrifice is the shibboleth. According to Scholem, how Jewish death is possible and what takes place in the process can be experienced in the mystics. In a speech by Abraham Halewis, the great apocalypticist of the older Kabbalah, on the death of the martyrs, shortly before the great expulsion from Spain, it says, but about how he should make the decision to sanctify the name when they torture him and question him and search him out, and promise to release him and no longer torture him if he wants to deny God's honor, or if they demand of him to say what he wants to be. I have found written about this in one of the pious. This should be his answer. What do you want from me? Yes, I am a Jew. As a Jew I want to live. As a Jew I want to die. As a Jew. And then he should decide in his heart what his lips have spoken and his mouth has said, and he should be firm in his mind and determined to sanctify his Creator and not profane the name of his God. Then he will not feel the torments, and to this mystery the prophet Isaiah points when he says, he shall say, I belong to God, and he shall call the name of Jacob, he shall commit himself to God and call himself by Israel's name. And these words are worth spreading in Israel, for this age is an age of persecution, and it is good that the principle of the sanctification of the name should not remain unknown to anyone who is named after Israel. For who knows what the day will bring forth and what the end of man will be. Quote, and already in the time of the Second Temple, under the conditions of foreign rule in Palestine, when the acceptance of violent death had even become an essential feature of Judaism and appears closely connected with eschatological ideas, transcendence had proved itself in the abstraction of the concept of God as the unbridgeable gap between the suffering of the individual martyr and the process of general as well as his own redemption. Undecided whether the blood of the righteous will be avenged, judgment will be executed for them, and the delay of the same for them will not last forever. Ethiopic Book of Enoch 47:1-4. Whether redemption really occurs, for this decision is incumbent on the Lord of Spirits alone. In the speech of Abraham ben Eliezer Halevi from the 15th century, the soul of the Jewish martyr falls together after his death limb by limb, piece by piece, until God says, Today I have reborn you, and under the apple tree I will awaken you. All religion is the sigh of the afflicted creature. But it is not insignificant that it was a descendant of rabbis who at the same time grasped the false consolation in the sigh. Should the martyrs who murder for Allah, who make the abstraction on their own lib, thereby delude themselves into believing that paradise is something concrete, be it white-eyed virgins or white grapes, in any case a reward for what they have done, Surah 56:23, El-Quran 1995, 6:13, to appear joyful enough to inspire others to imitate them. No such false consolation at all is offered to the Jewish martyrs, whose torments and sufferings are insistently mentioned. Kabbalistic writings recommend making the great name of God the highest content of meditations, imagining its luminous letters between the eyes and focusing all attention on it. This is also why Jewish martyrdom is called sanctification of the name. It is not visionary figures and consoling voices that make death easier for the martyrs. They passed over in the blessed contemplation of the name which the doctrine commanded to be sanctified and which it forbade to be spoken. The most inconceivable thing in language, the name of God, rests above the fullness of the world. And immersed in this center of all linguistic movement, they surrendered themselves to its power. End quote. Thus the monotheistic religions, now viewed from the perspective of the modern state, have exactly the opposite effect. While the Christian and Islamic religions can prepare individuals inwardly or outwardly for self-sacrifice and thereby take account of an ideology that reconstitutes the cult of human sacrifice in the midst of secularization, as freedom of sacrifice, which affirms the mute compulsion in the name of the sovereign, the Jewish religion increasingly forms a possible counterweight to this ambiguous secularization. Be it immediate, for example, that it encourages Jews to avoid military service, be it indirect, it rejects the ideology of sacrifice altogether. Any particular activity undertaken in the name of whatever nation that is legitimized with the goal of redemption and demands the price of life. Ultimately, this was what the Jews were accused of as obduracy. True to a tradition that has virtually no tradition of political theology at all, they also resisted the respective political theology with which they were confronted in the most diverse countries and in the most diverse forms. They follow the simple Aramaic maxim, Diva de Malkut Dina, the law of the kingdom is the law. One has to abide by this law, but only by the law and not necessarily by the ideology with which it is associated, to identify with the sovereign himself through the sacrifice of life that the sovereign demands. For Judaism, giving into it and developing a willingness to sacrifice can only ever mean assimilation to anti-Semitism. Such an effect, which allows a distanced and reflective relationship to the sovereign to develop, is now also exercised by the Jewish religion in the State of Israel, i.e. in the absolutely necessary, irrevocable commitment to the concrete, shalom, a commitment that contradicts Messianism, but without excluding it. Where it appears in the diversity of its manifestations, the experiences of the diaspora are stored up, life without a state of one's own, alienation from the cult of sacrifice, the negation of self-sacrifice. That is why its presence in the new state has always been respected to a certain extent by the secular forces of society. It enables its reflection. It makes it clear that this cannot be a state like any other, since it represents the history of persecution and identifies Israel as a sovereign, there to forever prevent that persecution from reaching its goal. Even in the phase before the actual founding of the state, an understanding of Zionism that, characterized by the secular ideas of redemption of romantic nationalism and life-reforming socialism, wanted to completely negate the religious foundations could not prevail. Even the unique revival of Hebrew as the language of modern everyday life is unthinkable without the significance and specificity of this ancient religion of writing. As far as the gap between secular nationalism and Jewish tradition opened up, Kabbalistic mystics such as Rabbi Israel Kook went into action to close it speculatively. There can be no doubt, it says in a spiritual letter, that the great movement of Zionism is the beginning of the redemption that will soon come in our days. And for the people in the cities of our God we must be strong, Rai Kook, the Ha-Raya letters. For the finally established Israeli society, however, this resulted in a multitude of irresolvable contradictions between religious life and the Zionist state, ritual requirements, and administrative necessities, but also between the patriarchal family form and the emancipation of the individual. They have probably prevented Israel from having a founding charter and a series of basic laws concerning the rights of the individual, but no written constitution. For someone who, like Mika Brumlik, equates the religions in their relationship to the real existing state, it even appears as if this community corresponds to the medieval estate-based society, because it does not recognize the secular principle of the separation of state and church, or of state and synagogue according to conventional understanding. However, since the Jewish religion does not have a political theology, as Brumlik himself states, the defense against laicism also means something different here. What is evident in the internal conflicts between religious and political aspirations is above all a defense against the state's ambitions to determine the life of the community that is preserved in Jewish tradition. This has an impact above all on the area of family and inheritance law and on the laws regulating everyday public life, whose generalization, which is in the nature of law, cannot be enforced, for reasons that have something to do both with the question of governing majorities and with the character of the state as a Jewish state, not just a state of Jews. The Social Democrats in the early years of the state always sought parliamentary majorities by including religious, Zionist and non-Zionist parties, thus keeping the bourgeois nationalist opposition out of power. The price for keeping the nationalist opposition out of government was a massive concession to the religious parties, which in principle were and are of the opinion that Israel's constitution can only be the Torah. In practice, this meant a 100% adoption of Talmudic family and inheritance law for all Jewish citizens without exception, with the effect that in Israel, for example, no civil marriages are performed, only marriages within religious groups. More far-reaching interventions in public and private life, questions of Sabbath rest, car traffic, and sports at weekends were regulated communally. In addition, Orthodox young men enjoyed the privilege of not being drafted into military service if they had studied at a yeshiva, and the religious parties enjoyed the right to maintain their own schools at the taxpayers' expense. On the other hand, marriages contracted in other countries, including civil ones, are recognized in Israel without question, so a little honeymoon in Cyprus can solve the problem, and the ultra-Orthodox mayor of Jerusalem has no legal means to prevent the gay pride parade in his city. It is a balancing act. If the influence of the anti-state Orthodox grows in this constellation and pushes state law further back, then there is definitely a threat of disintegration. Conversely, however, the presence of the various religious groups prevents the sovereign from losing sight of its special task and pursuing political theology, in other words, making the freedom of the victim its basis, and that would be the double bottom of secularization on which German ideology has always been built. However, the remembrance of the real victims of anti-Semitic persecution is sufficient to justify its entire existence, and the Jewish religion is the ritually encapsulated form of this remembrance. Orthodox Jews are the point of reference for the whole of Judaism, just as they openly display their Jewishness in every place and without backing, challenging the anti-Semites of all nations and religions. From the perspective of such secularization without a double bottom, without political theology, the Jewish state appears like a, in some respects quite strange, perfection of the West, a perfection that is unattainable even for the United States of America. If it too is a refuge for those threatened by anti-Semitism, it is not with anywhere near the same consistency. But the pronounced diversity of the various religions and sects, ideologies, and ways of life in the North American country of immigration differs clearly enough from the ideological situation in Europe. E pluribus unum, the heraldic animal on the $1 bill is characterized by this saying, and formulations such as God's own country or the blessing God bless America remain so abstractly monotheistic as to be able to contain this plurality. The Christian and Jewish gods, Allah, and Manitou should not exclude each other as far as possible. This is a real counterweight to the self-sacrifice demanded by the state, whose totalization in the two world wars originated in Europe, in Germany. The legitimacy of religious diversity in the USA, which was already observed with suspicion by Hegel, has made it possible for religion, as Marx approvingly pointed out, to be treated as a strictly private matter and, apart from its extreme abstraction, the empty concept of God, to be little suited to the mythification of political violence. When the president invokes God quite bluntly, everyone can think of his own and his own, but judging the president's policies requires a different standard than that of an individual religion, the law, which treats citizens and religions as equals. In Europe, however, the political sphere is completely secularized and usually refrains from invoking God, as in the new EU constitution, which makes the urge for ideological homogeneity and the reverence shown to the sovereign within all the more uncanny. The German word pluralism in particular sounds either hypocritical or spasmodic. From a German-European perspective, what is perceived as Christian fundamentalism in North American society stems from a particular form of Christian faith which, in the form of various churches and sects, competes with Judaism and Islam in mutual recognition, as if they were just commodity owners. Each of these groups maintains a certain distance from the state. Even if an individual group pursues particularly reactionary goals with regard to gender relations, the abortion issue, etc., its members do not think of granting the state extended powers in return, they therefore feel no greater need to identify with it and embody Volksgemeinschaft. Respect for Judaism as a group with equal rights, not as a minority in the face of a majority formed by the state religion, is the yardstick for this diversity in unity. A diversity that is not guaranteed, however, but must be defended against the tendency towards anti-Semitism that is effective everywhere. However dangerous the potential of anti-Semitic movements and authoritarian forces in American society may be, Henry Ford is an outstanding example of this. The diversity of life forms developed here, which goes back to this diversity in religion, which includes the fact that Ford did not spread his anti-Semitism in a political function, but like an economically powerful sect, represents an obstacle that does not exist in Germany and Europe in the first place. In Israel, however, there is no need for such a standard. For here the state can gain secularization in a new sense in the face of the religious, who cannot be completely integrated and yet live on its territory and are active in the country, in some cases even politically active. The fact that religion and state are not separated in Israel is based on the fact that only here do they really come to consciousness separately, if one only takes the question of sacrifice as the shibboleth of secularization. Of course, this does not exclude the resistance, indeed the increase of patriarchal forms of life. On the contrary, the elementary form of the family must obviously claim much more meaning in itself, and it does so in a religious form, if the meaning of the state is limited to preventing annihilation. However, the external distress of risking one's life has as much to do with the inner freedom of the victim as suicide has to do with suicide bombing. Risking one's life can be seen as a tribute to a state that is the only one there to prevent the victimized anti-Semites from mass murdering the Jews. The violent death for the unity of the state that the soldier suffers is thus not given a positive meaning. It remains recognizable as the negative thing that the state was actually created to prevent. What constitutes identification with the sovereign in general, constituting oneself and others as killable life, is clear at all times as coercion exercised from outside, and only from outside. The state of emergency that demands the sacrifice of life is not hypostatized, as much as this Israel, in the state of emergency in which it almost always finds itself, must also demand that its citizens take the risk and put their lives on the line. The need to defend life is the supreme doctrine of the state. It alone is enough to create and maintain political unity. Hypostasizing is not necessary, the situation is difficult enough. Even if the antagonism between the general and the individual is by no means abolished in this way, the latter remains transparent in terms of its sole function, to protect the former. The ultra-Orthodox, those Haredim who do not even want to recognize the existence of the State of Israel until the Messiah has come, are on the extreme fringes. However, if their influence within Judaism becomes disproportionately large and displaces the other, more or less Zionist-oriented tendencies, they can also endanger Israel's existence, especially if they go so far as to directly support the anti-Semitic rackets of the Arabs, as is apparently the case with Neturei Karta, the guardians of the city. Obviously, Judaism can only ever save itself, as the structure of the Talmud already shows, by preserving its own diversity. Tel Aviv and Jerusalem are mutually dependent. If political unity results from the practical function of being a place of refuge for all those indirectly and directly threatened by anti-Semitism, there is no need for pathological projections in this respect. World conspiracy theories are superfluous, since the world organized in the form of nations has always conspired against the Jews in reality. As the immediate threat since the founding of Israel has come from Arab countries, a resentment in the sense of Jean Amory has developed towards the Arabs, as independent of racist delusions as that towards the Germans. It is the sheer fear that, after so many attempts, the authoritative political forces of the Arabs might after all successfully carry out their threat and destroy Israel. However, pathological projections are inevitable. They are linked to the need to secure the prosperity necessary for the state, and a certain prosperity is of existential importance precisely because of the country's precarious situation. Israel is a state, i.e. its citizens, like all citizens who feel themselves to be the majority in their state, are racists insofar as they project their relationship to those further down the ladder of productivity as inferiority onto physical characteristics and immediate ancestry, and thereby split off what they perceive in themselves as inequality in the negative sense, as repressed nature, and must not allow in order to be considered equal in the majority. The reason of self-preservation, which determines the community internally, thus threatens to turn into racism externally in the consciousness of its members. Ideologizing the fact that the state only ever encompasses a limited number of individuals, in this case it concerns the need to focus strictly, under penalty of perishing, on those persecuted by anti-Semitism. Racist consciousness, the aphrodisiac of all civic sentiment, can therefore conform in this place with the defense against anti-Semitism. Thus Israel is a state that contradicts itself. This contradiction characterized the Zionist movement from the very beginning. It existed between the desire for a community that would exist just like other states and the internal, religiously determined, and external, anti-Semitically determined impossibility of achieving it. And in this it points to the necessity of a change in the whole, which is preserved in Messianism as a religious hope. If the significance of the Jewish religion unfolds in insisting on a life that is of this world, even under the conditions of persecution, indeed precisely under them, the Jewish state is ultimately created to prevent the victory of National Socialism for all time, i.e. of an empire that is not of this world in a very specific, so to speak secular sense, that understands redemption as annihilation. Just as the image of the messianic angel of history, which Walter Benjamin, persecuted by the National Socialists, interpreted in the sense of the ban on images, excludes the evocation of a liberated Palestine, which Hassan al-Banna, founder of the Muslim Brotherhood, which sympathizes with National Socialism, put into the words, "So why hesitate? Why hold back when the breeze of paradise is blowing and carries the scent of martyrdom?" End of quote. For the Christian, living in this world means practicing dying. The martyrs already smelled the breath of immortality. So it says in the textbook of the history of dogma. Benjamin's angel, however, who is carried away from paradise by the storm, the paradise that must remain invisible, refuses to perfume death in this way. All that remains for him is the name of those who were destroyed, and in whose memory what is necessary is to be done. Jewish messianism thus gives rise to a very profane sense of what is good and necessary here and now in order to prevent the worst and preserve the possibility of redemption. Franz Kafka could imagine a different Abraham, one who would be ready to fulfill the demand of the sacrifice immediately, willingly like a waiter, but who would not be able to make the sacrifice because he cannot leave home, he is indispensable, the economy needs him, there is always something still to be arranged, the house is not finished, but without his house being finished, without this support he cannot leave. The Bible also recognizes this, because it says, "He ordered his house." End quote. Gershom Skollem's intense preoccupation with the Kabbalah could almost be read as a clandestine confrontation with Carl Schmitt's political theology. While Walter Benjamin, in his Trauerspielbuch, perceives in the German Baroque poets the disillusionment that a sovereign is needed whose most important function is to exclude the state of emergency 9. Skollem works out the motif in the Kabbalists and the Sabbatian movement that a Messiah is needed whose most important task would be to end the state of emergency that is constantly being imposed on the Jews by the modern sovereign. But when Benjamin's prince, who decides on the state of emergency, shows in the first situation that a decision is almost impossible for him, and then it does come about, but completely independently of normative orientations and ties back to the law, so that the arbitrariness of a storm of emotions that can turn at any time becomes visible and thus the constantly denied, laboriously suppressed. Nature as the repressed, returns in the madness of politics. Skollem not only sees that this madness is systematically directed against the Jews. In Kabbalists and Sabbateans, he rather recognizes the willingness to consciously make themselves independent of normative orientations and ties to Jewish law, because the storm of effect is fear for them, and only in this way, independent of Jewish law, can they think and organize their self-defense and counter the state of emergency that is imposed on them. However, as far as the other side of the storm of effect is concerned, the sexual side, which again irrevocably separates the individual from the collective and the state, without which it can neither rule nor survive under the given conditions, Skollem is actually closer to Schmitt's political theology than Benjamin. And this already applies to the latter's essay on the critique of violence, in which the concept of the creature appeared even before the confrontation with Schmitt's political theology, namely in the criticism of Kurt Hiller's sentence, "But we confess that even higher than the happiness and justice of an existence itself." As certain as this sentence is wrong for Benjamin, insofar as existence is supposed to mean nothing but mere life, its truth would be just as powerful for him if existence or life meant the immovable aggregate state of man, and the sentence wanted to say that the non-existence of man is something more terrible than the, necessarily, mere, non-existence of the just man? Benjamin thus makes it clear that the concept of the subject cannot be replaced by that of the individual, which without it would only function as a zoological category of the specimen. When he speaks of the aggregate state of man, then the substance, the aggregate, is the mere life that must be there for an aggregate state to be possible at all. And the substance is brought into this state, i.e. the social form, by what Heraclitus called logos. Mere life is the precondition, the condition of the possibility of righteous life, and thus divine power is determined by the fact that it does not demand that it be sacrificed for the, necessarily, mere, non-being of the righteous human being. However, this does not mean that no violence may be used. Man does not coincide at any price with the mere life of man, as little with the mere life in him as with any other of his states and qualities, nor even with the uniqueness of his bodily person. As holy as man is, or that life in him which is identical with earthly life, death, and survival, so little are his states, so little is his bodily life, which is vulnerable to other people. This life is not to be canonized, Benjamin writes, and it makes us think that such a false canonization, which in Hiller's specific case is directed against the death penalty, is according to old mythical thinking, the marked bearer of guilt, mere life. Benjamin's messianic thinking thus opposes the demand to sacrifice bodily life for the sake of justice, but it does not oppose the use of violence itself, which can be justified in the name of justice, but not of law. It is not the distinction between justice and law, which corresponds to the distinction between Jewish commandments and the laws of the state, that apparently decides the question of violence for Benjamin, but that the sacrifice of life may not be demanded. For Scholem, however, it is the salvation historical perspective that leads from law to justice, from the law in the lands of exile to the justice of Zionist culture, which enables him to refrain from the creature and the controversial point of the sanctity of mere life, bringing him closer to Carl Schmitt's political theology without, like Benjamin, engaging with it in an immediate way. Christoph Schmitt, however, has attempted to show that Scholem may have first discovered the historical significance of the Kabbalah and the Sabbatian movement for Judaism in his indirect confrontation with it. Drawing on these traditions, he finds an answer to Schmitt's political theology, but one that itself, similar to Strauss's discussion of Hobbes and Spinoza, also shows parallels with it, namely where it concerns the critique of liberalism. Drawing this parallel became all the more urgent as Schmitt's argument ultimately amounted to embodying liberalism in the Jews as an enemy. It became indispensable for the Jews themselves to criticize liberalism for disarming the Jews in the face of the anti-Semites, namely in the form of assimilation, in order to then hand them over to these enemies. If Schmitt's political theology fights liberal culture, by means of whose weaknesses he develops an anti-Jewish demonology, Scholem's retheologization and redemonization of Jewish culture wants to protect itself from the totalitarian potential of liberal culture, but still save the liberal idea of culture. Where Schmitt's dialectic of enlightenment breaks off, Scholem's reflections on the cultural catastrophe, which can be traced back to the deep layers of Kabbalistic historiography, aim at a dialectical rescue of the idea of culture. Schmitt's deduction of the implicit enemy of humanity from humanity itself, the proof that the abstract idea of man and of universal humanity already contains in itself its negative, the non-human, and thus unleashes a whole arsenal of repressive strategies in socio-political practice, from pedagogical measures and paternalism to implicit domination and open oppression. That the ideology of man can even mean the annihilation of the non-human in serious cases, these were analyses that put Scholem's understanding and depiction of the Jewish experience of enlightenment, culture, and liberal practice in the most drastic terms imaginable. As early as the 1920s, Scholem recognized in so-called abstract humanity an inescapable danger for the Jew as Jew. Integration and emancipation of the Jews within the framework of liberal humanity primarily lead to emancipation from Judaism and thus to the destruction of everything that cannot be subsumed under the cultural scheme of man. Particularly from the perspective of the vehement outbreak of anti-Semitism before and during the First World War, not only did integration have to appear in the harsh light of its failure, but the question also had to be asked as to what means of confrontation, defense, and offense were available to the Jews. The contradiction between the idea, perceived as facade-like, which now only looks like a vocabulary of domination and oppression, and historical factuality, the contradiction between ideal universalism and practical particular reality, thus connects Schmitt's analysis with Scholem's existential experience and analysis of historical reality. For Schmitt, the weakening comes about through the fact that with the construction of a universal ethical law of cultural humanity, the principle and the correlating principle of state power, i.e. the state as a sovereign agent, is liquidated. For Scholem, the weakening consists in the subsumption of the Jews under the law of culture, whereby they forfeit their sovereign will. However, Scholem is referring to the culture of exile, just as, conversely, he would like to see the sovereign will of the Jews initially completely ensconced in the culture of Zionism. However, in his narrowing of the political theologies of Schmitt and Scholem, Christoph Schmitt fails to recognize the essential point that Benjamin was already able to draw attention to, that National Socialism only uses the strong state and real sovereignty as a means of propaganda, but essentially amounts to a dissociation of the monopoly on the use of force, and that Schmitt's development followed precisely this logic. As much insight as his political theology of 1922 opened up, it could only be gained if it was directed against Schmitt's own consistency. Scholem may have suspected this, and perhaps this is why he remained a historian of the Kabbalah, content to emphasize the ambivalence of Messianism and its incompetence for the Zionist construction of a Jewish homeland. If the alternative in the German diaspora to the illusionary emancipation policy was either a return to an apolitical orthodoxy, which had to deny itself Zionist politics, or an irreligious and thus un-Jewish Zionism, Scholem's heretical model was based on a mediation between Jewish theology and modern politics. Sabbatean messianism can be understood as a dialectical sublation of this theological political aporia, in which Leo Strauss saw the essential characteristic of Jewish modernity. But in the changed context of Zionist politics, the same Sabbationism, which is in any case less responsive to ethical motives, emerges as an acute danger. Schollem's political theology invokes the heretical messianism that it revokes for Zionist politics, whereby it is precisely this that enables a true understanding of Sabbateanism. Schollem's formula of the utopian retreat of the Jewish people into its history is an expression of the messianic ambivalence that is obviously constantly resonating here. The formula combines utopia or messianism and history, thus at least implicitly conjuring up heretical messianism as a retreat from the ahistorical reality of exile, but at the same time the formula also contains the idea of a retreat from messianism itself, which is supposed to have consumed itself with the self-involvement and political responsibility of the national Jewish subject and which is now supposed to have at most a pre-modern new or soteriological dimension. The messianism of Sabbatian provenance becomes a matter of the past, it is historicized for the self-understanding of Jewish modernity and thus deactualized. In the historical recapitulation of the crisis of mystical theology, Jewish modernity now erects a monument to itself that recalls its origins and an original Jewish mythology in and with which Judaism and modernity can be reconciled. The attempt to deactualize Sabbationism through historicization is intertwined with an interest in warning against it. The political theology of messianism should be arrested as a matter of the past in historical research, but for the present Schollem had to retreat into a cultural Zionist view before the reality of the conflict with the Arabs and the anti-Zionist forces in Judaism forced him to go beyond this view again. Although Christoph Schmidt recognizes that Schollem's cultural Zionist retreat coincided with Ernst Cassirer's view of symbolic forms, he does not see this as a weakness, but rather as a necessity for the transformation of political theology into a strategy of secularization, of activist emigration politics into a strategy of political understanding. Quite as if the problem of liberalism within Zionism no longer arose in all its sharpness, but could be resolved in a policy of understanding with the neighbors. The longing for the undisguised origin of Jewish life and its investment in irrational self-fulfillment is reconciled, at the latest on the way to Palestine, with the idea that Jewish life, too, can only articulate itself in certain forms and symbolic orders if it is not to exhaust itself in directionlessness and formlessness and ultimately dry up. If the concept of irrational Jewish life contains a heretical messianic energy that does not submit to any cultural constraint, then the idea of symbolic form contains the fundamental concession to a pluralism of forms of life. But what if the pluralism of life forms jeopardizes the unity that the Jewish sovereign must establish and preserve for the sake of the self-preservation of the Jews? This question, which Schollem saw himself confronted with in the course of the founding of Israel, i.e., in the transition from the national homeland to sovereignty, does not arise for Schmidt. For him, Schollem's messianism is the stormy fire that enables Jewish life and thus the exodus from liberal culture, but whose flames must be extinguished before they attack the foundations of the new Jewish culture. If at all, then in the pianissimo of a Jewish-Arab policy of understanding, Schollem similarly imagines a possible German-Jewish understanding after the catastrophe of the extermination of the Jews. One may be able to perceive certain remnants of the historical storm, scattered sparks, as it were, in which the messianic fire of life is smoldering. Schollem's theory of the mystical symbol and his implicit dialectic of this symbol protect these smoldering sparks from being extinguished, but also from being rekindled by a political windstorm. In order to get rid of the question of sovereignty, the contradiction between pluralism and unity in the Jewish state, Schmidt turns the nothingness of revelation, from which Schollem was able to draw his lack of illusion and which guaranteed him self-preservation, into Heidegger's concept of being. Kafka's art takes on a role in Schollem's construction of the Jewish history of the voice, from Sinai. That can be compared with Hölderlin's role in Heidegger's construction of the history of being. In fact, the dissociation of sovereignty is ideologically completed in Heidegger's concept of being, insofar as it always already includes the annihilation of the Jews, while Schollem had understood the nothingness of revelation as a prerequisite for the survival of the Jews. By arguing from Heidegger, the Schollem interpreters prepare the disarmament of Israel. Although Christoph Schmidt formulates his criticism of Carl Schmitt's political theology and anti-Semitism more sharply than Jacob Taub's, he basically gratefully continues Schmidt's rehabilitation of German ideology. This can also be seen in the distancing from Heidegger, which Schmidt apparently felt compelled to do after the publication of the Schwarz Heft. In all seriousness, he concedes that these notes, especially in their apocalypticism, become the final chapter of a truly unprecedented critique of the metaphysics of power and National Socialist machinations. From it, Heidegger projects the counter-image of a place of face-to-face encounter as a transmetaphysical dialogic, which in many respects is indeed reminiscent of Martin Buber's dialogic thinking and Emmanuel Levinas' phenomenology of the face. Thus, Heidegger can only be criticized for turning his radical distancing from power, violence, and biological racial mania, in the same breath into a theopolitical legitimization of the National Socialist obsession with the chosen German whole and thereby, i.e., with an arbitrary twist that can have nothing to do with his concept of being itself, provided a metaphysical legitimization of the annihilation of world Jewry as accomplices of National Socialism. One would only have to tackle the retranslation of the National Socialist obsession with the chosen German people into another obsession for another people. If this attempt to save Heidegger from his own anti-Semitism, like so many other such attempts, invokes Emmanuel Levinas, this is only possible because Levinas' philosophy actually rejects the dialectic of enlightenment. Unlike Scholem, it had not been able to carry this dialectic even to a certain point. After Levinas had mocked Cassirer in his younger years as a Sabbatian, so to speak, following Heidegger, he returned to Maimonides in return. The Catholicity of Christianity integrates the touching little household gods into the cult of the saints, into the local cults. By sublimating them, Christianity retains the rooted piety that is nourished by the landscapes and memories of families, tribal groups, and nations. That is why it conquered humanity. Judaism did not sublimate idols, it demanded their destruction. Like technology, it demystified the universe. It demystified nature. Through its abstract universality, it violates fantasies and passions. But it has discovered man in the nakedness of his face. End quote. These lines are directed as much against Heidegger as against Christianity, both of which only ever reconcile nature and society in a false way, in being toward death, in spiritualized self-sacrifice, in sacrificial death for the state. Levinas contrasts this with Judaism as pure morality, in which, however, the messianic idea is also dissolved, being implanted in a landscape, being connected to the place without which the universe would be meaningless and hardly exist. This is precisely the division of humanity into native and foreign. And in this perspective, technology is less dangerous than the spirits of place. Technology removes the privilege of this rootedness and the exile that invokes it. It frees us from this alternative. It is not a question of returning to nomadism, which is just as incapable as sedentary life of escaping a landscape and a climate. Technology takes us away from this Heideggerian world and the superstition of place. From now on, an opportunity presents itself, to perceive people outside the situation in which they temporarily reside, to allow the human face to shine in its nakedness. Socrates preferred the city to the landscape and the trees, where one encounters people. Judaism is a brother of the Socratic message. Levinas defines Judaism existentialistically by distancing himself from German existential philosophy, substituting its being toward death with being for the other, thereby at the same time avoiding the imminent Heidegger critique of early Sartre. Those who, like Heidegger, assert the priority of being in relation to being, subordinate the relationship to someone who is a being, the ethical relationship, to the relationship with the being of the existing, a relationship of knowledge. The impersonal being of the existing allows access to the existing, dominion over it. Justice is subordinated to freedom. For Levinas, however, the concept of justice proves to be just as unmediated as that of being, ultimately coinciding with it in the being for the other, which he opposes to Sartre's gaze of the other. Face-to-face is understood as the original event of being. Freedom does not justify itself through freedom, so the encounter with the other would threaten my freedom and would be tantamount to the decay of my freedom under the gaze of another freedom. Levinas replaces this gaze with the face of the other. The "you will not commit murder" that prefigures the face in which the other occurs subjects my freedom to judgment. End quote. In her essay Shadow of Spirit, Gillian Rose noted that Levinas understood Judaism beyond the antinomy of nature and freedom, and here, unlike Leo Strauss, explicitly, contra freedom. For Levinas, while the face-to-face traumatically disturbs the presence of consciousness to itself, this awakening to responsibility for the other occurs beyond Bina, understood as beyond rationalism, beyond violence, war, in totality and infinity, beyond the history of the world. Gillian Rose, Judaism and Modernity. This hypostatization of immediacy in the face displaces the violence that Sartre does not lose sight of through the gaze of the other. Levinas thus also forfeits the possibility of defining his concept of justice and judgment in relation to the forms of mediation of bourgeois society, which are attributed in toto to Heidegger's ontology as a philosophy of injustice. Possession is in an excellent way the form under which the other becomes the same, because it becomes mine. Quote, and That the form of the contract is one in which the other does not become the same can no longer be thought of in this way. Instead, all possession is perceived as immediate appropriation, all exploitation as slavery. Indeed, more than that, the enslaved literally disappears. It is therefore not surprising that Levinas, in order to establish some kind of connection between people without mediation, holds up the miracle of the family against the state. Seen in this light, the Jewish family context is his answer to the isolated and heroic being that the state produces through its masculine virtues and that is heading for death. It is somewhat revealing what insights into the method of deconstruction Jacques Derrida in turn arrives at by further elaborating on Levinas' apotheosis of mediationlessness. Infinite is justice because it cannot be reduced, traced back to something. It is irreducible because it is due to the other, it owes itself to the other, it owes itself to the other, it is due before any contract is concluded. Since it came from the other, since it is the coming of the other, this always. Other particular. In my eyes, this idea of justice is irreducible because of its affirmative nature, because of its forcing after a grave without exchange, without circulation, without recognition, without an economic circle, without calculation, and without rule, without reason or without rationality in the sense of ordering, regulating, controlling. One can therefore recognize a delusion in it, even accuse it of delusion. One might even recognize a different kind of mysticism in it, and therefore accuse it. Deconstruction is mad about this justice, because of this justice it is mad. Jacques Derrida, The Force of Law. The Mystical Ground of Authority. The family also appears as a miracle because this Jewish existentialism explicitly conceives of man without nature, in accordance with the apotheosis of being from face to face. Levinas found the mythical image for this in Gagarin, the first man in space. For 1 hour, a man existed beyond any horizon. Everything around him was sky, or more precisely, everything was geometric space. A man existed in the absolute of homogeneous space. End quote. It is clear that this image is an apologia for exile, that from it, an affirmation of the Jewish state, which is indebted to the superstition of the place, seems difficult. The dialectic of enlightenment rejects such an existentialist turn in Jewish messianism, as Levinas or, in a more trivial form, Martin Buber have done. Horkheimer and Adorno, like Benjamin and Scholem, are not prepared to deny objectivity to redemption itself and to reinterpret it as a purely subjective, interpersonal event that takes place, as it were, on a daily basis. While Levinas says that messianism is nothing other than that culmination of being that is formed by the centralization, concentration, or turning in on itself of the ego, and that everyone must therefore act as if they were the Messiah, because there is no objective redemption, they see man as floating in empty space as much as rooted in blood and soil. Nevertheless, their dialectic of enlightenment is in line with Levinas when he writes that the oldest claim of Judaism is to exist apart from the political history of the world. It is the claim to judge history, that is, to remain free in the face of events, whatever their inner logic may be. It is the claim to be an eternal people. This eternity of Israel is not the inexplicable miracle of survival. It is not because it has miraculously survived that it claims freedom from history. But because it knew from the outset how to reject the jurisdiction of events, it was able to preserve itself as a unity of consciousness throughout history. The eternity of the Jewish people is not the arrogance of a nationalism overwrought by persecution. Independence in the face of history affirms the right of human consciousness to judge a world ripe for judgment at any moment, even before the end of history and independently of that end. By refusing the false reconciliation, Judaism keeps open the possibility of the true one against the course of the world. Therein lies the difference between this religion and all others. Unlike Levinas and Scholem, however, Horkheimer and Adorno, following Benjamin, and in proximity to Freud and Karl Kraus, also open up a different relationship to nature in the denunciation of madness, in determinate negation, i.e. in the full awareness of the unredeemed. The dialectic of the Enlightenment even pretended that the Jews had preserved their reconciling memory in the pure duties of ritual, without falling back into mythology through symbol. Today, the educationalist Mika Brumlik takes this position, writing, "After the experiences of this century, redemption is no longer conceivable, at best an escape from the shell of stagnation." End quote. At best, this could be a social democratic program. But everything else, any attempt not to abandon redemption, appears to be a departure into a new barbarism. Quote, and based on Heidegger, but quite independently of Sartre, Levinas thus seems to point to a viable, Western-oriented way out of the being toward death of German ideology for many French intellectuals, which can also avoid the dialectic of enlightenment. Does the subject not attain the status of the human only when it assumes responsibility for the other human being? In the election that raises it to this level, an election that comes from a God, or God, who looks at it in the face of the other human being, its neighbor, the original place of revelation? End quote. It is undoubtedly a break with Heidegger when Levinas invokes the beyond of being and the disinterest as the goodness to give, charity, mercy and, in responsibility, response in speech and thus the positivity of an inclination towards being as the being of the other in each case? But this rupture is at the same time a retreat from the question of violence, as can be seen in Levinas' definition of state sovereignty. He assumes that the European experience of the 20th century lies in the question of whether the egalitarian and just state in which the European finds his fulfillment, and which must be established and above all preserved, emerges from a war of all against all, or from the irreducible responsibility of one for the other and whether it can ignore the uniqueness of the face and love. Similarly, Taubes eliminates the contrast between Hobbes and Schmitt. Against both, he also invokes love, the epitome of internalized redemption, and thereby loses any concept of sovereignty. At the same time, however, Levinas resolutely stood up for the state of Israel, without acknowledging the contradiction that this very state was created in order to be prepared for the ongoing war of all against the Jews, which results from the war of all against all. It is precisely the defense against the anti-Semites by the unique sovereign of the Jews that proves what the state in general, that is, every state, including the egalitarian and just one, emerges from, namely by forcing it to ignore the uniqueness of the face of the other and love in order to ensure the mere survival of its citizens. Although Scholem only gradually acquired this knowledge during the phase of the founding of the state and as a result of the conflicts with the Arab population, it was clear to him from the outset that it was the Zionist movement itself that enabled him to work out the political significance of Messianism, the Kabbalah, and the Sabbatian movements, which can also be seen as a cryptic confrontation with Schmitt's political theology. By turning against the Jewish commandments, the radical Sabbateans, as Scholem was able to show, became rebels and threw off the yoke under which the Jews were forced to live. Here lies the spiritual root of that spiritual current which aroused the anger of their opponents, since they rightly believed that it undermined the foundations of the existence of rabbinical Judaism, albeit in the name of a new Judaism which no one suspected would ever really arise. End of quote. It is quite revealing that it is precisely Scholem's historicization of the Sabbatean movements and Schmitt's political theology, which is undertaken from Heidegger's perspective, as in Christoph Schmitt's work, that reveals the secret of the entire left-wing reception of German existential ontology. However, the riddle of why Heidegger and Schmitt could so easily take the place of Marx and Engels had already been solved by Scholem himself, even before it was posed, by characterizing this very ontology as German Kabbalism. Neither Scholem nor Adorno, who took up the ingenious association, explicated its content. All the more reason why French, Italian, and American intellectuals, such as Derrida, Agamben, and Butler, are now ostentatiously invoking the traditions of Judaism, taking the apima literally in their own way in order to assimilate themselves overtly or indirectly to existential ontology with the help of Kabbalism, creating a new jargon of actuality that is gratefully embraced by German intellectuals, where the old one has long since become stale thanks to Adorno. In contrast to Benjamin and Scholem, Strauss and Lowith, Newman and Kirchheimer, Marcuse and Arendt, who, in the face of National Socialist barbarism, were able to develop their own awareness of the contradictions that separated them from German ideology in their confrontation with that ontology of death, a strange spectacle of intellectual self-abandonment is offered here. Heidegger and Schmitt only need to be freed from their Germanisms, and the two most important Kabbalists of the present day have already been won over. Unlike Levinas in his early critique of liberalism, Derrida and Agamben are, to paraphrase Scholem, Sabbateans after Auschwitz. Thus they also replace the face of the other, whose transfiguration into the event of being Levinas opposed to being toward death, with naked life, which can no longer know any face-to-face. Her philosophy is unspoken or explicitly projected from the point of view of the Musulman in the extermination camp. Musulman was the word in camp language for the one who seemed to have lost all will to survive. But it is only for the purpose that the Musulman should no longer be called a Jew. Of course, Levinas already hints at this when he argues against Hobbes. Occidental ethics always assumed that the other is a limitation for me. Hobbes says that one can arrive at philosophy precisely from this mutual hatred. So we can achieve a better society without love for the other, in which the other is taken into consideration. That would be a politics that can lead to ethics. On the contrary, I believe that politics must be controlled by ethics. The other concerns me. I have a very modern expression for this: I am the hostage of the other. I am the hostage of my other. One recognizes the other insofar as one regards oneself as a hostage. The important thing is that I am the hostage. Quote, and, in contrast to Hobbes and Kant, Levinas describes the ego as one without reciprocity, and thus also marks his contrast to Sartre, whose philosophy of the gaze of the other insisted energetically on the separation of subject and object from the point of view of reciprocity. In this statement by Levinas, the way in which the repression of violence turns into the affirmation of one's own powerlessness and thus the violence of the other is palpable. For if I am to understand myself as the hostage of the other and this relationship is to be irreversible, then I have to fully accept the power that the other has over me. Jean-François Lyotard drew on Levinas' ethics of the hostage in order to avoid Adorno's categorical imperative after Auschwitz. Lyotard was probably the first French philosopher to engage more intensively with negative dialectics. In his book The Contradiction, an entire chapter is dedicated to the meditations after Auschwitz, which seeks to understand the critique of metaphysics developed therein, without, of course, mentioning that imperative. However, Lyotard evades the claim to assist metaphysics in its overthrow by referring to Levinas. Instead of a reconciled society, from whose ideal anticipation this claim is derived, he places the eternal conflict, which he sees in the last chapter of his book, as if in anticipation of Fukuyama's end of history, based on the enforcement of the world market, which, however outrageous his concepts of exchange and capital may be, he is prepared to defend, in contrast to Foucault or later Agamben, in the sense of the idea of a world citizen history against the struggles for independence of the young reactionary states and the intrusion of religion into the political sphere. In the sense of this postmodern condition, however, the conflict can no longer be understood as a contradiction. It knows no unity whatsoever, neither language, communication nor being, but merely occurrences. Contradiction is born anew precisely from the settlement of the alleged legal disputes and only ever refers to the occurrence. This is not a sign. But it can be judged, even in its incomparability. It cannot be used to shape a political program. But you can bear witness to it. End quote. Lyotard began his book with a legal case, the evidence of Holocaust denier Forison, who is taken at his word, so to speak. The only acceptable proof of the gas chamber or its lethal effect is that one is dead. As a dead person, however, one cannot testify that one died in a gas chamber. From this legal dispute is born the contradiction that is supposed to enable the assessment, the incomparability of what Auschwitz was. Nazism rages against the occurrence, the event. Between the SS and the Jew there was not even a conflict. This explains why Lyotard ultimately sees the Jews as the embodiment of what he calls event or occurrence. Auschwitz is derived from the rejection of the ethics formulated by Levinas that is anchored in the Western spirit, from the fact that this position of radical passivity has been forgotten and neutralized. Thus, Lyotard replaces a categorical imperative with therapeutic advice, as it could also be formulated within a Lacanian self-help group. Always think and act in such a way that you learn to accept the situations of existential overload and anxiety-inducing ambivalence in which an unrepresentable horror presents itself and renders you speechless and once again a helpless child. The virtue that Levinas and, after him, Lyotard made of necessity, and which today is even trivialized and called Stockholm Syndrome, does not yet prevent us from perceiving the world with Hobbes as one of opposing interests, in which one takes hostages for a particular interest. To a certain extent, it still affirms powerlessness in the hope that everyone can learn to affirm it. But the hostage as a figure of thought for an ethics after Auschwitz has been replaced, indirectly by Derrida, directly by Agamben, by the Musulman. While this word in the testimonies of the survivors expresses their own fear of not only being regarded as a Musulman by their fellow prisoners, but also of being judged as such by the SS, which meant being sent immediately to the gas chamber, for postmodern philosophy it becomes a kind of vanishing point to complete the farewell to the subject and the apology of powerlessness. The image of complete abandonment in the camp, with which no one can identify, this counter-identification in the camp, is turned into a Messiah for all, who turns in particular against the Jewish laws and the unity of Judaism. This also makes it almost impossible to interpret such philosophy, as Scholem interpreted radical Sabbateanism, in that he considered it his duty as a historian to perceive the positive, i.e. the attitude of resistance to annihilation, behind the abomination and lawlessness of the religious fanatics who confronted him, particularly in the form of Jacob Frank and some of his followers, the Frankists. Jacques Derrida, however, proves to be a moderate Sabbatian after Auschwitz, to put it in Scolem's terms, in that he always wants to bring naked life into some kind of relationship with the laws that should perhaps be able to protect it. In connection with Derrida, Geoffrey Bennington speaks of an insistence on the law that exists, but which is not given to us to understand and with which we must enter into negotiation without any possibility of absolution, and he sees Derrida in the best, or worst, case taking the position of the biblical Moses, to propose to us an unthinkable liberation in a rhetoric so abstract and tortuous, in a writing so artificial and full of lists, that one would like to call it a foreign language. This writing would be like the Jewish tabernacle, signifier without signified, an internally hollow construction of enclosures, in the center of which nothing is hidden. Despite his benevolence, the portraitist must also concede that the scenario of Derrida's appropriation for a Jewish thinking that is in a certain way opposed to the tyranny of the Greek logos, for a thinking of the law that is opposed to the thinking of being, or at least cannot be assimilated by it, for a thinking of justice that is not subordinate to a thinking of truth, for a receptivity that would not be a rule, etc., cannot work. Such a scheme, however satisfying it may be, would at a certain point be ill-suited to Derrida's relationship to Heidegger, unless one wanted to qualify this as an almost pathological aberration, whereby Bennington mentions that Derrida's reaction to Heidegger's repeatedly discussed Nazi past may have seemed to some as a completely perverse refusal to pass, impose, and execute a judgment against which no appeal can be made. Derrida seems to turn against Schmidt's political theology precisely where it still contains an awareness of contradictions, as could then be developed by Newman, Kirchheimer, and Strauss against Schmidt himself, whereby he would like to refer to Heidegger's existential ontology as the true theory of the political. This is characterized by the fact that it is able to break out of the classical logic of opposition and to focus on a way of thinking beyond or on this side of this oppositional or polemological logic, thus also beyond the purity that it seems to require. End quote. Although Heidegger shares Schmidt's concern for the purity of the opposition, one would, of course, search in vain for such a determining deduction of the political. Heidegger goes back behind those determinations of political theology in order to penetrate into a more original realm. Derrida does not want to acknowledge the dialectical determination of Schmidt's 4 chapters on the doctrine of sovereignty, which lies in the fact that they recognize the sovereign as the power that stands both within and outside the legal order, but rather believes that Schmidt is proposing a deduction of the political as such that proceeds from a place where the political does not yet exist. In fact, Schmidt speaks of real life in order to be able to distinguish between the normal state and the state of exception, instead of taking the determination of the sovereign itself in unity and contradiction to the legal order as an inescapable starting point. In place of real life, Derrida, like Levinas, places justice, which he wants to see as opposed to law, but not as standing inside and outside of law like the sovereign, but as the other, which cannot stand in any relation to law and which is ontologically divorced from law like Heidegger's being from being. Law is not justice. Law is the element of calculation. It is only just that there is a law. Justice is incalculable. It requires that one reckons with the incalculable. The aporetic experiences are as improbable as they are necessary experiences of justice, that is, those moments when the decision between the just and the unjust is not guaranteed and secured by any rule. Quote, and this is how Gillian Rose wrote about Derrida's sentence: justice in itself, if such a thing exists, outside or beyond law, is not deconstructible. Such claims are declarations, they leave their authority and legitimacy a mystery, and leave it open for a false messiah to proclaim a tyranny. They leave us with the dilemma of mysterious, primeval violence versus mythical, formal law, between incomprehensible end and bloody means. When what needs investigation is the face of modern law, the diremption and discrepancy between its formal promises and the social actuality they presuppose and reproduce, then the violent acting out of the nationalist or racist fantasies engendered by these discrepancies may be comprehended instead of being exalted to a pure originary violence or degraded to the violence of pure formal law as such. This would be to demystify law without compensatory myth and without hallowing history as Holocaust. Only if we resist the temptation of the ontology of originary contamination can we begin to discern the complicities of our political history. To do that we need to be able to represent, to formalize, to think, to know, to judge, all the activities from which messianic deconstruction would disqualify us. End quote. This is why Derrida also sees the true theory of the political in Heidegger's concept of being, because he obviously has the need to ontologize the political itself, to resolve the contradictions in it, which now includes the fact that the decision between the just and the unjust is undecidable, because there can be no subject in being or in justice itself. The decision is always already left to being or justice, but the fact that it is nevertheless made is called difference in Derrida's work. Derrida translates being and time into justice and difference. In this way, he is rid of the need to oppose Heidegger's concept of time, which is nothing other than being toward death. And yet Derrida contains everything with which Heidegger can cross out the subject-object relationship. It is the movement that replaces the present. It is the affirmation of being toward death without speaking of death. It is deconstruction, not to speak of destruction. Through it, one must allow oneself to be referred to an order that no longer belongs to sensuality. But neither does it belong to intelligibility, an ideality that is not accidentally bound to the objectivity of theorein or understanding. It is thus referred to an order that resists the fundamental opposition between the sensible and the intelligible. End quote. By replacing destruction with deconstruction, being toward death with difference, Derrida attempts in a sense to return to the Kabbalah. In some respects, he approaches what Scholem called the revelation of nothingness, for example when he speaks of the absolute other and of the other as the non-deconstructible, only to immediately explain that this absolute is not a reason or a principle due to its total otherness, but rather a non-principle and non-reason. On the one hand, this is a mere trick, insofar as Derrida claims to have overcome prima philosophia, the philosophy of the first. On the other hand, something of the Jewish tradition is unmistakable in it, insofar as the absolute is invoked as something original and eternal, completely removed from the lowlands of empire and history and absolutely separated from them, abstractly preordered, which releases everything conditioned from itself without the latter being able to do anything about it. Deconstruction itself appears as the Kabbalistic Zimzum. Seen in this way, what is called deconstruction in the sense of a relatively coherent group of discursive rules in Western discourse at a certain point in time is only a symptom, an effect of the being at work of deconstruction in what one would call history. All this open and non-self-identical totality of the world, that is deconstruction. It is a deconstruction in actu or at work. End quote. However, this return to the Kabbalah would only be credible if Derrida had not shied away from contradicting Heidegger on a crucial point. Strangely enough, however, it is precisely this avoided contradiction that can be found in him in a different form, in his discussion of Benjamin's work on the critique of violence. In any case, it seems like a strange castling that Derrida first realized something of the problematic nature of Heidegger's existential ontology and his own reception of this thought in Benjamin's text. It was no coincidence that he presented Benjamin's critique as the opening speech at a colloquium, organized by Saul Friedlander, on Nazism and the Final Solution, at the University of California, Los Angeles. Benjamin's text obviously disturbed him greatly, especially against the background of this topic. He speaks of a terribly ambiguous text, a text that is haunted by the theme of radical destruction, of complete annihilation and extinction. First of all, the law, I am not saying justice, is to be wiped out. The law also includes human rights. The essay is revolutionary in a Marxist and at the same time messianic way and belongs to the great parliamentary and counter-enlightenment waves, on the surface of which Nazism then emerges. In Benjamin's definition of divine power as one of annihilation or destruction, Derrida may have recognized something of Heidegger's destruction, and thus basically shudders at his own proximity to Heidegger, seeing in it a misleading trajectory emerging that leads to a kind of self-destruction, indeed a kind of suicide of the text. At this point in his reception of Benjamin, Derrida seems to half realize that in his philosophy he himself put the text or writing in the place of bodily, naked life in order to avoid having to think the destruction of the Leib, which is always already at the heart of Heidegger, be it in his concept of time, being toward death, or the freedom of the victim. His shock that Benjamin's definition of divine violence as destructive and lethal could already refer to the annihilation of the Jews, which is only possible if it is equated with Heidegger's destruction, is so strong that Derrida's own thought of a kind of justice without law must suddenly appear dangerous. In the reference to God, beyond reason and generality, beyond a certain enlightenment of law, he sees the irreducible particularity of every situation, and almost begins to realize that, if he wants to abandon this particularity as little as the enlightenment and generality, he stands as a theorist like the sovereign both outside and inside the legal order. In other words, Derrida begins to waver. Thus, without denying the necessity of this dangerous idea, he attempts to retreat to the position of the mythical, lawmaking and law-preserving power and instead of making common cause with Heidegger in France with Habermas in the New Europe. Unlike Habermas, the seriousness with which he devotes himself to Benjamin's essay prevents him from repressing mythical violence. He emphasizes that violence as a means sets and maintains the law, that every legal contract is based on violence. He also takes a skeptical view of the fact that Benjamin seems to dream of a non-violent order, especially when he speaks of divine violence. He therefore combines his concluding judgment on Benjamin's essay with a criticism of Heidegger, which is surprising in its clarity and is probably not to be found elsewhere in Derrida's work, but should not have any further consequences as far as his own proximity to Heidegger is concerned. It could come from Habermas. Like many of Benjamin's other texts, this essay still bears two strong Heideggerian traits in my eyes. It is still too messianically Marxist or archaeo-eschatologically colored. But in the same breath, something of the categorical imperative after Auschwitz, as formulated by Adorno, has also entered into the judgment. The lesson that could be drawn today would be that we must think, recognize, imagine, formalize the possible complicity of all these discourses in the worst. Here it is about the final solution. The possible complicit connection that exists between these discourses and the worst. From my point of view, this outlines a task and a responsibility whose object I have not been able to identify in either Benjamin's destruction or Heidegger's destruction. Thinking about the difference between these destructions or destructions on the one hand and a deconstructive affirmation or assertion on the other is dictated by the memory of the final solution. Just as Derrida fails to recognize here that this is not a dictate but an imperative, it is disturbing that he still exculpates Heidegger by equating him with Benjamin, whose concept of divine violence he has not understood. He cannot deny that the epithet divine, which Benjamin gives to this violence in contrast to mythical violence, implicitly means Jewish and thus reaches the limit of his equation of Benjamin's critique of violence and Heidegger's destruction of metaphysics. Yet Derrida wants to overcome precisely this boundary in order to rehabilitate Heidegger on the one hand and to ward off Benjamin's messianism on the other. It therefore seems urgently necessary to him to deconstruct Benjamin's oppositions between mythical violence and divine violence, between the political general strike, which seeks to re-establish another better state, and the proletarian general strike, which seeks to destroy the state itself. He wants to prove that they deconstruct themselves as a paradigm of deconstruction. Although he quotes Benjamin's discussion with Kurt Hiller, he rejects what Benjamin wants to express with the aggregate state of man and does not understand that it is about the question of the victim. He falsifies Benjamin when he says that it is the value of man, of his existence or his life, that he or it contains the potentiality, the possibility of justice, as the future of justice. What is sacred in the life of man is not life, but his justice, and at the same time conceals the fact that for Benjamin the non-being of man is something more terrible than the, necessarily, mere, not yet being of the just man. End quote. Derrida thus separates justice from the bodily life of the individual, from their physical state as an individual. He thinks justice in the same way as Heidegger thinks being. And that is why his philosophy, as much as he endeavors to replace naked life with the cover image of writing, death with that of difference, creates the preconditions for an apotheosis of the Musulman, which is then carried out by Giorgio Agamben. These preconditions include eliminating the difference in what Benjamin called the aggregate state of man and animal. All the deconstructive gestures I have tried out on philosophical texts, especially those of Heidegger, consist in questioning the prejudiced disregard for what is called the animal in general and the way these texts interpret the boundary between human and animal. End quote. Instead of holding, as Benjamin does in the idea of the creature, that man must always also be understood as an animal, Derrida ultimately also casts doubt on the term animal in the singular per se. Instead of leaving open, like Adorno and Horkheimer's dialectic of enlightenment, what reconciliation in relation to nature might look like in detail, Derrida wants a single aggregate state of humans and animals so that the question of the subject is settled once and for all. Benjamin's juxtaposition of mythical and divine violence, however, places the subject before the decision, but adds, as if in a Talmudic disputation against the Kabbalah, but the decision is neither equally possible nor equally urgent for man if pure violence was real in a certain case. Derrida, on the other hand, says that the decision required here, which allows us to recognize such pure and revolutionary violence as Sok, is a decision inaccessible to man. It is only with Giorgio Agamben that this decision, inaccessible to man, is embodied and invoked as homo sacer. Like Derrida, he declares that Carl Schmitt's political theology has not yet gone far enough, and bases his argument on Benjamin's critique of violence. The attempt of state power to appropriate enemy through the state of exception is exposed by Benjamin for what it is, a fictio juris par excellence that pretends to uphold the law precisely where it is suspended. It is now replaced by civil war and revolutionary violence, i.e. human action that has discarded any relationship to the law. Benjamin responds to Schmitt's gesture, which attempts to write violence anew into the legal context each time, by seeking to secure its existence, as pure violence, outside the law each time. End quote. In Schmitt's political theology, violence is still tied to law as an exception, but Agamben sees this as a kind of fall from grace for politics. It has suffered a permanent eclipse, because it has become infected by law and, at best, has itself been understood as a constituent violence, potera, i.e. as violence, violenza, that establishes law, insofar as it is not simply reduced to violence, potera, that haggles with law. However, the only truly political action is that which undoes the relationship between violence, violenza, and law. Benjamin's concept of pure violence, which neither obliges nor commands nor forbids anything, but only speaks for itself, would correspond to action as a pure means, which, without reference to an end, only shows itself. And, between the two, no lost original state, but only custom and human practice, which the powers of law and myth had tried to capture in the state of exception. End quote. Custom and human practice take the place of justice here, as it were, which Levinas and Derrida still speak of in their critique of law, and, as will be shown, they have Christian connotations on the one hand and existential ontological connotations on the other. Agamben is also no longer aware of the unease that Derrida showed in his dispute with Benjamin, of all people, about completely separating justice from law. He simply wipes away this unease by saying that Derrida did not understand Benjamin. According to Agamben, it cannot be a matter of referring the state of exception back to its temporally and spatially determined boundaries in order to see the primacy of a norm of rights confirmed once again, which ultimately have their actual foundation in this. From the actual state of emergency in which we live, it is not possible to return to the state of law. On the contrary, it is important to finally demonstrate everywhere that there is no substantial connection whatsoever between violence and law, between life and the norm. For the purpose of this very demonstration, Agamben drew on the figure of the homo sacer from early Roman legal history. Sacer esto as the designation or cursing of a patron or citizen stands for a historical phase in which law did not yet appear to be thoroughly secularized and abstractly conceived. Thus, as can be seen from William Ward Fowler's reflections, for example, it became particularly clear that the state in antiquity was one without an actual sovereign, understood as a unified power and a generally recognized monopoly on it. The punishment for a breach of oath consisted precisely in the fact that the person who had committed it was, as it were, declared outlawed, i.e. could be killed at any time and by anyone without punishment, but at the same time was regarded as the sacred property of the gods in whose name the oath had been sworn that the person had broken. According to Carl Carinii, the homo sacer can therefore no longer be the object of a sacrificium, because he is already in the possession of the gods, and they can therefore no longer accept him as a sacrifice. If someone then murdered this person, it was seen as an act of the deity to whom they had long since been handed over. By drawing on this archaic phase of the development of law and generalizing one of its concepts, Agamben already suggests that the state, as a recognized monopoly on violence, has not become the political paradigm that it claims to be, that it cannot have taken the place of that deity in order to establish a substantial connection between violence and law. For in truth, the camp is the biopolitical paradigm of the West. This not only makes it impossible to distinguish between the rights of citizens within the state and the relations of violence between states, it also reveals the actual intention of Agamben's paradigm shift. A distinction should no longer be made between extermination and refugee camps, human experiments by the Nazi state and modern apparatus medicine, Auschwitz, and Guantanamo. In this way, the categorical imperative after Auschwitz is undermined, because how could one, as the imperative demands, organize thought and action in a state of bondage in such a way that Auschwitz is not repeated, when the state of bondage itself is seen in the fact that Auschwitz has in truth never ceased to happen, because it has always repeated itself. End of quote. Agamben refers here to a passage from Primo Levi's Atompause. The author recounts a dream in which he found himself transported back to the camp as a prisoner. No one would be more surprised than Levi at the twist Agamben gives to the dream narrative. As a turn against Adorno's categorical imperative, it is implicit. It is articulated as a polemic against the restoration of the morality of resentment, which Agamben explicitly perceives in Jean Amory. In his essay on resentment from beyond guilt and atonement, the simplest premise of that imperative is indeed expressed, that forgiving and forgetting crimes is immoral. The extent to which Levi agrees with Amory here can be seen in his vehement protest against Amory calling him a forgiver. Agamben, on the other hand, does not simply advocate forgiving and forgetting, but the crimes themselves appear to be diminished by his assertion that the state of emergency has only reached its greatest global expansion today. This spread, which for Agamben took place from Auschwitz to Guantanamo, could also be interpreted as a longing for a messiah. But he was already there, in Auschwitz. The term from the camp language for the one who seems to have lost all will to live does not so much dispense Agamben from perceiving the extermination mania as being directed at the Jews as he sees it as an immediate conversion. Auschwitz is the site of an experiment not yet imagined, in which, beyond life and death, the Jew is transformed into the Mussulman and the human into the non-human. And only to portray Guantanamo as worse than the Nazi extermination camp, Agamben contradicts himself. Unlike the prisoners in the US camp, the Jews in the Nazi camps had also lost all legal identity, but at least they still retained their Jewish identity. It is no longer a question of simply ignoring the Jewish origins of the victims and the elements of anti-Semitism that underpinned their persecution and extermination, as was still the case decades after liberation in the depiction of the Nazi concentration camps. Rather, the repetition of a religious foundation can be observed here. In the Musulman, the concept of homo sacer actually comes into its own, and it becomes clear how little its concept of the sacred has to do with early Roman legal history, but how much it has to do with later Christianity. Agamben wants to use the musulman to show that the complete witness of man is the one whose humanity has been completely destroyed. He takes as his starting point the introductory remark from Lyotard's The Contradiction, according to which the only acceptable proof of the lethal effect of the gas chambers is that one is dead. As a dead person, however, one cannot testify that one has perished in a gas chamber. For Agamben, this gives rise to the significance of the musulmaner. They appear to him as those who, as living beings, have already lived their death and touched the deepest point of the abyss and, although, and because they did not survive, are chosen as the complete witnesses who are in need of the incomplete ones. The survivors, pseudo-witnesses, speak in their place. As proxies, they bear witness to a testimony that is missing. The term non-human for the musulman is just another way of saying that he is regarded as a god. Agamben, who quotes extensively from the testimonies of the survivors, wavers back and forth, once referring to the musulman as a non-human, another time saying that simply to deny him humanity would mean accepting the verdict of the SS. What is essential for him, however, is that the musulman, as a complete witness, had forever removed the possibility of distinguishing between human and non-human. The musulman is the non-human who stubbornly shows himself to be human, and the human that can no longer be separated from the inhuman. He is an undefined being in whom not only humanity and non-humanity, but also vegetative life and that of relationships, physiology and ethics, medicine and politics, life and death continuously merge into one another. Agamben refers in detail to the survivors' attempts to describe the musulmaner as living dead, mummy men, as figures without a face or ghosts. Primo Levi wrote that people hesitated to call them human beings, and Bruno Bettelheim spoke of walking corpses. However, these descriptions cannot say anything about the real people who were referred to in this way as individuals, as they are not able to look inside them, but they do give an impression of what the survivors held up as a deterrent example so that they themselves would not be recognized by the SS as musulman and transported to the gas chambers for immediate extermination. In the 7th chapter of his novel A Fateful Man, Kurdish dissolved them in precisely this sense, as a means of categorization, when he allows us to look inside the young coves in the very situation in which he is already counted among the corpses. Agamben, however, uses them to reinvent the Son of God. If the Jews were repeatedly accused of having allowed themselves to be led like calves to the slaughter, he turns them into the Lamb of God. Just as the Jewish Messiah was deified by the Christians, so was Agamben's musulman, but this presupposes that he really did become a complete witness and did not survive. Agamben must regard the survivors' testimonies as incomplete and they themselves as pseudo-witnesses. Only if he denies the survivors the decisive testimony that he attributes to the musulman, and at the same time turns them into evangelists, can the theorist himself claim the role of the Apostle Paul. Only then can all of us, who are virtual homina sacri, identify with the Messiah who sacrificed himself for us. When Agamben writes that the camp and not the state is the biopolitical paradigm of the West, he recognizes something of the fact that National Socialism can no longer be understood as a state in the true sense of the word, but in the same breath fails to recognize or blurs the fact that this is precisely the difference between the National Socialist non-state and the state in the sense of Western sovereignty, insofar as the latter does not pursue appeasement towards it. Only in this way is it possible to talk about the extermination of the Jews without bringing up the anti-Semitism that perpetuated and renewed itself after Auschwitz. It no longer plays a role in the state of emergency as it has only reached its greatest spread worldwide today. In other words, annihilation for the sake of annihilation, following Foucault's theory, is to be made comprehensible as annihilation for the sake of biopolitics, meaning is to be regained from the Jewish Nazi victims, Amory, and an anti-imperialist one at that. The assertion that there is no substantial connection whatsoever between violence and law, between life and the norm is not in vain a renovation of the old 68 slogan let's create 2, 3, many Vietnams. What Agamben finds perhorrescent about Hitler's politics is not annihilation, but the people-less space for which it serves as a means, a fundamental biopolitical intensity that can permeate any space. It transforms peoples into populations and populations into Muslims. The Vaucluse Rom is the inner motor of the camp, understood as a biopolitical machine that transforms a certain geographical space, once it has settled in it, into absolute biopolitical space. The special feature of National Socialism consisted solely in its fundamental biopolitical intensity, which potentially permeated every space and thus made it a Vaucluse one. By emphasizing this intensity, Agamben obviously wants to counteract the impression of a diminution of Nazi crimes, which must arise from the spread of the state of emergency in the world after Auschwitz that he claims. But this does not change the meaning that he ascribes to extermination and with which he obscures its direction. In National Socialism, according to his account, it is not directed against people who are attributed to a Gegenvolk, i.e., the conspiracy of Judaism against all other peoples. It is not actually directed against people at all, but it is the quality of being a people that is annihilated, so that it can also be presented as entirely arbitrary which people is targeted at any given time. Judith Butler goes one step further here by calling on those who were and are counted as a counter people to be destroyed, not to defend themselves as such, but rather to be a people, so to speak, only as a Muslim among the peoples. It says itself that it resorts to the concept of the Messianic in order to defend itself against an erroneous concept of self-defense. The Messianic could very well go hand in hand with a suspension of self-defense as a permanent legitimation of state violence. Where such a defense becomes permanent, it is no longer possible to distinguish between legitimate and illegitimate use. Butler asserts that she does not advocate self-destruction as a goal, which would be absurd, and yet she does. She is concerned with a political thought and action that does not assume self-defense and self-preservation as the only alternatives. Ultimately, it is not possible to think within such a closed dialectic, especially not a justifiable policy. In this way, the repressed question of sacrifice returns, which Benjamin still placed at the center, since the messianism of a different Judaism, or, as she also says, the counter-messianic attitude is seen here in the fact that the Jews would have to give up their state and be prepared to sacrifice themselves for the higher purpose of a justifiable politics and an escape from the dialectic. In other words, that Judaism, like Jesus Christ, would have to offer itself as a sacrifice for humanity. However, the status of religion and faith after Auschwitz is characterized by the fact that such appalling reinterpretation of messianism, which ultimately turns against the Jews themselves, is only possible in the sense of Heidegger's existential ontology, i.e., Christian redemption is replaced by being toward death. For Agamben, the Mussulman is the figure that realizes Heidegger's thinking, which wants to destroy metaphysics, in his own Leib, so to speak. The Mussulman is nothing other than the destruction of those outermost metaphysical bulwarks. However, it is part of the fate of Heidegger's philosophy that its adepts always feel challenged by it to identify traces or remnants of the metaphysical bulwarks against which it was the only one to be consequent. And so Heidegger is no different to Schmidt in Agamben's work, although of course Heidegger cannot really be outdone either. Basically, Agamben merely uses the Muselmann to move from the early existential ontology of being and time to the late one, i.e., to retrace Heidegger's famous turn. The result is a concept of being that has also left behind the distinction between actual and inauthentic. Being toward death is only an existence that is everyday and anonymous for death. Agamben has already formulated his critique of Carl Schmitt's political theology not only from Benjamin's critique of violence, but also from Heidegger's concept of being, which is more suitable than any other for getting rid of the contradictions in Schmitt's early theory. The definition of the sovereign in the first sentence of political theology is still haunted by the contradictions in its terms. Its content, namely that the sovereign is the one who decides on the state of emergency, must always be considered together with the contradiction formulated on the following page, according to which the sovereign stands outside the normal legal order and yet belongs to it. In his essay Zur Kritik der Gewalt on the critique of violence, written shortly before Schmitt's politische theology, political theology, Benjamin had formulated precisely this contradiction, following Sorel in relation to the question of the general strike, posed from the proletariat, which was conceived here as a kind of sovereign that abolishes itself. In this respect Benjamin was a Leninist avant la lettre, as an opposition between mythical and divine violence, the latter being law establishing, the latter law destroying. But it would hardly have been Benjamin if he had not in turn broken through this opposition by an internal contradiction on both sides, which Agamben, like Derrida before him, places too little emphasis on. After all, Agamben's theory aims to replace the Jews as victims of the Nazis with the figure of homo caesar, whereby, however, and here too, the whole unhistorical borrowing from Roman legal history is used, it is no longer recognizable in the perpetrators that they themselves, at least as part of the Volksgemeinschaft, ultimately still have the willingness to sacrifice themselves for the extermination of the Jews, which was ultimately a matter of course for Schmitt. In the 1933 edition of his essay on the concept of the political, he already speaks of the double possibility of demanding willingness to die and willingness to kill from members of one's own people, and to kill people who are on the enemy's side. A little later, the enemy for him is then a total enemy and is identified in the form of the Jews. Benjamin, on the other hand, always thought of the killing barbarity of naked life from the point of view that the violence that kills for the sake of violence is one that demands sacrifice from its perpetrators. It is precisely mythical violence, which establishes the law, that is blood violence over life for its own sake and demands sacrifice, while Benjamin's law-destroying divine violence appears as one for the sake of the living, which does not demand sacrifice, but accepts it. Just as Agamben only rehashes Heidegger's late existential ontology, he deliberately ignores the fact that Schmitt's writings since National Socialism have themselves already followed a concept of the political that erases the contradictions that still moved his political theology, in order to also erase abstract law that can be guaranteed by a sovereign and terminated in the nomos of the earth, as a theory of large spaces under the sign of the total enemy. Furthermore, his position on Schmitt is characterized by the way he avoids the question of readiness to kill and death when he speaks of violence and law. He prefers to move on to Heidegger's existential ontology, according to which this double readiness cannot actually be demanded, but is already inherent in Dasein itself as a voluntary departure from existence on the way to preserving the favor of being. Dasein here means that it is basically no longer possible to distinguish between state and citizen, superior power and subordinate people. Identification with power has been internalized to such an extent that it has already made such a distinction impossible. This is why Agamben no longer even seems to need the sovereign as a point of passage in order to dissolve the boundaries of the state of exception. Agamben projects the concept of such Dasein onto Benjamin's divine power. It is as if he wanted to posthumously drive a wedge between him and Gershom Scholem. In fact, there are parallels to Benjamin's early text on the critique of violence in Radical Sabbateanism, with which Scholem was not so intensively involved by chance. According to Scholem, the Sabbatian Jacob Frank knew no limits with regard to the solving power of destruction and annihilation, and Frank's glorification of life was just as limitless as his annihilation. The place to which we go tolerates no law, for all this comes from the side of death, but we go to life. As already indicated, Scholem saw his task here precisely in working out the historical reference to Judaism in order to be able to name the point at which the Jewish rebels turn against Judaism itself, which they assumed would be preserved and which they wanted to support, the point at which they take back self-preservation, even if it is with the concept of life. It is precisely this historical and Jewish theological reference that Agamben now abandons, thus turning the Kabbalists' emphatic concept of life, which Agamben likes to use so much, into its opposite. Agamben is, as it were, a Franciscan after Auschwitz. He interprets Melville's figure of the scribe Bartleby, for example, as if he were another one of his kind. For him, his messianic significance lies not in bringing a new table of the law, but in completing the Torah by completely destroying himself. Consequently, in his Pauline-Heideggerian reinterpretation of Benjamin's messianism, Agamben cannot stop at Benjamin's interpretation of Kafka, especially not at the sentence with which Benjamin was able to escape the problems of his early critique of violence, which threatened to lead to the destruction of forms of mediation and in which the proximity to Heidegger actually existed. The sentence reads, "The law that is no longer practiced and is only studied is the gateway to justice." For Agamben, this sentence is only a kind of remainder that should be eliminated. In contrast, Benjamin himself captured the inner tension between the traditions of messianism and the doctrine of the law in an imitable way, especially in this writer. Kafka's texts do not simply lay themselves at the feet of the doctrine, as the Haggadah lays itself at the feet of the Halacha, but when they have cowered, they suddenly raise a weighty paw against it. But there can be no question of them pouncing on the doctrine in order to destroy it. Agamben also had to resort to the figure of Melville. It remains to be seen how much he understood of her, because the complete destruction of the Torah could not, with the best will in the world, be demonstrated by Kafka's texts and their interpretation by Benjamin. It was not least Scholem who, in his studies on Sabbateanism and Frankism, erected large warning signs against such a possible turn of events, as if he had already had an idea of Agamben's intentions. If it can be said of Agamben's reception of Benjamin's writings underscore that it does not continue their imminent critique of Schmitt's political theology, as reflected in the Trauerspielbuch, but only takes it as an opportunity to trump this theology with Heidegger, as it were, before he then pretended to compare the Sei, Zum Tod with the deification of the Musulman. It could be said of his indirect and direct reference to the Kabbalah that it must ignore Scholem's historicization of the Kabbalah in order to bring Heidegger back into the conversation as a Kabbalist, from which he never disappeared anyway. Anyone who has read what Scholem wrote about the Aleph will be amazed that Agamben uses it as a footnote. He does refer to the discussion between Benjamin and Scholem about Kafka, in which it is already clear how Scholem examines the Kabbalah, but only to dismiss Scholem's adherence to the nothingness of revelation as merely imperfect nihilism and, conversely, to appropriate Benjamin's messianic nihilism as an apology for a violence unleashed by law. Scholem's intensive engagement with the history of the Kabbalah and subsequently with Sabbateanism should therefore not be read against Agamben solely as an examination of Schmitt's political theology. It was probably even more a critique of Benjamin's critique of violence, which Scholem must have interpreted in the light of the Kabbalah as an endorsement of divine violence. However, the fact that this violence is, as Benjamin writes, destructive of rights and boundless, and yet happens for the sake of the living and not for the sake of violence, for its own sake, can be seen as a challenge for Skolem, about which, however, he himself remained silent. If Agamben now speaks emphatically of life and of the fact that in its name violence is to be completely released from the law, something of the old Kabbalistic concept of life undoubtedly resonates, which always contained a clear reserve vis-a-vis Jewish law, as Skolem has shown. The difference is that the Kabbalists were initially concerned with a mystically experienced freedom from Jewish laws, not those of the state, and that after the expulsion from Spain they also turned against them in order, as they believed, to be able to better support Judaism in its distress. After Auschwitz, this difference becomes one of the whole, and this shows the inner logic of Agamben's theory. By replacing the persecuted Jews with the homines sacri, which we all are virtually, Kabbalism turns into its opposite and seeks proximity to what Skolem called the Germanizing Kabbalism of Heidegger. In other words, the concept of life can become a cover for violence for its own sake. Agamben himself, however, shies away from this. He holds on to life as such, in which he proclaims his Kabbalism, drawn from Heidegger's ontology, with a distinctly Christian accent. Incidentally, as a student, Agamben played the apostle with the Greek name Philip in Pasolini's 1964 film adaptation of the Gospel of Matthew, about whom it is said in the Gospel of John that he helped Greeks to come into contact with Jesus. The violence he invokes, whose reference to law is to be reversed, action as a pure means that, without reference to a goal, only shows itself, they remain abstract. Life itself is understood as a necessarily passive suffering by us homines sacri, who worship the Musulman as their god. This is why Agamben is mocked by Alain Badiou, who wants to be concrete here, as a Franciscan of ontology. His hero is only ever the one who is reduced to his pure existence as a temporary living being. Agamben prefers the affirmative becoming of truths, as Badiou demands, to the secret continuation of life, that which remains for those who have nothing left, this always sacrificed, simultaneously lowly and essential naked life. Sarah Kaufmann, on the other hand, offers more than such a retreat, but rather a turn against the consequence that Agamben believed he had to draw from Derrida's philosophy, perhaps the most astonishing turn in the recent history of philosophy, which no one seems to have taken note of. When the Derrida student began to write about anti-Semitism and the persecution and extermination of the Jews, she hardly knew what to do with post-structuralist theory, to which she had been committed for many years and to which she owed her reputation as a philosopher. When Kaufmann now wrote about Shakespeare's Shylock, she did not rely on the deconstruction of her teacher Derrida, but on Benjamin's Trauerspielbuch. When she sought to name what must now constitute the memory core of thought in Erstickt Wort, she began with the categorical imperative from Adorno's negative dialectic. In doing so, she made it clear ex post and ex negativo that it was this imperative that was to be denied by the theory that took Musulman as a pretext. Whether her suicide represents the burden that she, who had survived in hiding with her mother, whose father had been deported and murdered, additionally and almost entirely took upon herself with such a direct confrontation, cannot be answered. Gershom Skolem emphasizes that the Zionist movement should not commit itself to Messianism, otherwise it would miss the point. At the same time, he speaks of the overtones of Messianism, which are nevertheless irrevocably part of it. Although he once categorically denied that Zionism was a messianic movement, this judgment did not prevent him from perceiving a unity between Zionism and Messianism in their separation. At first, Skolem was not at all clear as to what this commitment to the question of the state meant in concrete terms. After immigrating to Palestine, he founded the Brit Shalom organization together with Hugo Bergman, Hans Kohn, Ernst Simon, Robert Welch, and other intellectuals, especially those close to Martin Buber, which was to oppose precisely what Jabotinsky was calling for. Skolem himself wrote in 1929, "The ideas of Brit Shalom, which has openly renounced the ideology of the Jewish state, will perhaps not bring political redemption in a two-nation state, but if they only make it possible to build a national home without religious phraseology, then that is reward enough for us." Quoting Robert Welch, the historian Michael Brenner notes that the supporters of Brit Shalom considered the drivel of the majority to be dangerous because it could stir up discord between Jews and Arabs. According to Simon, the state, through its authority, forces people to violate God's commandments. It was therefore necessary to overcome the idol of the state, i.e. the superstition that there is no free development of people and community without the coercive form of the state. As if he wanted to take the linguistic concessions and tactically intended formulations of earlier Zionist declarations at face value, Bergman wrote, "We are not striving for a state, but for a homeland." Although, as Michael Brenner shows, not all members of Brit Shalom were opposed to a sovereign state in principle, they did not have much use for the idea of a nation-state and rejected the goal of majorizing the Jewish population in Palestine, instead wanting equal representation of Jews and Arabs in all important bodies and institutions in the country. As little as it was coquetry that Skolem, when asked about his political orientation, repeatedly replied that he was most inclined towards anarchist ideas, it can hardly be considered a coincidence that he began to concentrate entirely on researching the Kabbalah in these early years. He found in it what others had found in Spinoza's Ethics, a presupposed whole in which the contradictions can be regarded as resolved from the outset, and the question of the separation of subject and object, of content and form, always seems to have been answered. It was only because he himself switched to dialectical thinking and was able to reflect on his early fascination with the Kabbalah that he finally came up with the idea that Heidegger's ontology was Germanizing Kabbalism, which Adorno could immediately understand when he switched to negative dialectics. But this Kabbalism is Germanizing in that it is a being toward death that is celebrated here, while Jewish mysticism is nothing other than an imaginary Jewish realm, formed in inner resistance to the violent death to which the Jews find themselves exposed. Confronted decades later with the question of whether he had turned to Kabbalah because of its inherent dialectical aspect, Skolem replied that this was exaggerated. In my youthful notes you will not find the slightest hint of a dialectical understanding of processes. The dialectic only gradually became clear to me as a result of my thinking about things, especially when I came here and realized the contradictions in the processes connected with the building of the country, the inner contradictions of the renewal of secular language and the increasing silence in language. I did not learn dialectics from Hegel or from the Marxists, rather, the knowledge of it grew out of my experience and my preoccupation with the complexities of Zionism, out of the experience of its realization. It is precisely in this context that Skolem also explains what is meant by dialectics here. He says that mixing Messianism with secular movements can lead to their failure. It is an intensely destructive, negative moment. The use of messianic phraseology has kindled a strange fire in the hearts of the followers of these secular movements. Walter Benjamin also mixed concepts from the religious and political spheres to a certain extent. At the end of his life, he really identified the two areas too closely with each other. This can be seen in some of his last writings. There were times when he was well aware of the difference and maintained it, and was unwilling to talk about the world of history in the terminology of redemption. In fact, there are parallels to Benjamin's early text on the critique of violence in Radical Sabbateanism, with which Skolem was not so intensively involved by chance. According to Skolem, the Sabbatian Jacob Frank knew no limits with regard to the solving power of destruction and annihilation, and as limitless as the destruction was, so was Frank's glorification of life. The place to which we go tolerates no law, for all this comes from the side of death, but we go to life. As already indicated, Skolem saw his task here precisely in working out the historical reference to Judaism in order to be able to name the point at which the Jewish rebels turn against Judaism itself, the preservation of which they assumed and which they wanted to support, the point at which they take back self-preservation, even if it is with the concept of life. It is precisely this historical and Jewish theological reference that Agamben now abandons, thus turning the Kabbalists' emphatic concept of life, which Agamben likes to use so much, into its opposite. Agamben is, as it were, a Frankist after Auschwitz. He interprets Melville's figure of the scribe Bartleby, for example, as if he were another one of his kind. For him, his messianic significance lies not in bringing a new table of the law, but in completing the Torah by completely destroying himself. Consequently, in his Pauline Heideggerian reinterpretation of Benjamin's messianism, Agamben cannot stop at Benjamin's interpretation of Kafka, especially not at the sentence with which Benjamin was able to escape the problems of his early critique of violence, which threatened to lead to the destruction of forms of mediation and in which the proximity to Heidegger actually existed. The sentence reads, "The law that is no longer practiced and is only studied is the gateway to justice." For Agamben, this sentence is only a kind of remainder that should be eliminated. In contrast, Benjamin himself captured the inner tension between the traditions of Messianism and the doctrine of the law in an imitable way, especially in this writer. Kafka's texts do not simply lay themselves at the feet of the doctrine, as the Haggadah lays itself at the feet of the Halacha, but when they have cowered, they suddenly raise a weighty paw against it. But there can be no question of them pouncing on the teaching in order to destroy it. Agamben also had to resort to the figure of Melville. It remains to be seen how much he understood of her, because the complete destruction of the Torah could not, with the best will in the world, be demonstrated by Kafka's texts and their interpretation by Benjamin. It was not least Skolem who, in his studies on Sabbateanism and Frankism, erected large warning signs against such a possible turn of events, as if he had already had an idea of Agamben's intentions. If it can be said of Agamben's reception of Benjamin's writings that it does not continue their imminent critique of Schmidt's political theology, as reflected in the Trauerspielbuch, but only takes it as an opportunity to trump this theology with Heidegger, as it were, before he then pretended to do so, trumping being toward death with the deification of the Muselmann. It could be said of his indirect and direct reference to the Kabbalah that it must ignore Skollem's historicization of the Kabbalah in order to bring Heidegger back into the conversation as a Kabbalist, from which he never disappeared anyway. Anyone who has read what Skollem wrote about the Aleph will be amazed that Agamben uses it as a footnote. He does refer to the discussion between Benjamin and Skollem about Kafka, in which it is already clear how Skollem examines the Kabbalah, but only to dismiss Skollem's adherence to the nothingness of revelation as merely imperfect nihilism and, conversely, to appropriate Benjamin's messianic nihilism as an apology for a violence unleashed by law. Skollem's intensive engagement with the history of the Kabbalah and subsequently with Sabbateanism should therefore not be read against Agamben solely as an examination of Schmidt's political theology. It was probably even more a critique of Benjamin's critique of violence, which Skollem must have interpreted in the light of the Kabbalah as an endorsement of divine violence. However, the fact that this violence is, as Benjamin writes, destructive of rights and boundless, and yet happens for the sake of the living and not for the sake of violence, for its own sake, can be seen as a challenge for Skollem, about which, however, he himself remains silent. If Agamben now speaks emphatically of life and of the fact that in its name violence is to be completely released from the law, something of the old Kabbalistic concept of life undoubtedly resonates, which always contained a clear reserve vis-a-vis Jewish law, as Skollem has shown. The difference is that the Kabbalists were initially concerned with a mystically experienced freedom from Jewish laws, not those of the state, and that after the expulsion from Spain they also turned against them in order, as they believed, to be able to better support Judaism in its distress. After Auschwitz, this difference becomes one of the whole, and this shows the inner logic of Agamben's theory. By replacing the persecuted Jews with the homines sacri, which we all are virtually, Kabbalism turns into its opposite and seeks proximity to what Skollem called the Germanizing Kabbalism of Heidegger. In other words, the concept of life can become a cover for violence for its own sake. Agamben himself, however, shies away from this. He holds on to life as such, in which he proclaims his Kabbalism, drawn from Heidegger's ontology, with a distinctly Christian accent. Incidentally, as a student, Agamben played the apostle with the Greek name Philip in Pasolini's 1964 film adaptation of the Gospel of Matthew, about whom it is said in the Gospel of John that he helped Greeks to come into contact with Jesus. The violence he invokes, whose reference to law is to be reversed, action as a pure means that, without reference to a goal, only shows itself, they remain abstract. Life itself is understood as a necessarily passive suffering by us homines sacri, who worship the Muselmann as their god. This is why Agamben is mocked by Alain Badiou, who wants to be concrete here, as a Franciscan of ontology. His hero is only ever the one who is reduced to his pure existence as a temporary living being. Agamben prefers the affirmative becoming of truths, as Badiou demands, to the secret continuation of life, that which remains for those who have nothing left, this always sacrificed, simultaneously lowly and essential naked life. Sarah Kaufmann, on the other hand, offers more than such a retreat, but rather a turn against the consequences that Agamben believed he had to draw from Derrida's philosophy, perhaps the most astonishing turn in the recent history of philosophy, which nobody seems to have taken note of. When the Derrida student began to write about anti-Semitism and the persecution and extermination of the Jews, she hardly knew what to do with post-structuralist theory, to which she had been committed for many years and to which she owed her reputation as a philosopher. When Kaufmann now wrote about Shakespeare's Shylock, she did not rely on the deconstruction of her teacher Derrida, but on Benjamin's Trauerspielbuch. When she sought to name what must now constitute the memory core of thought in Erstigt Wort, she began with the categorical imperative from Adorno's negative dialectic. In doing so, she made it clear ex post and ex negativo that it was this imperative that was to be denied by the theory that took the Muselmann as a pretext. Whether her suicide represents the burden that she, who had survived in hiding with her mother and whose father had been deported and murdered, additionally and almost entirely took upon herself with such a direct confrontation, cannot be answered. When Skollem finally characterizes Sabbatai Zwi and Jacob Frank and their messianic movements in his historical studies, one almost thinks that these are still cautionary examples that he would like to point out to Benjamin and Adorno on the one hand, and Jabotinsky and Ben-Gurion on the other. Ansgar Martin particularly emphasizes the structural parallels between Francoist destruction, as presented by Skollem, and Adorno's philosophical negation. Here, the Francoist revolt appears as an attempt at a universal revolution of human living conditions, the necessity of which was inferred from the historical oppression of the Jews. This had failed and had therefore turned to a destructive antinomianism, which only pointed to redemption in a negativistic way. Ultimately, Scholem not only describes this antinomianism here as erosion, but also sees Frank's breakout from tradition as unbrokenly committed to it. Adorno's negativism also projects the redemption of humanity, but he too sees no positive way to bring this about. For him, too, the profanation of theological hope is therefore only conceivable as a destructive path for the time being. As evidence of this, Martin cites the quote from Negative Dialectics, "Nothing can be saved untransformed, nothing that has not passed through the gate of its death." If salvation is the innermost impulse of every spirit, then there is no hope but that of unconditional surrender. Ansgar Martins, Adorno und die Kabbala, p. 88. In a 1974 text, Jacob Frank is described as one of the darkest phenomena in Jewish religious history, a despotic man, a nihilist, and his nihilism possessed a rare degree of authenticity. Gershom Scholem, Nihilism as a Religious Phenomenon. In Judaica 4, page 170f. In 1937, Scholem had still emphasized that in this despotic soul, despite everything, a hidden poetic drive was at work, the expression of which was all the more astonishing under the savagery otherwise familiar to him. In this context, Scholem wondered whether one who is awake of heart will be able to read the many chapters from the book of the Lord's words without being moved. Frank has a great gift for coining new terms, or rather, reinventing symbols and images. He is completely surrounded by mystery, and yet his language is popular. Gershom Scholem, Redemption Through Sin. Judaica 5, page 91. George Prochnik has attempted to interpret Scholem's portrayal of Frank and his followers as an immediate confrontation with Jabotinsky, admittedly with blatantly anti-Zionist intentions. For example, he endeavors to reject Scholem's dialectical view of the Sabbateans. See George Prochnik, Stranger in a Strange Land. Searching for Gershom Scholem and Jerusalem, page 371 ff. Davidowicz, for his part, criticized Scholem's achievements for taking too little account of the historical situation of the Jews in Poland in his assessment of the Sabbateans and Frankists. Although he mentions that the Frankists fought for liberation from the political and spiritual yoke, he does not address this eminently important point. So he had to conclude that it remained a riddle why a large part of the Sabbatians in Podolia fell away from their religion following the example of their master, while the Sabbatians in the West remained within Judaism. However, in the lecture that followed this discussion, Scholem himself had already presented a view of this problem that went through the extremes by indicating that Zionism, behind all its profane and secular facade, potentially involves religious content and that this potential is far stronger than the current content that finds expression in the religious Zionism of political parties. The central question of the dialectics of living tradition, and in the context of Judaism this means above all the halacha, i.e. the legal part of the traditions, is even more fruitfully posed in its doubt than in the position it now holds there, fortified by cowardly laws. The profane nature of the Zionist movement was in any case always at odds with its involvement in religious issues, from which it cannot escape. It is therefore not surprising that his own studies were repeatedly attacked with arguments that he himself had made against Sabbateanism and above all Frankism. He was accused of a nihilistic attack on traditional Judaism. Scholem would hide his anarchistic historiography behind the mask of the objective researcher, glorify Sabbateanism in contrast to traditional Judaism and fall prey to a belief in demonic irrationalism through his nihilistic anarchistic way of thinking. End quote. In 1957, a critic who appeared as an opponent of secular Zionism claimed in the Israeli newspaper Haaretz that Scholem's research was a grandiose and dangerous attempt at a secular interpretation of Judaism, especially since the beginnings of secular Zionism. However, the prerequisite for this dialectical thinking, which then also opened up the Kabbalah to Scholem, was that his illusions about cultural Zionism were shattered, about which he had written very excitedly in a letter to Benjamin in 1931. After all, I do not believe that there is such a thing as a solution to the Jewish question in the sense of a normalization of the Jews. And certainly do not believe that in such a sense this question can be solved in Palestine. It was and has always been clear to me only that Palestine is necessary, and that was enough. May one expect from the event here whatever it might be, no Zionist program tied one's hands here. Now, however, the situation had changed and Scholem went on to report that the Brit Shalom Circle was vehemently attacked by Zionists. As a result of the demand emanating from and supported by the small Jerusalem Circle, to which I belong, for a clear orientation of Zionism, which would have to prove itself concretely on the Arab question, but of course came from a completely different, not foreign policy, point of view, as a result of the fantastic, as I must assume that you are not even aware of the fantastic agitation that has been launched against our stance since 1929. A resolution has now been adopted that is openly directed against us on the so-called ultimate goal of Zionism, which, if it were to be taken precisely, would automatically mean that we no longer appear to be Zionists in the sense of the organization. End quote. This attack on Brit Shalom came after it had become clear how poorly equipped the Zionists were to protect the Jews from the attacks of the Arabs. But Scholem still tried to ward off this experience and save the cultural Zionist stance on the Arab question by declaring that Zionism was winning itself to death. The forces that are actually bringing about the failure of Zionism are very easy to say, but who knows whether you understand me. Zionism has won itself to death. It has anticipated its victories in the spiritual and thus lost the power to win them in the physical. For it has fulfilled a function, and it has done so with tremendous effort, which it had by no means intended. We have won too soon. Perhaps he also wants to explain that the attacks on the Jews in 1929 took place because the Zionist organization had allowed too many Jews to immigrate to the country. In any case, Scholem believes that Zionism should not have won so early in the political sphere, that it should have first worked in secret, in the culture, to develop its own language, before coming to light to represent its concerns in public. Because even before the reconnection was achieved and enforced in the life of the country and the language, we lost our strength in a field in which we never intended to fight. This probably refers to the political, the immediate work towards a Jewish state instead of the cultural cultivation of a homeland. The mountains of articles in which the intelligentsia documented our victory in the visible before it was decided in the invisible, namely in the renewal of language, are the true Wailing Wall of the New Zion. In the empty passion of the vocation that has become public, we ourselves have invoked the powers of destruction. Where the calling was not preserved in its profanation, where fellowship was not unfolded in its rightful hiddenness, but where the betrayal of the secret goods that lured us here became a positive side of demonic propaganda, that is where our catastrophe began. The visibility of our cause destroyed it. Zionism disregarded the night and transferred the procreation, which had to be everything to it, to a world market where too much sun shone and where the desire for the living degenerated into a prostitution of the last remnants of our youth. That was not the place we came to find, and not the light we were allowed to kindle. The young Leo Lowenthal had thought very similarly before he joined the Institute for Social Research. In his student days, as he says in retrospect, he was a member of the Zionist student organization and founded the Jüdisches Wochenblatt together with Ernst Simon, who later worked with Scholem at Brit Scholem, because he believed very strongly in the Messianic mission, the utopian political mission of Judaism. I had hoped that Erez Israel would form a model for the right society. In 1925 he had written, "The most dangerous virtue of Zionism, its naivety in historical matters, which generally, probably forced above all by its world diplomatic engagements, only lets off steam on Jewish history, once again found ample exercise here." The Arab question was therefore dealt with in much the same way as the Central Association thinks of its relationship with the anti-Semites. How do you deal with this unpleasant, numerically superior element? In other words, one could say that Zionism's borrowing from the arsenal of European diplomatic weapons was a bad thing, i.e. that it borrowed more from this store than it perhaps originally intended. It pursued a European colonial policy towards the Arabs. Leo Lowenthal, I never wanted to join in, page 158f. Likewise, Leo Lowenthal insisted that after giving up cultural Zionist activities in favor of engagement with the Institute for Social Research, he had by no means abandoned his relationship to Jewish motives or stopped supporting Israel, Ibid. Page 160. But Scholem very soon became convinced that the Zionist policy that so massively called cultural Zionism into question was less a prostitution of the last remnants of his and Benjamin's youth than a prerequisite for survival. The dramatic tone of the letter, unusual for him, reveals the extent to which he himself may have doubted the premises of cultural Zionism at the time, so that he sought to convince himself of its value once again. In an article from the same year, which argues much more calmly but in a similar direction to the letter to Benjamin, he states that he doubts whether Zionism can free itself completely from politics and detach itself, which would certainly be an ideal solution, but is obviously a utopia. It was precisely this utopia that Hannah Arendt wanted to establish under the concept of politics as a kind of inner anti-Zionism. It explains the peculiar dynamic of Scholem's friendship with Hannah Arendt that during the period of his correspondence with her he revised his old positions and began to accept those of Jabotinsky, at least in part, energetically and, however, rightly, he only protested against the revisionist rejection of the transfer agreement with National Socialist Germany, which Arendt in turn shared with Jabotinsky. When his addressee subsequently used these positions of Brit Shalom to begin her fight against Zionism within Zionism. In 1977, he was delighted to be brought together with the poet Yuri Zwi Greenberg on the occasion of the awarding of the Bialik Prize. Greenberg had turned to Jabotinsky and the revisionist movement in the mid-1920s. We stood and continue to stand on opposite sides of the Zionist camp. Even if our paths were by no means identical, we belong to those who, as our ancestors said, pursued one and the same work, that is, we pursued and continue to pursue the goal that each of us has set for ourselves. Gershom Scholem, On the Understanding of Inner Processes. In Poetica, page 627. George Prochnik, on the other hand, mentions that after the Six-Day War of 1967, Scholem signed a petition by a group of professors at Hebrew University demanding the immediate return of the West Bank territories. Prochnik, Stranger in a Strange Land, page 422. The author uses such reminiscences of Brit Shalom to turn the late Scholem into an early opponent of today's neo-revisionism. When Scholem turned against Arendt for the first time in 1946, he still affirmed that he was completely indifferent to the problem of the state, as he did not believe that the renewal of the Jewish people depends on the question of its political, indeed even on the question of its social organization. My political faith, if it is anything, is anarchistic. With regard to the political behavior of the British and the Arabs, however, he joins the Zionist politicians, who are primarily concerned with the establishment of a state that can protect the Jews and allow them to immigrate, and with a heavy heart he would vote for the binational state as well as for partition. He himself certainly belonged to the opposite side, as an old Brit Shalom man, but the Arab opponents were not interested in our moral convictions, but in the question of whether or not we are there at all. In his critique of Zionism, Mika Brumlik also recognized the reasonable sense of Scholem's turn of phrase and summarized it as follows: if the attempt at a normative refoundation of Judaism through Zionism had already failed early on, and that means been refuted, there still remains a realpolitik experiment that must be faced while retaining moral principles without any utopian exuberance. In the 20th century, it was indeed not possible to adopt a more reasonable approach to a normative utopian projection. This is at least how Brumlik justifies state building in his interpretation of Scholem's path and places himself, albeit somewhat disgruntled, in the ranks of the learned cultural Zionists by speaking here of the barest of motives. It is no coincidence that all of them, Martin Buber, Robert Welch and Gershom Scholem, Felix Rosenbluth, Kurt Blumenfeld and Hans Kohn, were ultimately universalists critical of the nation-state, who found themselves prepared, if at all, for Jewish state building only for the barest of motives, the immediate protection of life and life of an oppressed minority. Mika Brumlik, Critique of Zionism, page 110. But Arendt was hardly interested in the concrete experiences of the Jews in the conflict with the Arabs. She had already publicly attacked the revisionists as Jewish fascists in 1942. In 1946, on the occasion of Arendt's recently published article Zionism from Today's Perspective, Scholem finally summarized her assortment of anti-Zionist arguments as follows: the reactionary nature of Herzl, the shameless exploitation of anti-Semitism for Zionist propaganda, the godforsaken theory of the eternity of anti-Semitism. In order to profess something like a return to Herzl, I must tell you that I cannot read Herzl's writings today without being shocked, and that I am deeply moved by how folly and greatness can dwell together in a human being as a real entity. It is so incredibly easy to scold Herzl that I have gotten out of the habit of doing so. Anyone today who thinks they can argue against Herzl's insights from his most naive steps has understood nothing about us. I am not subtle enough to want to maintain the immaculacy of my sect at all costs. And, to duly and respectfully note this too, the cynicism with which the lofty and progressive arguments against a cause vital to the Jewish people are advanced by you is not at all likely to cause me to renounce it. I never thought it would be easier for me to come to an understanding with Ben-Gurion than with you. End quote. When he brings up Arendt's argument that the view that the organization of a community as a state may still have a meaning even in a period of federations is outdated, he gets to the heart of her critique of Zionism, which stems from a new theory of the end of sovereignty. The nation, or rather the nation-state as an organization of peoples, is dead. This should be clear to any historian who knows that the nation depends on its sovereignty and on the identity of state, people, and territory. Arendt sees the nation-state being replaced by a power superior to the states in the form of the new hegemonic power of the USA, as it emerged from the Second World War. The decisive factor is that it seems to be in the interests of American foreign policy to initiate a new way of resolving conflicts between nations, which would amount to preparing the ground for smaller nations with the help of their own power, from which they can continue to make policy on their own in relative independence. This real and power politics differs from imperialist power politics in that it is not aimed at accumulating unlimited more and more power on the basis of existing power. The solution of the Palestinian conflict apparently proposed by Roosevelt attempts precisely to lift it out of the tragic hell of insolubility, which is the consequence of even the most moderate imperialism, into the sphere of that humanity in which sometimes better and sometimes worse and mostly compromised solutions are found. While Herzl, Jabotinsky, and Stalin realized in different ways and in the course of different experiences what utopia is, a world that does not need state rule, and what it cannot be, the structure and content of a Jewish state, Arendt gives her utopian hope the character of an immediately realizable political program, but presents only another utopia in the literal but non-Jewish sense, imagining a state without a place. The problem, as it comes to a head here, is basically that the critique of the state, which presupposes a world without states as a petitio principii, must include the real significance of the Jewish state for the present, to be a place of refuge for the Jews. Arendt, however, sees Israel as a state like any other, but in terms of the human utopia of eternal peace, state sovereignty is already considered obsolete because the new hegemonic power of the USA could guarantee the states themselves a peaceful existence like a real sovereign guarantees its citizens. It thus ignores how this one state differs from the others, because this hegemonic power can no more be a sovereign ruling over the states themselves than any other, but only a particularly powerful one among them. In her deconstruction of the concept of sovereignty, Judith Butler today takes up the position adopted by Hannah Arendt in her correspondence with Gershom Scholem. In a kind of anti-Zionist manifesto entitled Parting Ways, Butler insinuates that Scholem was unable to distinguish between his messianic view of history and his partisanship for Zionism, which instead contained a historical redemptive narrative for the founding of the State of Israel, which Arendt in turn contradicted. However, while Arendt was still able to address the hegemon concretely, however great the illusions she associated with it were, Butler turns these illusions against the USA itself by assuming an international socius instead of a real hegemonic power, which itself can only be a state with territory, whose model is obviously the United Nations, but whose relationship to the states she thus turns on its head. No self, not even a national subject, is supposed to exist independently of this international socius. However, the right to exist, which this socius alone gives to the international community, should no longer be tied to any territory. It is a matter of the nation divorcing itself from the idea of territory. As Butler emphasized in Precarious Life in 2003, she is in favor of national self-determination, meaning on the one hand the self-determination of every people, and thus presupposes a general concept of people, but only in order to deny the Jews a special right to self-determination, which should arise from the history of persecution and current anti-Semitism. On the other hand, this self-determination should not mean sovereignty for other peoples either. The mode of this self-determination of any people, regardless of its current state status, is not the same as the extralegal exercise of sovereignty for the purpose of arbitrarily suspending rights. Consequently, there can be no legitimate exercise of self-determination that is not conditioned and constrained by an international conception of human rights, insofar as this provides the binding framework for state action. By imagining her position as that of the international socius, Butler has no problem in questioning the current shape of Israel and finding a better form for this state, a form that could include any number of possibilities, above all a merging of Israel into a larger Israel/Palestine. The question of who, what organized force, could then prevent any of these any number of possibilities from being realized as a threat to the life and life of Jews, and thus guarantee that human rights would be respected in this respect as well, is not only not posed by Butler, for it is best for Jews to advocate forms of radical democracy that extend what is best to everything, whether the people in question are Jewish or not. Rather, it denies the need for a recognized monopoly of force to oppose that threat. Her concept of radical democracy amounts to boycotting everything that she describes as a resurgence of a violent and self-aggrandizing state sovereignty, and she sees this resurgence as being driven furthest in the USA by George W. Bush and in Israel under Sharon and Netanyahu. What remains transparent as an illusion in Arendt's work, in the dependence of her conception on the real hegemony of the USA after the Second World War, turns into the delusion of the world sovereign in Butler's work. Be it the talk of the international socius and that no national subject may exist independently of this socius, or the pure ethics on which she bases herself, in the name of Emmanuel Levinas, but in contradiction to his pronounced partisanship for Israel, and which is supposed to replace sovereignty in the political sphere, applied to Israel, the consequence is always the disarmament of the Jews. Butler rejects violence in any case, but by describing Hamas and Hezbollah as progressive and understanding them as part of the global left and movements against colonialism and imperialism, her deconstruction of sovereignty turns out to be a kind of non-violent digit that actually encourages it. Butler herself indirectly addresses why she engages in this propaganda when she describes her relationship with non-Jewish anti-Zionist activists. She is obviously driven by the fear of being identified with Israel in the eyes of other leftists because she is Jewish. These leftists are apparently exerting ever-increasing pressure, which Butler has increasingly given in to, so that she has finally become the figurehead of the BDS movement. No one can represent this movement for boycott, divestment, and sanctions more unsuspiciously and respectably than a philosopher of Jewish origin, all the more so when she also questions the epithet Jewish in general. And indeed, Butler also takes the step and thus provides something of a countertest to Jean Amory's judgment, who once polemically described anti-Zionism as respectable anti-Semitism. Butler shows with particular clarity that anti-Zionism is not just another, so to speak, modernized form of anti-Semitism, but rather its spearhead, as it were, insofar as it aims to arm those persecuted by anti-Semitism. For Butler, diaspora initially means being thrown into a world of non-Jews, in which one must ethically and politically find one's way amidst an irreversible heterogeneity, a population, and even a power that depends on cohabitation with the non-Jews and avoids the Zionist linkage of people and land. As if such a trivializing view of anti-Semitism were not meaningful enough, the deconstruction deliberately moves on to boycott the link between Jew and Jew. Being Jewish is henceforth to be understood precisely as an anti-identitarian project. This makes it clear that Butler is a Jewish anti-Semite in the full sense of the word. Unlike the many Jewish opponents of Zionism in the past and present, she does not stop at a separation of nonviolent diaspora Jewry and violent Israeli sovereignty. She even fears that Judaism could renew itself by criticizing Israel. That's why she writes the sentence, which in itself actually suggests delirium. I also don't want to simply say that Jews are obliged to criticize the state of Israel, although I actually believe that they, or rather we, are obliged to do so. The fact that she does not want to say it simply, however, only means that she also wants it to be said against Judaism. The highlighting of progressive Jews, i.e. Jews who are critical of Israel, is associated with the danger of persisting in identitarian and communitarian assumptions, so that ultimately experiences would be possible again that could suggest arming oneself. However, in Butler's thinking, being Jewish means being against the Jews, especially where they unite against their enemies. An anti-identitarian project, it means the detachment from a Jewish-centered frame of reference and the contemplation of Jewishness in the moment of its encounter with the non-Jewish and the resulting dispersion of the self. The critique of Israel is ultimately intended to make a unity of Judaism as such impossible, to dissolve it into a Jewishness that in turn dissolves itself. Butler's anti-Zionism is so consequent that it voluntarily unmasks itself. He ultimately targets any association of Jews because something of self-defense could still be recognized in it, even if it is only in calling oneself a Jew or a Jewess, whatever the person may understand by this affiliation. As single-minded as Butler's critique of Israel is, it is only possible thanks to the arbitrariness of moral philosophical judgment that has opened up to her through the deconstruction of the subject, which she has been practicing for a long time. This can be seen not least in her discussion of the famous book about Eichmann in Jerusalem. Hannah Arendt's resentment towards Zionism was probably the result of her disappointment that the Jewish state would not do justice to a human mission that went beyond the state, which she had apparently assumed it had, a mission that was in truth tantamount to a superhuman one. In 1944, Arendt regarded it as good news with regard to the state to be founded that in the terrible murders committed by the Nazis, the survivors will be among the best. For certain death awaited those who resisted and complied. This message is the exact opposite of the later law of return, which grants every Jew the right to come to Israel. Under the prevailing conditions, this law was and is the only possible, consequent political practice after the Shoah, practice also in emphatic meaning, because it gives no meaning to the Shoah after the fact. The meaning lies solely in preventing the repetition of Auschwitz and ensuring survival. However, the good news already contains a motif for Arendt's later assessment of the Judenrate, which many of those persecuted by the Nazi regime found intolerable, and in which she expressed contempt for the compliant who had possibly survived. The book about the Eichmann trial, which became famous, was ultimately intended to ignore the real situation in which the Judenrate found themselves, for example by claiming that the Nazis had placed enormous power in the hands of the Judenrate and that they had, as their manifestos testified, enjoyed their new power. In the English first edition, Arendt even goes so far as to call Leo Beck the Jewish Führer. In Eichmann in Jerusalem, the dividing line between persecutors and victims, which her articles from the early 1940s had still drawn sharply, is blurred again and again. the role of the Kapo system in the camps and the function of the Jewish Sonderkommandos are viewed in isolation in order to morally condemn their representatives. In doing so, Arendt still attributes a grain of truth to the actual defendant himself, when in his testimony he also seeks to portray the teamwork cultivated within the SS as one between perpetrators and victims in order to exonerate himself. If the person in question does not like to do it, then the entire work suffers as a result. In this context, Arendt does not address the question of the conditions under which someone likes to do something, what alternatives the Jewish councils had when they took power over life and death. Even the reservation that Arendt formulated against the trial, namely that it would have been better if Eichmann had been tried by an international criminal court, points to her earlier turn against Zionism. The view that Israel only had to step in because such a court did not yet exist, i.e. that it was merely an emergency solution, must be contradicted, apart from the underlying theory of sovereignty that has become obsolete, insofar as it distorts the view of the crimes. In Arendt's eyes, they were directed against humanity as a whole, but which she wants to understand as the plurality of existence, of different peoples, not different individuals, and it is precisely for this reason that she considers an international court to be the only appropriate one. It is therefore possible that the author is as unwilling to perceive the situation of the Jews as persecuted people in relation to the plurality of the existence of all other persecuted people as she is to perceive the individual situation of the Jewish councils, as if the world conspiracy delusion were not the decisive factor for anti-Semitism. Arendt claims that the Jews only became the object of extermination by chance. Gershom Scholem, on the other hand, criticized this with the necessary sharpness and also made it clear how much mockery of Zionism is contained in Arendt's formulation that Eichmann was forever converted to Zionism by reading Herzl's Jewish State. He accuses Arendt of a lack of Ahabath Israel, love for the Jews, to which Arendt replies that she can only love individuals and not collectives. At this point, Scholem obviously did not want to counter Arendt on the political level appropriate to her, but what Scholem calls love for the Jews undoubtedly resonates with the overtones of Messianism. On the other hand, he argued that the death sentence against Eichmann should not be carried out and said that Benjamin Mermelstein, who had been one of those Judenrat, deserved to be hanged by the Jews. In an interview with Claude Lanzmann at the end of the film The Last of the Unjust, which impressively revised the widespread opinion in Israel about this member of the Judenrat, Mermelstein himself says, against the backdrop of the triumphal arch of Titus in Rome, that he finds the argumentation of Scholem, whom he highly esteems as a Kabbalah scholar, a bit capricious with the hanging. According to Scholem, Eichmann should not have been hanged in order not to make it easier for the Germans to come to terms with their past by killing Eichmann in the way we did. Arendt, on the other hand, argued in her book for the execution of the sentence, no one could be expected to inhabit the earth together with those who want such things and put them into practice, and in the letter to Scholem she added that an act of clemency pardons the murderer because he can be more than his deed, but this was not true in Eichmann's case, and to let him live without pardoning him was purely legally impossible. The weakness of Scholem's criticism of Arendt stems from the fact that he still shares something with her views. He still could not fully comprehend Israel as a sovereign. In Eichmann's case, the state appears to him more as a moral institution for the Germans, rather than in its function as a protective power for the persecuted. In Mermelstein's case, on the other hand, he does not want the public in the Jewish state to be seen precisely as a moral institution. In any case, he does not seem to consider a comprehensive examination of the situation and behavior of the Judenrat to be necessary in it. The debate between Max Horkheimer and Theodor W. Adorno about the Eichmann trial raised very similar questions, even if it was conducted in a completely different tone to that of Arendt and Scholem. Thus Horkheimer wrote in a gloss published in 1967, which he had already projected in 1960, "The undertaking to punish Eichmann without necessity amounts to doing to him something of that for whose sake the love of their people belongs to the dead." The philosopher is not a practitioner. He pleads that the court lacks jurisdiction and that Eichmann be returned to the country from which he was taken. He believes that nothing good will come of the trial, neither for the safety and position of the Jews in the world nor even for their self-confidence. The trial is a repetition. Eichmann will cause mischief for the second time. Adorno objected to the projection of the gloss in 1960, saying that its tone was too detached. As a result, it takes a position beyond the matter and the victims that I feel we cannot adopt. As little as we are allowed to judge, who are we to forgive? And isn't the glow of humanity that we cast on ourselves robbed from the victims? He was thus indirectly referring to Benjamin's messianic concept of divine violence, as if he was trying to redefine it for the situation after Auschwitz. When he then quotes Benjamin's aphorism from the one-way street in Negative Dialectics, which to a certain extent represents the secularized version of his concept of divine violence, the killing of the criminal can be moral, never its legitimation, then it is no coincidence that it is in connection with the legal prosecution of Nazi perpetrators. Fritz Bauer has remarked that the same people who demand the acquittal of the Auschwitz drudges with 100 lazy arguments are friends of the reintroduction of the death penalty. This concentrates the latest state of moral dialectics. The acquittal would be the naked injustice, the just atonement would be infected by the principle of striking violence, which alone is humanity to resist. If the persons responsible for the torture had been shot immediately, together with their employers and their wealthy patrons, it would have been more moral than putting some of them on trial. The fact that they managed to flee and hide for 20 years qualitatively changes the justice they missed out on at the time. As soon as a judicial machine with rules of criminal procedure, gowns, and sympathetic defense lawyers has to be mobilized against them, justice, already incapable of any sanction that would do justice to the crime committed, is already wrong, compromised by the same principle according to which the murderers once acted. To name the historical reason for the aporia, Adorno points out that in Germany the revolution against the fascists failed, rather that there was no revolutionary mass movement in 1944. The contradiction between teaching empirical determinism and at the same time condemning the normal monsters, perhaps one should let them go, cannot be resolved by any overriding logic. Very similar to Schollem's plea not to carry out the death sentence against Eichmann, Adorno attempts to reverse Benjamin's dictum when he says that the perpetrators should perhaps be let go after the verdict, and ascribes the true violence to the justification of the verdict itself, the execution of which could then be dispensed with, thus lending the law the messianic quality that Benjamin thought he perceived in the proletarian general strike on the basis of the experience that Auschwitz was possible. However, this quality cannot be attributed to law as long as, to paraphrase Benjamin, law is not merely studied, but applied, and that means, applied in the name of the sovereign. To attribute it to him would mean misjudging what constitutes the sovereign. That is why Benjamin's former objection to Kurt Hiller's pacifism still carries weight in the Eichmann case, that a false canonization of life only renews the old mythical thinking according to which mere life is the marked bearer of guilt. Physical life should not be sacrificed for the not yet being of the just man. Eichmann's execution does not make the age of justice any more real, but that does not mean anything against the necessity of trial and punishment. In this sense, Jean Amory, for example, always voted for and against positive law at the same time. For it when he intransigently demanded that Nazi criminals be brought to justice and punished, against it when he just as intransigently explained that the crimes lay beyond positive law. In view of what the Nazi criminals did, so-called positive law is just as pointless as theological sophistry on the subject of guilt and atonement. The guilt was too great for adequate atonement to be conceivable. The atrocities were too monstrous to give the concept of revenge even an approximate meaning. But the criminals should be handed over to justice all the more determinately and punished according to this positive law that they have left behind, in order to prevent the repetition of the crimes and, inseparably, in order not to condemn the victims retrospectively. But everything humane demands, not law, which cannot exist here, nor revenge, which would be unthinkable. Only that the victims be pardoned, not the executioners. For Adorno, precisely this state of moral dialectics did not exclude the possibility of a decision, and that is why he contradicted Horkheimer on the question of the Eichmann trial. In Arendt's plea for the execution of Eichmann, what she had suppressed in her polemic against the trial itself returns in a different, abrupt, and strangely shifted way, the necessity of a Jewish sovereign. If, as in her major historical works on the elements and origins of total rule or on the French and American revolutions, on revolution, it is not a question of passing judgment on Zionism and Israeli politics, then Arendt is sometimes able to pose the questions of sovereignty quite clearly and without such shifts, as in her polemic against Carl Schmitt's greater space theory and his polemic against the just war. The American conception of the just war is essentially determined, not a war to end all wars or a war to make the world safe for democracy, by the criminalization of aggressive war as an attack, as a breach of peace and a breach of treaty, whereby, according to the Anglo-Saxon view, the breach of treaty is more serious than the breach of peace. If one blurs this issue, as Schmitt consistently does, then one has turned treaty and peace into a causa iusta, which they are not. Only when peace is ideologized, i.e. detached from reality, so that a clear danger and threat is no longer needed to pacify the world, does it become a causa. Hannah Arendt, Denktagebuch 1950 bis 1973. Judith Butler sees it as her own task to deny precisely this return. She sees the portrayal of Eichmann in Arendt's book as an example of the deconstruction of the subject, and is all the more irritated when the subject suddenly appears in the form of the sovereign in the vote for the death penalty. Arendt had been prepared to agree to the death penalty because she came to the conclusion that there was no longer a person. That Eichmann's action, or inaction, had effectively destroyed the preconditions of his own personhood. In this context, she quotes the sentence from Arendt's Responsibility and Judgment: "In bottomless evil, there is no person left who could ever be forgiven." So when Arendt adopts the voice of the judge to sentence Eichmann to death, Butler is visibly and lastingly disturbed. She cannot reassure herself by saying that it is only, as she asserts, a textual theater, or that the death penalty itself is only a speech act. All these jargon words originating from her theory cannot erase the disagreement she has here with Arendt. On the one hand, she conjures up the figure of a sovereign authority outside of all laws. On the other hand, she performatively introduces a norm by which just laws could be distinguished from unjust laws on a radically egalitarian basis. But there is no reason to assume that the only way to oppose the law or to suspend the law is to resort to an extra-legal sovereignty. She therefore tries almost desperately to move Arendt closer to Carl Schmitt in order to break away from her at this point. She is even prepared to drop her polemic against the primacy of self-defense and self-preservation if these do not concern Israel but a Nazi murderer, and on this occasion also abandons the foundation of her concept of gender, i.e. the programmatic abstraction from the Leib, in order to invoke the life of the body, its hunger, needs for shelter and protection from violence. Against Eichmann's death sentence, she argues with the diversity of human life, in which, however, even the anthropocentric horizon would have to be transcended. If thinking, or good thinking, includes the protection of the diversity of human life, then when we think heterogeneity. At this point, however, we must also note that this heterogeneity is conceived within an exclusively anthropocentric horizon. Life that is worth preserving, even if it is limited to human life, is essentially connected to non-human life. This follows from the idea of the human animal. So if we think well and our thinking commits us to the preservation of life in one form or another, then the life to be preserved has a physical form. Conversely, this means that the life of the body, its hunger, its needs for shelter and protection from violence, would all become central questions of politics. Ibid. S. 205. Hamas and Hezbollah can then be considered progressive to the same extent that the judge's verdict in the Eichmann trial can be considered regressive. The difference to Arendt emerges here more clearly than anywhere else. Everything becomes arbitrary to this kind of theory if only one thing can be considered certain: that there should no longer be Jewish sovereignty. The most remarkable parallel to Schollem's Zionist development can be found in Leo Strauss. In his younger years, he agreed with Schollem on the absolute separation of Messianism and Zionism, albeit based on an open commitment to atheism. The politics of faith based on faith and the politics of unbelief based on unbelief face each other clearly and sharply. Strauss professed his belief in the latter and regarded the representatives of faith-based politics as opponents to whom enough concessions have truly already been made. We have a certain provisional goal in common with these opponents. We must therefore unite to achieve this goal, but this alliance leads into a quagmire. It is a quagmire if it is not concluded in full clarity about what divides us, about what is peculiar to us, about what we ultimately and actually want. And what we ultimately and actually want cannot be made clear unless it is assumed that we Jews are without faith. Zionism could radically justify itself only as unbelieving, and only in full clarity about unbelief as its precondition could it withstand the otherwise superior attacks from the radical believers. Strauss apparently also includes Nordau's Zionism in the swamp where this clarity is still lacking, although he avoids naming Herzl. However, he does concede that the first Zionists were generally Machiavellian. Neutrality, religion as a private matter, may be permitted as a tactical maxim for the Machiavellian political Zionism of Nordau, who did not shy away from using the traditional hope of the Messiah as a dynamo. It was precisely from this Machiavellianism that the young Strauss wanted Zionism to be emancipated. Political Zionism is the organization of unbelief in Judaism. It is the attempt to organize the Jewish people on the basis of unbelief. Thus its struggle is subordinated to the old struggle between belief and unbelief, which is the eternal and only theme of all the world and human history. When he calls for this radicalism of unbelief, Strauss surprisingly refers to Goethe Spinozism by quoting from the commentary on the Westeastern Divan on the one hand, and to Freud's teachings on the other, with which he was intensively occupied at the time, which earned him fierce attacks from devout Jews. In contrast to Goethe, however, is the link to Freud's concept of the death drive, with which he defines unbelief as the belief in eternal death, as he literally writes, a link that also reveals a proximity to Heidegger's existential ontology. It was an experience of humanity that only opened up the view for new possibilities. Everything Strauss wrote later appears to be a kind of disillusionment with this existential ontological radicalism, which he intended to administer to Zionism at the time. The intensive examination of the question of an esoteric way of writing as well as Spinoza's relationship to religion has its reason here. He is concerned with how religions could be reintegrated into thinking for an atheist as those institutions that can mediate between the limited reason of the masses and practical reason in the state, without this mediation having to be regarded as mere instrumentalization. Integration should no longer take place under Machiavellian auspices, as a return to Nordau, so to speak. Rather, it appears as the necessity to counter the catastrophe that the belief in eternal death had brought with it in Germany and had demonstrated in Heidegger's political commitment. It is precisely this problem that opens up the perspective for Strauss to grasp the uniqueness of the Jewish religion, i.e., the significance that revelation assumed in it in contrast to the other two religions of revelation. The Jewish people and their faith are the living witness for the absence of redemption. This, one could say, is the meaning of the chosen people. The Jews are chosen to prove the absence of redemption. Against this background, it is not surprising how close Strauss and Scholem are. Strauss finally says, I mean, you can say, all right, abolish the personal Messiah and have only the Messianic age, which is done by most liberal Jews, as you know, and you could add many more of these things. But the very notion of the certainty of final redemption is untenable without belief in a God concerned with justice. And I would say that it seems to me that the proper posture of a man who does not believe in that is to enter into the mystery, into this mysterious belief. And I think he will come out of it, even if he will not come out of it with belief in this, with some understanding he did not have before. One of the deepest Jewish thinkers now, perhaps the deepest Jewish thinker, is Gershom Scholem of the Hebrew University. Now in his most recent book, he shows to what amazing lengths some of our mystics went by thinking through these beliefs, and then they came out with views to which many of the objections, which many of us would have to such traditional beliefs, would no longer be tenable. That would be the kind of thing which I would regard as satisfactory. But, I believe, by simply replacing God by the creative genius of the Jewish people, one gives away, one deprives oneself, even if one does not believe, of a source of human understanding. End of quote. However, this human understanding, which is preserved by the belief in God, appears more clearly in Strauss than in Scholem as a surrogate for the lost or always already prevented polis. Similar to Hannah Arendt, but who broke with Zionism, and earlier than her, Strauss had fallen back on the philosophy of Greek antiquity, which he held up as pre-modern rationalism in opposition to the dialectics of modernism, and saw his heirs in the Arab Aristotelians and Maimonides. He was just as unwilling as Arendt to understand this rationalism, like the authors of the Dialectic of Enlightenment, as a prerequisite for what he criticized about the Enlightenment. It is as if Strauss wanted to invoke it as an alternative, because Plato's conception of the state promised to defuse the question of political violence to the same extent as it seemed to have been initiated in reality under the hegemony of the USA in the Western world after 1945. At the same time, Horkheimer and Adorno substituted the concept of the administered world for the racket in order to respond to this changed situation with a dystopia in which they nevertheless knew how to take sides with this hegemony. Sometimes it even seems as if Strauss, who had discovered the primacy of foreign policy in Hobbes, ultimately wanted to get rid of it again with Plato. Thus Mika Brumlik emphasizes the contradiction that characterizes Strauss vis-a-vis the old Kantian optimism of Hermann Cohen, the view that with Plato and the prophets rightly understood, one is better prepared for the still unforeseen catastrophes of the 20th century than by the modern belief in progress. One would think that the rejection of an escape into faith and a blind endorsement of Enlightenment principles could have led Strauss back to the Zionism of his youth. But this was precisely not the case. Brumlik explains this by pointing out that for Strauss, the end of the diaspora, which in his view could be modified but not abolished by Zionism, was unthinkable, that he wanted to understand the Jewish problem as the epitome of an existential, the most tangible symbol of the human problem, insofar as it is a social or political problem. One could therefore say that he needed Platonism in order to embody the dialectic of enlightenment in the form of Judaism. From Plato, however, the question of sovereignty could no longer be raised. The political philosophy of Leo Strauss ultimately revolves, and this is striking in a Hobbes connoisseur of such grace, around the utopia of a political that allowed us to dispense with the sovereign. However, Strauss advocated Israel throughout his life and never failed to emphasize something like the existential importance of Zionism, political Zionism was more passionately and more soberly concerned with the human dignity of the Jews than any other movement. But it is characteristic that he chooses the past tense here and speaks of human dignity without mentioning the mere self-preservation of the Jews as the actual task of Zionism, which inevitably precedes the question of human dignity. So what existential means in the immediate Zionist sense probably seemed largely guaranteed to him with the hegemony of the USA after 1945. While Scholem, living in Israel, could hardly have been unaware of this and was perhaps also somewhat more skeptical of the new superpower, political Zionism itself only appears to Strauss as a very honorable suggestion, but one must add that it was also merely formal or poor. And to illustrate this, he now adds the memory of his encounter with Jabotinsky, quoted as the motto for this chapter, who only knew how to ask him one thing: whether he and his Zionist friends also practiced shooting rifles. And yet what Strauss wants to see captured in the Jewish belief in God as human understanding reflects, from afar, a constellation that must have been immediately familiar to Scholem: the aporia of secularism and religion in the new Jewish state, which Herzl and Jabotinsky hardly ever brought up. Although he continues to aim for a return to Plato, as in Philosophy and Law, Strauss also refuses to abandon the opposition between Athens and Jerusalem, reason and revelation, philosophy and Torah. Instead, he now sees the tension between the two sides as the secret of the vitality of Western civilization, which cannot escape the problem of finding an impossible synthesis here. In comparison to Philosophy and Law, this contrast not only emerges much more clearly in his later writings and lectures, but its irresolvability now becomes a theme. In a certain sense, Strauss thus regains access to liberalism without remotely sharing its illusions, which are based on dissolving this opposition in the concept of progress. However, the fact that it cannot be resolved by recourse to the polis becomes a sign of his neoconservative position. It is still used today by those who, with good reason, see defending or regaining the hegemonic power of the USA as a prerequisite for preserving the so-called standards or values of Western civilization. Denying the compatibility of reason and revelation and at the same time emphasizing the necessity of their synthesis was apparently the way in which Strauss was able to make clear to himself the limits of the old rationalism of polis philosophy, to which he wanted to return after all, and which ultimately kept him alert to the conflicts of the present, i.e. specifically, to always keep an eye on the relationship between the hegemon USA and the State of Israel and to take account of the primacy of foreign policy, at least in this, albeit decisive, respect. When confronted with certain statements from the American public, which already brought to mind Judith Butler's Crossroads 50 years later, he therefore did not hesitate to reaffirm the unity of Zionism and Judaism. You are aware of the fact that there are Jews, a minority in this country, who regard the State of Israel as, to use a mild expression, a pain in the neck. I know these people, but one can simply say that they are the delusionists. One can also say it as follows, also on the lowest denominator: the Jewish problem, as it is called, is the most simple and available exemplification of the human problem. That is one way of stating that the Jews are the chosen people. End quote. The problem of the American neoconservatives, following Leo Strauss, lies in understanding the Jewish state itself as the simple and tangible exemplification of what they hope U.S. hegemony means. However, this exemplification is ex negativo. Just as the chosenness of the Jews in the religious sense cannot be separated from their persecution and in this way names what is wrong with the universalism of other religions, so in the political sense the role of hegemon remains closed to the sovereignty of the Jews in their own state, because this sovereignty is the answer to that persecution, which, however, by no means automatically ends with it, as Hess, Herzl, and Jabotinsky had still hoped. As long as the Cold War lasted and socialism was identifiable as a political enemy in one or more countries, the USA could always take the pursuit of hegemony for granted as something politically self-evident. This is why it was also possible for Leo Strauss, and in a different way for Hannah Arendt, to make immediate reference to the ancient polis and thus avoid the concept of hegemony, which, despite its Greek origin, cannot be substantially distinguished from that of state power for that polis. Those who did try to define it by making immediate reference to the current constellations, such as Hans Morgenthau, usually did so independently of the existence of Israel. Morgenthau even sided with Arendt in the controversies over the Eichmann trial. As much as he supported the emigration of Russian Jews to Israel, he obviously could not and did not want to recognize the touchstone of U.S. hegemony in this state. The anti-Israeli consequences of this were ultimately drawn by John Mearsheimer, who likes to refer to Morgenthau It is all the more symptomatic of the state of the left that the Marxist Perry Anderson concludes his book on hegemony with a hymn to Mearsheimer and only wants to see war as terror in the name of the war on terror, without limit or end in U.S. foreign policy, hegemony, pages 235 and 243. Incidentally, like Arendt's political philosophy, Morgenthau's theories are often used today to question U.S. hegemony. Thus one discovers in him the claim to a foreign policy that renounces the threat and use of force in the name of a historical mission that America believes it must fulfill, and merely offers America as what it should be, namely a successful model worthy of imitation. Alexander Reichwein, Morgenthau and the Concern for America. In Power, Law, Democracy. On Hans J. Morgenthau's Understanding of the State, page 97. If one then encounters a contradiction to such a view in Morgenthau himself, it is attributed to Carl Schmitt, and it is asserted that Schmitt's influence on Morgenthau represented an intellectual ballast for his political realism, which prevented him from consequent further development of his approach to supranational norms or the development of a world state beyond ad hoc ideas. Christoph Rodi, The State as Myth and Religion. In Power, Law, Democracy. On Hans J. Morgenthau's Understanding of the State, page 86. The school of so-called political realism, of which Morgenthau is regarded as the founder, basically only imitated U.S. foreign policy, and when it came into conflict with it, as in Morgenthau's case of the Vietnam War, it merely anticipated its later course. Morgenthau constantly oscillated between Kelson's understanding of international law and Carl Schmitt's concept of the political, like the worst tendencies of U.S. foreign policy between agreement with the UN and isolationist retreat. In this at least, Morgenthau hardly differed from the neoliberal theory of the Chicago School, Milton Friedman, Aaron Director, Richard Posner, but very much from the positions of neoliberalism, which, summarized as the Geneva School, can often be traced back to the Austrian School of Economics, Ludwig von Mises, Wilhelm Röpke, Friedrich August von Hayek. See the instructive differentiation in this respect, which also takes Hayek's transformation after his return from the USA into account, in Quinn Slobodian, Globalists. The End of Empires and the Birth of Neoliberalism, pages 16 to 24. Neoliberalism of the latter kind can even be seen as a counter-concept to U.S. hegemony, insofar as it calls for supranational jurisdiction to enable international institutions such as the WTO to override national laws. All of this is discussed beyond the question of which authority can guarantee such an order at all. Seen in this light, it is nothing other than the delusion of the world sovereign in the rationalized form of an economic theory. The delusion that lies in thinking of the world market as a competitive relationship between capitals without a competitive relationship between states is something that neoliberal economists of this kind share with most neo-Marxist economists, except that the latter have libidinously occupied the world market, while the former have occupied the nation-states, especially those of the so-called Third World. If the very conditions that make the exploitation of value possible today are labeled neoliberalism, as has become the left's custom in order to demonstrate that something is now even more capitalist than it was in the days of the economic miracle, then the delusion of neoliberal theory is also shared. The extent to which world trade and national economy are inextricably linked is exemplified by Hayek, for example, when he proposes the abolition of central banks, including the Fed. Of course, national currencies are neither inevitable nor desirable. Denationalization of money, page 224, even von Mises wrote that the world state would be a reality as soon as the program of liberalism is carried out everywhere on earth, national economy, page 627. Neo-Marxists such as Ernest Mandel, on the other hand, have long since realized this wish in the world currency, the dollar, and the world state, the USA, as a nightmare that they, Trotsky or Stalin, want to oppose with their socialism in one country. Ernest Mandel, Late Capitalism, page 69. The contradictory position on Hobbes is characteristic of this. On the one hand, Morgenthau wrote, there is a profound and neglected truth hidden in Hobbes's extreme dictum that the state creates morality as well as law and that there is neither morality nor law outside the state. Universal moral principles, such as justice or equality, are capable of guiding political action only to the extent that they have been given concrete content and have been related to political situations by society. On the other hand, he states, I have always maintained that the actions of states are subject to universal moral principles, and I have been careful to differentiate my position in this respect from Hobbes. The question is precisely what concrete content means when it comes to the actions of the state. The fact that this question could only be answered with Marx's concept of the world market was already beyond the horizon of Morgenthau, who had published a book on Germany and the future of Europe in 1951 with essays by Otto Kirchheimer, Franz Neumann, and Herbert Marcuse. But it was also outside the horizon of the Marxists, even if they, like him, referred to Hobbes. In Hobbes, there is hardly any attempt to define something like hegemony among the states. Leviathan lacks any reflection on the world market, which was only just beginning to take shape at the time, but which already forms the starting point of Marx's critique of political economy in the Grundrisse. A hegemony theorist who thought more in terms of national economics, such as Charles P. Kindleberger, who had once worked with Kirchheimer, Neumann, and Marcuse at the Office of Strategic Services, therefore went further than Morgenthau in defining that concrete content. Looking back on the world economic crisis of the 1930s, Kindleberger judged that central bank cooperation worked until mid-1928, but failed thereafter, but not only demanded, as Alvin Hansen did in 1945, in America's role in the world economy, that the USA cooperate in international efforts to promote freer trade, restore capital movements, improve the world monetary system, and so on, but recognizes 30 years later that more than cooperation was needed, namely leadership, and that mere cooperation would not have brought about the institutions and work of the OECD, the Club of Ten, the Bank for International Settlements, the International Monetary Fund, the GATT World Bank, etc. And quotes an official of the International Monetary Fund, "If the United States does not take the lead, nothing will happen. The very best proposals on the part of small countries are worthless if they lack the ability to implement them and fail to win the support of countries capable of doing so." The World Economic Conference of 1933 was not lacking in ideas. The only country that would have been capable of leadership, however, had its head full of its own affairs and stood on the sidelines. But it was only the disappearance of the adversary that made the undisputed leadership role of the West in the Cold War so naturally possible for the USA that hegemony emerged as the central problem of the world of states after Auschwitz. The irony of the history of the term, however, is that the Greek-derived term was once exclusively taken up by German ideologues for the purpose of establishing Germany's counter-hegemony in relation to England and ultimately to the USA, the content of which Carl Schmitt finally provided precise information by placing himself at the disposal of National Socialism. Schmitt's abstract term for the counter-hegemon was the idea of the katechon, the stopper, borrowed from St. Paul and the Church Fathers, which originally probably meant the Roman Empire. The apocalypse was held back, but so was the parousia of Christ and redemption, the latter of which no longer seemed so desirable to experience, at least to some of the Church Fathers. Kindleberger thus also differs here from the views of John Maynard Keynes, who in the last years of his life, shortly after he had successfully negotiated the establishment of the international institutions of the Monetary Fund and World Bank with the Americans on behalf of Great Britain, expressed concerns about the hegemonic role that the USA had now assumed in relation to the world market. However, what Schmitt wanted to stop and declared an apocalypse was nothing other than the implementation of the world market, which he could and wanted to see solely as the world domination of the Jewish principle of liberalism. And after England's loss of power, he saw and fought against the USA as the global protecting power of this principle and thus as the Antichrist. This demonization of the hegemon should not be countered by its glorification in the name of any Western values, but by a radical definition, i.e. one that reflects its preconditions. Hegemonic politics is the politics originally committed to the accumulation of capital. It has learned that imperialism is counterproductive for it. Robert Kagan, for example, glorifies the role of the USA after the Second World War by presenting it as an immediate role model from which to expose the policies of the Trump administration. As justified and necessary as it is to criticize this policy, Kagan ignores from the outset the dependence of U.S. hegemony on the world market, which forms its basis. As a result, he imagines, similar to Hannah Arendt for a while, a world sovereign, the USA, which, if only the right policies were finally pursued here, would be able to restore the good old world order, in which Putin's regime would also soon meet the fate of the Soviet Union. Based on this ideal of possible omnipotence, Kagan conversely attributes current European domestic policy, renationalization, and right-wing populism to the USA. If anyone were looking for a formula for pushing Europe and Germany into a kind of remaking of their past, they could hardly do better than President Trump at the moment. With its open hostility towards the EU, his administration is promoting the renationalization of Europe. Robert Kagan, The Return of the German Question. In Blätter für Deutsche und die Internationale Politik, May 2019, pages 63-73, originally published in Foreign Affairs, May/June 2019. Nothing is more symptomatic of Kagan's position than the fact that in his article on the return of the German question, neither the Iran deal nor German-European foreign policy towards Israel, nor indeed Israel's situation in general, are even mentioned in passing. Just as it is counterproductive to resort to forced rather than free wage labor in production. A hegemon does not direct its power towards gaining the most comprehensive control possible over the domestic policy of the states in its sphere of influence, but rather it is concerned with ensuring that market structures are established there that allow companies in its immediate sphere of influence, i.e. on its original national territory, to move on these markets in the same way as they do at home, i.e. that no conditions prevail in the states over which it exercises its hegemony that hinder their accumulation. The conditions in question cannot be explained in a few sentences. Today, for example, it is no longer decisive whether the hegemon can fall back on industrial production capacities in its territory. What is more decisive is that it has, even if only potentially, the technology and the capital that allows it, for example in an exceptional situation, to stamp out of the ground, so to speak, a military force against which other states have no chance. 59. However, there are significant exceptions to this lack of opportunity. The Third Reich and, possibly, the Islamic Republic of Iran. For these are, and this is why hegemony in relation to Israel must be redefined, counter-hegemonic unstates whose unity is only still based on the capital relationship insofar as it directs its potential for annihilation all the more purposefully towards the Jews. As long as their situation is not included in the definition of hegemony, the invocation of the hegemon remains a gateway for appeasement. This had already been demonstrated by the English historian who was probably the first in the Anglo-Saxon world to take up the concept of hegemony, which until then had been regarded as an intellectual fad in the land of professors, as Germany was ironically called. Edward H. Carr wrote in 1939 that every international order must be based on a hegemony of power. At the same time, however, such dominance must be perceived as non-repressive and tolerant, or at least preferable to any practicable alternative. And in this respect, not so much a German or Japanese, but a British or American hegemony over the world could claim to rule more by consensus and less by coercion, although any moral superiority to which this might point is due to the long and unchallenged possession of superior power. Power goes far to create the morality convenient to itself, and coercion is a fruitful source of consent. But when all these reserves have been made, it remains true that a new international order and a new international harmony can be built up only on the basis of an ascendancy which is generally accepted as tolerant and unoppressive or, at any rate, as preferable to any practicable alternative. To create these conditions is the moral task of the ascendant power of powers. The most effective moral argument which could be used in favor of a British or American, rather than a German or Japanese, hegemony of the world was that Great Britain and the United States, profiting by a long tradition and by some hard lessons in the past, have on the whole learned more successfully than Germany and Japan the capital importance of this task. Belief in the desirability of seeking the consent of the governed by methods other than those of coercion has in fact played a larger part in the British and American than in the German or Japanese administration of subject territories. E. H. Carr, The 20 Years' Crisis, 1919–1939, page 217. In this way, the possibility of a mediated form of rule is derived exclusively from historical experience, i.e. without reflecting at the same time on the fact that it is inseparable from the logic set by the capital relation. It is therefore less the fixation on the British Empire than the inability or unwillingness to develop the concept of hegemony from the context of the world market and capital accumulation that shows that Carr was just as incapable of even remotely correctly assessing the dangers that threaten Western hegemony in practice, in order to advocate the appeasement of the Munich Agreement instead. Carr wrote of the Munich Agreement, referring to Beness's retreat, "No alternative method was available, Ibid. Page 197. Morgenthau, on the other hand, could only criticize Carr in general moral terms. Whoever holds seeming superiority of power becomes of necessity the repository of superior morality as well. Power thus corrupts not only the actor on the political scene, but even the observer, unfortified by a transcendent standard of ethics. Mr. Carr might have learned that lesson from the fate of the political romantics of whom the outstanding representatives are Adam Muller and Carl Schmitt. It is a dangerous thing to be a Machiavelli without virtue. The Political Science of E. H. Carr. In World Politics, January 1948, page 134. Leo Strauss, who agreed with Morgenthau's assessment of Carr's views, see his letter to him dated December 11, 1948, was precisely concerned with gaining this virtue by recourse to Greek philosophy. Without using the term at all, Max Horkheimer, on the other hand, with the situation of the Jews in mind and based on Hegel, the metaphysician of capital, who had already anticipated something of Marx's concept of the world market in his reflection on a world spirit, arrived at greater foresight on the question of hegemony, as is already indicated in his notes on the concept of racket. For the conditions after the establishment of U.S. hegemony in the Second World War, the significance of the world market is revealed for the critique of political economy in the fact that the dollar becomes the hegemonic currency on this market, to which all other currencies are more or less related, almost like gold in Marx's time. This enables the USA to incur debt in its own currency, which in turn enables it to maintain its military superiority over all other states and alliances of states. This also results in the ability of its central bank to supply the international financial markets with liquidity during the crisis, which has so far ensured the international coordination of financial institutions even during the crisis. Reflecting on hegemony is by no means a reason to abandon critical theory. As categorically as its name speaks of values instead of value, as emphatically as it invokes democracy and human rights, the hegemon per se is only ever concerned with enforcing the global market and breaking down the boundaries of capital accumulation and, on this premise, with values, democracy, and human rights, which, like all moral issues in the face of capital relations, must therefore be regarded as side effects. As the establishment of U.S. hegemony in the war against Germany showed, even in the best of cases it can only ever be a necessary, but not a sufficient condition to prevent the repetition of Auschwitz in a state of bondage. Adorno the USA made the immigration of a large number of Jewish refugees impossible. The railroad connections to the extermination camps were not bombed. The contradictory position on Hobbes is characteristic of this. On the one hand, Morgenthau wrote, there is a profound and neglected truth hidden in Hobbes's extreme dictum that the state creates morality as well as law and that there is neither morality nor law outside the state. Universal moral principles, such as justice or equality, are capable of guiding political action only to the extent that they have been given concrete content and have been related to political situations by society. On the other hand, he states, I have always maintained that the actions of states are subject to universal moral principles and I have been careful to differentiate my position in this respect from Hobbes. The question is precisely what concrete content means when it comes to the actions of the state. The fact that this question could only be answered with Marx's concept of the world market was already beyond the horizon of Morgenthau, who had published a book on Germany and the future of Europe in 1951 with essays by Otto Kirchheimer, Franz Neumann, and Herbert Marcuse. But it was also outside the horizon of the Marxists, even if they, like him, referred to Hobbes. In Hobbes, there is hardly any attempt to define something like hegemony among the states. Leviathan lacks any reflection on the world market, which was only just beginning to take shape at the time, but which already forms the starting point of Marx's critique of political economy in the Grundrisse. A hegemony theorist who thought more in terms of national economics, such as Charles P. Kindleberger, who had once worked with Kirchheimer, Neumann, and Marcuse at the Office of Strategic Services, therefore went further than Morgenthau in defining that concrete content. Looking back on the world economic crisis of the 1930s, Kindleberger judged that central bank cooperation worked until mid-1928, but failed thereafter, but not only demanded, as Alvin Hansen did in 1945, in America's role in the world economy, that the USA cooperate in international efforts to promote freer trade, restore capital movements, improve the world monetary system, and so on, but recognizes 30 years later that more than cooperation was needed, namely leadership, and that mere cooperation would not have brought about the institutions and work of the OECD, the Club of Ten, the Bank for International Settlements, the International Monetary Fund, the GATT World Bank, etc. And quotes an official of the International Monetary Fund, if the United States does not take the lead, nothing will happen. The very best proposals on the part of small countries are worthless if they lack the ability to implement them and fail to win the support of countries capable of doing so. The World Economic Conference of 1933 was not lacking in ideas. The only country that would have been capable of leadership, however, had its head full of its own affairs and stood on the sidelines. But it was only the disappearance of the adversary that made the undisputed leadership role of the West in the Cold War so naturally possible for the USA that hegemony emerged as the central problem of the world of states after Auschwitz. The irony of the history of the term, however, is that the Greek-derived term was once exclusively taken up by German ideologues for the purpose of establishing Germany's counter-hegemony in relation to England and ultimately to the USA, the content of which Carl Schmitt finally provided precise information by placing himself at the disposal of National Socialism. Schmidt's abstract term for the counter-hegemon was the idea of the katechon, the stopper, borrowed from St. Paul and the Church Fathers, which originally probably meant the Roman Empire. The apocalypse was held back, but so was the parousia of Christ and redemption, the latter of which no longer seemed so desirable to experience, at least to some of the Church Fathers. Kindleberger thus also differs here from the views of John Maynard Keynes, who in the last years of his life, shortly after he had successfully negotiated the establishment of the international institutions of the Monetary Fund and World Bank with the Americans on behalf of Great Britain, expressed concerns about the hegemonic role that the USA had now assumed in relation to the world market. However, what Schmidt wanted to stop and declared an apocalypse was nothing other than the implementation of the world market, which he could and wanted to see solely as the world domination of the Jewish principle of liberalism. And after England's loss of power, he saw and fought against the USA as the global protecting power of this principle and thus as the Antichrist. This demonization of the hegemon should not be countered by its glorification in the name of any Western values, but by a radical definition, i.e. one that reflects its preconditions. Hegemonic politics is the politics originally committed to the accumulation of capital. It has learned that imperialism is counterproductive for it. Robert Kagan, for example, glorifies the role of the USA after the Second World War by presenting it as an immediate role model from which to expose the policies of the Trump administration. As justified and necessary as it is to criticize this policy, Kagan ignores from the outset the dependence of U.S. hegemony on the world market, which forms its basis. As a result, he imagines, similar to Hannah Arendt for a while, a world sovereign, the USA, which, if only the right policies were finally pursued here, would be able to restore the good old world order, in which Putin's regime would also soon meet the fate of the Soviet Union. Based on this ideal of possible omnipotence, Kagan conversely attributes current European domestic policy, renationalization, and right-wing populism to the USA. If anyone were looking for a formula for pushing Europe and Germany into a kind of remaking of their past, they could hardly do better than President Trump at the moment. With its open hostility towards the EU, his administration is promoting the renationalization of Europe. Robert Kagan, The Return of the German Question. In Blätter für Deutsche und Internationale Politik, May 2019, pages 63 to 73, originally published in Foreign Affairs, May/June 2019. Nothing is more symptomatic of Kagan's position than the fact that in his article on the return of the German question, neither the Iran deal nor German-European foreign policy towards Israel, nor indeed Israel's situation in general, are even mentioned in passing. Just as it is counterproductive to resort to forced rather than free wage labor in production. A hegemon does not direct its power towards gaining the most comprehensive control possible over the domestic policy of the states in its sphere of influence, but rather it is concerned with ensuring that market structures are established there that allow companies in its immediate sphere of influence, i.e. on its original national territory, to move on these markets in the same way as they do at home, i.e. that no conditions prevail in the states over which it exercises its hegemony that hinder their accumulation. The conditions in question cannot be explained in a few sentences. Today, for example, it is no longer decisive whether the hegemon can fall back on industrial production capacities in its territory. What is more decisive is that it has, even if only potentially, the technology and the capital that allows it, for example in an exceptional situation, to stamp out of the ground, so to speak, a military force against which other states have no chance. 59. However, there are significant exceptions to this lack of opportunity. The Third Reich and, possibly, the Islamic Republic of Iran. For these are, and this is why hegemony in relation to Israel must be redefined, counter-hegemonic unstates whose unity is only still based on the capital relationship insofar as it directs its potential for annihilation all the more purposefully towards the Jews. As long as their situation is not included in the definition of hegemony, the invocation of the hegemon remains a gateway for appeasement. This had already been demonstrated by the English historian who was probably the first in the Anglo-Saxon world to take up the concept of hegemony, which until then had been regarded as an intellectual fad in the land of professors, as Germany was ironically called. Edward H. Carr wrote in 1939 that every international order must be based on a hegemony of power. At the same time, however, such dominance must be perceived as non-repressive and tolerant, or at least preferable to any practicable alternative. And in this respect, not so much a German or Japanese, but a British or American hegemony over the world could claim to rule more by consensus and less by coercion, although any moral superiority to which this might point is due to the long and unchallenged possession of superior power. Power goes far to create the morality convenient to itself, and coercion is a fruitful source of consent. But when all these reserves have been made, it remains true that a new international order and a new international harmony can be built up only on the basis of an ascendancy which is generally accepted as tolerant and unoppressive or, at any rate, as preferable to any practicable alternative. To create these conditions is the moral task of the ascendant power of powers. The most effective moral argument which could be used in favor of a British or American, rather than a German or Japanese, hegemony of the world was that Great Britain and the United States, profiting by a long tradition and by some hard lessons in the past, have on the whole learned more successfully than Germany and Japan the capital importance of this task. Belief in the desirability of seeking the consent of the governed by methods other than those of coercion has in fact played a larger part in the British and American than in the German or Japanese administration of subject territories. E. H. Carr, The 20 Years' Crisis, 1919 to 1939, page 217. In this way, the possibility of a mediated form of rule is derived exclusively from historical experience, i.e., without reflecting at the same time on the fact that it is inseparable from the logic set by the capital relation. It is therefore less the fixation on the British Empire than the inability or unwillingness to develop the concept of hegemony from the context of the world market and capital accumulation that shows that Carr was just as incapable of even remotely correctly assessing the dangers that threaten Western hegemony in practice, in order to advocate the appeasement of the Munich Agreement instead. Carr wrote of the Munich Agreement, referring to Beness's retreat, "No alternative method was available, Ibid. Page 197. Morgenthau, on the other hand, could only criticize Carr in general moral terms. Whoever holds seeming superiority of power becomes of necessity the repository of superior morality as well. Power thus corrupts not only the actor on the political scene, but even the observer, unfortified by a transcendent standard of ethics. Mr. Carr might have learned that lesson from the fate of the political romantics of whom the outstanding representatives are Adam Muller and Carl Schmitt. It is a dangerous thing to be a Machiavelli without virtue. The Political Science of E. H. Carr. In World Politics, January 1948, page 134. Leo Strauss, who agreed with Morgenthau's assessment of Carr's views, see his letter to him dated December 11, 1948, was precisely concerned with gaining this virtue by recourse to Greek philosophy. Without using the term at all, Max Horkheimer, on the other hand, with the situation of the Jews in mind and based on Hegel, the metaphysician of capital, who had already anticipated something of Marx's concept of the world market in his reflection on a world spirit, arrived at greater foresight on the question of hegemony, as is already indicated in his notes on the concept of racket. For the conditions after the establishment of U.S. hegemony in the Second World War, the significance of the world market is revealed for the critique of political economy in the fact that the dollar becomes the hegemonic currency on this market, to which all other currencies are more or less related, almost like gold in Marx's time. This enables the USA to incur debt in its own currency, which in turn enables it to maintain its military superiority over all other states and alliances of states. This also results in the ability of its central bank to supply the international financial markets with liquidity during the crisis, which has so far ensured the international coordination of financial institutions even during the crisis. Reflecting on hegemony is by no means a reason to abandon critical theory. As categorically as its name speaks of values instead of value, as emphatically as it invokes democracy and human rights, the hegemon per se is only ever concerned with enforcing the global market and breaking down the boundaries of capital accumulation and, on this premise, with values, democracy, and human rights, which, like all moral issues in the face of capital relations, must therefore be regarded as side effects. As the establishment of U.S. hegemony in the war against Germany showed, even in the best of cases it can only ever be a necessary, but not a sufficient condition to prevent the repetition of Auschwitz in a state of bondage. Adorno, the USA made the immigration of a large number of Jewish refugees impossible. The railroad connections to the extermination camps were not bombed. The powers against which the weapons of criticism are not sufficient, but for which the criticism of weapons is necessary because they organize the attack on the Zionist state, can be understood down to the detail of this attack as a complete inversion of the movement initiated by Herzl. In contrast to the Gestor of Zionism, they are not concerned with an object that would be necessary for self-preservation. Palestine is only the pretext for destroying the Jews. In this they are the political continuation of anti-Semitism as the epitome of thinking without an object, of a friend-foe determination that has no other purpose than itself. The counter-Gestor is created in order to undo what the true Gestor has brought about, the Jewish state. This has to do with the fact that the Gestor itself can only be understood as a retraction, as a return from the state to the racket. It is precisely not set with it that the political business of scattered individuals is taken over by an organization in order to establish a state for them, and that this organization must arm itself paramilitarily for this purpose. But conversely, that states that have failed in military conflict now transfer this business to organizations whose goal should only be a state of their own for tactical reasons, but in reality the formation of armed rackets for the annihilation of the Jews. In order to disguise these groups, the PLO, and its rivals, as Gestor, it was necessary to address the Arabs of Palestine as an autochthonous Palestinian people. After all, they were taken over by the new state that had emerged from the Islamic Revolution in Iran and whose unity was based on the delusion of an absolute enemy to be destroyed. In HERZL'S and Jabotinsky's time, Palestinians were mainly those Jews who settled here in small communities or immigrated. In 1937, for example, Ani Bey Abdul Hadi, the representative of the Arab side, told the Peel Commission, which had already proposed partition, that there was no such country as Palestine. Palestine was a term invented by the Zionists. And shortly after the founding of Israel, Ahmed Shakiri said that everyone knew that Palestine was nothing other than southern Syria. Shakiri then became chairman of the PLO, which was founded in 1964 on the initiative of Egypt, and in this capacity called for a holy war against Israel in 1967. However, this organization made it clear from the outset that the Palestinian policy now initiated was the consequent reversal of the Zionist movement. If its Gestor had no mission, but commissioned itself in the name of the persecuted Jews, the countergore feels commissioned in the name of all anti-Semites of this world, but receives the concrete mission from states whose national unity is in danger or no longer exists or never existed at all. At the very beginning, it was President Nasser's Egypt. He called on Shakiri to found the Palestinian organization within the Arab League. According to Nasser, the entire Arab side was concerned with the full restoration of the rights of the Palestinian people. In other words, our goal is the destruction of the State of Israel. Our immediate goal is the expansion of Arab military power, and our national goal is the annihilation of Israel. While Herzl focused all his attention on preserving the unity of the movement, and a certain tragedy of Jabotinsky's lies in the fact that at a certain point he could no longer do justice to this, it is to a certain extent part of the inner logic of the countergate that, from the outset, rackets are irrevocably opposed to each other, because their purpose is not the self-preservation of the population, which they claim to represent, but the destruction of the Jews, whom they invoke before the public as a means to this self-preservation. Moreover, this logic only fully unfolded after the disappearance of the Soviet Union, which, to the extent that it saw itself as a hegemon vis-a-vis the Palestinian movement, was able to set certain limits to its political actions. Since then, Hamas, the PLO, Hezbollah and a few other smaller groups have been competing to cross these borders, while a countergate has long since emerged in the background on a completely different scale. The Islamic inversion of the Zionist Gestor is still evident in its religious preconditions, for example in the political handling of Messianism, as it is found in Islam in the form of the Mahdi, split off from the Prophet Muhammad. This 12th Imam, considered hidden according to the Shia faith, demonstrates under the name of Vilayat-e Faqih the simple resolution of what must remain unresolved in the relationship between Judaism and politics, and from which Zionism itself gains an awareness of the contradictions. The religious leader of the Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Khomeini, demonstrated how the old Shiite doctrine, according to which all rule is illegitimate until the return of the 12th Imam, can serve as a prerequisite for legitimizing all rule. It must simply profess to be already acting in proxy for the still hidden Imam. While Herzl and all those who followed him, with the legal figure of the Gestor and the separation of Zionist politics and Jewish religion, consciously countered the tendency for Zionism to declare itself the representative of the Messiah who had not yet arrived, because they knew that this could not be used to create a state that could really protect the Jews. Conversely, Khomeini and his followers justified the reversal of the original religious verdict against the state in the Shia and thus the implementation of the Vilayat-e Faqih with the existence of the total enemy in order to create a state that could dispense with sovereignty insofar as it was not only aimed at the destruction of this enemy, but was based on this destruction. In his 1970 essay The Islamic State, Khomeini explicitly deduces the necessity of political leadership by clerics from the fact that the Jews, Israel, and the USA are concerned with the destruction of the Islamic community. The idea of a total enemy as a substitute for an object provided the argument for the clergy to act as representatives of the hidden Imam, and this is how the Islamic Republic of Iran was able to gain its special quality in the development of the racket principle. This principle itself becomes total by being geared towards destroying those who are fantasized as that enemy. Just as the reflection on a Western hegemon is part of the Zionist gesture, the delusion of the world sovereign is part of the counter-gesture. Its heart beats in the UN General Assembly. It ensures that the real relations of violence are not discussed, that the inversion of Zionism can continue in the form of jihadist politics and take on ever more dangerous forms. It is itself nothing other than the pathological projection that the utopia of eternal peace would actually have already become reality if it were not for Israel, which prevents the peoples from living in this utopia. Conversely, on the side of the Israeli sovereign, it is the separation from utopia that makes it possible to preserve the Jewish heritage, holding on to the unreconciled. This is the only way to break the spell spread by the delusion of the world sovereign, the only way to recognize the need to look around empirically for a hegemon at any time, which cannot offer any prospect of salvation but only temporary security. In other words, to get involved in the hegemonic politics emanating from such a power, insofar as it corresponds to one's own interests. In this sense, sovereignty does not mean self-chosen solitude or even the idealization of self-sufficiency, which would only mean Israel's downfall, but rather constant enlightenment about the respective hegemon, alliance, and confrontation with it, the opposite of isolationism in any case. Unfortunately, this does not exclude the possibility that the disintegration or reconstitution of hegemonic structures can repeatedly expose the Jewish state to a certain solitude among states. This is precisely what the title Stefan Grigget gave his book on Israel refers to, based on Joachim Brun's lecture on the solitude of Theodor Herzl, which in turn alluded to Louis Althusser's essay, The Solitude of Machiavelli. Not to glorify this solitude as a kind of splendid isolation requires a precise knowledge of the geopolitical constellations of hegemony, which is devoid of all illusions of a harmonious state that is already within reach, and in this respect, the situation of Zionism across the historical abysses may still be reminiscent of that of the biblical prophets. These prophets are caught in the middle of a maelstrom of party antagonisms and conflicts of interest. And above all, in terms of foreign policy. It could not be otherwise. It was a question of the existence or non-existence of the national state in the face of the opposition of the Assyrian world power on the one side and the Egyptian power on the other. Parties must be taken and no one who worked publicly could avoid the question, for whom? Max Weber, Collected Essays on the Sociology of Religion 3, page 287. As little as this is a projection of the Zionist present onto the biblical past, it is evident that Weber was only able to formulate these sentences so emphatically because Zionism was already taking shape at the same time. Its founder had stated, as if directed against Weber's paradigm of value freedom, "Today, one can only write about the Jewish question as an open partisan." Theodor Herzl, Leroy Beaulieu on Anti-Semitism. Collected Zionist Works. Vol. 1, page 157. It is not about ascribing something like a communist tendency to Israel, but rather about the insight, as recently formulated by Daniel Poensgen at the end of his perceptive article on right-wing and left-wing solidarity with Israel in Germany. The Jewish sovereign disputes the other potentates' access to the Jews, and thus Israel not only protects those affected by anti-Semitism, it calls into question the concept and legitimization of power as a whole by its very existence. For the essence of power has always included the ambivalence of having to be able to protect and destroy the Jews at the same time, Ibid. Page 5. In order to still be able to refer to Germany and demand the sacrifice for the German counter-sovereign, one recently feels compelled to even trumpet that Germans must also be prepared to fight and die for that part of the German reason of state that the Chancellor herself, in symptomatic exuberance, wanted to see Israel's existence adopted as. This foreign policy turn by former right-wing extremists, who are thus becoming right-wing populists, appears to be instrumental insofar as it allows migration policy to become the most important domestic policy issue. At the same time, it is to a certain extent a departure from Konrad Adenauer's philo-antisemitism, which still consisted of deriving the need for reconciliation with the Jews from the idea of their international power. In contrast, Alexander Golan and other leaders of the AfD regard Israel's power as something positive, something more positive even than the other parties, which allows the right-wing populists to gain a surprising amount of additional distinction. However, the anti-Semitic flip side of this instrumentalization of Jewish sovereignty is reflected in the fact that people feel an even greater longing for an even greater solitude of Israel, that they would prefer the Jewish state to be completely isolated, not just as isolated as the AfD in the Bundestag, so that it is easier to identify with it, but, and in this one then belongs again to the all-German ensemble, isolated from the USA, whose hegemony is, after all, a thorn in Germany's side. Even if this hegemony, which despite or because of all the recent trade wars, is still based on the world market, is stubbornly referred to by the right-wing populists as globalization, while Trump and his ilk, insofar as they have kept their wits about them, probably understand this buzzword to mean the elimination of U.S. hegemony by overstretching it, which the U.S. is being encouraged to do by allied states and the globalists of the Democratic Party. For only if Israel appears as solitary as possible can the ambivalence of having to be able to protect and destroy the Jews at the same time be fooled again, although the latter has long been de facto left to the Islamic Republic of Iran by German Europe, including its right-wing populists. Paradoxically, as the critique of the dialectic of enlightenment teaches us, the prerequisite for this is not to give up the utopia of a reconciled society after all. In the necessarily reified form of politics, this connection is expressed in the fact that even the most secular Zionists have to find a modus vivendi with the religious parties. During his stay in Israel in 1969, Paul Celan also wrote the poem Der Königsweg. In front of the Lion's Gate, through which the Israelis first entered the city 2 years earlier during the Six-Day War, Celan thinks of the Via Dolorosa behind the gate, but in terms of the Jewish Messiah, associating the two window arches above the lion figures with the crescent moon. But the poem does not end there. The Kingsway behind the pretend door, before it, deathed in by the countersign, the lion sign, the constellation, keel up, mired in, you, with the wound-fathoming eyelash. If the assumption that democracy and international law are made to prevent a repetition of Auschwitz is directly or indirectly presented as a certainty in the politics and public sphere of the post-Nazi world, it is, so to speak, a hypothetical imperative after Auschwitz, i.e. an imperative along the lines of, if you want Y, do X. Si vis pacem, para bellum, if you want peace, prepare for war. The categorical and practical imperative, on the other hand, go beyond the hypothetical in that means and ends cannot be thought of separately in any causal context whatsoever. Negatively in the case of the categorical imperative, as Adorno formulated it, in that there is no mention of the means at all, positively in the case of the practical imperative, as it has yet to be formulated, in that it really does coincide with the end in the form of the Jewish state, created to prevent and counteract any further attempt in any state in the world to persecute and annihilate the Jewish population. It is itself already to be recognized as this end. For if in Kant's practical imperative the idea of humanity is the end in itself, practical in that it transcends formalism in the maxim of the categorical, Hitler has also imposed a new practical imperative on people in a state of unfreedom, which is founded in the existence of states, as a necessary condition of the capital relation, which aims at the means-end relation, of which the categorical is silent, namely, to determine as an end in itself the state of those who should not only be excluded from that idea of humanity, by the pathic projections of an omnipresent persecuting innocence that Pertu wants to see the abstract dimension of capital embodied in them, but, imagined as the total enemy of this humanity, should be practically and completely annihilated with such exclusion. And it applies, to vary Adorno's phrase, even after revolutionary potential within the state and the power of resistance of the law are about to disappear. An attempt to formulate it, which at least shows that the positive of the practical imperative itself can only be understood ex negativo in the context of the categorical imperative, reads as follows: the enforcement and defense of the forms of mediation, as they always take account of the capital relationship, basic civil rights, rule of law, separation of powers, should never be understood merely as an end that prevents the worst barbaric, pre-capitalist coercion, but at the same time as a means to fight the anti-Semites, the enemies of Israel. In this, the practical imperative is to be recognized as an addition to the moral, that the repetition of Auschwitz must also be countered with bodily, state-organized violence, which cannot coincide with messianic expectation or the hope for a free association of individuals. Horkheimer formulated it as follows in 1970: Israel today is an oppressed country, just as the Jews have always been oppressed. One must therefore affirm Israel. And when, in a letter dated January 31, 1971, he once again takes up the difficult problem of uniting the state of Israel with the Jewish expectation of messianism, it is said that he too has only one answer, that a practical solution is needed first. It is no coincidence that Horkheimer puts the expression practical solution under quotation marks, because it may tempt us to understand what is meant as a hypothetical and not a practical imperative, i.e. not to affirm Israel as an end in itself. Anti-Zionist hatred challenges the superlative in the sense of negative judgment. Not only is it the most sharpened form of anti-Semitism in keeping with the times, it also reveals most purely the political reason for the validity of this greatest and most powerful lie of so-called humanity. Not to put it in terms of psychoanalysis or political economy, the Jews must not have their own state because they should be freely available at all times for the purpose of their annihilation, wherever, however and whenever the capital relationship and the world market threaten to break apart. Thus, the special nature of the Jewish state, from which the critique of judgment in the political sphere must proceed, lies solely in the fact that it exists, and not in the fact that it is the only existing democracy in the Middle East. However, some of the statements, slogans, and banners of the opponents of judicial reform in Israel, as it has been pursued since the beginning of 2023 under Netanyahu's coalition government, give the impression that, in the midst of this state, they see the latter as superior to the former, i.e., that they only want to accept the hypothetical imperative from which it seems to follow, either an Israel with an all-powerful Supreme Court or none at all. In this context, it is necessary to take a closer look at the theory of Aaron Barak, who, in his capacity as judge and chairman of the Supreme Court of Israel, has created certain ideological and formal prerequisites for transferring political functions in the narrower sense to this body, which are now to be taken away from it by the judicial reforms. The principle of reasonableness serves him as a means to this end, insofar as it is set here, which is unlikely to occur in any other Supreme Court, as a central criterion of jurisdiction, whereby its broad effectiveness is primarily due to the fact that no restrictive rights of action have been introduced to date. The extent to which such a restriction is necessary for this court in particular, which critics of the judicial reforms like to ignore, is particularly evident when, as in Israel, there is no comprehensively elaborated constitution on the basis of which, for example, a right of action must be granted that presupposes a direct and personal interest in the outcome of the dispute. In Israel, anyone can file a lawsuit on any issue, so to speak, which means that matters of an immediate political nature, and possibly even operational decisions by the Ministry of Defense and the IDF, could be made the subject of the Supreme Court. Under such conditions, the claim that the Supreme Court could be hijacked by NGOs is no longer a mere exaggeration. In many cases, the court itself already acts like another political party or even a subsidiary government or super NGO, which even seeks to exert direct influence on the appointment of ministerial posts by the elected government. Its judgments are formulated as if they were editorials, and in the case of government formation it is then said that entrusting a ministry with the person in question is simply not reasonable. Period. But as far as the special situation in Israel is concerned, Barak writes at the end of his book The Judge in a Democracy, Israel is in a difficult war against rampant terrorism. It is acting on the basis of its right to self-defense. This armed conflict is not undertaken in a normative vacuum. It is undertaken according to the rules of international law, which establish the principles and rules for armed conflicts. The reason underlying this approach is not merely pragmatic, the result of political and normative reality. The reason underlying this approach is much deeper. It is an expression of the difference between a democratic state fighting for its survival and the battle of terrorists rising up against it. The state is fighting for the law and for the law's protection. The terrorists are fighting against and in defiance of the law. The armed conflict against terrorism is an armed conflict of the law against those who seek to destroy it. But in addition, the state of Israel is a state whose values are Jewish and democratic. Here we have established a state that preserves law, that achieves its national goals and the vision of generations, and that does so while recognizing and realizing human rights in general and human dignity in particular. Between these two there are harmony and accord, not conflict and estrangement. Quote, and Barak quotes his own words here from a document of the Supreme Court, and although he starts from the right of self-preservation, in the very next sentences his argumentation no longer revolves around the self-preservation of the individuals in this state, nor that of the Jewish people, but around the preservation of law and order and, in the fight against terrorism, around compliance with international law. At the same time, their norms are defended as a reality whose reason lies much deeper than the pragmatism of self-defense. In fact, however, we are dealing here with the shoals of legal positivism. In a long interview in which he explains his personal efforts towards judicial activism and judicial revolution, Barak openly acknowledges it. The ultimate consequence of this is that it is ultimately not the state that fights for the law, but that it is the law itself that fights against terrorism through state institutions. The sovereign is displaced in precisely the sense in which Hans Kelsen wanted legal positivism to be understood. The special nature of the State of Israel is then only added, and in this one may at least see a return of the repressed, which is not found in Kelsen's work. The idea of sovereignty must be radically repressed, it says in 1920 in Kelsen's book on the problem of sovereignty and the theory of international law, and it sounds like the greeting of an anarchist lawyers' association to the First League of Nations Assembly. According to Kelsen, international law and state law have the same source in the form of legal principles. How they are enforced naturally remains outside the legal perspective. And here, after the First World War, Kelsen saw the field in which the decisive debate of the present would take place. Every possibility of imposing a state of emergency had to be eliminated. But in Barak's theory and legal activism, this return hardly signifies a reflection on the necessary commitment against the threat of persecution and annihilation all around or on the generally prevailing anti-Semitism. This is hardly even hinted at in The Judge in a Democracy, nor does it appear in the book's extensive index, just as little as the ideology of the Islamic terrorists. It merely recognizes that this theory and activism is itself related to certain Jewish traditions, and in this sense it does not seem so absurd that the judicial revolution wants to make Israel the model state of legal positivism. In certain respects, it can be understood as the continuation of the diaspora by other means, namely within the Jewish state and its institutions and in the form of a complete secularization of its religious traditions, since in that state of dispersion the Jewish population did not in fact have its own sovereign. On the other hand, this is precisely where a loss of reality threatens, the emergence of grand political illusions, as can also be found among many opponents of the judicial reforms planned since the beginning of 2023 under Netanyahu's coalition government. Symptomatic of this is the trust that Barak Telquel places in international law and international institutions. For example, he is in favor of Israel joining the European Court of Human Rights, ECTHR. This is because it immediately brings to light the equation of relations between states with those within a state, which also underlies Barak's theory in everything else. He obviously wants this accession because he hopes that the ECTHR will be given the same power vis-a-vis the sovereignty of the accession states as he seeks for the Supreme Court in Israel vis-a-vis the Israeli government, which latter, unfortunately, may turn out to be less illusory as long as no judiciously implemented. Judicial reform ensures the depoliticization of this court. It is precisely in the question of its implementation that the criterion of reasonableness in the sense of the critique of teleological judgment is really in place, i.e. in the election of the next government. The return of the repressed is also evident in a shift, namely in the fact that Barak, who describes himself as a legal positivist, at least indirectly opposes Kelsen's complete formalization of law. In this sense, the interviewers try to summarize the difference to Kelsen. It would seem that your theory gives substantive content to Kelsen's Grundnorm. Kelsen famously argued that the Grundnorm was devoid of content. It contained, at most, only the declaration, "Thou shalt enforce this constitution as if it were a constitution, that is, higher, valid law." Under your theory, the Grundnorm also stands outside of the constitution, but it contains substantive norms pertaining to democracy, dignity, rights, judicial review, and proportionality, for example. End of quote. He does say, "In my eyes, the world is filled with law. Every human behavior is subject to a legal norm. Even when a certain type of activity, such as friendship or subjective thoughts, is ruled by the autonomy of the individual will, this autonomy exists because it is recognized by the law. Wherever there are living human beings, law is there. There are no areas in life which are outside of law." But he adds, when one confronts a gap, one must fill it first by analogy to another rule. If there is no such analogy, then one fills it with general principles of Jewish law and Jewish heritage. Thus, to fill gaps, we were expected to refer to Jewish principles and to our heritage as developed over the course of our long history. End of quote. The Jewish traditions appear here, so to speak, as gap fillers in the right-wing positivist conception of life. It is therefore all the more remarkable that in the interview, in complete contrast to his books and the court documents he quotes, and when he speaks retrospectively about his personal development, Barak nevertheless sees himself as a Zionist, filled with all the experiences that have been inextricably linked with this term since Auschwitz, so that he immediately knows how to express the primacy of the existence of the Jewish state. Did my experience in the Holocaust influence my thinking? I slowly, very slowly, came to the realization that it had, and I eventually published something about the topic, so it's no secret. I see this influence now in terms of three ideas. The first is the importance of the establishment of the State of Israel. I imagine that the fate of the Jews in World War II would have been different had Israel existed before the outbreak of the war. At any rate, its existence is crucial to preventing another Holocaust, for example through the annihilation of the state by a nuclear bomb. The second is the importance of human dignity as a foundational component of all law. In the Holocaust, we lost our lives, but we safeguarded our dignity. Some 29,000 Jews were held in the Kovna ghetto in Lithuania. But only a few thousand survived the Holocaust. In the ghetto, we maintained our dignity. We even created an internal court that resolved disputes within our community, based on the Lithuanian law that existed between World War I and World War II. Third, there will always be tension between the state's existence and the individual's self-autonomy, which can only be resolved through the careful balancing between public interests and individual rights, under the proportionality. End quote. Such insights may ultimately have saved Barak from the worst consequences of legal positivism and the idolatry of international law institutions at some points in his theory, for example when he endeavors to formulate the reservation in the judge in democracy that the Supreme Court is by no means responsible for military considerations, whose expertise and responsibility must lie with the executive. And in his rulings as Chief Justice, the insight into the principle of sovereignty also repeatedly prevailed. However, his theory avoids being more specific here and lacks the consistency of the rulings. For even if Barak undertakes a certain substantialization of the law and deviates from Kelsen in this respect, it is ultimately still brought into line with a repression of the sovereign and does not prevent the difference between domestic and foreign policy, law within the state and law between states from being leveled out. The second central principle of Barak's theory also serves this purpose: proportionality or portionality, understood as the formalization of reasonableness, or in Spinoza's terms, its mode. His domain has always been international law, i.e. the mere law that ought to be, Hegel. Within real law, however, which presupposes a real sovereign, the principle of proportionality as a general principle of public law can only be enforced as a mere hypothetical imperative and regulative principle of teleological judgment, and this is where its origins in international law become apparent. According to this principle, all state interventions in the rights of the individual to achieve a desired goal must be characterized by the fact that no milder means are available that are less burdensome to the affected parties or third parties or their private property and that are equally capable of promoting the goal. An intervention may not be carried out if the associated damage is grossly disproportionate to the desired goal. This principle is intended to set limits on the actions of all public authorities, including legislation. The USA does not recognize it as a general legal principle of its judicial system, as Barak himself states, but Germany does. His intended totalization in the juridical revolution in Israel, which is intended to enable the Supreme Court to judge and condemn the suitability of a person for a ministerial office, ultimately corresponds to a self-disarmament of the sovereign in his own country. It is as if precautions were being taken to ensure that it would now stand solely within the law and no longer outside it at the same time, without considering that it must stand outside the law in order to form its precondition. In the first place and to guarantee the law itself, just as this very ability results from the fact that outwardly it is not in a real state of law with the other states, but, to use Hobbes' metaphor, in a state of nature in which, despite all international conventions, or rather through them, the law of the strongest applies. On the other hand, the religious forces, insofar as they see themselves as political, which affirm and want to determine sovereignty, appear at first glance to be followers of political theology as projected by Carl Schmitt against Kelsen, at least of the only true, dialectical proposition, considered in isolation, that the sovereign, in a society organized under the rule of law, is simultaneously outside and inside the legal order. This was the view of Simcha Rothman of the Religious Zionism Party, Hatzianut Hadatit, and chairman of the Constitution, Law, and Justice Committee, who tackled the judicial reforms under Justice Minister Yariv Levin of the Likud Party. The Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung describes his concerns as follows: Rothman is of the opinion that Israel is currently a legalocracy in which unelected judges control the country and seek to preserve the privileges of the left-wing, European-born elite. This system goes back to the former court president Aaron Barak. He himself has the task of repairing it. In doing so, he only appears to represent liberal positions. End of quote. However, the reasons given for this latest ruling are not the approaches in the intended judicial reform against the politicization of the Supreme Court, such as inhibiting reasonableness as a basis for decisions or introducing restrictive rights of action or changing the procedure for electing members of the Supreme Court, but that Rothman was also behind a legislative proposal that would, for example, allow homosexuals to be denied services on religious grounds. This concerns, for example, the current procedure whereby the majority of votes on the Judicial Selection Committee are cast by representatives of the court itself and the Bar Association. See Michael B. Mukasey. Netanyahu's judicial reform doesn't go far enough. Israel should establish rules of standing and recognize the distinction between policy and law. Wall Street Journal, February 26, 2023. At least the FAZ journalist is really addressing the dangers posed by certain forces that support the judicial reform. Thus, the critics of this reform perorate with good reasons that it could in turn reduce the counterweight too much, which the Supreme Court and the independent judiciary must nevertheless maintain vis-a-vis the government, in the sense of a balance in the separation of powers, in which both sides, the government or parliament and the Supreme Court, restrict each other, but each from a different point of view and in a different area. In view of Likud's current coalition partners, the good reasons relate primarily to women's and LGBTQ rights, which in Aaron Barak's view are part of the substance of human rights, but in terms of a social critique that in turn dissolves such substantialization should be understood as the minimum of freedom, Franz L. Newman, made possible by the current state of capitalization of society. This subject also shows that a halakhic state, as it may be envisioned by certain politically committed religious forces in Israel, although approaches to this are already becoming virulent with efforts to extend gender segregation, cannot ultimately take on a general form that corresponds to the current state of the abstract form of domination of capital, because through it the society of the small country, which is particularly dependent on production and circulation under world market conditions, is not able to reproduce itself. In simple national economic terms, the confiscation of those rights would contradict the necessary willingness to invest, the increase in productivity, diversification on the labor market, growth in consumption, etc. The Islamic theocracies are different, as they not only have access to reserves of raw materials and can therefore afford a certain degree of self-sufficiency, but also to a religion, or rather a universal obsessive-compulsive neurosis, which has learned to pull out all the stops ideologically and in possession of political means of violence in the fight against these general forms over the centuries. More directly than in the relationship between women's and LGBTQ rights and world market relations, the same problem arises with the question of military service, which is vital for the existence of the state. To renounce it, as demanded by followers of religious traditions, which are more immediately connected to the diaspora than Barak's legal conception, can only be granted to a smaller part of the population on pain of the demise of this very state. Otherwise it would also be a matter of self-disarmament, but in the most immediate sense. This shows that a political theology, as Carl Schmitt argued against Kelsen, is not even possible for Israel, i.e. insofar as the foreign policy dangers must also be placed at the center of these religious questions. For just as Kelsen's legal positivism sought to supplant the sovereign, so Schmitt's political theology sought to supplant the primacy of foreign policy, whereby the return of the repressed in the latter, with his own logic, took place not only in the theory of Grossraum, but ultimately in the fact that he propagated total war and the annihilation of the total enemy, the Jews. Leo Strauss emphasized this primacy, the primacy of foreign policy, in Hobbes' conception of Leviathan, thus indirectly criticizing his former teacher Carl Schmitt. Characteristically, this is a passage that Strauss added to his work, originally written in German, for the 1936 English edition. The recognition of the primacy of foreign policy in Hobbes can be seen as the first sign of his open support for Churchill's politics a little later, even though Strauss is primarily concerned here with emphasizing the differences between modern and ancient state theory, which in turn means that he does not place enough emphasis on the unique nature of Hobbes' conception compared to Spinoza or Kant, for example. When Schmitt once responded to Kelsen's problem of sovereignty with his political theology, he was by no means opposing the origin of Kelsen's argument, which is based on the relationship between the state and international law and ultimately postulates the primacy of international law, but only its result, the denial of sovereignty. He actually put aside the whole issue of international law, reserving it for later, so to speak, and entered the stage of the constitutional law debates of the 1920s with the gesture of a resurrected Hobbes, with the sentence, "The sovereign is he who decides on the state of exception." The state of emergency, however, if it is to have any meaning, refers to nothing other than the state of nature that breaks into the state itself, as it is indispensable between states according to Hobbes and Hegel. In other words, the relations of force unleashed within the state, which know no restraint on the outside, but only conventions, which the states should, but do not have to, observe as far as possible. As far as it is in their power to do so, because no world sovereign can watch over them. This is why the original formulation of the state of emergency in state theory was also state of siege. In Schmitt's previous work on dictatorship, the connection is still clear, or rather, the connection is identical. War against the external enemy and suppression of a rebellion are one and the same, although the concluding chapter deals explicitly only with the state of siege. In political theology, however, Schmitt only wants to talk about civil war, which must be quelled with the help of the sovereign. It makes the connection between the power over the citizens and the relationship between the states disappear. It deliberately ignores the fact that the sovereign's decision is not created out of nothing, but from this relationship, i.e., is only possible under its preconditions. And it does this so that this power appears all the more radiant and the concept of sovereignty gains the religious significance that Schmidt is after all aiming for. Only in this way can he make the reduction of the state to the moment of decision that is decisive for everything else, to a pure, non-rationalizing, and non-justifying absolute decision, i.e. created out of nothing. That someone like Rothman, on the other hand, cannot lose sight of the relationship between the states is even pointed out contre cœur in the article from the FAZ. Rothman is also an ideologue with regard to the occupation. The father of 5 children lives with his wife Hannah in a settlement outpost south of Bethlehem. End quote. No more needs to be said in this newspaper for Germany to identify Rothman as an ideologue. But in an utterly twisted way, the journalist who wrote this article at least gives a hint here too. The problems posed by the contested territories, on whose front lines the ideologue evidently prefers to live, are for Israel, as long as the unity of the monopoly on the use of force in the face of some tendencies opposed to it, such as a separate militia of the Ministry of National Security promised to Itamar Ben-Gvir of the Jewish Strength Party, Otzma Yehudit, cases of vigilante justice and riots against the Arab population among the settlers, the form in which the permanent state of siege in which the state has found itself since its foundation is managed, or in other words, the constantly halting incursion of foreign policy constellations into the interior of the state, now embodied by various more or less Islamic rackets, Hezbollah, Hamas, Fatah, Islamic Jihad, PFLP, brought about and continued by the relationship in which the Sunni and Shiite states stood and stand to the Arabs, originating from the former Palestine, whose national designation as Palestinians itself still originates from this relationship. In Israel, on pain of destruction, this political state of aggregation hardly allows the state of nature between the states to be displaced. And not to repress it means for the power of judgment in the political sphere, in the reflection on the unity of the monopoly on the use of force and the significance of the IDF, to repeatedly leave political theology and legal positivism to the left or right. After October 7th, which showed what Islamic rascals are capable of repeating from Auschwitz in a single day. Quote, "The news of October 7th reached me late because of the holiday. But when they did, I immediately realized that this was not just another day of air raids, but one that would change the world. It was news of Shoah survivors being kidnapped. News about people having body parts cut off while they were still alive. News about women, senior citizens, and girls, so brutally raped that their pubic bones were broken. News of pregnant women whose stomachs were slit open to murder first the embryo and then themselves. News of children who were kicked to death, beheaded or burned alive in front of their parents. All this amidst the corpses of friends and family members and recorded on the victims' cell phones in order to send the films to their relatives. These facts are well known, but I am repeating this painful list because, unlike in Israel, no consequences have been drawn in Europe." Benjamin Kaufman, Courier, December 11, 2023. The constant threat of foreign policy constellations breaking into the interior of the Jewish state, embodied by Islamic rackets, also highlights the strategic importance of Israeli settlements in preserving the state, regardless of the specific religious or ideological views of the respective settlers and some illegitimate attacks on Arab neighbors. In her article for the Jewish News Syndicate, JNS, Naomi Linda Kahn, International Division of Regavim, a research-based think tank and lobbying group dedicated to preserving Israel's resources and sovereignty, made 2 key points with regard to the actions of October 7. Starting from what appears to be majority support for Hamas and the other rackets among the Palestinian Arabs, she writes, "Another thing that should be clear is that the distinction between Hamas, the PA, Palestinian Islami's Jihad, the Muslim Brotherhood, Hezbollah, the Palestinian Front for the Liberation of Palestine and all the other factions is an artificial and meaningless one that enables the United States, the European Union and enlightened countries around the world to play a deadly shell game. There is no difference between these groups, they share objectives, support one another in every possible way, and are all, equally, dedicated to the destruction of the Jewish, democratic state of Israel." Another thing that should be crystal clear by now is that there is not, nor has there ever been, any justification for the absolutely insane idea that territorial concessions can bring Israel peace. That particular bit of stupidity has been so thoroughly discredited that anyone who ever raises it again is doing nothing more than revealing their desire to eradicate Israel. The Jewish communities of the Gaza Strip were forcefully evacuated, and every last Israeli soldier was pulled back, with the promise that this would bring us to utopia's doorstep. All our intelligence-gathering capabilities were sacrificed, all our quick-access security routes were abandoned, and it took the terrorists of Gaza less than 1 month from the withdrawal to begin using the ceded territory as a launchpad for rockets aimed at Israeli population centers. The idea of territorial suicide in the disputed territories of Judea and Samaria is no less insane. Actually, it's far crazier than Israel's suicidal abandonment of the Gaza Strip. End of quote. Meanwhile, Poelesianists such as Daniel Cohn-Bendit and Dan Diner, like the Pope and Biden, continue to plead for the revival of the two-state solution, as if activities such as those of Hamas, which are aimed at the annihilation of as many Jews as possible, could not be planned even more perfectly on a territory possessed by rackets with the international legal credentials of state sovereignty. The Palestinian terrorist organization has the goal of wiping out the Jews, says Daniel Cohn-Bendit, a veteran of the Green Party. As a secular Jew, this also meant him. It is time to seriously strive for a two-state solution again. In Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, October 27, 2023, see also B.R. Borochov, The Foundations of Poelesianism. On the other hand, regarding the awareness of the unity of the state among the more strictly religious, see also the news from October 21, 2023, Emmanuel Fabian, ultra-Orthodox asking to join up by thousands, Army says. IDF spokesman Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari says there have been increasing requests by ultra-Orthodox Israelis to join the military amid the war. The IDF has received more than 2,000 requests from Haredim in recent days, and on Monday, they will begin to be drafted as volunteers, Hagari says. Many Haredi communities shun military service, causing a serious split in Israeli society. In Times of Israel, October 21, 2023. But it is as if fatal errors that accompanied the Oslo Accords have not quite stopped repeating themselves in the political decisions of Prime Ministers Ariel Sharon and Benjamin Netanyahu, albeit in different forms. The withdrawal from the Gaza Strip and the dismantling of the settlements were not really based on international treaties, but they were practically interpreted as such treaties. In reality, and especially in the case of more or less Islamic rackets, such as Hamas or the PLO, it can only ever be a matter of postponement, which can easily lead to illusions. After all, the most dangerous enemies of Israel, especially the most dangerous of them all, the Islamic Racket Republic of Iran, which, unlike the Islamic rackets of October 7, could soon be in possession of a nuclear bomb. The UN General Assembly as an assembly of total anti-Zionism, in which the overwhelming majority of states can demonstrate their agreement with Islamic rackets, forms a kind of synthesis of Carl Schmitt's earlier reflections on the League of Nations and his later reflections on the Nomos as a concrete order, although the great powers, according to Schmitt in the mid-1920s, proclaimed their respect for international law at every opportunity, they did not allow anyone other than themselves to decide what was law in a specific case and would always keep open the possibility of forming a particular international law alongside the universal one. The loose structure of various international relations, which today still appears as an ambiguous composite that is open to any reassuring interpretation could, however, tomorrow perhaps become a tight system and unfold all the consequences of a genuine covenant and genuine solidarity. At the time, Schmitt still pretended to be searching for a principle that would make this genuine solidarity possible in the first place and guarantee it in a previously unthinkable form. But he did not even need to search, as he then admitted in 1937. It was only right and sensible if a pre-existing, unalterable, genuine and total enmity leads to the divine judgment of a total war. End quote. The enemy only becomes total by being a very specific, non-interchangeable one. The enmity must be pre-existing and unchangeable. No matter how the enemy may behave, he will be destroyed. Only then is it possible to believe in redemption in annihilation if at least this one is not interchangeable and at the same time embodies total interchangeability, namely as the totality of the Jewish intrusion into the concrete order of peoples. This is what is projected onto Zionism today at the UN General Assembly and at every pro-Palestinian demonstration worldwide, in the genuine solidarity that Schmitt longed for and as a tight system. As in Carl Schmitt's work, but in his case revealed by the concept of totality, a relationship between means and ends is only ever feigned, the annihilation of the Jews or Israel as a means to the end of a concrete order in the Middle East, whereas in the reality of global anti-Semitism and the concrete acts of October 7, it is an end in itself, annihilation for the sake of annihilation. According to Yossi Klein Halavai, voices were heard immediately after October 7 that Israel had now become the most dangerous country in the world for Jews and that the state had therefore broken its promise to the Jewish people or the contract between it and the Israeli people. This means that sovereignty is viewed from the perspective of the hypothetical imperative: found a Jewish state so that Auschwitz is not repeated, so that the lives of the Jews are no longer endangered, but calls the imperative a promise that has now been broken. Klein Halavai does so as if to express his shock at this sudden loss of security in his own state, a loss so severe that it virtually compels every kind of expression. However, the state in itself cannot make any promises and cannot be any promise, whatever its politicians may promise, at its foundation or as an election promise or in connection with the swearing-in. At best, it is the unity of its citizens for self-preservation, directed against a common enemy, Hobbes. As is well known, Winston Churchill was initially unable to promise anything other than blood, toil, tears, and sweat. It would therefore be more correct to say, the individual promises himself this unity from the state, and the individuals must nolens volens promise each other to uphold it in order to be citizens. Of course, such contractual thinking, which is more in keeping with unity, necessarily conceals the fact that it can at best be produced as a form of mute compulsion of the accumulation of capital. Nothing is more comprehensible, however, than in the case of Israel, i.e. in the best case, this interpretation of the state as a promise. Its illusionary nature consists merely in thinking, in the face of anti-Zionism that has become total, that the Jewish state, under whatever external circumstances, could never become the most dangerous country for Jews, not even for a short period of time, in which, however, the possible repetition of Auschwitz already appears to be compressed. It already was, albeit to varying degrees, in the wars it has had to fight since 1948, only then the danger was more from enemy states than from Islamic rackets. The more subtle of the anti-Zionists use this illusion as an argument, so to speak, and their hypothetical imperative is, end the existence of Israel so that Auschwitz is not repeated and the lives of the Jews are no longer endangered. This anti-Zionist consequence must have dawned on Klein Halavai, which is why he suddenly switches in his argument from the erroneous view, which makes a mockery of Hobbesian insights, that it is about a contract between the state and the Israeli people that has not been kept. He actually swaps what is unthinkable for a strictly religious person. The Israeli government is the practical imperative of Zionism as soon as he emphasizes how important the current war against Hamas is for the unity of Israel, and also reports that almost 200,000 Israelis have flown home since the massacre, many to join their reserve units. The demand was so great that the airline El Al allowed passengers who could not book a seat to sit on the floor on return flights.
Just over a week after the Hamas massacre, Chancellor Scholz made a government statement on the situation in Israel in the Bundestag. In it, he condemned the violence of the terrorists in the strongest possible terms and emphasized that Israel had the right under international law to defend itself and its citizens against this barbaric attack. Germany's place is at Israel's side, he said, which is what is meant when we say Israel's security is the German raison d'etat. It is the responsibility arising from the Holocaust that makes it a perpetual task to stand up for the security of the state. But what lies behind such pathetic words? Is it really more than just verbiage in view of the fact that the Jewish state was invaded by units of a state entity whose actions are reminiscent of those of the German Einsatzgruppen in Poland in 1939, in the Balkans and in the Soviet Union in the years 1941 to 1943, when Germany's highest government representative emphasizes that our solidarity is not limited to words? Did Scholz declare war on Hamas or even the Palestinian Authority as the supreme authority responsible for all Palestinian territories? Did he expel the staff of the Palestinian mission from Germany and instruct the Minister of Defense to set up armed special units to support the Israeli army in occupying Gaza, tracking down Hamas command structures and freeing the hostages? No, what followed his words were not steps to establish the Bundeswehr's combat readiness to stand by Israel's side. Instead, Scholz declared that he had offered Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu help in caring for the wounded, as if an earthquake or flood disaster had occurred in Israel. The largest massacre of Jews since 1945 was followed by the German offer to supply plasters to the Jewish state. Instead of a declaration of war against the Palestinians, there were nebulous announcements. Development cooperation with the Palestinian territories would be frozen and put to the test. Only a few days after Scholz's government statement, the review had apparently already been completed and millions more were released for deliveries declared as humanitarian aid. What remained of Germany's responsibility, arising from the Holocaust, was the neat separation of innocent Palestinian civilians and evil terrorists. As if only Hamas and Islamic Jihad fighters had taken part in the massacre of October 7th, and as if it were not the case that an absolute majority of Palestinians are only too happy to claim combatant status in the fight against Israel. To put it in current figures from fall 2023, 83% of all Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank support the Hamas-led military operations of the Palestinian resistance of October 7. This result corresponds with figures from previous surveys, according to which more than half of respondents not only support the armed groups, but also any struggle for return, and 75% demand a Palestinian state that extends from the Jordan River to the sea. The fact that a German chancellor apparently does not even entertain the idea that a deeply anti-Semitic society such as the Palestinian one cannot make a clear distinction between civilian and military in the war against Israel, which has been going on since 1948, speaks for a post-Nazi projection. Just as the first victim of the Nazis must have been the German people, the Palestinian population is always the victim of Hamas. Consequently, Scholz judged that Hamas was not acting in the interests of the Palestinian population, which would only be correct if he had said what he certainly did not mean. Because only if the absolute majority of Palestinians were primarily concerned with a better life and not with driving the Jews into the sea, only then would Hamas and what it stands for no longer be in the interests of the Palestinian population. Even after 2 months of war in Gaza, it doesn't look like that. Scholz also turned his attention to Iran, stating that it had provided concrete and operational support for the attack on Israel and had helped to enable Hamas to carry out the attack on October 7. The statement is absolutely correct, but like so much that is praised as a reason of state, it is rhetoric without consequences in view of Germany's actual policy. But what followed this correct statement by Scholz bordered on the ridiculous. Like a schoolboy threatening a bunch of bullies that his big brother would avenge any harm done to him, he told Hezbollah that it must not intervene in the fighting, and if this were to happen despite the German warning, the result would not be a German reaction but a harsh Israeli one. Scholz also provided the reason for his concern about the impending attack by Hamas ally on Israel's northern border. It was not the fact that a two-front war, a general and coordinated uprising by the Arab population of the West Bank, and the involvement of a budding nuclear power posed a massive threat to Israel's existence that seemed to concern Scholz. It was the threat of a conflagration with possible repercussions as far as North Africa and Yemen, which has always been conjured up in German public opinion, that caused the chancellor to worry. While the government statement by Scholz, who is regarded as a less than gifted speaker, was rather unimpressed, German Vice-Chancellor Robert Habeck received much praise for stealing the show, according to many commentators, when he lectured on the subject of Israel and Jews on November 2 with a rumpled, worried dachshund look and in a pastoral tone. Like the authors of all official statements, Habeck was also convinced of Germany's historical responsibility. Quote, "After the Holocaust, the founding of Israel was a promise of protection to the Jews, and Germany is obliged to help ensure that this promise can be fulfilled." End of quote. In view of such missionary words, which insinuate that the Jews could ultimately be happy that the German deed had finally made it possible for them to have their own state, it was interesting to see what followed. For Habeck, as for almost all Germans, it seems to be a historical marginal phenomenon that Zionism is an original national idea of the Jews, which at the end of the 19th century led to the creation of a movement that not only wanted to establish a secure home for the Jews in the face of anti-Semitic persecution in Eastern Europe and rampant anti-Semitism in the enlightened states of Western Europe, but also aimed to establish a Jewish nation-state in national self-determination. The fact that it was Zionism and not Auschwitz that finally liberated the Jews from the status of protected Jews seems to have hardly gotten around in Germany to this day. Apparently, it does not quite fit into the worldview of a German vice-chancellor that it is the responsibility of the Jewish nation and the armed security forces, the Israeli army, the Secret Service and the Israeli police and, yes, even the armed Israeli civilians to ensure that a safe because defensible home exists for Jews. Instead of welcoming this and placing it at the forefront of his speech, Habeck used the now quintessentially German phrase of the responsibility of our history, in which German perpetrators are no longer mentioned at all, but rather history as the actual actor. History therefore guarantees that Jews can live freely and safely in Germany, that they will never again have to be afraid to openly show their religion, their culture. Such a promise made to those in need of protection always contains the threat to the Jews in this country to be grateful. For this reason alone, the fearful Jew, who only has to be never afraid again thanks to German caring, is the favorite child of German historical responsibility, as a protective Jew after Auschwitz, so to speak. When Habeck, like many other zealous German patron saints, talks about Jews being able to live their religion and culture, then the proximity of such desired Jewish life to the unspeakable colonial ethnology that was popular in Germany at the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries is much greater than anyone in this country will ever understand. At the same time, this thinking associated with zoology stands for a failure to grasp the ideological core of antisemitism, which has nothing to do with Jews not being able to live their religion and their culture or being prevented from doing so. Not wanting to admit that the anti-Semite sees the Jew as the representative of the opposite people is an expression of collective repression, which, because one does not want to know how much anti-Semitism in National Socialism welded together uniformed party and civilian dress people's comrades and drove them to extermination, logically also conceals the anti-Semitic community spirit of the Palestinians. Nikolai Klemeniuk has summed up what is meant by a fearless Schutzjuden in this country, who no longer has to be an individual first and foremost, but is supposed to embody the personification of Jewish life to the delight of the Germans. When Der Spiegel ran the headline "We Are Afraid" at the end of October, which was meant to reflect the mood of all Jews living in Germany, Klemeniuk wrote to the Germans, "They want us to be afraid. They need frightened Jews who can be generously protected rhetorically so that they can then patronize them with a clear conscience. They need impotent Jews writhing with rage, who can be looked down upon with a mixture of pity and disgust and taught good manners in the process. What they can't stand are self-confident and even more defensive Jews who really hurt their tormentors." FAZ, March 11, 2023. Because, contrary to all evidence, the first things that come to mind for concerned and responsible Germans when they hear the keyword antisemitism are right-wing extremism, structural and secondary antisemitism, or the conspiracy theories and yellow stars of corona deniers, it did stand out that Habeck at least mentioned the heirs of the anti-imperialist left of 1968 in his speech, who, as young advocates of anti-colonialism, should not fall prey to antisemitism. However, in view of the anti-colonial henchmen of Hamas, who follow the surahs of the Quran and not the party program of the AfD or the statements of Björn Höcke, a particularly ingenious volte-face was needed to invoke the unifying bond of civil society and state mandate, the engagement against racism, right-wing extremism, and the AfD. According to Habeck, the only reason why no Nazis or right-wing extremists took to the streets against Israel and the Jews after October 7th was that they were holding back from articulating their hatred of Jews for tactical reasons, in order to be able to incite against Muslims. The vice-chancellor did not reveal where the public rallies against Islam and its Hamas executors, with or without right-wing extremists, were supposed to have taken place after the massacre in Israel. Instead, the swastika graffiti on Jewish cemeteries, right-wing extremist slogans such as "Israel is our misfortune," and public bomb Holocaust comparisons of Gaza with Dresden show that right-wing extremists, whether with a Schnellrode or Boris-Front background, do not hold back at all and are hardly inferior to their brethren with Ramallah and Gaza backgrounds in their madness. However, because these right-wing extremist Jew haters are fighters of marginalized small groups such as Die Recht or Dritte Weg, Habeck had to pull the now well-worn Fleischbeck-Gall and out of the mothbox as a running gag, regardless of what the grandees of the AfD have to say about Israel, out of sheer embarrassment at not being able to present the Jew-hating AfD member. He would have had good reason to refer to Maximilian Krah, the AfD's lead candidate for the European elections. At a conference of the Schnellrode Institute for State Politics, Krah had explained in a thoroughly coherent manner that Israel is just as friendly as world Islam, which only means that Israel's path must be blocked when it sets out to break the will of innocent people, ironically referred to as the evil civilian population, as the Allies did in Dresden and are doing today in Gaza. It is not known whether Habeck's further comments were influenced by the results of an Allensbach survey. The survey conducted at the end of November on what Germans think about the war against Hamas revealed that the vast majority have always been convinced that Germany's relationship with Israel is and must be a special one. However, only a minority of 34% derived a special responsibility for the fate of Israel from this. FAZ, November 23, 2023. Whatever factual knowledge Robert Habeck may have drawn on, he clearly had a feel for the state of mind of the Germans when he continued in a paternalistic manner in his speech. Together with our American friends, we repeatedly make it clear to Israel that the protection of the civilian population is central, before finally swinging the moral cudgel at the problem Jew. Quote, "Life in Gaza is life in a lack of prospects and poverty. Yes, the settler movement in the West Bank is fomenting discord and depriving Palestinians of hope and rights, and increasingly also of life." End quote. In their speeches, both Scholz and Habeck expressed their outrage at the marches by Palestinians on German streets. However, just as the sanctions against the Jew haters from the Orient failed to materialize, the action against the Jew haters with an Oriental background operating in this country also turned out to be hot air. Although one or two demonstrations were initially banned, the long overdue ban on the terrorist organization Samadown, which sees itself as left-wing, was imposed, and the crackdown on the Iran-affiliated Blue Mosque in Hamburg was finally stepped up. However, there will be no conceivable stop to immigration from Arab countries, nor will the rioting, cheering Palestinians have to fear any real consequences such as deportation or mass investigations into incitement to hatred, the wearing of unconstitutional signs, or breach of the peace. If the outraged speeches of the Chancellor and his Vice-Chancellor remained without consequences, since October 7th the wind has been blowing even stronger from the official side of the state, which, in view of the transformation of entire streets into Islamist marching areas, considers criticism of Islam to be more urgent than ever. It was left to the federal president to receive Gaza residents with German passports who had traveled abroad with full honors at Bellevue Palace. Among the Germans who were able to leave Gaza were doctors from the Al-Shifa hospital. Tobias Hutch explained the role of the hospital in Hamas propaganda and the responsibility of the doctors working there in a video. Frank-Walter Steinmeier was obviously particularly keen to make it clear after October 7th that a lack of criticism of Islam is the counterpart to the claim that Israel's security is the raison d'etre of the German state. He took the opportunity 3 times to present himself as a shaken representative of Germany. In a speech to family members of German-Israeli citizens deported to Gaza on October 22, 2023, he still managed without referring to Muslims. However, in his speech at the Berlin rally in front of the Brandenburg Gate on the same day, in the presence of the family members and the Israeli ambassador, he informed the thousands of citizens gathered in Israel that they lived in a diverse and cosmopolitan country. When we talk about a country that is open to the world, we are of course talking about its most narrow-minded and unteachable inhabitants, who, together with their bad religion, belong to Germany. Less than 2 weeks after the attack on Israel by Islamic hordes, the president announced that, "Here in Germany we can live together peacefully with people with Jewish, Christian, Muslim, and Arab roots, and we want to do so." Finally, on November 11th, Steinmeier spoke at a round table on the topic of war in the Middle East for peaceful coexistence in Germany that he himself had initiated. Immediately after stating that the fear for the hostages continued, he lamented a new war that Hamas is also waging against its own population, which has itself become a hostage. Thousands of innocent people have already fallen victim to it. The suffering of the people touches us to the core. It is not known whether Steinmeier's aim was to degrade the Israeli hostages of Hamas to Gaza residents or, conversely, to whitewash the population of Gaza by equating them with Israeli citizens. What is known is how Steinmeier's speech continued. "The Germany of today is a cosmopolitan, diverse country. We are a country with a migrant background." End of quote. What a migrant background is supposed to mean in relation to a country remains his secret, but to underline what cosmopolitan, diverse, and migrant means, the president immediately presented a Palestinian dialogist named Dr. Yazid Shamout at his round table, who has been in dialogue with representatives of the Jewish community in Hanover for years, but otherwise makes no secret of what he expects from a country with a migrant background. This Dr. Shamout never tires of publicly deploring the Israeli policy of aggression and the ongoing occupation, forced displacement, and disregard for the holy sites of the Palestinians, and calling on German politicians to stop accepting the continuation of Israel's policy of aggression idly and silently. By the time the professional Palestinian Shamout was invited, it was clear why the round table was not entitled "War Against Israel, What Now?" but "War in the Middle East, for Peaceful Coexistence in Germany." What followed was what had to follow. Steinmeier addressed the Palestinian community in our country with unctuous words. "You should all have space to show your pain and despair over the civilian victims in Gaza, to share it with others." End quote. The fact that Steinmeier did not ask his Palestinian guests to raise his voice against the anti-Semitic rule in the country from which he once fled, as befits a representative of an exile organization, reinforces the suspicion that the federal president not only wants to be a friend of the Palestinian Volksgemeinschaft, but as a history-conscious German at least secretly holds Israel responsible for the suffering of the population in Gaza. The sad climax of the whole production was the decree of a Germany-wide ban on criticism, which he formulated as follows: "There must be no anti-Muslim racism and no general suspicion of Muslims." End of quote. By which he probably meant that Hamas has as little to do with Islam as Islam has to do with Hamas, and that shouts of Allahu Akbar on German streets only testify to cosmopolitanism and colorful diversity. In their speeches, Scholz, Habeck, and Steinmeier, the three highest representatives of the Federal Republic of Germany, repeated over and over again that Palestine is not Hamas and Hamas is not Palestine. Thus, they do not even realize that the majority of immigrants and their descendants, who consider themselves Palestinians or their allied brothers and sisters, think in a similar way to their people's comrades in the West Bank and Gaza. If one were serious about reasons of state, then such a population group should have long since been considered a problem for public order in Germany and therefore not only urgently become a case of suspicion for the Office for the Protection of the Constitution, but it should also be seriously considered whether at least large parts of this group should be declared what was once called an enemy alien in the USA and Great Britain. If the maxim of a government to stand by Israel in its hour of need proves to be mainly standardized chatter, the question arises as to which part of civil society is pro-Israel. One could expect them to put pressure on the government and stand by the threatened Jewish nation not only with words but also with deeds. After a few days of shock, rallies were organized in many German cities to express shock and disgust at the atrocity of the massacres and to underline solidarity with Israel. The manifestations, some of which were very well attended and featured statements by numerous speakers from politics and society, did indeed represent a new quality of commitment to the Jewish state. In Berlin, a broad alliance called for a rally on October 22 under the title Against Terror and Anti-Semitism, Solidarity with Israel, which was attended by over 10,000 people. There had never been a public rally of this size in Germany before. The alliance comprised the following organizations, parties, and associations: German-Israeli Society, Alhambra Society e.V., BDA Employers, Federation of German Industries, Alliance 90/The Greens, CDU, CSU, FDP, SPD and the Left, Camp Act Association, German Bishops' Conference, DGB, German Cultural Council, German Nature Conservation Ring, Protestant Church in Germany, Paritatischer Gesamtverband and Central Council of Jews. If it suffices to say that anti-Zionism is as much a part of the attitude of the parties Die Linke, Die Grünen, the SPD and the churches as xenophobia among AfD supporters, who of course were not allowed to participate in the alliance, it is worth taking a look at the participating groups Camp Act and Alhambra. Camp Act is an NGO dedicated to the hot topics of progressive activism in Germany. Protests against nuclear energy, Stuttgart 21, against TTIP, for Edward Snowden, against genetically modified maize, AfD and climate change, and so on. Unsurprisingly, under such circumstances, close contacts are also maintained with the Israel-based NGO Zazim, which is co-financed by Camp Act funds and is regarded as Camp Act's sister organization in Israel. The NGO Monitor, which has set itself the task of monitoring NGOs operating in Israel, has learned that Zazim is a leading participant in campaigns accusing Israel of human rights violations and inappropriate use of force. Information on the political orientation of Zazim can be found on the Camp Act homepage, where an open letter to Chancellor Scholz is documented, which was written by Zazim Managing Director Rolika Gania after October 7th and is supposed to be a call for help to rescue the hostages from the clutches of Hamas. After Gania introduces herself in the letter as a peace activist from Israel, the letter continues. The extreme right wing in the Israeli government is pushing for massive airstrikes against Gaza, and this would endanger the lives of the Israeli hostages even further and lead to even more bloodshed and even more suffering for civilians on both sides of the border. The German government must therefore be persuaded to take on the urgently needed role of mediator in this deadly conflict. One learns from Zazim. Anyone who calls for airstrikes against Gaza after October 7th is extremely right-wing. The war against Israel is not a war started by Hamas, but a deadly conflict to the detriment of civilians, which is why Germany should better act as an honest broker in favor of the Palestinian cause rather than on the side of Israel. About the self-image of the Alhambra Society Association, we learn that it is an association of Muslims that has set itself the task of fighting from a strong European Muslim self-confidence, not for a somehow imagined change of Islam, but to promote the acceptance and development of inner Islamic diversity. Because it is precisely the differences that make us strong and successful in Europe, not a constructed ideal of homogeneity and superiority. End quote. Islam rightly insists on its unquestionable identity. Diversity means that the majority society is required to allow its followers to do as they please if they want to avoid being accused of being colonial crusaders. At the Alhambra Society, it sounds like this: a problem-focused discourse dominates, which describes Islam and, above all, practicing Muslims as the cause of social tensions and undesirable developments. End of quote. The blogger Sigrid Hermann can hardly be wrong in her judgment of the association when she attests that it does not act in competition with the unspeakable Islamic associations, but rather in addition to them. Despite these nasty co-callers, there was hope that the Berlin rally on October 22nd could go beyond the usual thought-provoking admonition and warning. The design of the call encouraged this. It was adorned with the Magen David against a blue background together with the postulate solidarity with Israel, something remarkable for a national rally. But the teaser of the announcement already revealed which way the wind was really blowing. Quote, "With many thousands, we are showing solidarity with the people of Israel, and also expressing sympathy with the Palestinian civilian population." End of quote. The brazen joining of the Palestinians was intended from the outset to prevent too close a solidarity with the Jewish state, which is why the phrase "people in Israel" was used rather than making common cause with the Jewish state. After dutifully describing the Hamas attack as barbaric, the appeal continues as if no paper should fit between state leadership and civil society. Quote, "The terrorists are not acting in the interests of the Palestinian people. The Palestinian population in the Gaza Strip has been suffering for decades, including under their own regime." End of quote. As if any state in the world would have to resort to international law in order to be allowed to defend itself in the event of an attack. These words are followed by the statement that was constantly heard in similar terms from the Chancellor, his Vice President, the President of the Republic, and not least from Foreign Minister Baerbock after October 7th. International law gives Israel the right to self-defense of its existence. End quote. Anyone who suspects noble magnanimity behind such legal fetishism not only fails to realize that international law is only ever invoked, and even then only half-heartedly in the case of self-defense for Israel. When it comes to dealing with the autonomous authority and the administration in Gaza, or the Temple Mount, or the border fence to the autonomous territories, international law is reliably and unilaterally the instrument of world public opinion and its organizations against Israel. This has been the case in Germany for decades and was of course known to the organizations at the rally on October 22nd, which are truly in solidarity with Israel. But what can you do to get everyone under the same roof? For the situation in Germany, the call was particularly eloquent. Quote, "Anyone who supports terror in our country, or even helps to finance it, must be sanctioned and punished. Anti-Semitic ideas are becoming more and more widespread and more open. We will not leave our society to anti-Semites and Islamists. And not the streets either." End quote. After October 7th, the supporters of the Palestinian ethnic struggle throughout Europe were unimpressed by such threats. They knew that no state power would stand in their way, and that there was no defensive anti-Islamic civil society anywhere in Europe. Of course, opposing their frighteningly well-attended marches is not part of the repertoire of those who, in their practice, are more reminiscent of a return of the candlelight anti-fascism of the 1990s than of the militant anti-fascism of the Black Bloc or even the Iron Front and the Red Front fighters of the early 1930s, as the quoted statement suggests. It goes without saying that it is not the task of citizens in solidarity with Israel to seek out street fights with the anti-Semitic mob, but instead of the loudmouth declaration not to leave the streets to the Islamists, a clear demand to the state to stop these gatherings would be expected. It is also noticeable that, unlike with Nazi marches, it is evidently avoided to organize counter-rallies against the many and numerically far better attended green-white-red ethnic fighters with a Ramallah or Mecca background. Looking back at the events on German streets after October 7th, the German state and its police cannot be spared the accusation that they exercise too much restraint towards the marches of the jubilant Palestinians and their non-Islamic fans. The selective reprimands and arrests of those who did not adhere to the tolerated level of criticism of Israel made little impression on those who claim to despise life and love martyrdom. Legion are the pictures of young women and men grinning as they were taken away by the police. Of course, the standard phrase of every anti-racist rally. Together we stand up for an open and tolerant society, for human rights, democracy, and the rule of law, could not be missing from the call for October 22nd. The fact that this formula also stands for opposing the Netanyahu government, which is particularly unpopular with Germans, is demonstrated by the sentences that had to be added to the standard sentence. Quote, "We do this in particular in solidarity with the people of Israel who share these views. We do not accept extremist and radical fundamentalist ideas, nor do we accept blanket Islamophobic criticism." End of quote. Where would we end up if we were to show solidarity with all Jews after the greatest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust? Since it is almost a consensus in Germany to see extremist and radical fundamentalist forces at work in the Israeli government, it is reasonable to assume that the statements in the appeal mean nothing other than that one wants to have as little to do with this government and its supporters as with Hamas. In other words, they want nothing in common with half of Israeli society, but once again want to hold their protective, cosmopolitan, and tolerant hands over the religion of Hamas. Only one person could be the star speaker for such a request and, of course, Federal President Steinmeier gladly accepted the invitation. The fact that he was speaking in the wrong place can be categorically ruled out. Israel's ambassador Ron Prozer, on the other hand, seemed almost out of place on the stage, although he gave the speech that attracted the most attention from visitors to the rally. He was the only one to speak clearly about German society and to name such seemingly marginal phenomena as the anti-Israeli activities of the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation and the silence of the Berlin club scene regarding the massacre of visitors to an open-air festival. Prozer ended with the words, "I urge you all to clearly side with Israel." This made sense to the Jews and the anti-German participants, and perhaps even those who were undecided on the issue of Israel until October 7, 2023 have become thoughtful. The fact that nothing of Prozer's speech stuck was due to the majority of other contributions and the disastrous line of a preparatory alliance, whose success was guaranteed by the participation of the questionable federal president.